A bolt of lightning seared through Chen An's skull. His head throbbed, as if split open. He sucked in a sharp breath and shot upright from the wooden bed plank. Just slipped on a bar of soap? Was the backlash really this severe? Gradually, the pain subsided. He blinked, taking in his surroundings, the heavy, gray mosquito net hanging over the bed, barely letting any light through the tiled roof, mud brick walls, and earthen floor. Home! But this place was demolished. Chen An sensed something was off. He stood and walked to an old, rickety table, picking up a shard of mirror broken from some larger pane. Young again. It confirmed his suspicion. Back at age 20? Damn, I'm good. Soon, he verified it further by glancing at the wall calendar. He had truly written Edo 1985, the year China's economy began its explosive rise, and also the turning point for the Chen family. This was the year his wife, Han Shuyá, was falsely accused of promiscuity. And back then, Chen An, he couldn't fathom had actually believed those vile rumors. To prove her innocence, Han Shuyá drowned herself in the river, clutching their two beloved twin daughters. His parents couldn't bear the tragedy. The next year, his father died of depression, his mother lost her mind and eventually vanished. Chen An finally woke up to reality, but too late. He fled his hometown. He sold barbecue, ran street stalls, worked in coal mines, and braved the seas. Eventually, he settled in the Pearl River Delta. His business slowly gained momentum. In 2008, he caught the internet wave and made a fortune. By 2022, Chen An owned a publicly listed company worth 5 billion yuan. Yet, despite all this wealth, he wasn't happy. After losing his entire family, he never remarried. For decades, he lived haunted by regret, and there was no undoing the past. The reason his head felt like it was exploding? Because earlier today, Chen An, drunk and reckless, had teamed up with a few village hooligans to haul his own father's self-built coffin to the county's casket shop and sell it for 15 yuan. He immediately blew the money on a drunken feast with his shady friends. When his father, Chen Dakue, heard the news and rushed to town, he couldn't even scrape together 15 yuan to buy back his own coffin. Helpless, he watched as it was resold to a stranger. Returning home, he found Chen An drunk and beating his wife. Enraged, Chen Dakue grabbed a wooden pole and swung it straight into the back of Chen An's head, killing him instantly. Now, Chen An was still Chen An, but reborn with memories of his future life. Outside, voices echoed. He opened the door. Several people stood in the yard. One man sat on the ground, smoking silently. Chen An recognized him immediately as father, Chen Dakue. If I'd known I'd give birth to such a bastard, I should have smashed you against the wall when you were born. His father growled, face twisted in fury, tears welling in his eyes. Beside him, his mother wept quietly. Others tried to console them. It's fate. Let go, already sold it. Yes, life goes on. You can save up for another. Chen An stepped outside. Everyone turned. Seeing him, Chen Dakue lunged for the pole again, but others held him back. He got beaten once today, save your strength for tomorrow. There are women present. Give the animal some dignity. No matter what, he's still your son. At that, Chen Dakue erupted. He's my father. Han Shuyá, standing guard by the door, quickly shoved Chen An back inside and slammed the door shut, pressing her body against it. Shuyá? Seeing her, Chen An was overwhelmed with emotion. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the crack, illuminating her youthful, delicate face, fine features, large, watery eyes, a graceful 170 centimeters frame. But bruises on her lips, eyes, and arms shattered the beauty. What do you want? She asked nervously, instinctively backing away until the door blocked her escape. Traumatized, she recoiled from him, wanting only to hide. But Chen An gently placed a hand on her shoulder, the other against the door. Though Head lost her 37 years ago, Head never forgotten her. If only he hadn't been so weak and cruel, Shuyá and their daughters wouldn't have left him forever. Now, all he wanted was to make it right. I won't let you suffer anymore, he said firmly. Their marriage had barely lasted 3 years, filled with abuse. Every time Chen An came home drunk, Head grabbed Shuyá's hair and beat her senseless. Yet, she never left. She cleaned his vomit, washed his clothes in icy winter rivers during her period. Earlier, when he was knocked out, it was her and his mother who carried him to bed. This was where he usually slept. The old Chen An had taken her kindness for granted. But now he was a changed man. Overcome with emotion, he forgot they weren't close yet. But to Han Shuyá, his words sounded like a threat. I really don't have any more money, she sobbed, turning away. Chen An paused, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. During farming downtime, Shuyá did needlework with other village women to earn a little cash, meager, but something. The old Chen An treated her like an ATM. When broke, had sweet-talk her into giving up her earnings. So much lying meant even truth sounded false. When she refused, Head beat her. Now, she just prayed the crowd outside would keep him from being too brutal. But no beating came. Instead, Chen An gently wiped her tears. What kind of new trick is this? After a moment, he said softly, "He'll never hit you again." Then he opened the door and walked out. Outside, Chen An had temporarily abandoned his urge to kill his son, chain-smoking furiously. With each puff of smoke, it was as if he exhaled his burdens. Seeing Chen An, he turned away, refusing to look at the monster. Others, seeing Chen An calm down, took their leave. Only the Chun family remained. Chen An finally spoke, sincerely, "Dad, Mom, I've caused you too much pain." "Oh no, I can't take that, I'm your father." Chen An snapped bitterly. Chen An didn't reply. He knew better. The old him had been unforgivable. Kind words alone wouldn't erase years of cruelty. Only action could change their perception and give them a better life. Night fell. Dinner time arrived. Chen An ate a quick meal and headed out. Chapter 2. Selling Wild Catch. In the yard stood 2 bamboo baskets his father used for fishing. Chen An grabbed both and left. Flashlight in hand, he waded into the river, rolling up his pants. The water flowed from the mountains, upstream shallow, barely reaching his ankles, filled with stones and sand. Under the dim yellow beam, countless wild mountain snails and tiny crabs scuttled about. Without hesitation, Chen An began filling the baskets, one with snails, one with crabs. The snails were as easy to collect as pebbles, many as big as bottle caps. People were busy with production work these days, only occasionally gathering snails. So they were abundant, and felt like he was picking up gold. The crabs were small, most shell diameter around 3 kmak size for mountain crabs. Still, he collected every one. For hours he worked. By nearly midnight, both baskets were full. Looking at the bounty, Chen An smiled with satisfaction. He returned home, placing the snails and crabs into separate water tanks. Tiptoeing carefully into the house, he avoided waking Shuyá and the others. Back in his solitary room, Chen An spent his first night reborn. The next morning, he rose early. He entered the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. They had barely enough rice left for one more meal, but Chen An had a plan to earn money today. He rinsed the rice, set it to boil. Then, from one tank, he picked 10 fat crabs. In his past life, Chen An had started as a street vendor, so handling crabs was second nature. He swiftly removed the gills and chopped each crab in half. By now, the porridge was nearly done. Chen An dumped the crabs in, added scallions, ginger, garlic, salt, and oil. 10 more minutes of simmering, and a pot of fragrant crab porridge was ready. When Shuyá woke up, she went to prepare breakfast for the kids, and in Lawsonly to find Chen An had already cooked. The whole house was filled with the aroma of rice and something deliciously unfamiliar. She couldn't believe her eyes. Was Chen An cooking breakfast? She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was dreaming. But her empty stomach told her otherwise. "You're awake? Come, drink some porridge." Chen An handed her a full bowl. "Careful, it's hot. Wild mountain crabs, very tasty. Eat without worry." Instinctively wary, she gritted her teeth. "You trying to drug us and sell the kids again?" She had never imagined him capable of such evil. But she quickly realized she was wrong. Chen An sighed, frustrated but eager to prove himself. He scooped a bowl, drank it scalding hot, no hesitation. See? Not poisoned. He knew words were useless now. After washing the bowl, he wiped his hands on his shirt and headed out. Shuyá finally realized she had been too suspicious. "Where are you going?" Before, Chen An would still be sleeping. If she woke early and disturbed him, she'd get beaten. Now, he not only woke early to cook but was leaving so soon, his friends were probably still asleep. Chen An turned, smiling warmly. "I'll turn money. I prepared 20 crabs, use them for porridge at lunch. Tonight, you and the kids will eat real meat." With that, he wheeled the 2 overflowing bamboo baskets onto his cart and pulled it toward town. "Wait!" Shuyá ran after him, thrusting a military-style canteen and a flatbread into his arms. "Drink on the way." No matter how worthless he was still her man. Chen An, in a rush, had forgotten. He took the canteen, met her eyes, and smiled. "Thanks." Shuyá blushed, then turned and ran back. Chen An chuckled, pulling the cart toward the county. Longmen village was 5 kilometers from town, hilly terrain. Even the village chief's ox needed multiple breaks. But Chen An pressed on, eager to sell his wild catch. Thirsty? He sipped the water Shuyá packed, sweet and refreshing. Hungry? He bit into the flatbread fuel for 2 li. Pushing hard, Chen An finally reached Yesan County. In his wastrel days, had eaten plenty of late-night street food. He knew every stall, every dish. It was daytime, now stalls weren't open, but vendors still prepped ingredients. Chen An wheeled to his favorite spot. The owner couple was washing vegetables. "Boss, want some mountain snails?" Chen An asked. The boss glanced up. "Sure. How much you got?" Snails were a staple dish ordered at nearly every table. Back then, no one farmed them. People gathered them randomly while working field small quantities, inconsistent quality. No one specialized in selling them. Everyone was too busy with farm work. Chen An pointed to his card. "How much per jean for this basket?" The boss held up 2 fingers. 2 mao 0.2 yuan. No distinction between field snails, mountain snails, or stone snails, all the same price. Chen An estimated 40 jean after shelling. Had hauled this basket home with great effort last night. That meant 8 yuan profit. Back then, a worker's monthly salary was 40 yuan. Chen An could earn 8 yuan from one basket and it was repeatable. That put him ahead of 99 of the country. He patted the other basket. "Boss, want this basket of wild mountain crabs too? Super fresh and tasty." The boss glanced, saw only small crabs, and shook his head. Not interested. Stalls were still wary of crabs. People had just emerged from famine. Even fatty pork was more expensive than lean. Craving for meat was deep in their bones beyond words. Crabs were mostly shell. Only large ones had meat and, even then, not much. Small crabs like these? Almost no meat after shelling. Trouble to process, low resale value. So the boss refused outright. But Chen An was confident. "Boss, don't decide yet. These wild mountain crabs may be small, but they're packed with flavor way better than river or lake crabs. Try one. They'll cook it for you. It's almost lunchtime. If you don't like it, they'll give you the whole basket." He pointed to the stall's outdoor wok, then to his crab basket. "Even mosquito's leg is meat. Who turns down free food? For real?" "Absolutely." Something in Chen An's demeanor, a quiet authority, impressed the boss. This kid was barely 20. Why did his manner, his speech, feel like a seasoned businessman? And his accent local. The boss agreed. Chapter 3. A windfall, yet the proprietress is unpleased. "Ah, your timing is impeccable, arriving just as dinner is being served." A voice laced with sarcasm echoed, accompanied by a rather peculiar expression, clearly displeased that Chun Yin had come to partake in a free meal. In these times, who amongst us does not face the struggle for sufficient sustenance? The ingredients and seasonings at a roadside eatery are certainly procured at a cost. Chen An, discerning the underlying sentiment, replied, "Madam Proprietress, I assure you, I am not here to mooch. Should my culinary efforts fail to meet your expectations, I shall depart without taking a single grain from your establishment." The young man, speaking with conviction, elicited a nod of assurance from her. The frying pans at the eatery were conveniently placed outside, and with the owner's consent, Chen Yin began to extract 20 mountain crabs from a basket. He deftly halved and cleaned them, then ladled several generous spoonfuls of oil from a basin. Such an abundance of oil could only be found in an establishment like this. The proprietress, upon witnessing Chen An's liberal use of oil, felt a pang of regret and muttered a few scolding remarks. Fortunately, the oil was repurposed, so its usage here would not result in any waste. With the flames roaring, the oil soon reached a sizzling temperature. Chen An promptly immersed the freshly prepared mountain crabs into the pot. Sizzle, the oil erupted with frothy bubbles. The crab legs, petite and quick to cook, released a delectable aroma that wafted through the air. Initially, the proprietress regarded the scene with disdain, calculating the amount of oil that would be consumed in frying so many crabs. However, as the tantalizing scent enveloped her, her eyes widened with delight. The owner, who had been observing with arms crossed, lowered his hands at the enticing aroma. The couple instinctively gravitated toward the frying pan. As he continued to fry, Chen An remarked, "Mountain crabs possess a higher salt content, thus there is no need to add any salt during frying. Simply fry them until they achieve a golden hue. You may choose to fry them a tad longer to render the shells crisp. Premium ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation." Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes widened in astonishment. What profound wisdom lay in those words. Moreover, the fragrance was undeniably enticing. In this era, oil remained a precious commodity, and a hint of oil in any dish was considered lavish. Such aromas were typically only experienced during the frying of lard. Thus, both the owner and proprietress succumbed to the alluring scent, saliva pooling in their mouths. Even passers-by could not resist halting in their tracks. "Owner, what are you frying? It smells divine. How much for a portion?" A few onlookers were drawn closer, their hunger exacerbated by the tantalizing aroma. Exchanging glances, the couple marveled at the unexpected influx of customers during the day. They recognized that this surge in business was entirely due to Chen An's culinary prowess. Yet, in the realm of commerce, one does not turn away from an opportunity for profit. The owner proclaimed, "This is a new dish we are experimenting with. We invite everyone to sample it for free. If you find it delightful, kindly spread the word to your friends. For this establishment is the sole provider of such a dish." As the onlookers learned that they could sample the delicacies for free, it felt as though fortune had smiled upon them in these times. The proprietor was generous. A delightful open-air stall, indeed. They made a mental note to return. Was it not ready yet? Instinctively, everyone gathered around the pot, for they noticed the contents were dwindling. The thought of missing out on the free offerings would surely lead them to lament their hesitation. Chen An seized the net, retrieving the freshly fried mountain crabs. "All right, they are ready. Just dive in." Having just emerged from the bubbling oil, the crowd immediately reached out, eager to snatch a taste. The aroma was intoxicating, and if it tasted as good as it smelled, it would surely be divine. Observing their eager anticipation, the proprietor understood that this dish must be served forthwith. Fortunately, the gathering was not too large, and each person grabbed a half crab, allowing it to cool briefly before indulging. With a single bite, the richness of the oil and the fresh flavor of the mountain crab exploded in their mouths. Pure bliss. They had never experienced such a lavish infusion of flavor. Their senses overwhelmed with delight. Chen An presented one half to the owner for a taste. The proprietor accepted it, and as he savored the exquisite flavor, a wave of nostalgia surged, a flavor so extraordinary that tears welled up in his eyes for the first time in over 30 years. "Absolutely divine," he exclaimed. The texture was crisp and shattered delightfully with every bite. "Can we even eat the shell?" the proprietress queried, her curiosity piqued as she reached for another half to taste. "Oh my goodness, this is heavenly," she exclaimed, devouring one half before hastily reaching for the other. Suddenly struck by a thought, she clutched the remaining portions to her chest, unwilling to share further. "You've all had your fair share of free samples. If you wish for more, you must pay." Others regretted not taking more earlier. Yet, as merchants, charging for their goods was only fair. "How much do you want for them?" "I'll take 2. The proprietress pondered, calculating the price for this delicacy. Meanwhile, Chen An was aware that this dish had won over both the owner and the patrons. This venture was bound to succeed. "What do you think, boss? It's not easy to catch these. I'll say 20 cents per pound. What do you think?" Chen An suggested. Indeed, mountain crabs were trickier to catch than mountain snails. He had experienced the pain of their pincers the night before. Moreover, these crabs were relatively rare in the market, lacking comparative pricing. Yet many were disinterested in crabs due to their perceived scarcity of meat, so the price would likely remain modest. Chen An could only propose a rough estimate. The proprietor, being savvy in business, understood the importance of profit margins. If he sold them at 10 cents for 5, he would face ruin. Even at 10 cents for 10, there was still profit to be made. Thus, he promptly agreed. "All right, 20 cents it is. You must bring me this quantity again tomorrow." Chen An smiled. "No problem." With wild mountain snails priced at 8 yuan and the mountain crabs totaling merely 36 pounds, he earned 7.2 yuan. Today, Chen An made a profit of 15.2 yuan. This amount equated to half a month's wage for an ordinary worker. A substantial sum, indeed, marking Chen An's first significant earnings since his arrival. After receiving the payment, he did not rush home, but instead took his cart to explore the market further. Having purchased 30 pounds of rice, along with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and several pounds of pork and bones, Chen An was driven by the need to nourish Shuyá, who had suffered from prolonged malnutrition after giving birth and had lost a considerable amount of weight. Additionally, he acquired some daily necessities and even procured formula and sweets for the family's 2 adorable pets. All these expenses amounted to a mere 8 yuan, leaving Chen An with 6.4 yuan. With the thought that his family would no longer face hunger daily, he contentedly hurried home with his cart. By the time he returned to the village, dusk was approaching. As he neared home, he noticed a gathering of several individuals outside his courtyard, accompanied by the sound of vehement cursing. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the culprits. It was Aunt Li Guolian and her husband, the parents of Wang Defa. Wang Defa was a pivotal figure in Chen An's social circle, having incited Chen Dakue to steal a coffin. Wang Ba was smoking a pipe while Aunt Li, hands on her hips, berated Chen Dakue and Han Shuyá from the doorway. "Everyone, take a good look. Chen Daegu, a notorious debtor, is the source of our troubles. This family shamelessly took 3 bags of fertilizer from my house." In rural life, Being subjected to such public humiliation is exceedingly disgraceful, let alone the harshness of the insults hurled. Chunma, Liang Xiaofan, interjected, Aunt Li, we clearly agreed to settle up after the autumn harvest. There are still 4 months to go. How can you renege on your word? Aunt Li burst into laughter. Who's reneging? Who agreed to settle after the harvest? It was your Chun Dakue who promised to pay back in a month. Are you trying to weasel out of it now? I've seen through Chen An. He's nothing but a glutton, idling away his days in debauchery. You think you can enjoy your pleasures while we're left with empty pockets? With a son like that, I doubt you'll recover your debts by next autumn. She continued, if worst comes to worst, doesn't your family still have land? At this point, Chun Dakue, who had been silently smoking, could no longer bear the tirade. With so many witnesses present, the potential damage to his family's reputation loomed large. He spoke up, just give me another half month, and I promise to repay you, including interest, a total of 1.5 yuan. At that time, a bag of fertilizer cost 0.45 yuan, 3 bags totaling 1.35 yuan, and the interest for 45 days would be 0.15 yuan, quite generous. Chen An believed that with such a promise of interest and a manageable time frame, Chen Dakue was not simply evading responsibility. Surely, those demanding repayment would relent. Yet, Aunt Li remained obstinate. How convenient for you to say. You have no money now, but you expect to have it in half a month? That little rascal Chen An will squander it all before you know it. Let me make this clear. Today, you either pay up or hand over land. There can be no delays. Chen Dakue was at a loss for words. It was evident that she intended to make life difficult for them, and with all the family's funds squandered by Chen An, they truly had nothing to give. Acknowledging their fault, he fell silent, perhaps hoping that Aunt Li would tire herself out and leave. However, her voice was loud and her demeanor formidable. Chen An's twin daughters hid behind their mother, frightened by Li Guolian's appearance, and began to cry loudly. Liang Xiaofan, feeling concerned for the children, gently reminded her, Aunt 18, could you please lower your voice? You might scare the kids. Li Guolian, upon hearing this, became displeased. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm unattractive? That my appearance frightens the children? As she spoke, she pointed a finger at Han Shuyá, scolding, this young woman is delicate and fair. And she doesn't match your Chen An at all. In my opinion, Chen An, having indulged in his whims, has likely ruined his health by now. Who knows if these 2 children even belong to your Chen family? She chuckled mockingly. You seem quite invested in this. Liang Xiaofan immediately grew serious. Aunt 18. How can you speak like that? Li Guolian, crossing her arms, retorted sarcastically. Humph, whether it's true or not, you know nothing. Liang Xiaofan's face flushed with anger. Chen Dakue clenched his teeth in frustration, blaming Chen An for being irresponsible and providing fodder for gossip, especially since he still owed money and was in a weak position. Meanwhile, Han Shuyua's face turned pale with anger, her tears welling up. She understood Li Guolian's nature. If she responded, it would only give Li Guolian the upper hand, making her words even more cutting. Thus, Han Shuyá was left with no choice but to endure. Li Guolian, sensing her victory, continued, don't worry. Losing a little land won't kill you. You'll find work easier. Just as she finished speaking, a hand unexpectedly landed on her shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she saw it was Chen An. You startled me, you rascal. Li Guolian scolded angrily. Despite the biting remarks, Chen An maintained a smile. Aunt 18. Why are you so upset? What has our family done to you? Liang Xiaofan sighed. About a month ago, your father borrowed 3 bags of fertilizer from her, promising to repay it after the autumn harvest, but now she insists on repayment today. Where are we supposed to find the money? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Chen An continued to smile at Li Guolian. So that is what happened. Dad, we have money, right? Let us quickly repay Aunt 18. Hearing this, Chen Dakue's anger flared. Do you have the audacity to ask me to repay? You truly are my son, and you know very well whether we have money or not. He was furious. Previously, Chen Dakue had carried the 3 bags of fertilizer home, intending to use them for his crops shortly after. However, the next day, he discovered that the fertilizer was gone. It turned out that Chen An had enlisted Wang Defa and a few ruffians to exchange it for money to buy alcohol. In his quest for money to indulge in feasting and drinking, Chen An had rummaged through the house, even cutting up Chen Dakue's undergarments, convinced that money was hidden inside. Thus, Chen An had become the family's treasurer. Now, he had the audacity to demand repayment from his father? Chen An declared, of course. I remember you had money hidden in your undergarments, right? I'll go get it. With that, Chen An walked into the room, soon emerging with cash in hand. Approaching Li Guolian, he extended his hand, revealing a collection of coins totaling $1.50, adding, "The extra is a token of gratitude for Aunt 18's care for our family." Li Guolian never imagined that the Chun family could actually produce the funds to repay their debts. The uproar at this moment was merely a tactic. Knowing full well that the Chun family was at their wits' end, perfectly positioning themselves to use land as collateral. Who could have anticipated that Chen An, that little rascal, would ruin their scheme? However, since the debt was repaid, including interest, there was truly nothing more to be said. Li Guolian reluctantly counted the money and, with her husband, turned to leave. It was then she noticed the abundance of items on Chen An's cart and walked over to take something from it. Li Guolian was notorious in the village for being a petty thief. Whenever she visited someone's home and spotted fresh vegetables or other valuable items, she would casually pocket them. Though everyone owed her family for fertilizer, they felt it unwise to speak out. Yet Chen An was not one to tolerate her antics. "Auntie Li, that S-rat poison. You can't just take that." Upon hearing it was toxic, Li Guolian was immediately frightened and tossed it back onto the cart, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Can't you hide the rat poison properly? Are you trying to kill me?" She left in a huff, and the other villagers quickly dispersed as well. Meanwhile, Chen Dakawei, Liang Xiaofan, and Han Shuyá were taken aback. Could Chen An truly unearth money from her home? Was there still hidden savings within this household? In truth, the money was derived from the 6 yuan she had earned that day. This entire charade was orchestrated to keep her newfound wealth a secret from Li Guolian and the others. Paying interest was merely a means to silence Li Guolian, who knew what unpleasant things she might say next if her mouth kept running. Nevertheless, Chen An was certain that she would face consequences for this money. Once the crowd had dispersed, Liang Xiaofan approached and asked, "Don, where did you get this money?" "Mother, this is what I earned today in the county." Chen Dakawei, with a stern expression, rushed forward and kicked Chen An on her backside, angrily demanding, "Confess. Whose things did you steal this time? I will sell my blood if necessary to repay our debts." Liang Xiaofan defended her son, saying, "Can't you ever acknowledge something good about your son?" Chen Dakawei replied, "I wish I could, but can this rascal truly be trusted?" Chen An chose not to elaborate. Even if she explained the entire situation, her father would never believe her. To earn her family's trust, she would need to work even harder. At that moment, an idea struck Chen An. She turned and went outside to retrieve the cart, then closed the door. Under the astonished gaze of her family, she began to unpack the items she had bought that day, laying them out on the floor. Liang Xiaofan and Han Shuyá were utterly dumbfounded upon seeing these provisions. Chen Dakawei stole a glance, but, upon realizing that these items were purchased with stolen money, felt no pride and stepped outside to smoke. "Mother, bring these items inside," Chen An urged, then pulled Han Shuyá into the room, discreetly revealing a pack of sanitary pads from her bosom. Chapter 5. The Village Guardian's Spring Festival. Sanitary pads were introduced in 1982 and only gradually accepted by the Chinese populace after 1990. However, due to her background, Han Shuyá had already encountered such products in her hometown. Sanitary pads were far more comfortable than the old cloths used by women in the past. The prices are exorbitant. These items cost 70 cents per pack, which is considered a luxury in the impoverished rural areas where income is generally low. Moreover, they cannot be reused. Thus, such products are not popular in the countryside. After Han Shuyá arrived here, she gradually adapted to using cloth napkins, yet if given the option of sanitary pads, she would undoubtedly choose the latter. It was unexpected that Chen An, a grown man, would purchase such an item. "This is for you," Chen An declared, shoving the sanitary pads into Han Shuyá's arms. Although they were married, Chen An had not been intimate with Han Shuyá since he had gone astray, rendering them mere familiar strangers. When Chen An suddenly gifted her such a personal item, her face flushed instantly. She was caught in a dilemma. Should she take it or not? Chen An grasped her hand gently, saying, "Take it. I bought this for you. Your time of the month is approaching, right? It's quite useful." Han Shuyá had a different constitution. When her period arrived, she already felt unwell, and using rough cloth napkins only exacerbated her discomfort, leaving her in a gloomy state, dizzy and fatigued. In winter, the cold water was a torment. Such experiences could only be fully understood by those who had lived through them. However, if the source of this money was dubious, Han Shuyá did not wish to accept these items. "Be honest with me, where did this money come from?" she bravely inquired. "Well, I'll tell you, but you mustn't disclose it to anyone. Chen An responded, recounting how he had been catching snails and crabs in the river the previous night. In these times, few possessed the acumen for business, especially in rural areas. If Li Guolian were to discover that this method was lucrative, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for himself. Shuyá was astounded. Chen An had earned such a considerable sum from the wild goods in the river. Yet, recalling that Chen An had indeed prepared a large pot of crab porridge that morning, it was clear he spoke the truth. Even if he had made a fortune, he could not afford to give more to Li Guolian. Shuyá lamented, "What about our parents? What hardships have they endured for this 75 cents? No worries. Even if I take this money, I won't spend it." Chen An chuckled. They had agreed to repay the debt after the autumn harvest, yet at this moment, they came demanding payment, clearly intending to usurp a piece of their land. Even more outrageous was the fact that she accused Shuyá of being an untrustworthy woman. Eventually, Chen An learned that the rumors about Shuyá's character were instigated by Wang Defa and Li Guolian. He had been on friendly terms with Wang Defa daily, only to discover that he had indirectly led to Shuyá's downfall, bringing ruin upon his own family. Li Guolian not only refrained from discouraging him, but also spread rumors far and wide. Chen An could not tolerate this grievance. The Wang family's good days were numbered. Finally, Shuyá accepted the sanitary pads. After her face flushed, tears welled up in her eyes. Chen An not only bought them for her, but also considered her needs. In this era, a man capable of such thoughtfulness made a woman feel truly fortunate. Yet, for Chen An, this was merely a small gesture. He wiped away Shuyá's tears, saying, "You're already crying over this? Just wait until I buy you beautiful clothes and exquisite handbags. You'll be over the moon." The beautiful clothes and bags were beyond the imagination of Shuyá, especially in this rural setting that still lagged behind the city. Everyone wore patched garments, and the mere acquisition of a new piece of fabric could bring joy for an entire year. However, Chen An's sudden display of tenderness was overwhelming for her. As she wiped away her tears, she declared, "I desire nothing but for you to lead an honest life." A woman who yearns for a genuine life does not covet wealth or luxury. She simply wishes for her man to be steadfast, enduring any hardship for the sake of love. The transformation of a once rogue character into a caring companion left Shuyá with a sense of unreality. At that moment, the cheerful sounds of Huan Huan and Xiao Qiao, who had not seen their mother for a while, filled the room as they crawled in. These little bundles of joy, just over a year old and still unable to speak, clung to their parents' legs, begging for hugs. Chen An chuckled, bending down to scoop up the tiny tots. "Haha, Daddy hasn't forgotten about you. Look what I brought you." From his bag, he produced 2 small wave drums. The children, encountering these delightful novelties for the first time, eagerly began to play, shaking the instruments and laughing at the rhythmic thumping sounds they created. Shuyá's heart swelled with happiness, mirrored by the joyful laughter of her babies, which stemmed from their father. The once dreary courtyard was finally infused with life. Hearing the sounds of laughter, Liang Xiufan, busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, peeked outside, her face brightening with a smile. Meanwhile, Chen Dakuai, who was smoking outside the gate, listened intently, his mood lifting as well. He had intended to laugh, but the thought of the ill-gotten money that Chen An had acquired quickly sobered his expression. After dinner, Chen An asked Shuyá to prepare a few pieces of stir-fried pork offal, wrapping them in lotus leaves. "Who are you giving this to?" Shuyá, emboldened by receiving Chen An's protective charm, inquired. "Tonight, I need to call someone to help me gather more mountain snails and crabs. Tomorrow, with the earnings, I will buy you a beautiful set of undergarments." Shuyá's cheeks flushed, and she replied, "There's no need for that. I'll accompany you." Chen An shook his head. "The river water is too cold at night. You should avoid cold water from now on. I can manage this on my own, and you should refrain from sewing. I will take care of the money-making. The children need your attention." Touched by Chen An's concern, Shuyá felt a pang in her heart. Once, he had urged her to take on more sewing work for extra income, but now he was beginning to show care for her well-being. "I'm off," Chen An declared, carrying 2 large bamboo baskets as he stepped outside, heading to find Dachuan. Dachuan, of similar age to Chen An, was quite tall. If one were to call him foolish, he would amusingly respond that he used a twig to wipe himself after using the restroom. Conversely, if one deemed him clever, it was evident when he believed he could hide behind a single leaf while attempting to steal from the widow at the village's edge. Chen An chose Dachuan because he was the most obedient to his commands. As Chen An passed through a small grove behind Dachuan's house, he noticed a flickering light. prompting him to take a closer look. It was indeed Dachuan. Approaching with the meat in hand, Chen An called out, "Dachuan, what are you up to?" Dachuan replied, "I'm poking a wasp's nest." Chen An directed his flashlight towards the dilapidated earthen house, and a shiver ran down his spine. Hanging from the eaves was a hornet's nest the size of a water bucket. "You fool, don't you fear for your life? Those can sting." Wang Defa insisted it was harmless. Chen An silently cursed. He wasn't the fool. Wang Defa truly was. There was no doubt that this was the handiwork of Wang Defa and the foolish Dachuan. Poor Dachuan, blissfully unaware of the danger, dared to poke the hornet's nest without any protection. As Chen An unfolded the lotus leaf, a delightful aroma wafted into the air. "Dachuan, stop what you're doing and come over for some meat." Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, Dachuan immediately dropped his stick and rushed over. Without hesitation, he grabbed the meat from the lotus leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. With his lips glistening with grease, he asked, "Don, where did you get the money to buy meat? I might tell you, but you must keep it a secret. If you tell anyone, I won't play with you anymore." Dachuan nodded vigorously. "I won't even tell my mom." "Very well, follow me." In Chapter 6, Expanding Sales, Chen An bestowed the remaining meat upon Dachuan and led him towards the stream beyond the village. Along the way, Chen An advised Dachuan, "You should avoid associating with Wang Defa in the future." "Why not?" Dachuan inquired, his mouth still smeared with grease. "Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Just keep your distance from him. And the hornet's nest? Let him deal with it himself. Defa claimed that the hornets were a gift for you and that I shouldn't tell you, as it was meant to be a surprise. You mustn't tell anyone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chen An's long-standing curiosity was finally quelled. In his previous life, before Han Shuyá's leap into the river, Chen An had indeed been stung several times by hornets hidden within his clothing. As he recalled the incident, a dull ache spread across his back. He felt fortunate to have survived the stings. Yet, the stings had left him dazed for a time, during which Han Shuyá's was slandered, and he could do nothing to help her. His own doubts contributed to the tragic outcome. Later, Chen An pondered how hornets had managed to infiltrate his clothing after merely hanging it out to dry, and why several had arrived at once. Now, hearing Dachuan's words, he felt this was no mere coincidence. Dachuan was certainly not the type to fabricate such a tale. Patting Dachuan on the shoulder, Chen An reassured him, "Rest assured, I will never disclose this to anyone. You must not let Wang Defa know that we spoke about this." "About what?" "Nothing." Upon reaching the stream, Chen An began instructing Dachuan on how to gather river snails, specifying that any larger than his little finger should be collected. As for the mountain crabs, he insisted they also needed to be thumb-sized or larger. "I can do this." Dachuan, having filled his belly with meat, was eager to comply. He listened attentively to Chen An's guidance and began collecting the river snails and crabs. Chen An inspected his work and found that Dachuan was adhering strictly to the standards set, which put him at ease. Dachuan worked diligently, driven by the anticipation of more meat from Chen An. He worked significantly faster than Chen An, and before long, he had amassed a large basket. Chen An handed the half-filled basket to Dachuan while he carried the full one back home to empty into the water tank. After his meal, Chen Dakwai noticed the basket Chen An brought back and, after Chen An had left, he approached to investigate, only to discover the tank's bottom filled with river snails. "Can you really eat all of this?" Chen Dakwai remarked. "Don't let it go to waste." Liang Xiaofan, who was gathering soybeans nearby, countered, "You know nothing. Chen An is making a fortune." Chen Dakwai chuckled, "Earning money from this? Now that's a sight to behold." Liang Xiaofan replied, "Even if he doesn't profit, at least he has something to occupy himself with, which is far better than him wandering aimlessly, right?" Chen Dakwai retorted, "Perhaps he is collecting these just to go out and mess around." Chen An returned to the creek carrying a basket, while the Chen had already filled another basket. Thus, Chen An took it back to the vat, back and forth, with the Chen's assistance. Chen An collected 220 pounds of mountain snails and 196 pounds of mountain crabs that evening. Looking at his bounty, Chen An felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Though it was nearly midnight, he still washed the pots, rinsed the rice, and cooked a pot of crab porridge to treat the Chen and himself. "The Chen, let's wake up early tomorrow and head to the county," Chen An suggested. With over 400 pounds of wild goods combined, Chen An couldn't manage it alone. The Chen, being robust and strong, alleviated any concerns. "Should we call Wang de Fa and the others?" The Chen, lacking foresight, quickly forgot what Chen An had previously said. Chen An placed his bowl down and said seriously, "Has Wang de Fa ever given you meat?" Chen shook his head. What about me? Chen nodded. Then who do you listen to? You. That settles it. Go home and sleep early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll come to call you. From now on, ignore Wang De and the others. Oh, they continued to enjoy their porridge. Although Chen was somewhat simple-minded, he was a dutiful son. He consumed half a pot on his own, leaving 2 bowls to take home for his parents. Chen An filled the bowls for him to take back, and also saved one for Shuyá. Estimating it was still before midnight, he approached her door and softly called, Shuyá, are you asleep? When Chen An returned earlier, Shuyá had awakened, glanced at the door, and returned to her room, not expecting Chen An to seek her out. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, I just fed the babies. What is it? Open the door. The door cracked open slightly. Shuyá was concerned about Chen An entering to discuss matters, which she found hard to accept at that moment. Then she noticed Chen An holding a bowl of porridge. This is for you. Hurry and drink it, so I can wash the dishes. Chen An urged. Shuyá, still adjusting to Chen An's unexpected warmth, was unsure how to respond to such kindness. She dazedly accepted the porridge and started drinking. It was neither hot nor cold, and she quickly finished it. She even prepared for Chen An to come in and sleep. To her surprise, Chen An took the bowl back and said, Sleep well. You don't need to wake up so early tomorrow. After saying this, he stepped outside. After bathing, Chen An returned to his small room to rest. This room, located in the courtyard, was a standalone space that had once been occupied by his grandfather, remaining empty after his passing. Later, due to Chen An smoking, drinking, and domestic disputes, his parents had sent him to live outside. The following day, Shuyá rose early once more, assisting Chen An in cooking the porridge together. Then, Chen An assisted in packing the mountain snails and mountain crabs into burlap sacks and bamboo baskets, which they then hoisted onto the cart. Shuyá handed Chen An a piece of flatbread and a water flask. With Chen's help, the two swiftly made their way to Wild Mountain County. Just as they were approaching the renowned Pai Dang, a man suddenly intercepted Chen An. Comrade, are you delivering wild goods to Pai Dang? The man inquired. Indeed. What is the matter? Chen An asked from the cart. My name is Yuquan, from Junhaoyan Restaurant. I would like to purchase some goods from you. The man replied. Chen An was familiar with Junhaoyan Restaurant. It was the place he had visited to entertain Wang Defa and others after selling his father's coffin. The establishment was significantly larger than Pai Dang, serving both lunch and dinner and even late-night snacks. Chen An did not rush to agree. He understood that for merely procuring supplies, such a large restaurant could source from anywhere. Thus, Yuquan must have been interested in his expertise in frying crabs. Although it seemed simple, it was deceptively challenging. Mastery of heat, oil temperature, and techniques for draining oil while preserving the freshness and crispness were paramount. Yuquan and his team had undoubtedly attempted this themselves, yet their results lacked the exquisite aroma of Chen An's creations. In these times, people were simply grateful to have food, their demands for taste and seasoning being rather modest. Thus, as long as one could toss a wok, they were deemed a chef. The required skill was evident. As the mountain crabs had hard shells and were inexpensive, achieving a profitable fry required a certain level of expertise. Yuquan recognized that rather than squandering manpower and resources experimenting, it would be more efficient to learn directly from Chen An. Though he claimed to wish to procure supplies, his true intent was to gain free knowledge. Realizing this, Chen An replied, All right, how much do you need? All of it. Yuquan exclaimed. That one tea do. I've made arrangements with Pai Dang. I must deliver to him today. You can take a maximum of 30 pounds of each item, Chen An stipulated. He had his own considerations. Aside from Pai Dang and Junhaoyan, there were several other restaurants and stalls in Wild Mountain County. Today, he aimed to secure them all as his supply channels. Yuquan displayed a troubled expression, as if reluctantly conceding, Well, that's acceptable. By the way, you'll need to teach us how to prepare the crabs to open up the market. Chen An chuckled, realizing the true motive. Certainly, but this skill won't come for free. It will be 30 yuan for the lessons. If that sounds agreeable, I will bring the goods over. Otherwise, you may purchase the crabs, but you won't be able to prepare them properly and will end up with a loss. Chapter 7. Selling secrets to earn the first bucket of gold. Yuquan was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. He had intended to deceive Chen An into revealing his technique, but the young man was far too astute. Weren't you teaching Pai Dang for free yesterday? We are all in business here. Would you be pleased if I dined at your restaurant without charge? Haha, that's a valid point. Yuquan chuckled, then continued. However, 30 is rather steep. That is precisely why you want it. It indicates your desire. Chen An responded, feigning difficulty. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "How about this? I'll teach you at half price, but you must commit to sourcing your supplies from me long-term. 15 yuan. Acquiring such an exceptional secret recipe is indeed a fortunate stroke of luck. Furthermore, Junhaoyun is preparing to expand into surrounding towns, which will undoubtedly increase the demand for these wild delicacies, necessitating a long-term and stable supplier. Relying solely on the sporadic offerings brought by villagers on market days is insufficient. Not only is the supply limited and the quality inconsistent, but the delays also render it unstable." After pondering for a good 10 minutes, Quan struck his thigh and exclaimed, "This business is a go. However, we must clarify the supply terms first. Currently, the rate is 0.2 yuan per kilogram, and if market prices rise in the future, you must continue supplying me at that same rate. We should commit to at least a year of collaboration. In this day and age, business dealings are often based on honesty, and many agreements are verbal. It is quite rare to encounter deceitful practices. A year's time." Chen An recognized that the domestic economy is currently soaring and monetary purchasing power will fluctuate accordingly, gradually adjusting to market conditions. Nevertheless, the situation should not deteriorate significantly. Moreover, considering that the mountain crabs and snails are essentially foraged, Chen An felt no apprehension about incurring losses. He affirmed, "Agreed, it's settled then. I shall deliver the goods to Haozai first, and then I will head to your place." Quan replied, "It's not far. I shall accompany you." In truth, he feared unforeseen complications. Should Chen An encounter other restaurant owners along the way, they might intercept the deal, resulting in a loss for him. The trio swiftly arrived at Haozai. The owner and his wife had learned their lesson. Having sold well yesterday, they began frying the remaining crabs this morning. Coincidentally, today was market day, and nearly 10 individuals were already gathered, salivating by the fryer. Witnessing the brisk sales instilled even greater confidence in Quan. Upon seeing Chen An delivering goods, the owner, Zhang, rushed over, inquiring, "How much have you brought today?" "I need 100 kilograms. The mountain snails and crabs were freshly caught, and with proper care, could be kept alive for several days at home. Purchasing in bulk would ensure that if business proved profitable, they could immediately utilize the surplus stock." They settled on 50 kilograms of each, amounting to 20 yuan. After delivering the goods to Haozai, they hastened towards Junhaoyun, placing an additional order of 30 kilograms each. Chen An then took the opportunity to instruct Junhaoyun's chef on the methods of frying, how to control the temperature and oil, and the proper technique for cooking crabs. While the instructions appeared simple, mastering the skill to Chen An's level would require the chef another 2 years of practice. Fortunately, the chef possessed a solid culinary foundation. After a few demonstrations and observing Chen An at work, he grasped around 80% of the technique. Chen An advised Quan to avoid overlapping flavors with Haozai. "I have another tip for you. Add some scallions to the oil. The aroma will be absolutely delightful." Upon hearing this, Quan immediately instructed the chef to incorporate scallions into the mix. Following Chen An's guidance on how long to fry the scallions before removing them, the oil retained their fragrance, which infused the crabs as they cooked. The flavor was indeed exceptional. Upon realizing the course of action, Quan felt elated and turned to Chen An, saying, "Brother Chen An, our Junhaoyun is preparing to open a branch. The demand for goods will undoubtedly increase, and our offerings are rather limited. If you have any innovative dishes in mind, feel free to reach out to us. We shall provide various ingredients for you to experiment with, and I shall acquire your secret recipes. Together, we shall amass great wealth." Chen An replied, "Absolutely." After unloading 60 pounds of goods for Junhaoyun, he received 27 yuan and proceeded to the next restaurant. With Junhaoyun leading the way, other restaurants felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Employing his persuasive charm and some of the 21st century collaborative strategies, Chen An swiftly sold his secret recipes once more. However, this time, he instructed them to incorporate cilantro instead of scallions. As he visited subsequent establishments, he suggested adding perilla, false pepper, black pepper, or Sichuan pepper, ensuring a unique blend for each recipe. Every restaurant received a distinct secret, preventing them from discerning the flavors and avoiding any awkward accusations of unfair dealings against Chen An. A few establishments even approached him, eager to collaborate after hearing of others' partnerships with him. They had witnessed the explosive popularity of fried mountain crabs and realized the fortune that awaited those who dared to be the first to partake. In the county, numerous restaurants and street stalls flourished, and Chen An, alongside Chen, collaborated with over 20 of them. By afternoon, through the sale of wild goods and secret recipes, Chen An had already earned 430 yuan, a sum exceeding the annual earnings of an average worker. With capital in hand and established sales channels, Chen An no longer had to worry about future income. Chen's contributions were also noteworthy. Chen An counted out 15 yuan and handed it to Chen, asking, "Do you know how much this is?" Chen, not lacking in intelligence and occasionally quite shrewd, began counting. He meticulously noted the number of 1-cent and 2-cent bills. In no time, he declared, exactly 15. Seeing Chen's mathematical proficiency, Chen An felt reassured and entrusted him with the 15 yuan, stating, "This money is earned from our labor together, and there will be more in the future. Do you like it?" Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course I do. This is a fortune. I can buy so many firecrackers. We might run out of cow dung for the fireworks." Chen An, momentarily reconsidering his trust in Chen, swiftly reclaimed the money, saying, "I will give this money to your mother to save for you, so you can one day court a city bride." Though the day was still young, Chen An needed to return home. Tomorrow, he was tasked with supplying 23 restaurants, each requiring at least 2 types of goods totaling 30 pounds, a staggering one, for 100 pounds in all. This was no small feat, and given the volume, he could not manage it alone. Upon returning to the village, Chen An instructed Chen to gather his childhood friends. In the village, individuals like Chen often bonded well with children around 10 years old. When Chen An and the others ventured to the county for leisure, they would not take Chen along, leaving him to play with the village children. Soon, Dachuan called over 5 children, some of whom had completed elementary school while others had not. "Stand in line," Dachuan shouted at them. "Listen to Chen An as he speaks to you." Since Dachuan had mentioned his intention to help them earn money, they obediently lined up. Chen An first distributed 10 cents to each child and then said, "If you want to earn money, help me collect mountain snails and crabs. These 2 types only, remember." Upon hearing this, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nothing captivates the heart more than the prospect of money. They were astonished to learn that Dachuan's promise of making substantial earnings was indeed true. When Chen An continued, several children rushed over to take a look. "Aren't there plenty in the nearby creek?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, there are many. There are also plenty in the fields." Noticing that they had remembered the 2 items, Chen An continued, "When you collect, the smallest you can take is this size. If you bring back anything smaller, I want to pay you for it. Do you understand?" They replied in unison, "Understood." When it comes to matters of money, the children were quite serious. "You must not fight or compete with each other during the collection," Chen An instructed. "More importantly, pay attention to safety. If I find anyone venturing into deep water or the riverbank to collect, you will no longer be allowed to do this." The 10 cents given was merely to prepare for these instructions. "Got it," the 5 answered together. "All right, hurry along. Remember to return to me before dark to exchange for money." Upon receiving their orders, the children dashed off like wild horses toward the creek. Having arranged this, Chen An loaded the goods he had procured for Dachuan into a cart and headed to his house. As he passed a small grove behind Dachuan's home, he couldn't help but stop and gaze at a wasp nest. "What are you doing?" Dachuan inquired. "Just taking a look," Chen An replied, and walked into the grove. Soon arriving at the wasp nest, he contemplated disturbing the nest to prevent Dachuan from making foolish decisions again, but realized he lacked protective gear. So he merely observed before stepping back out. Returning to the roadside, he fortuitously encountered Aunt Liguolian, who was sneaking around the cart. Without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed a bag of flour, intending to make off with it. "Aunt 18, what are you doing?" Chen An and Dachuan emerged from the grove. Startled, Liguolian exclaimed, "Chen An, you nearly scared me to death. Why are you sneaking around? What were you 2 doing in the grove?" Chen An did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze on Liguolian's eyes. Feeling guilty, she averted her glance and sheepishly returned the item. I saw this cart unattended and thought I'd take it back to put it away properly." Chen An said, "Thank you, Aunt 18. I was worried that if things were left like this, mice might get to them." Upon hearing the mention of mice, Liguolian gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, "Little brat." However, she replied aloud, "No problem, I was just passing by." With that, she shouldered her hoe and left, grumbling. Arriving at Dachuan's doorstep, they spotted Wang Defa approaching. "Chen An, Dachuan," Wang Defa called out. Dachuan turned to Chen An and asked, "Should we acknowledge him?" Chen An remarked, "Just don't tell him we're off to make money." Chen replied with an O. As Wang Defa ambled along, he inquired, "What have you 2 been up to?" You've been gone all day? Come on, let's head to the tavern outside the village for a drink. Once, there was a mining area nearby, and consequently, a restaurant was established at the entrance to the factory road outside the village. Although the factory had relocated 3 years ago, the restaurant still managed to attract local villagers seeking a meal from time to time, barely sustaining itself. Chen An and his companions frequently gathered here to indulge in drinks and meat, with Chen An often footing the bill. Today, Wang Defa had already summoned 2 close friends to enjoy a feast for the afternoon and suddenly realized Chen An had not shown up. So he thought to bring him along to settle the tab. Just yesterday, Wang Defa had overheard his parents mention that Chen An seemed to have made some money and had purchased something. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't seen Chen An all day and Chen had likewise vanished, it led Wang Defa to suspect that Chen An was up to something behind his back. This scoundrel, having found a job and earned some money, was no longer inclined to spend time with him. Now, upon seeing the items loaded onto Chen An's cart, Wang Defa became even more convinced of Chen An's newfound wealth. What is this? Wang Defa feigned ignorance. Who bought it? His tone carried an air of accusation. It was to Chen. Chen An replied nonchalantly, the day before yesterday. My dad gave me a light tap on the head, and I had no choice but to visit the hospital. By chance, I helped an elderly gentleman in the ward with his bedpan and earned a little money. I even had to lend a hand when he couldn't manage it. I sensed a business opportunity, so I invited Chen along today. You wouldn't believe it. The money is quite easy to make. Wang Defa, why don't you come with me tomorrow? There are also De Long and a Biao. De Chen, take the things home. I will have a chat with Wang Defa. With that, Chen An approached, resting a hand on Wang Defa's shoulder. Who was Wang Defa? His family was not in dire straits. His father made a decent living distributing fertilizers, so he was not short on cash. Upon hearing Chen An mention assisting someone with a bedpan, Wang Defa instinctively covered his nose. The thought of Chen An directly engaging in such work startled him, causing him to recoil. What the hell, Chen An? You call this earning money? Wang Defa laughed and scolded. After a day of wandering, Chen An was drenched in sweat. Moreover, the scent of mountain snails and crabs clung to him, and under the sweltering heat, it was quite unbearable. Wang Defa was genuinely disgusted. Alas, there's no choice. The children need proper nutrition. Chen An lamented, a look of sorrow etched on his face. If my wife starts complaining, she might just run off with someone else. Ever since the baby was born, she hasn't let me near her. I'm utterly distressed. As he spoke, Chen An discreetly gauged Wang Defa's reaction. Indeed, when he heard that Han Shuyá's resolve was wavering, Wang Defa's expression brightened significantly. Yet he still said, if it comes to it, my friend, I'll lend a hand. From now on, focus on your work at the county, and if Shuyá or the child needs anything, I'll take care of it. In Wang Defa's eyes, Chen An remained the easily swayed individual he had always been, not much better than Chen. Unbeknownst to him, Chen An was cleverly probing for information. It was evident that Wang Defa had instructed Dachuan to prepare hornets for him, intending to leave Han Shuyá a widow, thus allowing him to take advantage of the situation. With that in mind, Chen An remarked that he would not be bound by the rules of chivalry. Expressing his gratitude, he feigned emotion, saying, once I earn some money, I shall personally cook a meal for you. You may not believe it, but my culinary skills are quite impressive. Wang Defa's brow twitched. We are brothers. And in a family, we do not speak of debts. There is no need for you to cook for me. Are you not joining me to earn a fortune? Chen An retorted. Forget it. I would rather beg than serve as a latrine attendant. Is that so? I was thinking if you were going, I could leave early tomorrow. But it seems I must delay my departure. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa realized that if Chen An did not leave, he would lose his chance to approach Han Shuyá. Thus, he inquired, if you don't leave early, how will you manage the child's nutritional expenses? What are your plans? Chen An explained. The gentleman whose latrine I attend raises turtles, which delight in consuming mountain snails and crabs. Given the abundance in our village, I thought to collect some to earn a little extra. However, I need 1,500 pounds by tomorrow, and Dachuan and I cannot manage alone. I suppose I shall delay my departure and ask Han Shuyá to assist with the collection for a day. Wang Defa's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. That is easy enough. I shall call upon Da Long and a Biao to assist you. We will help gather them, ensuring your plans to serve as a latrine attendant are not hindered. Chapter 9. Han Shuyá under scrutiny. Wang Defa was quite astute. He had often managed to persuade Chen An to foot the bill. Yet, compared to Chen An, who possessed memories spanning decades into the future, Wang Defa still lacked the experience. He envisioned Chen An and Chen Dakue laboring in the fields while Han Shuyá cared for the two children at home, providing him with the perfect pretext to approach her. He hardly considered whether Chen An's assertions held any merit. Wang Defa had been fixated on Han Shuyá for quite some time, particularly since she had gained a fuller figure post-pregnancy, stirring his restless heart. Hearing Chen An mention Han Shuyá's potential departure indicated her indifference towards him, presenting an opportunity. Helping to gather snails would allow Han Shuyá to remain home alone, an advantageous arrangement indeed. Though his thoughts were nimble, he was unwittingly ensnared in Chen An's trap. Without the children, gathering 1,500 pounds would be a formidable task. Naturally, Chen An had ulterior motives. Feigning innocence, he said, "So, we must prepare 1,500 pounds tonight. Are you capable? What sort of question is that? Wait here, I will summon the two of them immediately. You need only await your bounty. However, I do not have any money to give you." Chen An interjected, "No need for that. I assure you will be able to leave early tomorrow." Moreover, the gentleman stipulated that the smallest should serve as a standard for gathering larger specimens. If too many small ones were collected, he would need to spend an entire day sorting through them. Wang Defa's brow twitched again. He was surprisingly ambitious. In a bid to facilitate Chen An's early departure, Wang Defa acquiesced, fully aware of Chen An's stubborn nature. Should he truly stumble upon something minor, he could very well spend an entire day at home, deliberating. "Just wait. The moment you step out tomorrow, I shall pay a visit and take care of Han Shuyá," he proclaimed, assuring that there was much to be done. "Thank you, Brother Fa." Chen An expressed his gratitude, and Wang Defa promptly dashed off to summon his two companions. Observing his retreating figure, Chen An smiled faintly. With the assistance of Wang Defa and his friends, the volume of goods for tomorrow would certainly suffice. He entered the house to hand over money to Chen Yang, requesting her to assist in weaving bamboo baskets. After a brief conversation, Chen An returned home. "Huan, Chow Chow, come let daddy hold you," he called out upon his arrival. Inside, he found Han Shuyá playing with their two daughters in the yard. The children, being quite perceptive, sensed their father's presence and eagerly crawled towards him with unrestrained joy. Chen An scooped up the little ones, exclaiming, "Let daddy give you a bite," and proceeded to shower kisses on their cherubic faces. Han Shuyá gazed at this scene, momentarily entranced. In the past, Chen An had often found annoyance in his daughter's antics. Yet now he lavished them with affection. Perhaps he had indeed transformed. Setting his daughters down, he approached Han Shuyá, locking eyes with her. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she shyly averted her face. "I bought you 2 hair ties. Tell me if you like them," he said, producing the items from his pocket. In the 21st century, such gifts may seem trivial, yet in the 1980s, particularly in rural settings, a boy gifting a girl such tokens carried flirtatious connotations. Han Shuyá was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the money-minded Chen An had chosen to purchase something for her. In the past, he had only sought ways to extract money from her. This sudden tenderness left her feeling somewhat unaccustomed, though her heart swelled with delight. "I like them. Anything from you is cherished," she replied, touched. After accepting the hair ties, she raised them high and began to fasten them in her hair. This act accentuated her postnatal figure, which, though perhaps unintentional, exuded allure. Chen An realized the definition of innate charm. His throat parched as he beheld her. Adorned with the new hair ties, Han Shuyá radiated even more enchantment. "You tend to the children. I shall attend to other matters." He quickly diverted his gaze and retreated into the storage room to search for extra bamboo baskets. When Chen arrived, the two collaborated to clear out several unused water jars. They ventured outside to retrieve 2 more from the roadside. The task at hand was considerable. With a staggering total weight of 500 pounds, the bamboo baskets and water jars at home were insufficient. Han Shuyá wished to assist, but was uncertain where to begin. However, Chen An encouraged her to simply enjoy playing with the children. Before long, Wang Defa returned, accompanied by De Long and a Biao, each shouldering a basket filled with mountain crabs and snails. "Chen An, I've brought back the goods," Wang Defa shouted, as I gazed upon Han Shuyá in the yard. Tending to the children, her new hair tie accentuated her allure, rendering her even more captivating. Wang Defa found himself momentarily entranced, realizing that the arduous task of foraging in the wild had been well worth the effort. He carefully set down his belongings, feeling increasingly uneasy under Han Shuyá's gaze. Had it not been for Chen An's reminder, they might have completely forgotten their mission. Han Shuyá exuded a vibrant energy, surely surpassing the charms of Widow Pan. Just moments ago, I nearly mistook her for a celestial being, her beauty ever more radiant. Chen An, that wretched fellow, mistreats his wife while denying his comrades the chance to appreciate her. How has Chun Dakue not dealt with him more severely? Indeed, how splendid it would be if Han Shuyá were a widow. Upon leaving Chun An's residence, a Long and a Biao spoke, their faces twisted with mischief. Should Han Shuyá become a widow, she would undoubtedly fall into their grasp, much like Widow Pan. A woman who has borne children possesses an undeniable allure, far exceeding that of Widow Pan. Wang Defa reminisced about Han Shuyua's enchanting demeanor, so delicate and full of grace. In contrast, Widow Pan was brimming with vulgarity and rustic charm, utterly eclipsed by Han Shuyua's refined beauty. Had it not been for their pent-up desires, they would not have sought Widow Pan. Brother Fa, we must act swiftly. Once her reputation is tarnished, our chances will multiply. Precisely. What if she truly escapes with the child or reconciles with Chen An? We would suffer greatly. The two men, unable to contain their impatience, found it increasingly difficult to resist their urges after glimpsing Han Shuyá. If we prepare everything today, Chen An will be occupied tomorrow. You two shall heed my instructions, and I assure you, we will prevail, asserted Wang Defa. We shall follow Brother Fa's lead. No, we must visit Widow Pan's house first. I can no longer restrain myself. Let us go. Do you think I can withstand this? Wang Defa led the two men hastily toward Widow Pan's abode. Throughout the day, the trio envisioned Widow Zhang as Han Shuyá. Meanwhile, at Chun An's residence, the children gradually returned with their foraged goods, and Chun An distributed a token sum of 1 yuan to each, a modest wage for their efforts. After all, they were but children, and their pace could not rival that of Wang Defa and his companions. By 10 o'clock that evening, this group had remarkably gathered 2,000 jeans of goods. Chapter 10. A glimpse into the mushroom market. Chen Dakue and Liang Xiufan returned home in the evening. Upon witnessing Chun and weighing the children's finds in the yard, they were perplexed by his sudden accumulation of goods. Yet, if Chun An wished to indulge in his eccentricities, so be it, as long as he refrained from petty theft. After 10 o'clock, Chun An asked Han Shuyá to lull the two children to sleep, while also rousing their parents, as he prepared a pot of crab porridge with dachuan. As they savored their porridge, Chen An remarked, "Father, I wish to renovate our home." The house, constructed during the era of collective farming, had been built by the villagers without cost, with bricks and tiles made from their own clay. Although still sturdy, the rapid changes in the country left little time for repairs. During the seasonal rains and winds, certain areas of the house leaked, dampening the walls. Over time, this dwelling was destined to become a hazardous structure. Moreover, Chen An felt that he could no longer neglect Han Shuyá. It was evident that her previous life had been quite comfortable, yet she had come here to marry him, only to endure several years of hardship. Once the house was repaired, he intended to hire a carpenter to make some furniture and find someone to fluff a few new quilts. Do as you wish. I have no money to spare for repairs. Chen Dakue took a drag from his fierce cigarette, instinctively wary of Chen An. Yet he was reluctant to interfere with his actions. In his view, Chen An's so-called goodwill was merely a pretext to extort money from him. His mother wore a pained expression. After seeing Chen An return with earnings yesterday, she had hoped he had reformed. Now, with him seeking excuses for money again, it was clear he had likely squandered it all today. She advised, "Dawan, I ask for nothing from you. As long as you remain honest, avoid trouble, and refrain from reckless spending, I would be content. The house can still." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen An slammed 400 yuan onto the table. Coins of various denominations scattered, leaving the three of them momentarily speechless. Before they could process this, Chen An declared, "Dad, take this money to repair the house, to redo the tiles, and to flatten the ground." Chen Dakue had never seen so much money in his life. He could hardly believe his eyes, thinking Chen An was playing a trick on him with leaves. But after blinking vigorously, he still beheld the money, leaving him utterly astounded. This money. Chen Dakue was too excited to articulate his thoughts. "Done, where did you get this?" Liang Xiufan hastily inquired. "I earned it by teaching others how to fry crabs." "It's a licensing fee." "What fee?" "It's simply money earned from selling skills, clean and straightforward. You can rest assured to take it." "What do you mean by clean and straightforward?" "This is mere speculation." Chen Dakue slammed his cigarette on the table, rebuking, "You should turn yourself in tomorrow and seek leniency." Chen An replied, "This is the sorrow of the underprivileged in a grand era, due to information isolation and the lack of proper channels. Their minds are filled with past pains. Little do they know, the world outside is undergoing earth-shattering changes. Dad, Chen An is engaged in legitimate business, not what you suggest. Shuyá interjected, sensing that Chen An had genuinely changed. What madness is this? Liang Xiaofan slapped Chen Dakawei on the shoulder, supporting her son. Dawn understands how to earn money. Isn't that what you wish to see? Even a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet you suggest he turn himself in? In my view, this money does not belong to you. Shuyá, since you are more literate than we are, you should take this money. I won tea. Shuyá, just accept it. Although Chen Dakawei was concerned about the legitimacy of the money, he reflected that Li Gui and Wang Yong had not faced any trouble. If he wronged Chen An, it would surely dishearten him. Yet the amount was overwhelmingly large. He had never encountered so much money in his life and feared miscalculating. Shuyá was also apprehensive about holding such a hefty sum, worried she might mismanage it, betraying everyone's trust and perhaps even incurring Chen An's wrath. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Both my parents expressed their thoughts, and Chen An also believed it was appropriate for Shuyá to manage the money, as she was a true scholar, albeit her reasons for being here were unclear. Nevertheless, Chen An had faith in her ability to handle the funds wisely. He then stated, Shuyá, I entrust this money to you. Allocate a portion for home repairs, bedding, clothing, and furniture. Purchase whatever you desire without my interference. The remaining sum has other purposes. Chen Dakawei immediately interjected, What is this? Do you intend to squander it at the gambling table or the bar? Chen An shook his head and replied, Father, this money is meant for mushroom harvesting. While everyone recognized mushrooms, akin to mountain snails and crabs, few understood how such ventures could yield substantial profits. Liang Xiaofan was taken aback, exclaiming, Dawn, if you can profit from mountain snails, that would please me greatly. Please refrain from complicating matters further. You've worked hard to earn this money. Do not risk losing it. The mountain goods were selling well, and Chen An doubted his capability to divert funds into another venture. Yet, Chen Dakawei countered, What do you know? If Dawn is indeed making money, I support him. Thank you, father. Chen An responded, but Chen Dakawei turned away, lighting a cigarette and returning to his thoughts. However, mushroom harvesting seemed perilously risky. Liang Xiaofan remarked, I have seen individuals selling mushrooms at the market, but they hardly earn a significant amount. Not many people consume them, and they spoil easily. Mother, you need not worry. Chen An reassured her, I have my methods. Soon, Shuyá will be overwhelmed, and you and father can assist her. It was mid-August, the air crisp and clear. Those who had undergone military training knew that rain was unlikely, and the sun blazed fiercely. By purchasing fresh mushrooms at a low price and subsequently drying them for convenient storage and transport, the dried mushrooms commanded a price tenfold that of their fresh counterparts. Albeit the market in rural towns remained relatively cool, the urban population began to prioritize health and nutrition, significantly increasing the demand for fragrant mushrooms. While rural inhabitants consumed them primarily sautéed, they rarely considered the potential for lucrative sales of dried varieties. Chen An recognized this disparity in information and aimed to capitalize on it. We cannot gather much on our own. My demand is substantial. The more, the merrier. Parents, please spread the word tomorrow and encourage everyone to help collect mushrooms. Inform them that we will buy fresh mushrooms at 20 cents per pound and dried ones at 30 cents, with a fixed price of 20 cents for those that are neither too dry nor too wet. Although mushrooms had a market, no established pricing benchmarks existed in rural towns. Some sold them for 5 cents per pound, while others charged 50 cents, with prices often varying based on appearance and seller disposition. However, Chen An knew from his past experiences, following a family upheaval that led him to a big city, that the market price for dried mushrooms hovered around 1 yuan per pound. A 70-cent profit margin represented a substantial gain. Before retiring for the night, Chen An addressed Shuyá, saying, Tomorrow, Wang Defa and his companions may act strangely. No matter their actions, do not be afraid or anxious. We will discuss it tomorrow. With that, he returned to his room. Chapter 11. Obedience. We 3 brothers will take care of you early the next morning. Chen An and Chen hastened towards the county with a load of 2,000 pounds. Meanwhile, Chen Dakawei and Liang Xiaofan toiled in the fields. Wang De Long, and Biao were exhausted from a long day of collecting snails, compounded by their strenuous visit to Widow Pan S, which drained their energy significantly. They succumbed to sleep only as dawn approached, burdened by thoughts of Shuyá. By the time they awoke, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Fortunately, at this hour, The villagers were all busy in the fields. Should any trouble arise, no one would hear their cries. A Biao arrived at the entrance to find Chun's mother weaving bamboo baskets in the yard, with Han Shuyá assisting her, while the twin children played nearby. A Biao called out loudly, Chun's mother, is that you? What are you up to? She replied, oh, nothing much. I just saw an elderly lady from Dongta at the supply and marketing cooperative, and she looked remarkably like you. She mentioned she came to visit you. Really? At this news, Chun's mother was convinced. The visitor could only be her older sister, who, due to her age and frail legs, found it difficult to make the journey. She promptly ceased her work and turned to Han Shuyá, saying, Auntie, I need to head back for a moment. I'll finish the remaining tasks this afternoon. All right, Chun's mother, take care. And with that, Chun's mother departed, leaving Han Shuyá alone with the two young children. Wang Defa sneered dismissively, thinking, just because Chun's mother is here, does that mean I am at a loss? DeLong rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Now, Han Shuyá was left alone in the house, suddenly sensing a presence. She looked up from arranging the bamboo strips, and her face turned pale. Chen An isn't here, she exclaimed. I'm not looking for Chen An. I've come to see you, Wang Defa replied. I need to ask you for some water. The three men chuckled as they moved further inside. Han Shuyá sensed that the situation was dire. Their previous glances had been unsettling, and now with Chun's mother gone and no one else around, she felt vulnerable. Attempting to lift the two children, she was intercepted by Wang Defa, who blocked her path. What are you doing? Han Shuyá gasped, stepping back in fear. Wang Defa said, let the children play outside. You should come inside with us to discuss a few matters. Chen An owes us money. At this, despair flooded Han Shuyá's heart. Just before sleeping the previous night, Chen An had warned her of their ill intentions. Could it be that he had sent them? He had told her not to fear or worry, but this beast was capable of such treachery. Anger and fear surged within her. Grabbing a knife lying on the ground, she pointed it at Wang Defa. Don't come any closer. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, who knows what might happen to the children? Wang Defa threatened. The children were Han Shuyá's Achilles heel, and his intimidation caused her to waver. You are Chen An's brothers. If he finds out, he won't spare you. Ha ha, what nonsense. I've long wanted to eliminate him. Wang Defa's eyes glinted with malice. Shuyá, if you comply with us today, we three brothers will take care of you. Don't even think about resisting. Can you truly stand against us alone? It's best if you obey. A Biao, unable to contain himself, interjected, stop babbling. Let us get on with it. Do you think she would dare to speak of this? DeLong remarked, indeed. If she were indifferent to her reputation, she could freely proclaim it far and wide. Wang Defa chuckled, if you dare to utter a word, I shall declare that you were the one who seduced us. Let us see whether Chen An believes you or trusts us, his brothers. Once you attempt it, you may find yourself yearning for us daily, much like Widow Pan. In that moment, Han Shuyá trembled in terror, tears streaming down her face. How she wished for someone to pass by at that instant. Yet, everyone was occupied in the fields, rendering such a miracle impossible. Wang Defa, having no desire to prolong the conversation, stepped forward, reaching out to draw Han Shuyá into the house. What are you doing? Suddenly, Chen An's voice rang out from outside. He held a newly purchased chopping knife, its blade gleaming brilliantly under the midday sun. Wang Defa and the others were taken aback. When had Chen An returned? Wasn't he busy tending to the patients at the county hospital with Chen? The most unlikely person had appeared at this very moment. The trio internally cursed their luck, questioning the absurdity of such coincidences. In truth, after delivering their load, Chen An and Chen had hastily returned, unlike the previous days when they lingered in the county. Just yesterday, Chen An had specifically summoned Chen's mother to weave bamboo baskets, anticipating Wang Defa's mischief. He had even instructed two children to stealthily follow Wang Defa and his companions, should they see them enter the yard. They were to run to the fields and call for help. Earlier, Chen An had indeed seen the three men enter the yard. At that moment, he thought that when Han Shuyá cried out, he would charge in with the knife and deliver a flurry of strikes to Wang Defa, ensuring at least some injury, if not death. After all, he was merely combating ruffians and would not be held accountable. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary for Han Shuyá to endure such psychological torment, for he possessed a more cunning plan to eliminate them. Thus, he resolutely appeared at the door with the knife in hand. The three men were startled by Chen An's grim countenance, especially as he approached them with the knife. They worried that if he acted impulsively, it could lead to regrettable consequences. Damn it, What a stroke of bad luck today. Wang Defa quickly explained. Shuyá mentioned that your house has a leak, so the three of us came to have a look. You returned quite early. Indeed. The old man has been discharged from the hospital, Chen An replied nonchalantly as he walked past. Thank you, Brother Fa. I will send someone to repair the roof tomorrow. Wang Defa and his companions sighed in relief. Chen An had indeed believed their ruse. Since you are back, we have no further need for our assistance. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, Wang Defa and his companions hurriedly departed. Once they were gone, Shuyá approached and slapped Chen An across the face. Did you summon them? You beast. At that moment, she was still shaken. Had Chen An arrived even a moment later, she knew she could never absolve herself of the situation. Chen An paid no mind to the sting of the slap and replied, I anticipated their arrival, which is why I asked Chen's mother to accompany you. I simply did not foresee that they would deceive her. Upon hearing his explanation, Shuyá remembered that Chen An had indeed mentioned it that morning. Subsequently, Chen's mother had indeed come. Moreover, if this was indeed orchestrated by Chen An, there was no necessity for him to appear so early. Shuyá's logical reasoning proved to be quite astute, as she swiftly deduced the underlying logic and ceased to hold Chen An accountable. Approaching him, she gently caressed his face and inquired, I'm sorry. Does it hurt? Chen An grasped her hand, causing her to tremble slightly. Yet she allowed him to hold on to it. Suddenly, Shuyá expressed her concern. Wang Defa and the others have already revealed their intentions. I fear they may harm you. Earlier, Wang Defa had mentioned his long-standing desire to eliminate Chen An, and reflecting on the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of Widow Pan's husband, she speculated that there might indeed be sinister forces at play. It was shocking to discover such depravity within the village. Chen An calmly shook his head, asserting, no, they no longer have the opportunity. Chapter 12. A grateful visit. Wang Defa and his companions were utterly disheartened. The opportunity that had seemed so promising was now disrupted by Chen An. Following their disappointment, an inexplicable anger began to fester. Not only had Chen An ceased to engage with them, but he also refrained from inviting them for drinks. Biao remarked, now, even women are off-limits to us. In my opinion, we should seize an opportunity to eliminate him, just like the cowardly husband of Widow Pan. De Long's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. 2 years prior, at the age of 19, the trio, brimming with youthful bravado, acted recklessly. After being caught peeping at Widow Pan while she bathed, her husband threatened to expose them before the entire village. The three of them, indignant, thought, you believe you can shame us 1 against 3? In a moment of shared understanding, they drowned Widow Pan's husband in the water, unnoticed in the dead of night. Consequently, Widow Pan became a widow, and the trio, relieved that their crime had gone undiscovered, stealthily entered her home. Now, Chen An found himself in a similar predicament. Although he had managed to deflect confrontation, he was by no means foolish. His apparent calmness did not equate to cowardice. Even now, Wang Defa felt a lingering trepidation regarding the cleaver he had held earlier. Fortunately, his composure had prevailed at that moment. Otherwise, the outcome could have been unpredictable. Wang Defa instinctively inhaled the lingering fragrance of Shuyá on his hands. Her touch had been soft, so tangible. The sensation of being so close yet unfulfilled ignited an inexplicable restlessness within him. The allure of her lingering scent intensified his desire, compelling him to resolve, I must possess her. At that moment, Wang Defa's mother, Li Guoyin, and his father, Wang Yong, returned from the fields, visibly agitated. Upon entering, they confronted Wang Defa with fervor. Fa, you have driven me to despair. What is wrong, Mom? Wang Defa inquired, bewildered. How could you be my son, Wang Yong? Wang Yong stomped his foot, equally incensed, and added, are you 3 brainless fools? Li Guoyin pointed an accusatory finger at them, exclaiming, did you not go to collect mountain snails for that Chen An boy yesterday? Indeed, she continued, slapping her thigh in frustration. Did he offer you any payment? The 3 shook their heads in denial. You fools, imbeciles. Wang Yong scolded. We just learned in the fields that Chen An is selling those mountain snails in the county for 2 dimes a pound. He has likely made over 1,000 yuan by now. What? The 3 of them sprang to their feet in shock, believing Chen An to be a fool. Yet finding oneself ensnared in his clever machinations is one thing, but to have inadvertently helped him amass such wealth? Ordinary workers earn a mere 40 yuan monthly, while farmers toil throughout the year for a meager handful of coins, often spending their days laboring for public good. To earn 1,000 yuan, a household might have to strive for nearly a decade. Yet, I managed to achieve this in just a day, and for Chen An no less. Who would have ever imagined such latent potential within me? Is it truly so? Wang Defa felt a mix of anger and despair, sensing an inexplicable chill in the autumn heat. Reflecting on the joy he would have felt tomorrow when collecting a basket of mountain snails, he realized it was merely to facilitate Chen An's early delivery, unaware that such a simple task could yield such profit. Chen An, fully aware of this, chose not to divulge the truth, instead claiming it was meant to feed some esteemed elder's turtle. Did he truly regard me as that turtle? Wang Defa nearly choked on his indignation. A Biao and a Long were equally bewildered. How could this be? Li Guolian lamented. How could I have borne such a foolish son? 1,000 yuan. How many tons of fertilizer must be sold to earn that? How could that rascal Chen An stumble upon such fortune? Wang Yong, standing nearby, sighed deeply. His son had labored all night, oblivious to the potential for profit. His thoughts consumed by women. Yet, this was a long-term venture, and there would still be opportunities. He declared, I shall inquire in the county this afternoon. If it is indeed true. A glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. The entire village, every person and blade of grass, was merely a resource for one's own gain. Should Chen An dare to encroach, he must face the consequences. Wang Defa clenched his fists. A bitter resentment lodged in his throat, wishing to crush his teeth in fury. The other two were not faring any better. Their inability to win over Han Shuang had already left them in a foul mood, and this news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Li Guolian ranted and raved, occasionally displaying a mournful countenance, resembling a madman. All felt as though half their lives had been stolen by Chen An. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside, a child was crouching against the wall, eavesdropping on their conversation. Well done, Chen An remarked, handing 2 yuan to the little boy and patting his shoulder. Off you go. Today, let us gather as we did yesterday. Oh, and since our village is exhausted, let us head to the neighboring one, and bring along your friends from other villages as well. Gather until nightfall. I want all that you can find. I guarantee the task shall be completed. The child exclaimed eagerly. His name was Chen Xiaojiang, 14 years of age, who had left school to assist his family after completing elementary education. He was astute and performed well academically, being the eldest among the children and serving as their backbone. Chen An saw great potential in nurturing him. This morning, they had sold 2,000 jin, earning a substantial 400 yuan. Who could have foreseen that such common sights in the fields could be so lucrative? However, Li Guolian and the others were already aware of this venture, given their nature. How could they allow anyone else to reap the rewards? From their words, Chen An discerned that Wang Defa harbored murderous intentions. Thus, in the evening, Chen An instructed Chen to remain behind and collect the wild goods the children had gathered. He himself ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase several pounds of pork and some loose liquor before making his way to Wang Defa's home. Is Brother Fa at home? Chen An called from the entrance. Inside, the family was partaking in dinner, which, although referred to as a meal, consisted merely of vermicelli stewed with cabbage, with a few pieces of fatty meat floating atop. In those days, it was not yet commonplace for every household to have meat at every meal, and to have even a bit of fatty meat to enhance the flavor was considered a luxury. Upon seeing Chen An, the family of 3 was puzzled by his intentions. What brings you here? Wang Defa inquired. I come bearing good things. Chen An replied as he entered with his purchases. Is this what you're eating? Quickly set it aside. I have brought pork and liquor. The cabbage and vermicelli were bland and unappetizing. Too much of it was difficult to swallow. With his offerings of wine and meat, Li Guolian speculated that Chen An had come to express his apologies, having taken advantage of Wang Defa. Would he dare to visit without seeking forgiveness? Setting down their bowls and chopsticks, Li Guolian fixed her gaze on the wine and meat in Chen An's hands, saying, Chen An, you are quite perceptive, understanding the need to bring us wine and meat. Annie 18, I am here to express my gratitude to your family. Chen An replied with a cheerful smile as he handed over the meat. Li Guolian promptly took the meat into the kitchen to store it. Wang Yong, with a stern expression, remarked, What are we to be thanked for? The family had no intention of inviting Chen An to join them for dinner. Chen An, holding the liquor, proactively poured drinks for the 3 of them and filled his own glass, saying, I am sincerely grateful for the care your family has extended to mine. I will drink to that. With that, he downed the liquor in one gulp. Li Guolian emerged, witnessing Chen An's generosity, and retorted, Oh, what care have we given you? As far as I know, without our family, Wouldn't you still have earned a fortune? Chapter 13. Wang Defa's apology. Wang Yong lit a cigarette, shrouded in smoke as he scrutinized Chen An. You've been fortunate lately. The atmosphere resembled that of a gang leader interrogating a subordinate. No. If it weren't for your family's care, I wouldn't be where I am today, Chen An replied with a smile. Li Guolian forcefully slammed a stool down on the ground before sitting, stating, Chen An, do not think we are unaware of your actions. I must tell you, our family has struck an agreement with the authorities. Every blade of grass and tree in this village that can generate profit must pass through our hands. You are quite bold, scavenging for mountain snails and crabs, and even daring to sell them in the county. She continued, let us start with the minor accounts. Yesterday, you had Defa work for you without compensation. You are bolder than the landlords. Li Guolian believed that branding Chen An with the landlord's stigma would temper his audacity. As anticipated, Chen An's expression turned awkward, and he glanced at Wang Defa with a sense of guilt, then explained defensively, Annie 18. It was Brother Fa who said he didn't want any money. It's his affair if he doesn't want it. If you don't pay, that becomes your issue, Li Guolian retorted, crossing her arms and leaning back. Chen An was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile, saying, so, I came here to express my gratitude to Brother Fa, didn't I? Are these 2 pounds of meat and the liquor merely intended to dismiss my son? Li Guolian pressed on relentlessly. What do you wish for me to think of you, Annie 18? Feel free to express your thoughts. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall fulfill it. Chen An's demeanor resembled that of a recalcitrant litigant in a courtroom. I have awaited your words. At this juncture, Wang Yong interjected, reminding Chen An that it was indeed his assertion. I have inquired and discovered that you have been selling mountain snails and crabs to the local eateries. Such cunning is not to be underestimated. Wang Defa, with a stern countenance, remarked, however, I, Wang Yong, am not to be trifled with. Since you have established this channel and have the audacity to come forth to make amends, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter. But it would be prudent for you to relinquish the profits you've amassed over the past few days. Li Gui added, moreover, you need not concern yourself with future deliveries. Let Fa handle it. Wang Defa seized the moment to state, Chen An, should you dare deceive me, this shall serve as your punishment, which I deem quite lenient. Do not mistake my forbearance for weakness. Chen An's visit was merely a probe, yet he was taken aback by their insatiable greed. They desired everything. This cannot bode well, he thought, his face a mask of bitterness. With a resounding clap, Wang Yong struck the table, glaring at Chen An and declaring, who do you think you are? Our demands are a courtesy extended to you, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen An. He continued, should you provoke me further, I shall not hesitate to report your speculative dealings. Do not forget, I have a cousin in the county who holds an official position. Your transgressions would lead to your incarceration, and your parents would not escape the repercussions either. With connections above, my confidence is assured. Li Gui interjected, proposing, if you disagree, I have a compromise. Chen An, intrigued, inquired, what compromise? Fa, having yet to find a wife, if you could deliver Han Shuyá to him tonight, allowing her to bear a son for Defa, the moment a healthy boy is born, we shall become one family, and you may continue your business unfettered. Chen An had anticipated their unreasonable demands, yet he was astonished that such words could escape their lips. Wang Yong and his son appeared to expect this as their due. Truly, one can see that not being of the same kin, one cannot share the same door. Chen An, steeling himself, gazed intently at the trio without acquiescing to their demands. Thus, he rose and departed. Li Gui and Wang Yong, taken aback by his audacity to show discontent, pondered his defiance. Wang Yong scoffed, warning, think wisely. Should you be apprehended for speculation, do not blame me when my relatives ensure your demise within. Chen An remained silent. Let him go. If he is arrested, Han Shuyá will likewise be left a widow. And Defa, rest assured, will have his mother to support him. Li Gui remarked. In 1985, 1,000 yuan was sufficient incentive for perilous ventures. Not to mention, Chen An had already established a lucrative channel, promising an unceasing stream of income, an allure far more compelling. Had Chen An not taken the initiative to bring meat and wine to them, they would have resolved to have him captured outright, leaving Han Shuyá alone at home. With an unsavory background, he would find himself at their mercy. As Chen An heard the vitriol behind him, he raised his gaze to the heavens, where the moon shrouded itself in darkness. Gradually, he walked into the shadows. He did not truly depart. During the day, based on the information gathered by Chen An. Chen An made a judgment. His earlier visit had completely incited their anger. Reflecting on his past experiences, Chen An understood that Wang Defa would soon take action. Not long after, he observed Wang Defa leaving his house with a sack, heading in the direction of De Chun's home. The following day, Chen An and De Chun carried out their usual delivery. Around noon, the two returned to the village with goods procured from the county. As they made their way home, they found Wang Defa waiting for them. Upon seeing Chen An, he rushed over, saying, "Chen An, wait a moment. What is it?" Chen An replied coldly, "I've thought it over. Yesterday, I was in the wrong. Our family had too much to drink, and I spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart." Wang Defa said, handing a bag to Chen An. "Here, this is honey I collected from the mountains this morning, as an apology. Please forget what I said yesterday." Chen An glanced at the bag and noticed traces of honey on the edges. Wang Defa appeared quite sincere. Accepting the bag, Chen An earnestly advised, "Brother Fa, you know you haven't found a wife. You should focus on something meaningful instead of pursuing dubious paths." Wang Defa smiled in agreement. "With you as my example, I will certainly change my ways." Chen An continued on with the cart, dropping off De Chun's items before making his way home. As he approached the turn towards his house, he suddenly felt a pang in his stomach. "Oh no, it must be the dirty mountain water I drank. I need to relieve myself." He quickly grabbed a couple of leaves and darted into the nearby woods. It was nearly noon, and the sun blazed fiercely. The villagers working in the fields began returning home for lunch, seeking refuge from the scorching heat. Li Guolian and Wang Yong, preoccupied with their thoughts, returned early, having little interest in farming. On the way, Li Guolian expressed his frustration, saying, "This afternoon, you need to report Chen An's dealings to your cousin in the county, so he can come and take care of this matter." Chen An's silent departure yesterday indicates that negotiations have fallen through. Wang Yong nodded in agreement. "This kid thinks he can defy me just because I haven't taken action? If I didn't have some connections, would I be able to represent this village as fertilizer distribution?" Chapter 14. Evil will eventually be punished. What a pity for Han Shuyá. She is second-hand. But so what? If she can bear you a healthy grandson, isn't that enough? She has a substantial figure. I bet she can deliver. Upon hearing this, Li Guolian looked at Wang Yong. "Do you have a crush on her?" Wang Yong was taken aback, his eyes flickering. "Don't be ridiculous. Isn't that just nonsense? With Han Shuyá's looks and figure, she is like a phoenix among crows, radiating an air of nobility that every man admires. When Chen An is caught, and she becomes a widow, I shall seize the opportunity." Of course, he did not voice this thought aloud. After all, pursuing such pleasures was not unheard of, and Li Guolian was just as unaware. Li Guolian seemed to see through Wang Yong's intentions. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. My figure is ample as well. I've given you a son too. If you're after that little vixen, let me tell you, it's impossible." The two continued their walk, growing ever more distant. At this moment, Chen An emerged, clutching his abdomen, seemingly unable to expel the toxins within him. Upon noticing that something was amiss in the vehicle, a faint smile graced his lips. Li Guolian and Wang Yong returned home, observing that the coast was clear before they ventured into the kitchen to retrieve a burlap sack. "Let us see what it contains," Wang Yong exclaimed, his anticipation palpable. This item had been discovered by the two along the roadside, meticulously wrapped in the burlap, suggesting its value. Who would encase something trivial in such fine packaging? As Li Guolian fumbled to open the sack, Wang Defa, having just bestowed a deadly surprise upon Chen An, felt elated and awaited the good news at home. Upon entering, he spotted his parents tinkering in the kitchen, and his gaze fell upon the familiar burlap sack, causing his heart to race. "Mom, don't open it," he shouted in alarm, but alas, it was too late. The sack had already been unwrapped. Suddenly, a swarm of hornets erupted from the bag, agitated by the destruction of their nest, and they began to sting at the sight of humans. Li Guolian and Wang Yong, standing closest, were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. "Oh no, what the?" They cried out as they felt the sharp stings, akin to electric shocks coursing through their bodies. The relentless hornets continued to assault them, some even finding their way beneath their clothing. The scene turned chaotic as pots and pans in the kitchen toppled over due to their frantic struggles. The piercing stings felt like countless needles drilling into their skin, and the venom swiftly coursed through their veins, racing toward their hearts. The expressions on Li Guolian and Wang Yong's faces contorted in agony as they finally realized the necessity of escaping. Meanwhile, Wang Defa, fully aware of the hornet's ferocity, wouldn't he have dared to intervene even if he had tenfold courage. It was already too late. There was no point in offering assistance now. Witnessing his parents inadvertently drawing the hornets closer sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he slammed the door shut, inadvertently sealing his parents' fate. Bang, bang, bang. They pounded on the door, desperately imploring their son to let them out, but received no response. Each thud resonated in Wang Defa's heart, as he feared the hornets and the pain of their stings. In truth, the door opened inward, allowing Li Guolian and the others to escape if only they could manage it. However, their bodies were racked with pain, and their joints had stiffened, rendering them incapable of opening the door. The hornets continued their frenzied assault. Before long, the commotion from inside ceased. Wang Defa, pale as a ghost, turned on his heels and fled. Meanwhile, Chen An returned home, relishing a refreshing cold shower. He had observed the turmoil at Wang Defa's house from a distance, hearing the cries of Li Guolian and Wang Yong, and then witnessed Wang Defa emerge in distress. He wondered if Wang Defa had been stung. But judging by the reactions of Li Guolian and Wang Yong, it was evident that they had indeed opened the sack. Revenge is a dish best served cold. And Chen An felt a wave of relief wash over him. Last night, he witnessed Wang Defa courageously venture into the woods behind Chen An's home, where, driven by sheer determination, he astonishingly dislodged a hornet's nest the size of a water bucket and stuffed it into a burlap sack. This morning, Wang Defa presented the sack to Chen An as an apology. However, Chen An was no longer the naive individual he once was. Such trivial tricks could hardly deceive him. The earlier pretense of a stomach ailment was merely a ruse to mislead Li Guolian into believing he remained inside for an extended period, thereby facilitating his clandestine ploy without arousing suspicion. Little did she know that her own carelessness had inadvertently played into Chen An's hands, leading to her demise. Having been stung by a multitude of hornets, Chen An could attest to the pain. Even a couple of stings had nearly cost him his life. By afternoon, Wang Defa had summoned the village doctor, who, after a somber diagnosis, shook his head in resignation and offered his condolences before departing. The tragic deaths of Li Guolian and Wang Yong became the talk of the village, prompting villagers to share their own past encounters with hornets. After the couple's funeral was arranged, the village secretary rallied the community to eradicate the hornets' nests surrounding the village, ensuring that everyone could focus on their livelihoods without fear. In the days that followed, Wang Defa remained in a state of shock, allowing his uncles to handle his parents' affairs. The villagers assumed he was merely grieving the sudden loss, unaware that their beloved son was, in fact, largely responsible for their tragic fate. On that fateful day, after being scolded by his parents, Wang Defa had felt deeply hurt and vowed to achieve something significant to prove himself. Thus, the act of disturbing the hornet's nest was entirely his own decision, made without consulting his parents. Now, he pondered whether anyone was aware of his actions and how Chen An had managed to present the sack to his mother. It dawned on him that his mother had a notorious reputation for being opportunistic in the village. It was likely that after he handed the sack to Chen An, his parents returned from work, encountered it, and took it without a second thought. This realization filled Wang Defa with profound regret. He had been preoccupied with the idea of gifting Chen An while failing to recognize his mother's opportunistic nature. Father, mother, I am truly sorry. I shall ensure that Chen An pays for your loss, and that Han Shuyá bears us a robust heir. Wang Defa swore fervently before the spirits of his parents. In the days that followed, Chen An's business continued to thrive. However, as the local hills yielded no more crabs and snails, children began to venture to neighboring villages for their harvest. They rallied other children to join, ensuring a steady supply. Moreover, Chen An secured partnerships with several restaurants. Yet, this led to market saturation in the county, with each establishment requiring approximately 30 pounds of goods, never more, and at times, even less. Once stability was achieved, Chen An entrusted the logistics of receiving and delivering goods to Chen and Chen Shaojian. Chen Shaojian is quite clever, and he is also related to Chen An, which makes Chen An feel at ease in trusting him with the accounts and collections. This allows Chen An to devote his attention to foraging for mushrooms. Chapter 15 introduces a rival. That day, Wang Defa, a Biao, and DeLong's presence still haunted Han Shuyá. Now that Wang Defa's parents have been stung to death by wasps, Han Shuyá is even more anxious. This may provoke Wang Defa, causing him to act recklessly. Her meticulous nature leads her to connect Chen An's recent actions and words, especially since he seems to have mentioned that they have missed their opportunity. This deepens Han Shuyá's suspicion that the deaths of Aunt 18 and her husband are indeed suspicious. Chen An, have you seen Wang Defa these days? Han Shuyá pulls Chen An into a corner and inquires. No, he probably doesn't have the mood for trouble anymore. Be honest, was it you? Yes, Chen An confesses, trusting Han Shuyá, who has never left him despite past mistreatments. Isn't that a bit cruel? Han Shuyá remarks. It's not that she is overly compassionate, but she fears that if Chen An were to be caught, what would become of her and their 2 children? Furthermore, she knows that someone like Wang Defa would not hesitate to link this to Chen An, making their lives hellish thereafter. Her concerns are not unfounded. However, she is unaware that Chen An has endured it all. He cannot explain his past to her. Moreover, even if he had no previous life, the actions of Wang Defa and his family warrant a severe consequence. Some experiences, if unexperienced, can lead to ruinous compassion that ensnares oneself in irrevocable disaster. This matter should remain buried in our hearts, never to be spoken of, Chen An declares. Okay, Han Shuyá nods earnestly. Deep down, she feels touched by Chen An's trust, confiding even such matters to her. His actions, it turns out, are for her sake. In the past, she would never have imagined Chen An standing up for her. He has truly changed, exuding an inexplicable sense of security. Done, it's time to gather mushrooms. Someone shouts from outside. I'm coming. Chen An rushes out. In recent days, Chen An has collected various mushrooms, both fresh and dried, at a price of 0.2 to 0.3 yuan per pound, easily found on the mountain. For the villagers, this is quite a bargain. Word has spread, and as they confirm that Chen An is not merely a fleeting trend, the villagers gradually begin to gather mushrooms to exchange for money with him amidst their busy farming season. Some days they bring more, other days less. But over a few days, Chen An has collected over 100 pounds. The dense forests in the southern highlands yield mushrooms abundantly, especially after rainfall. The next day, one can always find many mushrooms in the mountains. Many are busy with farming, and unless there is a special need, few would venture to gather them, let alone sell them in town. Thus, the supply remains plentiful. With Chen An announcing his intention to purchase, villagers are naturally becoming more enthusiastic. There exists a myriad of mushroom varieties. However, Chen An welcomes all, offering a uniform purchasing price of 2 dimes per pound for fresh mushrooms and 3 dimes per pound for dried ones. In pursuit of a modest profit, many opt to dry their mushrooms before bringing them to Chen An for weighing. Chen An swiftly weighed the mushrooms brought by several elderly women, handing them their payment, which elicited cheerful laughter as they departed. Once they had distanced themselves, they began to converse quietly. What do you suppose Chen An intends to do with so many mushrooms? One mused. Indeed, their family cannot possibly consume them all. He seems to be selling them in the county, doesn't he? Another replied. But who in the county would want them? With such a quantity, it would take a lifetime to sell them all. It seems to me that his efforts are futile. He has money to burn. What does it matter? Another chimed in. Rather than let that money go to waste, it would be better in our pockets. As they continued their discussion, they noticed Chen Dakuai in the distance and fell silent, unaware that he had already overheard their remarks and had been subjected to such scornful comments for days. Chen Dakuai felt a sense of gloom, perplexed by Chen An's motivations for acquiring so many mushrooms. With the arrival of the rainy season, the mushrooms would spoil if they became damp, leaving him to ponder the financial folly of such an endeavor. Contemplating this, Chen Dakuai knocked the ash from his pipe and hastily returned home. Done, come out. Upon entering, he strode in with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. What is it, father? Chen An inquired, having just stored the newly acquired mushrooms in the storage room. Do not bother with those mushrooms. They vex me greatly. Chen Dakuai frowned, feeling that Chen An was treating money with a lack of respect. What jest is this? Chen Dakuai raised his voice. Many families scarcely eat mushrooms once a season. Who do you intend to sell all these to? Even cattle would turn up their noses. The rural populace of this era held a low demand for mushrooms. To them, it was merely a wild vegetable that required chewing. Only in times of famine would they resort to such fare. As for the nutritional value, those in remote areas remained uninformed, and due to inconvenient transportation, individuals in need would not travel far to impart knowledge about mushrooms. With such information being scarce, they could not fathom how to consume an abundance of mushrooms before they spoiled. They were even less aware that urban dwellers were developing an increasing appetite for mushrooms, with prices surpassing that of pork. Chen An understood that explaining this to his father would yield no comprehension. He might even believe Chen An was concocting lies. Thus, he simply stated, Father, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I know my limits. If it weren't for the fear of you squandering the money, I would care less. Chen Dakuai retorted. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyá spoke on Chen An's behalf. Father, I am managing the finances. I will not allow Chen An to squander it. That is for the best. Chen Dakuai stormed off, clutching a hoe as he went to work in the fields. Visibly irritated. Thank you, Chen An expressed to Han Shuyá, before laying out the fresh mushrooms to dry in the sun. At that moment, Dachuan and Chen Xiaojiang returned from delivering goods to the county. Why are there so many left? Chen An remarked, noticing a considerable quantity of mountain snails and some mountain crabs still on the cart. They said it was more than enough. De Chen, lacking in understanding, found himself at a loss for words. Chen An turned to Chen Xiaojiang, who explained, the bosses who wish to indulge in mountain crabs are just a handful of individuals, and they even provide free deliveries. Some of them are struggling to sell their stock, and moreover, others in different towns have begun selling at lower prices than ours. If it weren't for the uniformity in size of our products, the bosses wouldn't even consider our goods. What else did the bosses say? Chen An inquired further. Chen Xiaojiang pondered for a moment. I can't recall. All right, I understand. Chen An replied. This was an anticipated development. Once someone discovered a lucrative opportunity, others would inevitably follow suit. If not for the unfortunate incident at Wang Defa's home, he might have lost his own business of selling mountain snails to the competition. The boss's complaints were evidently aimed at driving down prices. In Chapter 16, abandoning the sale of mountain goods, Chen An reviewed the delivery data that Chen Xiaojiang had brought back for the next day. Some restaurants requested 30 pounds of each item, while others only needed 10 pounds. A few establishments even opted out of deliveries altogether. From the data compiled over the past few days, Chen An gleaned insights into the business conditions of these restaurants and roadside eateries. Notably, the two that did not require deliveries were actually thriving, likely sourcing their supplies through alternative channels. While fried mountain crabs are delectable, they are not a daily indulgence. Based on this data, it appeared that the daily sales volume would remain below 1,000 pounds. If he wished to continue deliveries, the most significant advantage would be to lower prices. However, this would translate into substantial losses for Chen An. Presently, children had to venture to the neighboring village or the perilous streams in the mountains to collect snails and crabs. Not only was their quantity limited there, but there were also inherent dangers. Moreover, if spotted by villagers from the neighboring area, they could be driven away. In some unfortunate instances, rowdy children from those villages would band together to confront Chen Xiaojiang and his group if they saw them gathering goods from their territory. Bearing such risks, selling at merely 20 cents a pound was already somewhat disadvantageous, especially since Chen An had to share the earnings with Chen Xiaojiang, and the others, with dwindling profits and a need to lower prices. It felt as though Chen An was left with a meager income merely to maintain the supply chain of mountain goods. Yet, collecting mushrooms necessitated substantial funds. Significant resources had already been invested into the mountain goods venture, and despite Han Shuyá's oversight, the quantity required by Chen An was still insufficient. Well, if lowering prices is the way forward, then so be it. At least it will yield some income. Chen An lamented, just as he resolved to reduce prices. An unexpected commotion erupted outside. Villagers rushed towards the fields, suggesting that something urgent had transpired. Shortly thereafter, the village secretary called out from outside Chen An's home. Is Chen An here? Yes. What's happened, Uncle Qi? Chen An replied. Uncle Qi, the village secretary, exclaimed while slapping his thigh. That rascal Wang Erden has drowned. Everyone is rushing over to rescue him. It seems he was working for you. You should hurry. What? What? Upon hearing the words of Uncle Qi, both Chen An and Han Shuyá were momentarily taken aback. Chen An felt as though the world was spinning around him, his heart sinking with dread. This was it. Shuyá, you're at home drying mushrooms. I must go check. Chen An's voice trembled as he spoke. Although he had previously warned them against venturing to the riverbank due to its dangers, the allure of financial gain had clouded the judgment of these children, who remained oblivious to the severity of the risks. With the mountain streams already stripped bare of their treasures, they had no choice but to seek out the riverbanks for their foraging. However, the riverbanks were perilous. Despite the presence of shallows, the current was swift, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. If it were any other issue, such as a business being usurped or engaging in price wars, Chen An could contend with it. But now, it was a matter of children in peril. If a life were lost, not only would his business suffer, but he might also find himself imprisoned for employing minors. The mere thought of this left Chen An's mind in a state of turmoil. He could not recall how he had made his way to the riverbank, where a throng of villagers were in a state of frantic disarray. Among them, he noticed several other children who had also engaged in gathering snails, their bare torsos and wet hair indicating their recent immersion in the river. At that moment, he spotted Wang Defa, who had been absent for days, standing quietly aside, unlike the others who were frantically offering suggestions. Without further contemplation, Chen An pushed through the crowd and came upon Wang Erden lying on the ground, his face ashen. Beside him, Wang Erden's uncle was desperately administering aid, performing chest compressions and artificial respiration. Having served in the military, Wang Erden's uncle possessed some knowledge of basic rescue techniques. Fortunately, his intervention proved effective. Soon, Wang Erden coughed up a mouthful of murky water and opened his eyes, beginning to cough violently. He's awake. Thank goodness. Wang Erden's mother rushed over, enveloping him in her arms and weeping profusely. Moments ago, she had been paralyzed by the shock, standing in a daze, but now that her son had been revived, her spirit returned as well. Other parents also hurried to reclaim their children, reflecting on how they had previously supported their sons in foraging for wild goods for Chen An. Now, with the looming threat of calamity, they were gripped with fear. What if their own child had been in danger? The mere thought of losing a child was too harrowing to contemplate. At that moment, Wang Erden's father arrived, and upon seeing his son restored to life, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, as he scanned the crowd, he noticed Chen An and charged toward him, seizing his collar and demanding in a loud voice, "Chen An, do you wish to harm Erden? How could you allow him to come to the riverbank to collect things?" Wang Erden's mother, having endured immense distress and pressure, had regained her composure but now required an outlet for her pent-up emotions. She rushed toward Chen An, striking him and exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You exploit my son for profit, disregarding his life. I'll make you pay for this." Chen An, feeling guilty, dared not retaliate, nor did he wish to evade the situation, and he found himself at a loss for words. This was a lesson he deserved. After a while, the village head, Uncle Chi, rushed over to separate Erdan's father and mother from him. "Enough, enough. Chen An has made mistakes, but Erdan also accepted money for his actions. Now that he has been rescued, allow me to handle the reprimand of Chen An." Uncle Chi commanded respect whenever a problem arose in the village. His mere presence commanded obedience. He was known for his integrity, fairness, and impartiality, never indulging in nepotism or corruption. When Chen An was nearly beaten to death by Chun de Kue, it was Uncle Chi who intervened in a timely manner. Otherwise, Chen An's skull might have been shattered. At that moment, Wang de Fa approached, stating, "Uncle Chi, Chen An has put these children in peril for his own selfish desires. In my opinion, he should not be allowed to engage in such opportunistic ventures any longer." The parents of the other children echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this is far too dangerous. Meanwhile, many villagers secretly envied Chen An's business dealings but felt powerless to challenge him due to their lack of means. Now that an incident had occurred, they finally found an excuse to voice their dissent. They collectively expressed their belief that Chen An was acting unscrupulously, allowing children to risk their lives while he sat back and awaited his profits. Since time immemorial, who has ever earned a fortune without laboring for it? In summary, the crowd voiced their opinions with clarity. Chen An ought not to continue this business. Uncle Chi acknowledged their concerns and addressed Chen An. "You have heard what they said. If it weren't for the inherent dangers, I wouldn't intervene. Given the current situation, I believe it is best for you to cease your activities and refrain from pursuing this further." Chen An bitterly smiled to himself, realizing that his inability to conceive profitable ideas had led to others coveting his success, particularly Wang de Fa, who seemed to have ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Uncle Chi's words carried weight, and Chen An knew he would need to seek his favor in the future, leading him to acquiesce. Thus, he replied, "Very well. I shall heed Uncle Chi's advice." In Chapter 17, Wang de Fa spoke of revenge. Chen An had sold mountain snails and crabs to local restaurants without any formal contracts, merely verbal agreements. In that era, business transactions were grounded in trust, lacking the schemes and deceptions that would proliferate in later years. A promise was a promise. Hence, Chen An could simply halt his supply, and the restaurants could refuse the goods without consequence. They could choose on a daily basis. Of course, contracts could be signed, which would compel the restaurants to honor their commitments. However, Chen An understood that the snails and crabs were wild, even though he had advised keeping the smaller ones. The brief time frame would not suffice for them to mature, especially since he had instructed several children to harvest all the snails and crabs from the entire mountain stream. If he were to supply them genuinely, he wouldn't be able to do so for long. Therefore, he resolved not to sign any contracts. Given the recent events, he decided it was best to withdraw entirely. He would send Chen to the county town to clarify matters with the restaurant owners, ensuring they would not be left waiting in vain the next day. However, the incident of Dan's drowning left Chen An feeling rather perplexed. When he cast a glance at Wang Defa, the latter shot him a chilling look from across the crowd. The throng soon dispersed, and Wang Defa, a Biao, and DeLong took a different path. Is it true that your uncle and aunt were harmed because of Chen An? A Biao inquired. Absolutely. Wang Defa replied bitterly. He initially intended to kill me, yet my parents ended up as scapegoats. As they recalled the day Chen An wielded a machete, both felt he possessed the motive and audacity to commit such an act. To protect his beautiful wife, Chen An was capable of anything. We must report this to the authorities. DeLong insisted. It would be futile, Wang Defa countered, the reasons known only to him. Yet he felt obliged to provide his brothers with an explanation. I am merely speculating. There is no solid evidence. You both witnessed how cunning Chen An has become. How could he possibly leave behind any proof? If we report it and the police find nothing, we might end up in trouble for filing a false alarm. Would you be willing to spend a few months in jail? A Biao and DeLong, lacking Wang Defa's experience, easily accepted his words, given his connections in the county. Damn it! Are we to let my uncle and aunt die in vain? DeLong exclaimed indignantly. I never expected Chen An could stoop so low. A Biao remarked. Wang Defa even extended credit for fertilizer to them. Yet they repay kindness with malice. In their view, conflicts among neighbors were commonplace, but the thought of annihilating Wang Defa's entire family over petty grievances was terrifying. Moreover, the idea of hiding a hornet's nest in a bag, making it impossible to defend against, showcased Chen An's malicious intent. He is nothing short of a devil, Wang Defa asserted. He has ceased selling mountain goods and has now turned to mushrooms. What is he truly after? DeLong queried. Why don't we sprinkle some water on the dried mushrooms we collect? Whether for sale or consumption, once the rainy season arrives, they will spoil. A Biao suggested. Both brothers offered ideas to console Wang Defa. Now alone, all the money from the fertilizer sales belonged to him, and in his delight, he could indulge in wine and meat once more. No need to rush. Wang Defa replied. I have learned that the money he made from selling mountain snails has been invested in mushroom collection. In reality, his family is running low on funds. Yet, as you both saw, Chen An shows no signs of halting his mushroom endeavors. Once he has gathered a substantial amount and converted all his money into mushrooms, then we can act. This way, we can deliver a truly devastating blow to Chen An. A Biao and DeLong found this reasoning sound. Allowing Chen An to continue his mushroom collection would lead him to invest all his resources, leaving him vulnerable for an unexpected strike, ensuring his downfall. When the time comes to demand Shuyá, it will be much easier. They pondered. What should we do? Indeed, signal when the moment is right, and we shall coordinate. The two eagerly anticipated Wang Defa's cunning strategy. Wang Defa remarked, I have devised a plan, but I cannot disclose it now for fear that you may inadvertently reveal it. However, rest assured, when the time comes, Chen An will undoubtedly be on his knees pleading with me. At that moment, he will voluntarily bring Shuyá to my room without me needing to utter a word. A Biao and DeLong chuckled. Brother Fa is formidable. During this time, the nights have been rainy, and soon the forest will be abundant with mushrooms. Moreover, we have entered the agricultural lull, as the crops have reached maturity and require little attention. The villagers, young and old, have eagerly ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms. The scene is bustling. Upon hearing the news or seeing the villagers from Longmen, others from nearby villages have joined in the foray. What does he need these for? He can't possibly consume them all, and who would buy them? They pondered. Who eats this stuff every meal? Even if one did, would they need to purchase it? These villagers gathered baskets full and made their way to Chen An's home, chatting as they walked. They simply could not fathom what Chen An intended to do with such a vast quantity. Some had visited his home and observed that the dried mushrooms were stored in bags, filling nearly half the room. Dried mushrooms fetch 3 dimes per pound, and any discerning eye could tell that he must have over 2,000 pounds stashed away. That would have cost Chen An around 600 yuan. My goodness. Such a sum is unimaginable in the countryside, where many families might save just 40 or 50 yuan a year, and that is under frugal circumstances. Yet, within less than half a month, Chen An had seemingly squandered 600 yuan. It is as if he possessed an abundance of wealth with nowhere to spend it. Indeed, that amount could purchase 3 calves. Alas, Chen Dakawei's family simply cannot retain their wealth. Even the coffin could be sold by his son. Who could argue otherwise? Many were perplexed and mocked Chen An for his inability to hold on to money, having spent in less than half a month what would take others a decade to earn. Furthermore, he was acquiring these mushrooms, which seemed of little use. Even now, he continued his relentless pursuit, as if enchanted. Attempts to counsel him fell on deaf ears. Thus, Chen An once again became the subject of village ridicule. Such gossip always finds its way to Chen Dakawei's ears through various sources. Chen Dakawei struggled to comprehend his son's behavior, but recognized the futility of his advice. If his son could sell even his father's coffin, it was clear that no counsel would be effective. Therefore, Chen Dakawei summoned a distant relative who managed the local sales cooperative, along with the owner of a restaurant on the outskirts of the village. These 2 proprietors shared some kinship with Chen Dakawei, being seasoned businesspeople from the surrounding area. Perhaps advice from one businessman to another would prove more impactful? Chen Dakawei instructed Liang Xiaofan to prepare some dishes and asked Chen An to specifically handle the mountain snails and crabs, requesting him to fry a few plates for the table. Chapter 18. No more farming. Now cultivating mushrooms. Chen Dakawei held the village secretary, Uncle Qi, in high esteem, believing that his words would resonate with Chen An. Thus, he invited him to join their gathering. While Han Shuyá and Liang Xiaofan busied themselves with cooking in the kitchen, Chen Dakawei and Chen An engaged in lively conversation over drinks and dishes with Uncle Qi and others. After a round of inconsequential chatter, Chen Dakawei proceeded to the crux of the matter. With heartfelt sincerity, he addressed Chen An, stating, "Don, I take pride in your ability to earn money, but I cannot fathom your expenditure on these mushrooms. Could you enlighten me?" The eyes of the others turned towards Chen An, eager to learn his perspective. However, accustomed to such interrogations from his previous life, Chen An had experienced similar scrutiny from stakeholders who failed to comprehend his plans. Having suffered numerous setbacks, he understood that until the dust settled, revealing even the slightest detail of his plans was unwise, not even to his father. The purpose behind his mushroom acquisition was known solely to him, as was the method of execution. Having already invested over 600, he felt even less inclined to disclose anything. "Dad, didn't I ask you not to interfere?" Chen An replied. "Look at this." Chen Dakawei turned to Uncle Qi and the others, then lamented to Chen An. "How much have you spent? Do you think my heart is made of stone? Seeing so much money exchanged for these worthless fungi, how can I not feel distressed?" The worry etched on Chen Dakawei's face was far heavier than during the times when Chen An squandered money frivolously. He had taken to smoking incessantly, appearing to age several years in mere days. Even his reformed son continued to be a source of concern. "You will soon cease to care about this money," Chen An asserted confidently. Indeed, 600 is a considerable sum. However, when that investment yields a financial splash, no one will deem it a waste. Chen Dakawei found himself at a loss for words. He had attempted to dissuade Chen An repeatedly, but his son consistently evaded the core of the issue. This prompted him to enlist Uncle Qi and the others, hoping their professional insight might unveil Chen An's intentions. Uncle Qi took a deep drag from his cigarette and remarked, "Anzi, your success in selling mountain snails has truly impressed me. However, I cannot grasp your mushroom venture. Mountain snails and crabs are in constant demand. But what else can these mushrooms offer besides sustenance? Aren't they readily available? Why would anyone pay to buy them from you? They are indeed for consumption. And not only do people pay for them, they pay handsomely." Chen An replied, though his assertion seemed vague. "Why would others choose to buy from you? What competitive advantage do you possess in gathering these mushrooms?" inquired Chen Xingquan, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative. With years of experience, he had previously sold dried mushrooms, but found that purchasing 10 pounds from villagers often led to them not selling out until year's end. Dried mushrooms had limited presence in rural cooking, and regardless of preparation, their flavor and texture paled in comparison to that of fresh ones. Occasionally, one might resort to simmering bone broth, which calls for the use of dried mushrooms. However, in these times of financial constraint, who among us can afford to prepare bone broth on a daily basis? Consequently, many households do not regard dried mushrooms as a culinary ingredient. Moreover, some fungi are toxic, and one would be foolhardy to gamble with their life unless absolutely necessary. Thus, who would be foolish enough to purchase the vast quantity that Chen An has collected? "Anzi, you should cease your collection." Liang Bo, the proprietor of the village restaurant, advised directly. I can inquire with other restaurant owners to see if they are interested in what you have gathered. There will undoubtedly be some demand, but it will not be substantial. Liang Bo hails from a nearby village related to Chen An, albeit distantly. Despite their somewhat tenuous connection, they share a bond as fellow villagers. Chen An had begun to learn the ropes, albeit in the wrong direction, and Liang Bo was more than willing to lend a hand by offering advice. Chen Dakwai seized the opportunity to interject. Listen, even the restaurant is reluctant to accept these items. With the quantity you have amassed, they're bound to become a burden. You would be better off foraging for snails to sell. Chen An merely smiled, choosing not to respond further. Matters of commercial confidentiality are not for him to disclose, especially with Wang Defa still at large, potentially harboring ill intentions. As they were conversing, another individual approached to sell mushrooms. Chen An rose from his seat, saying, Uncle Chi, Uncle Da, Uncle Liang, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to my business. With that, he left them behind and made his way to gather mushrooms. Although they all meant well, it did not guarantee that they could safeguard his secrets. Much like the snail trade, if others from neighboring villages caught wind of it, they would encroach upon his business, undercutting prices and disrupting the market. Should word of the mushroom trade reach them, he would indeed find his profits slipping through his fingers. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Chen An would refrain from providing any explanations. You little rascal, Chen Dakwai, incensed by Chen An's demeanor, grabbed a stool as if to hurl it at him, only to be restrained by Chen Xingquan and Liang Bo. Who would have thought this kid could be so obstinate? Uncle Chi remarked with a resigned chuckle. I hope he understands the gravity of his actions. He understands nothing. Chen Dakwai retorted loudly. It must be that day when I knocked some sense into his head. In the kitchen, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who had been busily washing and cooking, glanced outside upon hearing the commotion. Observing Chen An's disregard for their counsel, they couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. While Chen An had indeed changed, he had also become increasingly enigmatic. Previously, whenever he spoke, Shuyá would know he was requesting money, aware whether it was for drinking or gambling. Yet now, she found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Chen An's motives. Her sentiments were echoed by her mother-in-law, Liang Xiaofan. While it was commendable that Chen An had transformed and learned to earn money, it was disheartening that the hard-earned funds were squandered on mushrooms. This led Liang Xiaofan to conclude that it was simply the fate of the Chen family, born to a life of poverty, and perhaps the heavens, in their discontent, compelled Chen An to act foolishly. At the table, the four men were engaged in their smoking. Chen An returned with mushrooms and sat down, saying directly, Dad, I've thought it over. Starting next year, we will no longer cultivate sweet potatoes and rice. We can reduce our seed planting and instead switch to growing mushrooms. This will be far easier than what we currently grow, and the profits will come quickly within a few years. Chen Dakwai had already been simmering with frustration over Chen An's mushroom endeavors. Now he was suggesting that they cultivate mushrooms? Fortunately, Chen Xingquan and Liang Bo intervened. Chen An, don't be foolish. Mushrooms are abundant in the mountains. They can be picked anywhere. Why would you bother to cultivate them? Chen Xingquan remarked. Indeed, even cattle want to eat them, and you wish to expend time and effort growing them? Liang Bo laughed incredulously. If you don't farm, how will you pay the grain tax next year? Uncle Chi could not help but scold. Isn't it enough for you to be mad alone? Do you wish to drag your family into your madness? However, Chen An appeared resolute, calmly asserting, I am not mad. I know exactly what I am doing. Artificial mushroom cultivation is the future trend, and the government will provide subsidies. Uncle Chi, I dare say that within half a year, you will thank me for taking this step today, for Longmen Village will prosper because of my initiative. Chapter 19. Widow Pan seeing Chen An so obstinately unyielding. The elders were left speechless, merely shaking their heads with bittersweet smiles. Chen An had always been this way. Once he set his mind on something, not even a herd of cattle could sway him. Now that he was convinced that mushroom farming would be profitable, not even the strongest persuasion could alter his course. They could not fathom why this seemingly abundant and scarcely consumed item appeared to him as a treasure trove. Chen An had no intention of engaging in further discussion. The conversation had reached an impasse. At that moment, a girl named Wang Bing, of similar age to Chen An, arrived outside. Wang Bing had reached the second year of high school but had to drop out due to her family's financial difficulties, taking on work to support her brother's education. However, because she had attended high school, she was regarded as educated within the village. Thus, unlike other dropouts who resorted to farming or labor, She was recruited by the village committee to manage accounts. Is Uncle Dakaway home? Wang Bing called politely, also greeting Liang Xiufan and Han Shuyá in the kitchen. As for Chen An, she completely ignored him, not out of arrogance, but because he had whistled at her previously, and she had no desire to engage with him. She then turned to Uncle Qi, stating, Uncle Qi, the folks from Baoshan have come to speak with you. Very well, Chen An replied, I won't say much more. But I will tell you that the village will surely prosper within 6 months, but it will not be due to your mushroom foraging. Uncle Qi stood up to leave. Chen Xingxuan and Liang Bo also rose to bid farewell. Chen An was indeed difficult to persuade. Only through experiencing setbacks might he reconsider. It was a pity that he would squander all his earnings on mushrooms, even though it was not their money. Seeing Chen An wasteful left a sour taste in the relatives' hearts. After they departed, Chen Dakaway solemnly warned Chen An, if you dare to mention growing mushrooms again, I will truly lose my temper. Cultivating grain is the very essence of a farmer's existence, no matter how whimsical one may become. Jesting about abandoning the land is utterly folly. In this era, farming remains the sole avenue for farmers to thrive. After expressing his thoughts, Chen Dakaway rose and departed. Chen An, however, remained unfazed, fully aware of his intentions. He was confident that once his father beheld the profits, such notions would dissipate. Yet, he recalled Wang Bing mentioning that someone intended to lease the mountain. This stirred memories of his previous life when a group had indeed arrived in the village, claiming they would aid in its prosperity by leasing the mountain behind. The subsequent events, however, plunged the entire village into despair. Was Wang Bing referring to that very group? Chen An contemplated warning Uncle Qi and Wang Bing, but upon standing, he remembered that they would hardly believe his claims about earning money from mushroom foraging. Moreover, being of lesser stature, his warnings would likely be dismissed. This thought was swiftly cast aside. In the following days, word spread across the countryside about Chen An's mushroom collection, prompting many to bring their dried mushrooms for sale. More villagers ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms as well. The recent nights had been rainy, but the days turned sunny, making it convenient for everyone to forage. To minimize costs, Chen An began focusing on collecting fresh mushrooms, which he would then dry himself. Fortunately, the sun shone brightly all day, allowing the fresh mushrooms to dry swiftly. 10 days later, Chen An had amassed an entire room filled with mushrooms, meticulously selected, totaling over 9,000 pounds. He had invested more than 2,000, utilizing all the earnings from selling the mountain snails. For the villagers, unaware of the purpose behind such a vast quantity of mushrooms, it seemed as though he was digging his own grave. Yet Chen An calculated the potential profits from selling these mushrooms, and his heart brimmed with joy, for he knew exactly how to market them and secure an excellent price. Then, another piece of alarming news arrived. Wang Erden, who had previously nearly drowned, hurried to Chen An's home. Brother Chen, something terrible has happened, he exclaimed. What is it? Chen An inquired, still occupied with drying mushrooms. Wang Erden, panting heavily, uttered, Wang Defa and his gang. They've killed Widow Pan. What? Chen An was taken aback. Although he had no personal connection to Widow Pan, the perpetrator was Wang Defa, and Chen An harbored a sense of pity for her plight. If Wang Defa and his cronies were not brought to justice soon, Chen An's conscience would weigh heavily upon him. Yet, he pressed on, how do you know this? Wang Erden, just 13, could not have accompanied Wang Defa. I, he stammered, his face flushed. Observing his demeanor, Chen An surmised that Widow Pan was quite attractive, and many men in the village harbored secret desires for her, but lacked the courage to act. The boy must have been peeking through the window, witnessing Wang Defa and his companions confronting Widow Pan in a nefarious manner, leading him to the grim scene he described. Previously, while gathering mountain snails, Wang Erden delighted in reporting to Chen An. Upon witnessing the current predicament, he seemed momentarily paralyzed by fear, instinctively rushing to inform Chen An. You must notify Uncle Qi and the others. With that, Chen An and Wang Erden exited together, dividing their paths. Chen An hastened towards Widow Pan's residence. Aware that Wang Defa and his companions had likely caused a death and would need to deliberate on how to handle the situation, possibly still lingering at the scene. However, there was a chance they might flee, thus Chen An needed to act swiftly to apprehend them and gather evidence. In a flurry of movement, Chen An reached the threshold of Widow Pan's home, gently pushing the door open, which surprisingly yielded to his touch. It appeared that Wang Defa and his cohorts were in such a rush that they had neglected to secure the door. These 3 individuals were truly despicable. Not only were they outnumbering Widow Pan, but they also relished in tormenting her, to the extent that Chen An bore numerous whip marks from his encounters with her. Of course, it was also conceivable that Widow Pan had instigated such treatment. The truth remained elusive to Chen An. Yet the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Wang Defa and his crew. Inside, silence reigned. Chen An paused in the courtyard, listening intently, discerning the faint rustling within, the unmistakable sounds of three individuals handling a corpse. Swiftly, he entered the house, intent on peering into Widow Pan's room. Suddenly, Widow Pan burst forth from her chamber, startling Chen An, who momentarily feared a reanimation of the dead. Without warning, she enveloped him in an embrace, proceeding to nibble at his neck and face. Moments later, traces of her lipstick adorned his skin. "Help! Someone save me! Chen An is a beast, and he's hitting me." Widow Pan's piercing scream reverberated throughout the village, rousing even the dogs to join in the commotion. At that moment, Chen An comprehended the deception orchestrated by Wang Erden. Who is calling? What is happening? Just then, several individuals entered from outside Widow Pan's home. Chen An turned to see Wang Defa and his two brothers approaching. Should it have been only the three of them, Chen An would not have felt overly concerned. However, the presence of two women returning from the fields, wielding hoes, intensified his anxiety. Upon witnessing Widow Pan's embrace, a sinking feeling gripped Chen An. There would be no absolution, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Chapter 20. Compensation is necessary. Chen An is behaving lewdly. Seize him. Wang Defa and his companions approached with audacious expressions, intent on restraining Chen An. However, the astute Chen An would not succumb so easily to their grasp. He deftly tickled Widow Pan's waist, prompting her to release him in a fit of laughter. Seizing the moment, he struck swiftly at the muscle of Wang Defa's arm. In his past life, after earning a fortune, Chen An had taken precautions regarding his personal safety and had thus practiced martial arts for over 2 decades. With the resurgence of those memories, his skills were instantly reignited. The trio, already overindulgent and lacking in discipline, may have been in their 20s, yet their physical condition was far from robust. Upon being struck by Chen An, the three individuals immediately lost their strength, temporarily unable to approach him for control. "Why are you still hitting people?" the two women exclaimed loudly upon witnessing the scene. Just then, Wang Erden arrived with his uncle and a large group of people. Seeing the crowd approach, the Widow Pan shouted, "Uncle Seven, you've finally come. You must stand up for me." As she ran, her disheveled appearance left the men who had come to investigate utterly stunned. Uncle Seven, at 70 years of age, was not accustomed to such spectacles. Fortunately, Wang Bing acted swiftly, rushing over to restrain the Widow Pan and assist her in straightening her attire. However, Pan continued to lament. "Everyone, please judge for yourselves. As a widow, it's not easy for me to make a living, and I have always been grateful for your support. Recently, Chen An's mushroom foraging allowed me to earn a bit of money, so when he came to find me, I wanted to express my gratitude." Little did I know, his expectations of gratitude were unlike anyone else's. At that moment, I thought he merely wanted a commission, so I went to fetch him some money. Who could have anticipated that this beast would follow me in, and then he held me down? At this point, the Widow Pan broke into tears, her sobs genuine enough to sway the crowd. The villagers were well aware of Pan's reputation, and it was jarring to witness her portray herself as pure and virtuous in front of so many. Even Uncle Seven felt his composure falter at the spectacle. "Please, stop crying," he urged. "If you truly disagreed, would Chen An have been able to paint his face with your lipstick?" But it was one thing for Pan to lack self-respect. It was another for Chen An to act inappropriately. It was well known that Chen An had once associated closely with Wang Defa and had indulged in many vices. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he would mistreat the Widow Pan. Consequently, the villagers began to regard Chen An with a mix of disappointment and disdain. The resolution of this matter rested with the Widow Pan. If she insisted that Chen An had assaulted her, the situation could become quite complicated. "You see, I initially resisted, but this brute struck me," Pan exclaimed, ripping her clothing to reveal her shoulders and waist. Indeed, there were fresh marks upon her skin, which left the men who had come along utterly speechless. Uncle Seven averted his gaze, unable to withstand such a jarring visual assault. Meanwhile, Wang Erden, overwhelmed by the scene, found himself drooling, only to be chastised by his mother, who pinched his ear. "I never saw you so eager when working." In pain, Wang Erden swiftly turned away, while the other women began to pinch their own husbands' ears in response. Wang Bing hurriedly covered the Widow Pan's clothing and urged, "Aunt Pan, we understand. You need not go to such lengths. If I don't, how will you know what Chen An has done to me? She retorted. Widow Pan lamented tearfully. I am acutely aware of how I am perceived by everyone. As a solitary woman in this world, I endure hardships alone, with no one to support me. Whatever others say becomes the truth, and what can I do about it? My reputation is tarnished, and all bear responsibility for that. If Chen An had not succumbed to the rumors you spread, he would not have treated me so cruelly. When I expressed my dissent, he assaulted me and forced himself upon me. Wang Bing, Uncle Chi, you must stand up for me. We are all from the same village, and he has 2 children. I do not wish for Chen An to be imprisoned, but I demand compensation. He must pay. My voice rang loud, seemingly innocent while simultaneously considering Chen An's plight, showing mercy by not wishing for his imprisonment. Thus, my ultimate aim is encapsulated in that single word, compensation. This aligns with Wang Defa's intentions as well. Chen An has discerned that this scheme was orchestrated by Wang Defa and Widow Pan, designed to ensnare him. They refrained from involving the authorities because they understood that once the police were notified, an investigation would ensue, questioning others from the village. The truth of Widow Pan's character would soon be unveiled. If they further insisted on a forensic examination, it would reveal that he was innocent, which would create significant complications. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is for him to offer recompense. They believe that for the sake of tranquility, he would inevitably agree to compensation. What other recourse is there? Compensation it is. After all, who called him to Widow Pan's residence? The evidence is irrefutable. Indeed, I witnessed him striking Wang Defa and the others. Yes, I saw it too. The injuries on Widow Pan must have been inflicted by him, given his past behavior. I cannot believe he did not lay a hand on her. How unfortunate for him to have married such a beautiful wife, Han Shuyá. Yet, beauty fades with familiarity. Especially now that he has come into some money, he seeks to indulge in illicit pleasures. The crowd murmured among themselves. And as Wang Defa and his associates had just been assaulted, Uncle Chi and the others arrived at that moment. This served to confirm Chen An's propensity for violence, that he had indeed harmed Widow Pan. Moreover, Chen An's prior reputation was far from stellar. Furthermore, when everyone else was absent moments ago, what was Chen An doing here if not for that very matter? Whether from collective assumption or observable evidence, it was clear that Chen An had violated Widow Pan. Even if he had not, he surely harbored such intentions. Upon her resistance, he resorted to violence. Shortly thereafter, Han Shuyá arrived, having heard the situation on her way. Shuyá, look at your husband. He has become quite the man. Indeed, when men acquire wealth, they tend to stray. If it comes to that, perhaps you should consider leaving him. Some, upon seeing Han Shuyá, began to offer their counsel. They were, in fact, leaning towards Wang Defa's side, as they would need to rely on him for future credit in purchasing fertilizer. In the face of the murmurs, Han Shuyá stated, I believe Chen An is innocent. Just moments ago, he was in the yard with me drying mushrooms. He only came here after hearing from Wang Erden that Widow Pan was being bullied by Wang Defa and his gang. Chapter 21. 1,000 apologies. What a farce. As Han Shuyá finished her words, a Biao chuckled and replied, Han Shuyá, you ought to speak with some basis. How have we bullied Aunt Pan? Indeed, echoed DeLong. You are married to Chen An, so naturally, you must defend him. Your testimony holds no weight. Wang Defa added, moreover, Chen An has no familial ties to Aunt Pan. Why would he rush over upon hearing that she was bullied? I suspect he is deceiving you. He is likely the one intending to bully Aunt Pan. Han Shuyá was taken aback, left speechless. You are all talking nonsense. Yet, it was evident that the others found Wang Defa's arguments quite reasonable, as Aunt Pan had not claimed she was being bullied by them. Furthermore, Aunt Pan appeared disheveled, and when everyone arrived, only Chen An and she were found embraced together, making it hard for anyone not to believe their own eyes. However, Han Shuyá staunchly defended her stance. Wang Erden, did you not just say you witnessed Wang Defa and the others bullying Aunt Pan? Clarify that. All eyes turned to Wang Erden, who surprisingly showed no signs of intimidation. With an innocent demeanor, he shook his head and stated, I did not. I saw Brother Chen An strike Aunt Pan, which prompted me to summon Uncle Chi. It was clear that Wang Erden had already been bribed by Wang Defa and his companions. Upon hearing this, Chen An immediately inquired, are you claiming you saw me strike her? Wang Erden, seemingly emboldened, raised his chin and declared, I saw it with my own eyes. Chen An merely smiled faintly. Well, I must commend your honesty. Wang Bing turned to him and asked, so you are admitting it? In Wang Bing's view, Chen An had always been a scoundrel. and during his time with Wang Defa, he had learned nothing virtuous. Several village girls had suffered varying degrees of harassment from Chen An. His lewd remarks made it implausible to believe him innocent. I did not commit any wrongdoing. Why should I confess? Chen An retorted defiantly. Still stubborn. We all witnessed it, Wang Defa remarked. Ultimately, Aunt Pan holds the most authority on this matter. Everyone again turned their gaze towards the widow Pan, who appeared dejected. Feeling profoundly wronged, with silent tears streaming down her face, she uttered, "What more is there for me to say? Such disgraceful matters should not require me to seek validation from the world. I am aware of my tarnished reputation, but the words come from others, beyond my control. A widow often faces much strife. The old adage rings true, but must I suffer for it? Uncle Chi, speak up. Has Chen An wronged me? Should he not face consequences?" Thus, the decision fell to the esteemed Uncle Chi, as a resolution was indeed necessary at this juncture. "Chen An, do you have anything to say?" Uncle Chi inquired. They had been focused on Aunt Pan's lamentations, but had yet to hear Chen An's side. However, before Chen An could respond, Wang Defa interjected, "I must speak in defense of Aunt Pan. She is all alone, relying on her sewing skills to survive. And I find her plight quite pitiable. Chen An has committed a grave misdeed, leaving her in such a state. He deserves severe punishment. Though imprisonment may not be warranted, he must compensate her. Otherwise, who will protect Aunt Pan from future bullying? Will she be left to fend for herself?" A Biao echoed, "Wang Defa is right. We must ensure that those who err receive a substantial lesson." De Long added, "Of course, the specifics of the compensation depend on Aunt Pan's wishes." Listening to their harmonious exchange, it became evident that Chen An was undoubtedly innocent. Yet, having been caught red-handed, Chen An found himself at a loss for words. One might argue that Chen An was indeed idle. What prompted him to visit Widow Pan's home? Even if some villagers had begun to believe in Chen An's reformation, doubts now crept in regarding his true nature. Widow Pan contemplated for a moment and declared, "I do not ask for much. Chen An tarnished my reputation. So he must compensate me 1,000 yuan, which includes damages for mental anguish as well as my nutritional expenses. Not a single penny less, or I shall take legal action against him." Gasp! Such a hefty sum. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing Widow Pan's demand for compensation. 1,000 yuan equated to over a decade's worth of savings for a typical household. It was indeed a bold request on her part. However, only Chen An could afford such a demand. Had it been anyone else, Widow Pan would not have dared to ask for so much. After all, Chen An had recently come into some fortune. Alas, it was his misfortune to have visited Widow Pan alone, casting suspicion on his intentions. A costly misstep indeed. Shuyá, upon hearing the exorbitant compensation, widened her eyes in disbelief. The money Chen An earned was entrusted to her management by her in-laws, and she was acutely aware of the family's finances. Chen An had already exhausted his funds in harvesting nearly 10,000 jin of mushrooms. The current financial state of their household mirrored that fateful day when Chen An returned after selling his father-in-law's coffin, albeit without any debts now. They were utterly devoid of cash. Where could they possibly procure such a sum for compensation? In these times, people often possess naive thoughts, and when wronged, they tend to endure hardships to avoid disrupting production. If compensation were within their means, they would hastily pay to resolve matters amicably. Who would think to seek justice through official channels? Some may even feel they stand no chance of winning, thus opting not to waste their time and energy. This phenomenon persisted even 30 years later, when legal systems had become more refined. Individuals faced with difficulties often chose to endure rather than engage in protracted legal battles. In these remote villages, the village head or secretary often served as the arbiter of justice. Fortunately, Uncle Chi, with his esteemed reputation and fair judgment, wielded considerable influence. Thus, when he declared someone at fault, that person would invariably concede, hastening the resolution of the matter. At this moment, Chen An began to grasp Wang Defa and the others' intentions. Realizing they had conspired with Widow Pan to ensnare him, knowing he had spent all his earnings from mushroom picking, the demand for 1,000 yuan was no trifling matter. Yet, Chen An was curious. What did Wang Defa and the others expect, given that he could not possibly produce such funds? "I do not possess that much money," Chen An stated. This was common knowledge among them. Widow Pan immediately retorted, "No money? Surely you have land. Transfer an acre of land from Jinban Tian to me." Jinban Tian was a local name for a plot of farmland, often demarcated using traditional rural methods. The fertile fields of Jinban Tian are evident from their name, signifying a land where anything sown thrives abundantly. Even during times of drought, when others face poor harvests, the Chen family consistently fulfills their grain quotas thanks to this land. This reveals their ulterior motive, to tarnish the reputation of Widow Pan while simultaneously acquiring a piece of arable land. In the 1980s, such land was akin to a golden opportunity coveted by many. Chapter 22. Call the police. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Dakue hurried over. The villagers, upon seeing him, urged him forward. Dakue is here. Chen An has been wronged by Aunt Pan, and they demand compensation for an acre of land. They insisted it was preferable to sending Chen into prison. They began to counsel him. Chen Dakue, having grasped the situation, firmly believed in Chen An's innocence. Yet, being caught red-handed rendered arguments futile. Though he felt great sorrow at the prospect of losing that acre of land, to prevent Chen An from facing charges of hooliganism, Dakue had no choice but to endure the loss. Taking a deep breath, he resignedly stated, since Chen An has made a mistake, he must accept the consequences. We will compensate. A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. With Dakue's honest and straightforward nature, his word was law. Compensation would indeed follow. In many remote areas, villagers resolve conflicts in this manner, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble with authorities. Most were aware that Chen An was innocent. Yet with the evidence against him and Widow Pan's relentless pursuit, they felt compelled to absorb the loss. The worst that could happen was to avoid Widow Pan in the future. Thus, the matter should have concluded here. However, Chen An suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment." Wang Bing retorted, "What more do you want? Are you not satisfied with the trouble you've already caused?" The others turned to Chen An, wondering if he was truly unwilling to accept responsibility. Should the situation escalate, the charge of hooliganism would have severe consequences. Widow Pan had hinted at prison time for Chen An, showcasing her ignorance of the larger picture. Chen An gazed at Wang Bing and challenged, "Which of your eyes saw me causing trouble?" Stepping forward, Chen An pulled Wang Erdang closer, seeking clarity on Wang Defa's intentions, thus understanding his next move. Regrettably, Wang Defa was astute, and this matter could only be traced back to Widow Pan, leaving no impact on Wang Defa and his associates. Yet, Chen An was determined to clear his name. Did everyone hear what Wang Erdang just said? He surveyed the crowd. "Your father has already stated his willingness to compensate. What more do you wish to argue?" Came the voices of dissent. Indeed, if Aunt Pan pursues this matter and the police are involved, you could be charged with hooliganism, which could lead to dire consequences. Best to quiet down, they urged, sensing Chen An was on the brink of disaster and fearing Aunt Pan's potential wrath. "I still have something to say," Chen An retorted. "Uncle Chi just asked if I had any final words, and I have yet to speak. My father's willingness to compensate is his affair. Mine must be clarified." Even at this late hour, Chen An sought to contest the situation. Wang Defa chuckled. "Chen An, what more can you possibly say? You are merely a small-time thug. This will follow you for life." This matter indeed involves Wang Defa conspiring with Widow Pan to frame Chen An. Their intention was to deprive Chen An's family of that piece of land, thereby tarnishing their reputation as a family of rogues. In rural communities, reputation can hold more weight than mountains of gold. Moreover, that land, once sold, could yield a substantial profit. As for why Wang Defa did not seize this opportunity to eliminate Chen An, thereby rendering Han Shuyá a widow as well, Wang Defa is no fool. Chen An has not genuinely wronged Widow Pan. If the police were summoned, would they not conduct a thorough investigation? Once an inquiry is initiated, the individuals involved would be interrogated separately. To begin with, Wang Erdan's involvement is the most susceptible to exposure. Therefore, Wang Defa must proceed with caution, aiming to dampen Chen An's spirit gradually. He harbors a desire to eliminate Chen An outright, yet he lacks both the capability and the wisdom to extricate himself unscathed. Thus, he resorts to using Widow Pan to vex Chen An. In Wang Defa's perspective, Chen An, having been caught red-handed, would undoubtedly wish to settle the matter quietly. Avoiding police involvement, Wang Defa mistakenly believes that Chen An would shy away from delving deeper, hastily submitting to the humiliation. Little does he know, the current Chen An is no longer the same as before. "Ah, Uncle Chi, you have only heard Widow Pan's side of the story. Surely, you should also consider my perspective," Chen An remarked. "Otherwise, how can it be fair to declare me the loser outright? I too harbor dissent." "Very well. Let us hear what Chen An has to say," Uncle Chi replied. The others found it amusing. Could Chen An truly turn black into white? Noticing the audience's attention, Chen An continued. Just now, Wang Erden claimed he saw me strike Widow Pan, correct? What do you have to say? What are you implying? Someone inquired. Chen An elaborated. From Erden's implication, it seems that all of Widow Pan's injuries were inflicted by me. Widow Pan immediately retorted, indeed, it was you. Chen An chuckled, otherwise. In this 21st century, why do people claim that the thoughts of those in remote villages are so narrow-minded? I am setting a trap for you. And before I have even finished laying it, you have already jumped in. Now, I wish to ask Erden, what was the instrument I used to strike? Don't speak. No one should say a word. Let Wang Erden answer for himself. Chen An called out loudly to Widow Pan and Wang Defa. At this moment, Erden panicked. Brother Defa did not clarify everything when he spoke to me. Wang Erden stammered, his eyes darting nervously, his hands trembling. Faced with such scrutiny in front of so many people, he feared that his lies would land him in jail. As the crowd witnessed Erden's reaction, hope appeared to flicker in the air, especially for Widow Pan, who became increasingly tense, her gaze shifting towards Wang Defa. At that moment, Wang Defa attempted to signal Erden discreetly. However, Chen An suddenly positioned himself before Wang Erden, obstructing his line of sight. Chen An pressed on. Did I strike with my left hand or my right? Wang Erden turned pale. Brother Defa had not provided specifics. He merely instructed him to lure Chen An, saying he had bullied Widow Pan. No further details were shared. Now, under meticulous questioning, he realized the gravity of the situation. If he could not respond adequately, would he not face imprisonment? At this moment, Wang Bing approached and said, Dan, do not be afraid. Simply speak the truth about what you have witnessed. Wang Bing's tone was gentle, allowing Wang Dan to relax considerably. However, he truly did not know. Chen An then interjected, are you afraid of making a mistake? It matters not. Just whisper your answer to Sister Wang Bing, and do not voice it aloud. Subsequently, Wang Bing led Dan away a bit. And after a moment of hesitation, Wang Dan whispered something in Wang Bing's ear. At this juncture, Chen An turned to Widow Pan and inquired, Aunt Pan, you surely know which hand I used to strike you, do you not? Please enlighten everyone, so that my defeat is unequivocally understood. Widow Pan became flustered. She was unaware of which hand Wang Dan had referred to, and if her answer differed from his, it would surely expose her deception. Initially, she had never anticipated that Shuyá would pursue this line of questioning. Thus, she had not conferred on the details beforehand. Now, even if her answer aligned with Wang Dan's, who could predict what further inquiries Chen An might make? Already feeling guilty, the probing for specifics left Widow Pan at a loss for how to proceed. Chen An continued, unable to respond. Very well then, Uncle Chi. Aunt Pan has tarnished my reputation, and this is no trivial matter. I have 2 daughters, and I wish for them not to live under the shadow of their father's disgrace. I insist that this matter be resolved with utmost clarity and transparency. It would be prudent to involve the authorities. Let the police restore my honor. Such defamation should warrant a sentence of a decade or more. Chen An's intimidation caused Widow Pan, whose psychological defenses had crumbled under the weight of her guilt, to panic. Observing Wang Defa turning his face away, clearly disinterested in the matter, she quickly exclaimed, No, no, no. Please do not call the police. I will confess. In Chapter 23, Retaining the Right to Pursue Accountability, Widow Pan gradually revealed how Wang Defa had orchestrated the scheme with her, detailing their discussions about acquiring the land in Jinbantian and how the spoils were to be divided. Yet, the assembly was not particularly astonished, for Wang Defa frequently visited Widow Pan's home. One could surmise that her sudden accusations against Chen An were guided by someone with influence, namely, Wang Defa himself. Little did he expect that Widow Pan would implicate him, recounting the entire sequence of events. Even if he attempted to defend himself with righteous indignation, to the others, he appeared merely as an accomplice to Widow Pan. Knowing this about his own cunning, who would dare come to him for fertilizer in the future? Even if someone were bold enough to purchase, who would trust him enough to extend credit? Without credit, there would be no interest. How then could he profit? Wang Defa was deeply regretful, realizing that he had failed to consider that Chen An might turn the tables on him so readily. Yet no matter what Widow Pan declared, he could not admit to his involvement. Aunt Pan, while meals can be shared indiscriminately, such statements must not be made lightly, Wang Defa promptly retorted. Your insistence on portraying me as your accomplice will surely tarnish my reputation in the eyes of others. Indeed, Aunt Pan, your casual remarks compel us to run tirelessly to prove our innocence. Beware, for we may just report you to the authorities. De Long and Biao chimed in. echoing his sentiments. Widow Pan, having her nefarious plot exposed, found herself in deep despair as the land she had long coveted slipped through her fingers. Feeling utterly defeated, she lamented her losses, thinking herself the most unfortunate soul in the world. To make matters worse, Wang Defa and his cohorts refused to acknowledge their involvement and even contemplated reporting her to the authorities, hoping to cast her as the scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Widow Pan erupted with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Defa. You Wang, you come to my doorstep daily. Even the village dogs are aware of your visits. Yet you still deny it? Now you wish to report me? Have you no humanity? You three have come separately and together, exhausting me beyond measure. Have I ever accepted a single coin from you? Now you wish to burn the bridge after crossing it? Let me make myself clear. I am pregnant, and I do not know which of you three is the father. Once the child is born, I shall seek a paternity test. So be prepared to present a bride price to marry me. Widow Pan, in her desperation, resolved to abandon the facade of innocence she had been maintaining. She believed that once the child was born, Wang Defa and the others would have no choice but to acknowledge their responsibility, and thus they would be compelled to present gifts for her hand in marriage. The villagers stood in stunned silence, aghast at the scandalous implications of her words. This was a matter far too shameful to bear. Even I would struggle to face others from neighboring villages. Such a situation was unbecoming. To be embroiled in scandal and pregnant was simply unacceptable. The gossip spread like wildfire, for should word reach the neighboring villages, any man could be branded the father of Widow Pan's child. The men pondered the inevitable conversations they would have with outsiders, fearing ridicule as they might be implicated in the scandal. In a time when wealth was scarce, one's reputation was of utmost importance. Wang Defa and his companions turned pale at the thought. Could it be true? They wondered, though the reality appeared undeniable. In a mere month or two, the truth would be evident, and there was no reason for Widow Pan to fabricate such a tale. Panic set in for Wang Defa, Dalong, and Abayo. If the child were indeed theirs, they would be bound to marry Widow Pan. How could they possibly bring such a woman into their homes? She was suitable for fleeting encounters, but not for marriage. Yet, if the child was theirs, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. All three men frantically contemplated how to extricate themselves from this predicament, silently praying that the child was not theirs. What terrible misfortune had befallen them that Widow Pan would find herself with child? Even if they were to refuse her vehemently, if the child was indeed theirs, they would be obligated to provide for it, and that was no small burden. If they were to wed a woman of good repute, it would be one thing. However, a woman of such dubious character as a widow was entirely different. Even if she bore a son, could they truly acknowledge the child? The thought of raising a child under such circumstances was deeply distressing, not to mention the damage to their reputations. In that moment, they realized that further argument would be futile. No amount of denial could alter the reality of the situation. The child was on its way, and soon Widow Pan would seek confirmation, with the entire village waiting to witness their disgrace. At present, I find myself devoid of the inclination to engage in any form of defense. Chen An was utterly astonished upon hearing the news. Who would have anticipated such a momentous revelation? The three of them had indulged in reckless abandon, never once contemplating the repercussions. Now, at least until the child is born, they must endure an interminable state of anxiety. Naturally, Chen An harbored no desire for Wang Defa to persist for long. In the matter of the Widow Pan incident, he could still unearth a flaw from Wang Erden, thereby vindicating himself. Yet, who could predict when Wang Defa would strike next? To remain on constant guard? Chen An lacked the energy and mental fortitude for such vigilance. Thus, it was imperative to devise a means to ensure that Wang Defa could never trouble him again. At that moment, Dalong and Abayo's parents arrived belatedly, but they swiftly grasped the situation. Upon learning that Widow Pan might be carrying his son's offspring, the father instantly seized his son by the ear. You wretched creature, you have sullied my reputation. Where was your courage while tilling the fields? The two fathers, seething with anger, berated their sons as they hastily departed. Once the matter was clarified, Uncle Chi dispersed the gathering, declaring, "Enough. The truth is revealed. Chen An has been wronged. Off you go to work in the fields, and stop this idle spectating." The crowd quickly dispersed. Before leaving, Chen An specifically addressed Widow Pan. "Aunt Pan, regarding your baseless accusation of my bullying, I reserve the right to pursue this matter further. Should I choose to take action, I shall report it to the authorities, and rest assured, the community will stand witness. You cannot escape." Little did Widow Pan realize that Chen An could still report her after this incident. However, Chen An had indeed refrained from announcing forgiveness. Thus, upon hearing his words, Widow Pan dared not be overly arrogant. On the way home, Chen An expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dad." Although the golden-spotted land had been preserved, his father unhesitatingly compensated Widow Pan, a move made to safeguard himself. Chen An felt profoundly touched. "Humph, once you find a solution to dispose of the mushrooms, then perhaps I shall express my thanks." Chen Dakwai hurriedly departed, smoking his pipe. "Wife, I also thank you," Chen An said to Han Shuyá. "What have I done to deserve thanks?" Han Shuyá averted her gaze, feeling shy in Chen An's presence. Just moments ago, when he had defended his innocence, he had succinctly addressed the crux of the matter, leaving Widow Pan flustered. That spectacle truly left Han Shuyá in awe. Could my husband be so dashing? Previously unnoticed, he now amazed her. Earlier, everyone misunderstood me, believing I had bullied Widow Pan, yet you alone chose to believe in me. Chen An remarked. "What are you saying? A couple ought to trust each other." Chen An smiled. The fact that she expressed this sentiment indicated her acceptance of him, casting aside her previous doubts. Chapter 24. Outsourcing in Shishan, Prosperity or Burden. The Widow Pan incident was merely a minor interlude. The mushrooms still amassed at home, nearly 10,000 pounds in total. If action was not taken soon, with the rainy season approaching, the dampness would jeopardize the entire batch. Chen An began to feel a sense of urgency. In his recollection, during this time in his past life, there indeed was a mushroom vendor who would come to the village to purchase mushrooms. However, at that time, Chen An had been stung by a wasp and thus failed to remember the precise timing. It was undoubtedly around the end of August to the beginning of September. Yet, why had that individual not yet arrived? The anxiety was palpable. The money earned from selling mountain snails and crabs had already been completely invested, and all that remained was for this esteemed buyer to come and make a purchase. Suddenly, Chen An pondered whether his reincarnation and the multitude of actions he had taken had altered the course of the mushroom vendor's arrival. If that were indeed the case, it would spell disaster. Chen An had been counting on this batch of mushrooms to make a significant turnaround. Days passed as he waited in vain, and still, the vendor did not appear. His parents gazed at the pile of dried mushrooms every day, their faces etched with worry. Previously, his father had smiled after earning money from selling mountain snails, but now, the gray strands in his hair seemed to multiply. Han Shuyá took care of the child daily. On the surface, she appeared unaffected, yet Chen An could discern her anxiety through the occasional glances she cast towards the room filled with mushrooms. The rainy season was fast approaching. Particularly in the southern mountains, the damp air could easily lead to the mushrooms becoming moist and moldy, a process that could transpire overnight. Even the other villagers began to murmur privately about Chen An's mushrooms, questioning why he had held on to them for so long without taking action. What was his intention? Many who had initially considered going up the mountain to forage for mushrooms abandoned the thought upon seeing Chen An in action. Some even deemed it unlucky and discarded the dried mushrooms in their homes, fearing they might summon calamity like Chen An had. One day, Chen Dakwai enjoyed a fine cigarette and approached Chen An, who was playing with the child, saying, "Do not lose heart. Every business has its successes and failures. If things go awry, we can always start anew. Besides, we are not entirely out of resources." He continued, "Seventh uncle and the others are negotiating with the developers to package the West Mountain for development, supposedly for tourism purposes. Our family owns land there, so we should be able to share in the profits." Upon hearing this, Chen An was momentarily taken aback. "West Mountain?" he inquired. "Indeed," Chen Dakwai replied. "When? Today? Just now, seventh uncle sent someone to inform me about a meeting, and we are to meet the developer to sign the contract today." "No, we cannot sign," Chen An exclaimed, rushing out in a frenzy towards the village committee. At that moment, other villagers were also making their way to the committee. In fact, many details had already been discussed by seventh uncle Wang Bing and the developers, and they had chosen this auspicious day for a signing ceremony, making it quite a grand affair. When Chen An arrived at the village committee, a significant crowd had gathered. Nearly the entire village was present. Men, women, old and young, along with chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs, were all in attendance. Aside from the cadre team led by seventh uncle, there were also representatives from the developers and local officials. After all, this village had been chosen for the project, and it was a chance for them to rise to prominence. The leaders from the township had come to extend their congratulations. At this moment, Uncle Chi, accompanied by the village officials, was engaged in lively conversation with representatives from the developer. Radiating joy, smiles adorned everyone's faces. Meanwhile, Wang Bing was busy serving tea and water. Upon seeing Wang Bing return to the tea room with a kettle, Chen An rushed over. "What are you doing? You startled me," Wang Bing exclaimed, feeling taken aback by Chen An's sudden approach. Although Chen An had been exonerated previously, it did not erase the lingering impression of his unruly behavior. The memory of his whistling made Wang Bing feel a wave of disgust wash over her. "No, we cannot sign," Chen An gasped, his urgency palpable. "What do you mean we cannot sign? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Bing inquired while preparing tea. "The contract for the Xishan project cannot be signed," Chen An insisted, struggling to catch his breath. Uncle Chi was more inclined to heed Wang Bing's counsel, which prompted Chen An to approach her directly. Wang Bing stared at Chen An as if he were foolish, advising him to seek help if he was unwell and not to disturb them. This was a significant opportunity for the village, so on what grounds did he assert they should not sign? "Why should I listen to you?" she questioned. Indeed, Uncle Chi and the cadre had been negotiating with the developers for half a month, discussing both the benefits and drawbacks, delineating responsibilities clearly. Now, Longmen Village eagerly awaited the signing of the contract, ready to reap the financial rewards. Longmen Village boasted an enviable geographical setting. Nestled against majestic mountains and facing a grand river, the mountains housed ancient temples, while the river concealed historical relics. Its fertile lands and simple folk nurtured a plethora of rare flora and fauna. Although establishing tourism in this era posed challenges, the preservation of these ancient sites attracted visitors, including occasional foreign tourists. Therefore, with the developers advocating for tourism and the endorsement of local leaders, Uncle Chi and the others placed their faith in them. Once the contract was signed for such a remarkable location, the developers would promptly initiate promotional efforts. In the future, during off-seasons, visitors would be drawn to the area, bolstering the village's economy. Uncle Chi, a former educated youth who chose to remain in the village, was well aware of the substantial benefits this endeavor would bring. They were now poised to finalize the contract. Standing up, Uncle Chi addressed the gathering villagers. "Recently, the developers from a company called Sifong have surveyed our Xishan region, which, with its rocky terrain and stunning peaks, is ideal for tourism. I have also spoken to the villagers who own land in the mountains. They are willing to lease their land as well. Today is a splendid day, with the sun shining brightly, so we have chosen this day to sign the contract. Let Sifong Company lead us towards prosperity." The reform and opening up had only begun a few years prior, and many villagers were only just becoming aware of such developments. Having lived their entire lives in the village, they had never ventured beyond its confines, largely relying on newspapers or information gleaned from visits to town or county. Thus, when they heard about Sifong Company, they were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what it truly represented. However, Uncle Chi asserted that it could lead everyone to prosperity, which is indeed a splendid affair. Consequently, applause erupted from the crowd. After a wave of cheers, Uncle Chi declared, "Now, on behalf of all the villagers of Longmen, I shall sign the contract. From this moment forward, we shall row together, unite our efforts, and strive for development and shared prosperity." Upon finishing his words, Uncle Chi, amidst the hopeful gazes of the villagers eager for wealth, prepared to inscribe his name and affix the village committee's seal. Yet, just as Uncle Chi was about to sign, a sharp voice rang out, "Uncle Chi, you must not sign. The Sifong Company is a notorious fraud." At this, the crowd frowned and turned their heads towards Chen An. Chapter 25. Preventing the contract with a dishonorable company. Everyone eagerly anticipated the moment when Uncle Chi would sign his name. This would signify that Longmen Village was destined for a future of greater prosperity and strength. The Sifong Company boasted substantial credentials, and Longmen Village's geographical location was unparalleled, akin to the weaver girl finding her cowherd, or the white snake reuniting with Su Xian. Soon, life in the village would flourish. However, just as Uncle Chi was about to finalize the contract, someone, unable to bear the thought of everyone thriving, suddenly emerged to obstruct the proceedings. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than the formerly idle and unscrupulous Chen An. Indeed, it must be acknowledged that Chen An had recently made a small fortune through speculation. Yet he had squandered all that money. His inability to retain wealth was evident. Did he truly believe that this would grant him authority in the village? Did he mistakenly consider himself of any significance? "Chen An, what are you doing?" Uncle Chi exclaimed, his expression tinged with anger. "Do you not recognize the gravity of this occasion? Why do you create chaos here?" It was one thing for Chen An to act unruly in his usual manner. But now, in front of the entire village and, more importantly, in front of the Sifong company, he dared to impede the signing of the contract and label them as fraudsters? After saying this, Uncle Chi turned to the others with a smile, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance. This is merely our village's fool. Do not let him trouble you." The others responded with faint smiles of understanding. At that moment, Wang Bing rushed over, attempting to pull Chen An away. Yet, Chen An, having made up his mind, insisted on causing a ruckus at this critical juncture. "Uncle Chi, once you sign, Longmen Village will be doomed," Chen An declared. "They have no intention of promoting tourism. They are here to extract stones from Xishan at a different price. Everyone knows Xishan is abundant in stones. The Sifong company claims that these rocky terrains are ideal for development, a splendid place for leisure and tourism." The villagers shared this sentiment. However, renting Xishan under the pretense of developing tourism would allow them to remove the stones at a significantly lower price than if they simply stated their intention to excavate. In Uncle Chi's eyes, Chen An was merely causing discord. Why would he assume that the Sifong company intended to remove these stones? It was a psychological tendency to resent others for thriving more than oneself. Chen An likely harbored such feelings, having incurred substantial losses from mushroom foraging. He felt disgruntled and sought to thwart the villagers' prospects of wealth. "Chen An, come with me." Wang Bing, filled with rage, attempted to strike someone, pulling Chen An as she made her way outside. Yet, as a mere child, how could she possibly drag Chen An along? "I won't go," Chen An exclaimed, shaking off her grip, and then quietly addressed Uncle Chi and the other village officials, stating, "The development of tourism is but a facade. Xishan is merely a mountain of stone. The primary objective of the Sifong company is to lease this hill at a low cost under the pretense of tourism development to execute their projects. Soon, they will continuously extract stones from Xishan, with trucks arriving in relentless succession, raising clouds of dust as they traverse our village day and night. The dust will envelop the entire village, and more critically, our crops will be coated in this stone powder, leading to their demise. Imagine, once they have hollowed out the mountain, they will depart, having paid only a pittance for the lease. Who will restore Xishan then?" In Chen An's memory, after the devastation of his family, Longmen Village was indeed shrouded in a layer of dust daily. Eventually, he could no longer endure it and left his homeland. Years later, he heard that his hometown had grown even poorer due to the stone extraction, as the land suffered from the dust, blanketed in stone powder, rendering everything unproductive. Once a land of fish and rice, it had transformed into a barren wasteland. But this was merely Chen An's perspective. "Whom are you deceiving, Chen An?" Uncle Chi remarked. "You haven't even sorted out your own affairs, yet you seek to dictate the village's future?" Chen Xingquan, who managed the supply and marketing cooperative and was also a village official, expressed his support for the Sifong company's development efforts. If the project succeeded, it would attract more visitors, leading to increased consumption, which would benefit his cooperative. "Let us consider the village's interests, even if not your own," he added. Chen Xingquan was astute in his calculations. Longmen Village's economy relied heavily on the cultivation of rice and millet, with soybeans as their staple crop. After paying taxes, the remaining yield was scant, often only enough for each household to store a year's worth of food, leaving little for sale. Those who had lived through such times understood that the quantity of food that could truly be sold was minimal, often no more than 100 jin per household, thus severely limiting their income. Now, with the village's development underway, Sifong Company had provided rental payments, allowing those with land to receive funds. Even those without land near Xishan could benefit from discounts on seeds and fertilizers funded by the rental income. This initiative would save everyone money. Furthermore, once development commenced, the resulting income would be ceaseless, ensuring lasting prosperity. Yet here was Chen An, emerging to obstruct this progress, seemingly intent on preventing others from thriving. Indeed, Chen An, perhaps you should first clarify your own mushroom-picking endeavors. Have you become prosperous only to deny others their fortune? What are your true intentions? The other villagers began to voice their criticisms of Chen and Dakwai. What is your son doing? Hurry and take him away. If it were my son, I would have already broken his dog legs. As soon as Chen Daku arrived, others began to jeer and mock. Chen Daku was also vexed. Why was Chen stirring up trouble again? Couldn't everyone just live their lives in peace? Why must he meddle and cause harm to all? Thus, Chen Daku strode over, seized Chen and attempted to drag him away. He assumed that with his father present, Chen An would obediently comply. However, Chen An retorted, "Dad, didn't you say that farming is the foundation of our farmers? They intend to destroy our village's ecology, and when the dust begins to rise, how can you even cultivate the land, let alone speak of roots? I do not comprehend your words. Come with me." Chen Daku truly did not understand. What ecology? What dust? This was merely obstructing everyone's opportunity to earn a living. Chen An knew that if Uncle Chi signed a contract with them, Longmen Village would be doomed. As for himself, he could take his wife and children and relocate elsewhere, where he could earn more. But what about his parents? What about the uncles and elders who had supported him throughout his life? In his previous life, during the family's demise, some uncles had helped bury his father. When his mother went missing, they had even abandoned their farming to search the mountains for her, risking their lives in the process. Some had even ventured into the river, wondering if she had fallen in. Uncle Chi, Wang Bing, Chen Xingquan, Liang Bo, and others had even painted portraits of his mother and mobilized villagers to assist in the search, posting those images in town and the county. Though none of this had transpired in this life yet, they remained unaware. However, Chen An was not heartless. He remembered the kindness from his past life, and Longmen Village was indeed his root. He could not bear to see it destroyed. Therefore, he must prevent Uncle Chi from signing the contract with the company. Chapter 26. Successful signing. A feast for the whole village. He had originally intended to discuss this matter with Uncle Chi sooner, but as he went mushroom picking, he gradually forgot. Now, however, it was his only chance. He at least needed to express his viewpoint. Yet, as the crowd saw Chen An lingering and causing a disturbance, their voices of reproach and anger grew louder. "Chen An, you are clearly intent on preventing everyone from living well. I warned you that this boy would eventually be a calamity. Isn't it manifesting now? Damn it, there are so many men in Longmen Village. Can't anyone pull him away?" This remark reminded everyone. Indeed, no matter how much Chen An jumped around, he was but one individual. With everyone present, several uncles stepped forward, led by Liang Bo. Although Liang Bo was not from this village, his restaurant was located here, and tourism development would benefit his business. Though uncertain how long it would take to see results, Liang Bo believed his establishment could weather the wait. After all, his restaurant stood at a crossroads, and several villages had to pass by to reach the town and county. Seeing them step forward, the villagers understood he was supporting the village chief, prompting others to join Chen An's side. Upon witnessing this, Chen Dakwai delivered a forceful kick to Chen An's posterior. "Aren't you going to leave?" he bellowed. In this moment, Chen An comprehended that his status was insignificant, and no one would heed his words based solely on his verbal protestations. When they arrived, it was likely that Wang Defa and his associates would seize the opportunity to create trouble, perhaps even delivering a few blows to him in the shadows. At this juncture, no matter what he said, they would remain incredulous. Therefore, Chen An had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, I shall take my leave," he declared. Then turned to his elder, the seventh uncle. "Might you please examine the contract closely? Does it not contain a clause stating that, for the sake of enhancing the aesthetic appeal of the scenic area, the second party is required to carry out destructive alterations to the western mountain during the construction phase? If such a clause exists, they could, with utter legitimacy, transform the western mountain into a colossal pit." In his previous life, after achieving success, Chen An had fortuitously encountered the contract signed by Longmen Village, where this particularly insidious clause resided. Regardless of the extent of destruction inflicted upon the western mountain, it was shielded under this stipulation. Yet, the seventh uncle and his companions remained skeptical. After speaking, Chen An departed with composure. He had exerted all his efforts. Whether the seventh uncle and the others chose to believe him was now a matter of fate for Longmen Village. Once Chen An left, the atmosphere reverted to its previous lively state. The seventh uncle hesitated, refraining from signing immediately. He had indeed scrutinized the contract, as had other village officials. However, their unfamiliarity with the convoluted and obscure terminology rendered it difficult to comprehend, compounded by the assurance from local officials that it would benefit Longmen Village financially. Additionally, given the prevailing mindset of the era, having recently emerged from a decade of hardship, they naively believed that no one would dare to deceive them, thus relegating the contract to insignificance. If issues arose, they thought, they could simply halt the project. However, following Chen An's outburst, the gravity of the situation dawned on them. They had not thoroughly examined the contract, and he had pointed out a clause within it. The seventh uncle and Chen An grew increasingly cautious, prompting them to peruse the document once more. As anticipated, at the bottom of one page and the top of another, the incriminating phrase indeed appeared. Had Chen An been present, he would have recognized that this phrase was deliberately positioned to disrupt the reader's train of thought. This was the so-called contractual trap. In later years, Chen An had encountered instances where clauses that were absent at the time of signing mysteriously appeared on an additional page post-contract, seamlessly integrating with the preceding content. Even if one contested such matters, the opposing party would have already profited immensely, rendering any subsequent victory hollow. Yet, the design of this contract eluded the comprehension of the seventh uncle and Chen An. They exchanged glances. One side offering genuine monetary support from a company promising to enrich Longmen Village, while the other was represented by Chen An, known for his nefarious exploits. Whom should they trust? As long as one possesses a sound mind, the choice is evident. However, how did Chen An come to realize that there was such a clause within the contract? Just moments ago, he risked the possibility of being resented for a lifetime, even facing disdain from the villagers towards his children, all to prevent himself from signing this contract. Chen An does not strike me as the type to engage in such foolishness. Once hesitation sets in, thoughts begin to proliferate. The village officials, observing their indecision, furrowed their brows and remarked, "Old Chen, haven't you reviewed the contract numerous times? It's nearly noon, and the representatives from Sifong Company are pressed for time. Let us not squander everyone's moments." Prompted by the higher-ups, Old Chen recognized the validity of their concerns, having perused the contract over a dozen times. If there were indeed issues, surely Chen An and the other officials would have noticed them as well. How could I have been swayed by Chen An's deceptive words? He knows nothing about the village's future development. Thus, exchanging glances with Chen An and a few other officials, he finally took up the pen to sign. Upon witnessing the completion of the signatures, the other villagers sighed in relief, content that this promising project had finally landed in their laps. In response to their signatures, Chen An could only shake his head in resignation. Perhaps a lesson learned would be beneficial. In fact, Chen An later analyzed this entrapment contract and discovered there were viable solutions. Moreover, there was not merely one. Among the most effective remedies was the establishment of a toll card system. Since they intended to transport the stones out, they would have to utilize the village roads. Only by implementing tolls could they recoup some of their losses. Of course, there were many other strategies to consider. Having experienced the tumultuous environment of the Pearl River Delta in the 1990s, Chen An knew how to contend with unscrupulous entrepreneurs. Since Uncle Chi and the others were resolute in their decisions, it seemed they would have to endure some initial losses and learn from the experience. Perhaps then, his words might finally be heeded. After the contract was signed, the representatives of Sifong Company, along with local officials, departed to the town for a meal and a meeting. Meanwhile, Longmen Village, under Uncle Chi's leadership, commenced a grand feast. The entire village gathered at the village committee to enjoy a hearty meal. Following this banquet, everyone's status and income would be forever altered, indeed a moment worthy of celebration. "Chen An, you must come. It is a direct request from Uncle Chi." Wang Bing approached to inform Chen An. "Of course, how could I possibly miss such a grand occasion? I shall be there." Chen An responded eagerly. After speaking, Wang Bing turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and pivoted back to inquire, "Chen An, how did you discern that clause within the contract?" Chapter 27. Chen An, learn more from Wang Defa. "I guessed. Ah, so you inferred from this clause that Sifong Company was here to excavate stones rather than to develop tourism? Isn't that obvious? In this day and age, merely having enough to eat is a blessing. Without clientele, who would invest heavily in tourism at such a time? That would be sheer folly." Chen An continued his analysis. The village has only had electricity for 2 years. The roads leading out are still bumpy and poorly paved, and most of the houses are constructed of mud walls. This is not unique to Longmen Village. It is a reality for the majority of rural areas across the nation. The city boasts slightly better conditions. However, the majority of its inhabitants earn modest wages, leaving their material needs unfulfilled. How could one possibly aspire to spiritual pursuits while journeying to these impoverished and desolate lands? Investing in such ventures at this juncture would be akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. Chen An, having experienced the subsequent decades, is well aware that the tourism initiatives spearheaded by large corporations often fizzle out after an initial burst of enthusiasm. With farmers having sold their land and lacking the means to cultivate, tourism falters, roads deteriorate, and the environment suffers, leaving the farmers to pick up the pieces. Chen An has witnessed far too much in his past life, and naturally, he has gleaned some insights from it. After this thorough analysis, Wang Bing found it quite reasonable. Yet, recalling Chen An's previous antics, he wondered if this was merely more of his eloquence. With the contract already signed, they could only proceed cautiously. And Wang Bing hoped sincerely that the Sifang company would manage well. "All right, I understand. Remember to attend the banquet later," Wang Bing conveyed, before taking his leave. After Wang Bing departed, Shuyá approached. "Are you really going?" she inquired. She had heard about the commotion Chen An caused at the village committee that morning while drying mushrooms at home. For reasons unknown, she found herself believing Chen An's words. However, those present had spoken rather harshly about him. Now, inviting him to the banquet, would Chen An truly feel at ease? Why not go for a free meal? Chen An pondered. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort regarding everyone's reactions, it was not insurmountable. Besides, it was a rare occasion for the entire village to gather for a feast. Surely he should join in the merriment. Chen Dakue and Liang Xiaofan had already gone ahead to assist in the kitchen. "Huan Huan, Xiao Xiao, come here," Chen An called out, crouching to beckon his two adorable daughters. Now, the little ones had learned to walk, and upon hearing their father's call, they sprang up and raced towards him in a playful competition. Their joyful squeals filled the air, even though the two little ones had yet to utter their first words. Shuyá had begun to adapt to the changes in Chen An's life. She believed he had genuinely transformed for the better, vowing never to strike her again or indulge in debauchery. Together, they swiftly made their way to the village committee's sun-drenched gathering area. The atmosphere was vibrant, with women preparing and washing vegetables and washing dishes. Men were hauling benches and tables, all borrowed from their homes, while the village committee provided the food. Children frolicked and played, creating a harmonious and lively scene. One could only wonder how they would feel upon witnessing the gradual excavation of the western mountain. As soon as Chen An arrived, he was called over by his great-uncle. Alongside him were Chen Xingquan, several officials, Liang Bo, and Wang Defa. However, the invitation was not an attempt to mediate his relationship with Wang Defa. This group gathered because they were among the few prosperous families in the village. After exchanging pleasantries and taking their seats, his great-uncle remarked, "Chen An, I know you have the village's best interests at heart, but your methods are excessively radical and unacceptable. Indeed, one should take a leaf out of Wang Defa's book. In the past, he roamed about much like yourself, yet upon taking over the family fertilizer business, he has thrived remarkably. He has adeptly managed debts, and being new to the role, he even managed to reduce interest rates a tad. Furthermore, Defa secured the fertilizer distribution for Dazhou village, prompting the local fertilizer tycoon to pay him a visit for a drink. Defa is quite an impressive young man. He is destined for great achievements." The other officials were unanimous in their praise for Wang Defa. After the passing of his parents, the family fertilizer business flourished under his guidance. He devised a clever strategy. By ordering several bags at once, the interest would decrease. This significantly boosted fertilizer sales, even earning him commendations from Chen Xingquan for his business acumen. Wang Defa sat across the table, his demeanor vibrant, exuding the essence of a remarkable youth. Chen An nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, I ought to learn from Wang Defa, to emulate his boundless ambitions." Upon hearing this, the elder relatives were pleased, recognizing that Chen An was receptive to their advice. Thus, the elder continued, "Chen An, I understand your eagerness to prove yourself. But succeeding in business requires not only abundant experience, but also a discerning eye. It cannot be achieved through mere bravado and effort alone. The mushrooms you collected, investing all your funds, is inconsequential. You are still young. You can learn much from Wang Defa. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to discuss them with your Uncle Xingquan. If all else fails, you might consider assisting Uncle Liang at his restaurant. While you are young, it is prudent to absorb knowledge. They are all seasoned business people, and their accumulated wisdom may enlighten you." The others nodded in agreement, clearly regarding Chen An's mushroom venture as a failure in their eyes. Observing the scene, onlookers found it amusing to see Chen An being lectured by his uncles, bowing his head in submission. Look at that, Chen An is being admonished by his elders. Indeed, collaborating with Sifang Company on tourism development is a matter of great import for the village's future, yet he dares to intervene without understanding the situation. Such a lack of maturity. He can't even manage his own business properly. If I had amassed so many mushrooms, I would be driven to despair. Initially, I thought he possessed business acumen. But it turns out he is quite naive. He must be regretting his actions now. I had advised him long ago, yet he refused to listen. Surely, he won't dare to be so reckless again. Chen An had become a topic of idle chatter among the group, with everyone convinced that his mushroom venture would end in disaster. Shuyá, watching her child, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing their remarks. However, with the money already spent, dwelling on it was futile. She could only hope that Chen An would make sound judgments in the future. Chen Dakuai and Liang Xiaofan also felt a sense of unease upon hearing the gossip. Just then, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. A car? Whose could it be? Surely it isn't someone from Sifong Company? All eyes turned toward the village entrance, where a yellow van appeared. A brand new Daihatsu van, recently released in 1984. Its presence in this remote rural area caused quite a stir. Wang Defa rose to his feet, casting a rather self-satisfied glance at Chen An, declaring, "It must be the fertilizer boss come to see me." With that, he hurriedly made his way forward. Chapter 28. I seek Chen An. Uncle Chi stood up and remarked, "After all, he is an outstanding youth from our village. As the village secretary, I ought to lend my support to this lad Defa." Turning to Chun Xingchuan and the others, he inquired if they would join him. As they rose, Uncle Chi glanced back at Chen An and added, "Do not speak out of turn later. Regardless of the circumstances, those who become affluent first can indeed uplift others in their wake. Chen An, you possess great potential. Learn from Defa, and I am confident you will discover your own path. You may also join us. Meeting a few more business owners could be beneficial for you." The tone of the officials was nonchalant, casually suggesting Chen An come along. Yet their true intention was merely to remind him of the grandeur associated with the village's exemplary youth. Chen An, discerning their underlying message, chose not to follow them, as he had no such intention to begin with. At that moment, Wang Bing approached with a cup of tea. "Aren't you going to take a look?" she inquired. "Why should I? Do you think I would feel neglected while Wang Defa basks in praise, leaving me to face the stark contrast? How embarrassing." "Not at all. You are overthinking it. You might as well stay put. When Uncle Chi and the others invite that boss to our table, just imagine how awkward it would be if you couldn't join the conversation." With that, Wang Bing shot a challenging look at Chen An. This fellow always maintained an air of indifference, as if nothing could rattle him. Soon, everyone would be gathered around Wang Defa, while he remained in the sidelines. It would be intriguing to see how long he could endure without departing. As others observed Wang Defa and his entourage moving in that direction, they began to piece together the situation. The boss must be here to find Defa, right? Since he took over his father's fertilizer business and secured distribution for another village. He is quite impressive. I wish my son Biao could achieve even half of what he has. Sigh, my son DeLong plays with Defa every day. Yet I see no improvement. It drives me mad. Why the rush? Biao and DeLong are both good friends of Defa. Once his business takes off, they need not worry about not sharing in the profits. Upon hearing this, Biao and DeLong's parents beamed with delight. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward Chen Dakuai and his wife, then chuckled mockingly. I bet they are suffering immensely right now. Indeed, if it were me, I would rather be buried under those mushrooms. This business still relies on the right people. Not everyone is cut out for it. Look at Chen An. How awkward he must feel. While others discuss business, what can he contribute? Mushrooms, perhaps? He must be mortified just sitting there. Whispers of gossip fluttered through the air. Observe Wang Defa. As he approaches that boss, it's as if the very wind propels him forward. He must be the most accomplished young man in the village. One ought to take pride, for he possesses both the strength and the means. Now, let us glance at Chen An, whose desolate figure resembles that of a stray dog. At this moment, Wang Defa had already covered 5 steps in 2 strides, waving at the van. Upon seeing someone approaching, the van came to a halt. A man in a white shirt and gray-black suit pants, appearing to be in his 30s, descended. He carried a briefcase, exuding an air of authority typically reserved for a boss, reminiscent of the leaders from the Four Squares Company. Such elegance, gracing our humble village, truly enhances its charm. However, upon seeing this individual, Wang Defa was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered this boss before. Could he be the new manager? Noticing his hesitation, Uncle Chi approached and patted Wang Defa on the back. Why not go up and shake hands? Chen Xingchuan and a few others couldn't help but smile faintly. Young Defa still seemed a bit timid in such grand company. Yet, with time, one becomes accustomed to it. Wang Defa regained his composure and promptly approached. You hello? The other party, puzzled, nonetheless shook Wang Defa's hand and inquired, "Is this Longmen Village?" Indeed. Wang Defa was at a loss for words on how to introduce the others when Uncle Chi stepped forward and said, "This is the boss. I am Chun Lao Chi, the village secretary of Longmen Village. This is Wang Defa, your fertilizer distributor in our village. You are here to see him, aren't you? Coincidentally, we are hosting a grand banquet, so I thought to take this opportunity to share a drink with Defa and the boss. Haha." Chen An and several other officials also approached to shake hands with the boss. As the newcomer was unfamiliar with the situation, he greeted each one of them in turn, which filled Chen An and the others with a sense of pride. Fertilizer, the sustenance for the crops that farmers across the nation nurture with great care. A boss capable of selling fertilizer is no ordinary person. Today, to have the honor of shaking hands with him elevates the tone of future conversations. However, the boss was utterly bewildered but quickly grasped the situation. "You seem to have misunderstood. I am not in the fertilizer business. My name is Li Yuanliang, and I am here to collect dry goods." Uncle Chi and the others were momentarily stunned. "Not in the fertilizer business? Then what brings you here?" Uncle Chi inquired. "Oh, I am looking for Mr. Chen An of Longmen Village," Li Yuanliang replied politely. "Looking for him?" One of the officials found it amusing. "If you seek him, you might as well seek us. We can conduct business better than he can." The others nodded in agreement. "Looking for Chen An? How absurd. Does Longmen Village have no men left? Must it be that irresponsible Chen An?" Li Yuanliang chuckled awkwardly and then explained, "It's not like that. I am looking for Chen An because I am here to collect mushrooms." Unbeknownst to them, this was something they were utterly unprepared for. "Mushrooms? What is that?" Uncle Chi and the others were puzzled. "Mushrooms, indeed. Wait a moment. Are you here to collect mushrooms?" Wang Defa exclaimed in surprise, immediately asking, "What do you do with those?" Even cows turn their noses up at them. "We feed them to pigs, and even they seem to dislike them." Although he said this, it seemed that Uncle Chi and the others were beginning to realize something significant. Chen An had accumulated a significant quantity of mushrooms at home, leading many to believe he had made a grave mistake. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a prominent businessman had come seeking these goods. The disparity in their statuses rendered further discussion pointless. Li Yuanliang merely smiled and inquired, "May I ask where Chen An resides?" Uncle Chi, Chen An, Liang Bo, Wang Defa, and several officials exchanged glances, initially assuming the visit was intended for Wang Defa. However, it was indeed directed towards Chen An. "He is over there." Uncle Chi indicated towards the table where Chen An sat alone. Wang Bing, witnessing this, could not suppress her smugness. "You see? They invited the boss to sit with them. If you don't leave now, just wait and see how you'll manage to stay here." Chen An chuckled. He had encountered numerous influential figures in his previous life. There was no scenario that could induce him to feel flustered or awkward. However, if the businessman were indeed searching for Wang Defa, there would be no reason for him to linger as a mere backdrop. Just as he was about to rise, he heard Uncle Chi call out, "Chen An, this gentleman is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's smile froze in disbelief. This esteemed businessman is seeking Chen An? Although Wang Bing held no fondness for Wang Defa, her sentiments towards Chen An were equally unflattering. When it came to benefiting the villagers, she leaned towards Wang Defa, who had genuinely lowered interest rates, providing tangible advantages to the community. In contrast, what could Chen An offer? He had previously been known for his unscrupulous behavior, having pilfered from various households, and even resorted to selling his own father's coffin. What could such a person bring to the villagers? And now, the businessman was indeed in pursuit of Chen An? What could he possibly want with him? Chen An was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this was likely the individual interested in purchasing mushrooms. He was aware of the general time frame of such visits in his past life, but not the exact day. At last, it seemed fortune had arrived. Noticing Chen An standing, the businessman hastily approached and extended his hand towards him. "Are you Mr. Chen An?" "Indeed." Chen An replied. "Greetings, my name is Li Yuanliang. I've heard you recently collected a considerable amount of dried mushrooms. How much do you have? I am interested in purchasing." Li Yuanliang wasted no time, getting straight to the point, clearly a straightforward businessman. "Is that so, Mr. Li?" one official remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chen An raised his voice, effectively drowning out the official's comment. The quantity of mushrooms he had gathered was somewhat known among certain individuals, as his parents had inadvertently let it slip during conversations. If he were to reveal his stock directly, he risked being taken advantage of when it came time to negotiate the price. Although Chen An favored Wang Defa, He recognized Chen An's potential and thus intervened on behalf of the official, who promptly fell silent. Chen An then addressed Li Yuanliang. Mr. Li, this place is rather chaotic. Shall we discuss this in a more private setting? Li Yuanliang nodded in agreement. Chen An turned to Wang Bing and said, Wang Bing, please serve Mr. Li some tea, and ensure it is of the finest quality. At this moment, Wang Bing was still processing the unexpected turn of events. Previously, I had believed that Chen An's collection of mushrooms was a lost cause, a few thousand yuan wasted. However, to my astonishment, there are indeed buyers interested in acquiring mushrooms. What purpose do they serve? Aren't these fungi readily found in the mountains? Moreover, who consumes such items on a daily basis? Despite having completed high school, she had never ventured beyond her familiar surroundings and assumed that the outside world resembled Longmen Village, encircled by towering mountains. She could not fathom who would willingly spend money to buy these mushrooms for consumption. Based on Chen An's acquisition prices, they are even more expensive than pork. Yet, the fact remains that buyers have arrived, prompting her to mentally calculate the potential selling price of the mushrooms, which she estimated would range between 50 to 60 cents. With Chen An acquiring such a vast quantity, the profits he could amass are staggering. Seeing her in disbelief, Uncle Chi urged Chen An to bring Li Yuanliang inside for a discussion. This was unacceptable. She felt compelled to join them and uncover the truth. Taking the teapot from Wang Bing, she followed Chen An and Mr. Li into the village committee office. Outside, discussions about Wang Defa's merits were ongoing, yet suddenly, they witnessed the very boss who was supposed to meet Wang Defa approaching Chen An with unexpected warmth and eagerness. What was happening here? All conversations ceased at that moment, as astonished gazes turned towards the village committee office. What scheme was Chen An concocting? Was he truly intent on sabotaging Defa's business? This could not stand. She resolved to confront him. If this were the case, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Wang Defa's cousin approached, brandishing a cleaver, his demeanor quite menacing. He reached Wang Defa's side, inquiring, Defa, what is going on? Why is Chen An reaching out to you? Others followed suit, expressing their concerns. Aren't you officials going to intervene with Chen An? Indeed, if he were to jeopardize Defa's fertilizer business, they would all suffer the consequences. I will drag him out, declared Wang Defa's cousin, striding towards the office. However, Chen Xingquan swiftly intercepted him. Why are you stopping me? I must go in and confront Chen An, he exclaimed, agitated. On what grounds do you intend to confront him? Chen Xingquan retorted, Mr. Li is negotiating business with Chen An. What chaos are you trying to create? If Chen An dares to steal Defa's business, I will not let him off easily. Enough. That boss is here to purchase mushrooms from Chen An. It has nothing to do with Defa's fertilizer business. What? The agitated group fell silent at this revelation. Mushroom purchasing? Is this boss a fool? Has Chen An lost his mind to join in? They murmured, though secretly astonished at the prospect of a market for Chen An's mushrooms. Inside the office, Chen An and Li Yuanliang took their seats, while Uncle Chi poured tea nearby, pondering that although Chen An was adept at navigating social situations, it did not guarantee a successful business deal. Should he falter, she would have to step in to support him. Just moments ago, witnessing the lively atmosphere outside, Li Yuanliang remarked, since the reform and opening up, the lives of our farmers have indeed become increasingly prosperous. Chen An chuckled in response, you flatter me, Li boss. What you see is merely the surface. In reality, life is far from flourishing. I have stockpiled some mushrooms, hoping for a visit from you, the god of wealth, to help me earn a bit of fortune. Without further ado, Chen An inquired, what price do you intend to pay for the mushrooms this time, Li boss? When Li Yuanliang first met Chen An, who was merely a teenager at the time, he found it surprising that he had amassed such a quantity of mushrooms. Was he perhaps guided by an expert? Initially, Li Yuanliang regarded Chen An as a naive youth. However, the two statements he just made hardly resembled the words of a mere boy in his teens or 20s. During his visits to other towns to procure mushrooms from farmers, they would simply quote a price. Yet, Chen An asked about his purchasing price, indicating he had researched market values. Li Yuanliang considered explaining the market environment to lay the groundwork for negotiating a lower price, but it seemed unnecessary now. This lad possesses some wit. With this thought, Li Yuanliang's perception of Chen An elevated considerably. Since Chen An was so straightforward, Li Yuanliang decided to cut to the chase. There are various types of mushrooms. If they're mixed together, the price is quite low. However, if sorted and dried to the required storage standards, the price is 93 cents. What? Before Chen An could respond, the elderly tea server, Uncle Chi suddenly exclaimed, "Li boss, you must be joking. I traveled a long way to your village, not to play games with you. This is the standard market price, but it fluctuates. Today it is this price, but tomorrow it could be higher or lower. My heavens, how can it be so expensive?" This price completely shattered Uncle Chi's worldview. In his mind, mushrooms were as common as rice, something every household could easily collect. The older generation believed that paying for something you could gather in the woods was sheer folly. Moreover, mushrooms are not a staple food. They are not consumed at every meal, and eating too many can be tiresome. How could they be sold for such a price? Who would buy them? In Chapter 30, over 10,000 pounds were involved, and Chen An's purchasing price was 20 cents, meaning he would make a profit of 73 cents per transaction. My goodness, something deemed worthless by everyone suddenly held such value? Li Yuanliang remarked, "This price has risen by 3 cents compared to last year. And I anticipate that with the arrival of winter, the value will increase further." He specialized in supplying a variety of dried goods, occasionally dealing in medicinal herbs and mushrooms. Having been in the business for several years, he possessed a keen insight into pricing trends. The rise in prices is a market phenomenon, and thus Li Yuanliang spoke candidly. Uncle Chi, holding the teapot, trembled slightly, his gaze shifting toward Chen An. In his eyes, a newfound respect began to emerge. This young man, who I once questioned for investing all his money in collecting mushrooms from neighboring towns, had evidently recognized that as winter approached, mushrooms would dwindle and prices would consequently rise. Due to everyone selling their stock to Chen An, he has reaped all the financial rewards. If Chen An were to hold on to it until winter, wouldn't he be able to earn even more? My goodness, this young man is far more astute than I had previously assumed. It's ironic that I just praised Wang Defa in his presence, completely unaware that the true businessman here is Chen An. Chen An, I hope you've considered your decision carefully before proceeding with the sale, Uncle Chi gently advised, recognizing that with Chen An's intellect, he should immediately grasp the meaning behind those words. Selling when winter arrives, when prices have risen, would not be too late. Li Yuanliang was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that he fervently hoped Chen An wouldn't heed Uncle Chi's advice. If it turned out that Chen An wasn't as clever as he seemed and took Uncle Chi's words to heart, the arrival of the rainy season would ruin all the mushrooms he had collected. While that wouldn't concern him personally, since he hadn't invested any money. The current mushroom market relied entirely on sourcing goods directly from farmers in the mountains. Availability was finite, and what would happen to the orders he had already committed to? Of course, Chen An also wanted to stockpile until prices increased, but he had his own considerations. With no cash on hand, he was unable to take the next steps. Furthermore, he was uncertain of Wang Defa's ulterior motives. If he were indeed plotting something nefarious, Chen An would find himself unable to retaliate. Thus, it was imperative to sell this batch completely, for the money he would earn could be reinvested for even greater profits. Therefore, he stated, "Uncle Chi, are you suggesting that I should hold on to this until winter when prices rise?" Uncle Chi hastily clarified, "That's not what I meant. You should know better than to express it that way." Chen An chuckled, "When winter arrives, I will have plenty to sell as well, and due to the weather conditions, the market will demand both fresh and dried products, correct, bossly?" Li Yuanliang remained silent, only perceiving that this young man was truly exceptional. Despite his youth, he possessed a shrewdness that surpassed even that of seasoned veterans like himself. It was prudent to refrain from extraneous remarks lest he inadvertently reveal too much of his own position. Uncle Chi was even more puzzled. "What do you mean? Are there mushrooms on the mountain in winter?" "I don't recall any." Although he was not an expert, Uncle Chi knew that mushrooms did not grow in winter around these parts. Even if they did, they would likely be inedible. Chen An smiled. "I have my own methods." He then turned to Li Yuanliang and said, "Bossly, I assure you that my batch meets all your standards, and your van won't suffice. We'll need a larger vehicle. Let us go inspect the goods now. Please follow me to my home." Upon hearing that the van wouldn't be large enough, Li Yuanliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already inquired from other villages before arriving and learned that Chen An had collected a substantial amount, which a van should be able to accommodate. With such a large quantity, transporting it to a big city would yield even greater profits. Now that Chen An mentioned that a van wouldn't be sufficient, just how much was there? This quantity far exceeded previous collections from county-level rural areas. If that were indeed the case, Li Yuanliang would certainly welcome the opportunity. He promptly followed Chen An to his home. Emerging from the village committee office, a throng of onlookers awaited eagerly outside. Even Chen An and several officials leaned against the door, straining to eavesdrop. Upon the appearance of those inside, they feigned interest in the weather. However, this time, as Chen An re-entered the public eye, the atmosphere and the gazes directed at him had transformed entirely. Previously, many had doubted Chen An's business acumen, believing he had collected an excessive bounty of mushrooms, only to bury them himself. Yet, in the blink of an eye, someone had come to purchase them. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen An had indeed profited this time, further validating his decisions. Shuyá, cradling her child, accompanied Chen An home, intent on helping him tally the accounts. Chen An, Liang Bo, and several other officials, along with villagers drawn by curiosity, followed closely behind to ascertain the unfolding events. They soon arrived at Chen An's residence. Chen An instructed Li Yuanliang to sit beneath the trellis in the courtyard and wait, before disappearing inside to emerge with a bag of mushrooms, placing it before Li Yuanliang. As he opened the package to inspect the contents, he noted the impeccable dryness, quality, size, and classification, nothing short of flawless. This not only met the previously stated standards, but had indeed surpassed them. In all his time collecting mushrooms, he had never encountered such pristine specimens. They were ready for sale, without further sorting. Are all of these like this? Li Yuanliang inquired. All of them. Very well. At 3 yuan per gene. How much do you have? I will take it all. Such high-quality goods warranted no need for price negotiation. Judging by Chen An's demeanor, Li Yuanliang felt assured that this young man would not boast at such a moment. Thus he refrained from further skepticism. It was only with Li Yuanliang's affirmation that Chen An felt compelled to reveal his true stock. He led Li Yuanliang to the room dedicated to mushroom storage. Upon opening the door, a room brimming with burlap sacks filled with mushrooms greeted them. Based on Li Yuanliang's experience, the quantity must exceed 10,000 jin. For someone engaged in this trade, Chen An possessed a veritable treasure trove. My goodness, how did you manage to collect so many? Li Yuanliang gasped, astonished by Chen An's foresight in anticipating buyers at this moment. Such perspicacity was remarkable. Moreover, a medium-sized truck would be required to transport all of it. Indeed, there were over 10,000 jin, and even yesterday, Chen An continued his mushroom gathering. The recent weather, with rain only at night and sunshine during the day, had fostered abundant growth, and the sun quickly dried the mushrooms. Chen An confidently stated, "Feel free to inspect. If any single gene is of lesser quality than what you just examined, I shall accept not a cent." All these mushrooms had undergone Chen An's meticulous scrutiny, and he possessed considerable expertise in their storage and the regulation of temperature and humidity. Even with the rainy season approaching, bringing humidity, he remained unperturbed, confident he could preserve them until spring. Of course, this was merely a matter of technique. Chen An saw no need to wait for winter price inflation to sell. Having amassed such a quantity was far more convenient than Li Yuanliang's previous endeavors in Zhou village, saving both time and effort, while also eliminating the need for time-consuming sorting upon return. It was clear that Chen An was well-versed in this domain, eliminating any cause for further doubt. No need for inspection. I trust Mr. Chen will not deceive me, Li Yuanliang affirmed. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, however, Mr. Chen An, I initially prepared sufficient funds, but I did not anticipate the quantity you possess here. If I weigh it all, I fear my money may not suffice to cover the total. The remainder will need to be settled tomorrow. Upon hearing that the funds were insufficient, Uncle Chi and the others immediately grew anxious, fearing that Chen An might be deceived. They contemplated warning him not to agree, for who knew what treacherous intentions lay hidden behind such an offer. Nevertheless, Chen An disregarded their subtle hints and declared, "It matters not. Since Boss Li trusts me, I shall reciprocate that trust. I will only accept half the payment now, with the remainder to be settled tomorrow." Sighing deeply, Uncle Chi and the others lamented that Chen An was still somewhat naive in the realm of business. All eyes turned to Chen Dakwai and his wife, who hurriedly pulled Chen An aside for a stern lecture. Li Yuanliang, taken aback, could hardly believe the level of trust displayed in this seemingly fortuitous encounter. Was he truly devoid of any guard, or was there a deeper strategy at play? As expected, after dismissing his parents, Chen An approached and stated, "Though the payment may be delayed by a day, I have a stipulation. In the future, you need not traverse mountains and forests to collect mushrooms. Simply come to me. I can supply a minimum of 200 jin of fresh mushrooms daily, and I can also provide 200 jin of dried mushrooms each day. We could establish a one-year contract." with fresh mushrooms priced at 4.5 jiao and dried mushrooms at 9.5 jiao. Regardless of market fluctuations, the price I supply will remain unchanged for a year. As a mushroom purchaser, Li Yuanliang was acutely aware of when prices might fluctuate. Given the trends of recent years, by this winter, both fresh and dried mushroom prices were poised to rise. By next spring, fresh mushrooms might exceed 6 jiao, and dried mushrooms could surpass 1 yuan. Those unfamiliar with the industry might not grasp the substantial demand for mushrooms in large cities, but Li Yuanliang certainly did. During winter, certain regions see little mushroom growth, leading to diminished supply and, consequently, increased prices. The batch Li Yuanliang had just procured was intended for storage until winter, awaiting the opportune moment to be sold. If Chen An's assurances of daily supply held true, Li Yuanliang calculated that the influx of mushrooms would not saturate the market or depress prices. Thus, with a sustained supply, he could anticipate considerable daily profits. This was indeed a lucrative prospect. However, a question lingered. Daily supply? Li Yuanliang queried. Mr. Chen, as I understand, mushrooms do not grow in your mountainous region during winter, do they? Moreover, the most sought-after varieties are shiitake and flower mushrooms. Where will you procure such quantities daily? That was precisely the inquiry I was awaiting. Chen An then led Li Yuanliang to another room, a storeroom, albeit tidily organized. In a nearby space, several bags, once used for fertilizer, were stacked. At that moment, the tops of these bags, rolled halfway down, revealed mushrooms sprouting from the dark soil. They appeared unremarkable. Yet as Li Yuanliang beheld them, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this cultivated by you? Li Yuanliang immediately crouched down to examine, hardly able to believe his eyes. He was aware that this artificially cultivated mushroom was still in the experimental phase among domestic experts. While some varieties had begun to be cultivated in specific regions, widespread adoption had yet to occur. To think that someone had managed to cultivate it in this remote valley was astonishing. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed that each pair of packages contained a different mushroom variety, totaling 6 types. In the current market, this was akin to unearthing gold. It's my own cultivation, and I can grow it all year round. You can have as much as you desire in the future. Chen An leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Li Yuanliang felt a surge of excitement. If that were true, his business would no longer be seasonal and could operate at any time. Yet he harbored some concerns. But will off-season cultivation affect the storage process after harvesting? Rest assured, regardless of the season, the methods of harvesting and storage remain consistent, ensuring the freshness and flavor are unaffected. This meant the business could be sustained long-term. By the time others realized the potential and started large-scale cultivation, it could be years down the line, and he would have already amassed considerable wealth. Where did you acquire such expertise? Li Yuanliang instinctively inquired. In truth, it was somewhat accidental. Anyone would naturally want to clarify. Chen An shook his head. I honed it myself. In his previous life, Chen An had ventured to other regions to cultivate mushrooms for others, later embarking on his own endeavor. He was thoroughly familiar with the entire process. Li Yuanliang nodded, promptly recognizing that his question might have been a tad excessive. If you can indeed meet a daily demand of 200 jin of fresh mushrooms and 200 jin of dried mushrooms, we can sign this contract. And I will purchase everything at the agreed price if you have more. The mushroom market, in this era, was virtually a blank canvas, with high demand in large cities, be it restaurants, schools, the military, or daily life. While not an absolute necessity, if available, it would certainly be welcomed at the table. Li Yuanliang understood that the mushrooms currently on the market were foraged by farmers from the mountains, leading to inconsistencies in quantity, variety, and quality. This disparity resulted in supply not meeting demand, with fresh mushrooms fetching prices between 1.5 to 2 yuan due to their scarcity. Dried mushrooms commanded even higher prices, often selling for 2 to 3 yuan in various locales. If they could consistently supply 200 jin of fresh mushrooms to the market daily, it would surely cause a frenzy. Once a scale was established, not only could they supply the local city market, but they could also reach neighboring provinces or even export. It was evident that as long as he and Chen An could forge a partnership, he could simply sit back and watch the profits roll in. Chen An's ingenuity and ability to cultivate such mushroom varieties were truly unexpected. I still have plenty of mushroom strains available. In half a month, we can begin harvesting, and I will ensure a continuous supply. Of course, if Li Yuanliang chose not to engage, Chen An had means to find other buyers. However, based on the memories from his past life, Chen An learned that this Li Yuanliang later amassed a fortune of 3 billion. His character was commendable. The fact that he directly quoted the acquisition price without attempting to negotiate indicates the high profitability of mushrooms. And it also reflects his willingness to offer a fair price as long as the goods are satisfactory. Well then, since it is still early, I will weigh the goods shortly, calculate the total amount, and promptly return to the county to draft a contract, bringing the payment along. If all goes well, we should be able to finalize everything today. In Li Yuanliang's eyes, Chen An is now his golden goose. He is not the only one purchasing mushrooms, and he fears that Chen An might be snatched away by someone else. It is prudent to act swiftly in order to secure the contract and not leave anything to chance. Next, they proceeded to weigh the mushrooms. Uncle Qi and the others assisted in bringing them to the scale, while Han Shuyá noted the details and confirmed with Li Yuanliang. The weight totaled just over 11,000 gene. Rounding down, the slight excess could be considered a gift from Chen An to Li Yuanliang as a gesture of goodwill. The price was set at 0.93 yuan per gene, amounting to a total of 10,230 yuan. In the 1980s, a household with an annual disposable income of 100 yuan was already considered affluent. For someone like Wang Defa, engaged in fertilizer retail, after deducting various expenses, the actual amount he could manage per year was merely 100 yuan. Yet, in the rural areas where income was generally low, families often struggled to save even a few dozen yuan throughout the year. Now, Chen An had collected mushrooms in less than a month, and after selling them, he earned just over 10,000 yuan, subtracting the investment of over 2,000 yuan. His net profit exceeded 7,000 yuan, placing him above 99 of the population nationwide. Being a 10,000 yuan household at this time was a matter of great pride, and it even brought glory to the entire village. When Uncle Qi calculated this amount, he was aware of its significance but still found it hard to believe his ears. "Wait a moment, let me calculate," Uncle Qi exclaimed, trembling slightly as he took a piece of paper and a pen to do the math. Earlier, when the Sifang company came to lease the mountain, the lease was for 10 years at an annual rate of 3,000 yuan. If paid in a lump sum, they would receive a discount, so Longmen Village ended up with 27,000 yuan, though some taxes had to be deducted, resulting in a lesser sum. Chen An's income alone equaled half of what the entire village would earn in a decade. When Uncle Qi was calculating back then, he did not feel the same pressure, as the money was collective and would be distributed among those with land in Xishan. Those without land could go to Wang Defa for fertilizer and enjoy discounts, or obtain seeds from the supply and marketing cooperative with similar benefits. Eventually, when tourism development was initiated, the village's roads would also benefit everyone. However, the actual amount received by each household was quite limited. Now, the sums being calculated were entirely for Chen An's benefit, although Uncle Qi did not receive a share. As the village secretary, he took pride in having a 10,000 yuan household emerge from his village. Not only would he bask in this glory, but he could also hold his head high at township meetings, perhaps even pounding the table in excitement during discussions. Chen Xingxuan, Liang Bo, and several other village officials also picked up branches to calculate on the ground. The arithmetic was simple, yet they found themselves calculating repeatedly, as if they were uncertain of their own figures. It was an overwhelming sum. In his lifetime, Chen Dakuai had never encountered such an amount of money all at once. With a serious face, he stood nearby smoking, not out of worry, but rather out of excitement, fearing that a word or a movement might cause him to burst into joyous song and dance, thus tarnishing his image. Liang Xiufen quietly inquired, 11,000 jin. How much does that amount to? Chen Dakuai shook his head, exhaling smoke as he replied, I don't know. Yet his cheeks were flushed with excitement, beating rapidly with anticipation. Li Yuanliang began loading some mushrooms onto the van and then departed with the driver back to the county. After finishing the calculations, Uncle Qi could no longer suppress his trembling hands. However, he realized he had misjudged Chen An earlier. Chen An had become the first person in Longmen Village's history to become a 10,000 yuan household. Wang Bing, go have someone bring a table and some food over here. We shall toast Chen An with a few drinks. Huh, aren't you all going back to the village committee to eat? Wang Bing queried. What for? There are still so many mushrooms here. Chen An will surely stay to wait for Boss Li to arrive. The feast will commence soon, so we might as well eat here. Their attitude had completely shifted from before. With the mushrooms freshly weighed, Chen An was determined to guard them until Boss Li returned, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Chen An remained silent. He had no desire to hear others discuss him. Now that Uncle Chi requested the feast to be moved to his home, he was more than willing. Upon returning to the village committee's drying ground, Wang Bing was surrounded by Wang Defa and other gossipers, eager to inquire. How much did Chen An sell those mushrooms for? Did the boss seize them? He must have seized them. I saw that boss's vehicle leave. Where's Chen An? When he sold them, I even gave him an extra 2 gene. I must demand that back. The crowd buzzed with questions, encircling Wang Bing tightly. Wang Defa stepped forward to intervene. Everyone, let's exercise some restraint. Wang Bing, just tell us honestly, how much did Chen An sell those mushrooms for? At that moment, Wang Bing had yet to recover from her shock. As she walked from Chen An's house to this spot, she had been mentally tallying the figures. Over 10,000. That amount was astonishing. Her monthly salary was merely 18 yuan. How many months would she have to work without eating or drinking to earn that? The calculations eluded her. Meanwhile, Chen An had managed to sell the mushrooms in less than a month. Throughout this period, the entire village, including Chun Dakwai and his wife, had doubted that Chen An could profit from collecting these mushrooms. Yet, he had sold them at such a high price per gene. Initially, when she foraged for mushrooms on the mountain, she had thought Chen An foolish for collecting those easily found mushrooms at a mere 2 to 3 jiao per gene. It was now clear that she was the one who had been foolish. Chen An had turned around to reap a profit of 300%. Wang Defa was now the most eager to know how much Chen An had earned, gazing intently at Wang Bing. Speak up. He shook the somewhat dazed Wang Bing, who snapped back to reality and said, Seventh uncle instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast for Chen An's family. What? Oh, it must be around 10,000 yuan. The figure was undeniably substantial, yet Wang Bing casually mentioned it, as if it were insignificant. However, the others reacted differently. 10,000. Not 1,000. Are you serious? Can such refuse even fetch that much? Wang Bing, stop joking and be honest. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, disbelief swept over the crowd. Nevertheless, Wang Bing, still dazed, nodded. It is indeed 10,000. I have not misspoken, nor have you misheard. After saying this, he headed to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to prepare a feast to be sent to Chen An's home. Upon hearing that figure, Wang Defa was suddenly overcome with dizziness, nearly losing his balance. How could it be so much? Is Chen An the sole beneficiary? How did he discover this opportunity? Why him? Why? The others were equally stirred, particularly those related to Wang Defa, who could not tolerate anyone else's prosperity. Goodness, I have been deceived by Chen An. I must confront him to reclaim my share. After all, I have even given him extra when I brought mushrooms. Seventh uncle and the others must also be profiting. They resolved to investigate further. I now understand why he obstructed seventh uncle from signing the contract this morning. It was his intention to reap the rewards alone. He earned a considerable fortune while leaving us in poverty. How is that just? We must confront him. When Chen An initially collected the mushrooms, they simply gave him the extra bits without considering their value, as they did not believe mushrooms could be sold profitably. Chen An, however, had paid 20 cents per pound, allowing him to make a considerable gain. Yet now, hearing that he resold them for 10,000 yuan, this was a direct ascension to wealth. All that money had come from their hands and could not be allowed to be enjoyed solely by him. If it were not for their daily foraging, how could he have earned so much? The more they pondered, the more unfair it felt. Some, feeling discontent, intended to confront Chen An, believing that since Chun Dakwai was an honest man, a commotion might compel him to share some of his wealth with them. Otherwise, they would ensure his family would not have it easy. Wang Defa, sensing the rising agitation, realized that Chen An had stirred the ire of the masses. This was a prime opportunity. Thus, he incited everyone to act quickly in protest, insisting that Chen An should not be allowed to keep such a fortune unchallenged. In his mind, he thought that making a scene might prompt Chen An to distribute some of his wealth, as it was all derived from their collective efforts. He must not be allowed to monopolize it. Wang Defa shouted. A Biao and a Long joined the ranks of those demanding accountability. Yet, there were still a few who understood the situation. Moreover, upon observing this group, it is evident that most are relatives of Wang Defa, with a few others who share a close rapport joining them. Is it not blatantly apparent that they are using their numbers to bully Chen An? Someone interjected. Is this reasonable? Chen An has previously compensated you. Do you truly believe Chen An to be foolish? This is no longer the past. The rule of law must be upheld. Indeed, Banjiao, do you recall the last time you gathered mushrooms to sell? You took the money and mocked Chen An for being foolish, spending 30 cents on mushrooms that could be found anywhere, boasting about your profits. In the crowd, a person nicknamed Banjiao's eyes widened in indignation. I never said that. Regardless, Chen An engages in speculative trading. He is merely profiteering. As soon as this was uttered, others joined in the clamor. Yes, Chen An is indeed a profiteer. Defa's uncle holds an official position in the county. He won't tolerate this. If necessary, let Defa summon his uncle to imprison Chen An. You cowards refuse to join us. When we collect the debts, you shall receive no share. Do not lament later. The reform and opening up have only been a few years. Many still bear deep impressions of that era, believing that anyone could be apprehended at any moment. They cling to this notion, thinking they can threaten Chen An. This group disregards all advice, inexplicably making Chen An a man of wealth, feeling utterly cheated. They grumbled as they made their way to Chen An's home. Wang Defa felt both resentment and fury. Why should all the benefits accrue to Chen An? I taught him to indulge in vice, drinking, gambling, and the notion that a man should never be subservient to a woman. Disobedience should be met with punishment. For that is the essence of manhood. Chen An complied, yet the exquisite Han Shuyá remained steadfastly by his side, regardless of his mistreatment. I attempted to persuade her to join me several times, yet she remained indifferent. How could I possibly be inferior to Chen An? How could his fortune be so exceptional? I stirred a hornet's nest for Chen An, something that could have been fatal, yet my mother salvaged him. The thought of this brought a pang to Wang Defa's heart. Mountain snails and crabs are abundant. Many have never considered selling them. How did Chen An conceive such an idea? How could he manage to sell so many? The mushrooms he gathered, each year, would proliferate on the mountainside. Sometimes, others would return with a bountiful harvest, yet refuse to consume them. How did it come to pass that, in Chen An's hands, they transformed him into a wealthy individual? He recognized the profit potential, yet chose not to share this knowledge. Instead, compelling others to contribute their labor to his prosperity, treating everyone as fools. This is unacceptable. Wang Defa had already devised a plan to deal with Chen An. This time, he would not evade his fate, and Han Shuyá would soon be his possession. At his signal, Dalong dashed towards the outskirts of the village. Just then, a figure blocked Wang Defa's path. It was Wang Bing. What are you doing? Wang Defa's gaze was piercing, despite being from the same family. They shared no blood ties, tracing back 5 generations. Wang Defa would not extend her any courtesy. Chen An has earned his wealth, and now you envy him. Yet, when you were making money, whoever envied you? Wang Bing cast a sweeping glance around and reproached. Isn't it shameful for those lacking ability to confront those more capable than themselves? Begone. Wang Defa forcefully shoved her aside, disregarding her words entirely. He understood that the collective frustration simmering within everyone needed to be stoked further at this moment. Once the heat of anger subsided, they would not dare to cause a commotion. It was imperative to fuel the flames now, for he could not allow Chen An to profit effortlessly. Wang Bing, being of slight stature, was sent sprawling into the roadside grass by Wang Defa's push. In that instant, she perceived that their fervor stemmed from her revelation of the wealth Chen An had acquired, and she felt a deep sense of regret. Chen An was doomed now. A throng of people swiftly gathered outside Chen An's residence. Upon hearing the commotion, Uncle Chi stepped out to investigate. Noticing the aggressive demeanor of the crowd, he sensed impending trouble. In this remote area, should anything untoward occur, external forces would be powerless to intervene. Thus, he positioned himself in front of them, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Uncle Chi, this is none of your concern. Best step aside. We are here to confront Chen An. Chen An, come out." Inside, upon hearing the uproar, Chen An emerged. Seeing the fierce expressions of the crowd, predominantly from Wang Defa's faction, he could surmise the situation. In this era, while a villager might become a millionaire, the entire village would bask in reflected glory. However, this was contingent upon the individual. If it were Wang Defa, the villagers would wholeheartedly celebrate. But now that it was he, many harbored resentment. Why him and not them? Chen An realized that the crowd's discontent arose from his newfound wealth, which they felt unjust. "Uncle Bajiao, we have no grievances between us. What do you seek from me?" Chen An inquired from the doorway. His question ignited a wave of agitation among the crowd. "You have exploited us. Indeed. You acquired mushrooms at a low price only to sell them for a high profit. You have suddenly become a millionaire while treating us like fools. You knew the market value but withheld that knowledge from us. You secretly took advantage of us to amass your fortune. Who granted you such permission? Enough talk. Return the mushrooms we sold to you, adjusted for the price difference. Yes, your wife keeps the records. We all witnessed it. At that time, they had come in a large group to sell their mushrooms, each weighing their share, and to distinguish ownership, Shuyá diligently noted down the amounts. This was indeed the case, and now they sought to reclaim their rightful share. The mushrooms were gathered with our assistance. Your profits are also our merit. Yes, you cannot hoard it all for yourself. This is speculative profiteering. Such actions could lead to imprisonment. Return the mushrooms you acquired from us, and we shall refrain from reporting you. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Currently, they relied on their overwhelming numbers and the threat of denunciation. Believing that Chen An was oblivious, they thought that simply accusing him of speculating would surely intimidate him. Regardless of his willingness, he would have to part with the money. The stage was set. Wang Defa then declared, Chen An, regardless of the circumstances, earning this unscrupulous money while concealing it from everyone is indeed your wrongdoing. It's best you honestly present the portion that belongs to all of us. Chapter 34. When reason fails, resort to force upon hearing the words of these individuals. Uncle Chi and his companions felt that they were more like bandits than actual robbers. Nonsense. Uncle Chi exclaimed. On what grounds do you demand that Chen An give you money? You are nothing but outlaws. Even Uncle Chi, who had endured the trials of wartime, was now suffocated with indignation by the villagers' audacity. Chen Xingchuan and several other officials found the situation utterly ludicrous. Did Chen An not compensate you when he purchased the goods? One queried. Indeed, replied Ba Jiao, I recall you eagerly scouring the mountains for mushrooms, asserting that aside from selling to Chen An, there was no other option. It was you lot who mocked Chen An for collecting such a bounty, claiming he had more than he could bury. How do you now have the gall to seek retribution from him? This is utterly unreasonable. As village officials, they could only strive to mediate the conflict. Of course, Chen An bore some responsibility as well. If he could sell at such a high price, why did he not raise the initial purchase price when acquiring from the villagers? Now, having secured significant profit and elevated to the status of a wealthy individual, how could the others reconcile their sentiments? Yet, it would be improper to lay the blame solely at Chen An's feet. Both parties bore fault. Chen An, having attained wealth, ought to humbly acknowledge his part in the matter. Perhaps doing so would lead to leniency from the others. A woman stepped forward and addressed Chen Xingchuan. So, when you sold mushrooms to Chen An, you were compensated handsomely, weren't you? Otherwise, how could you defend him so ardently? Chen Xingchuan was taken aback. He had never encountered such brazen and scrupulous logic. Quickly regaining his composure, he retorted, Sister 8, I sold my mushrooms to Chen An for 20 cents a pound. And you were present at the time, were you not? With her arms crossed, Sister 8 replied, but that was merely for show. Who knows how much Chen An truly gave you behind the scenes? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingchuan's demeanor turned serious. Sister 8, do you realize that such statements could lead to legal repercussions? As a village official, her words implied he had accepted bribes, a grave accusation indeed. However, for Chen Xingchuan, the matter was serious. For Sister 8, it was merely a statement. What could he do to her? Naturally, she would not pursue this line of conversation further, but shifted the topic instead. What concern is it of yours if we seek an explanation from Chen An? Having been slandered without an apology forthcoming, Chen Xingchuan recognized that pursuing the matter further would be a futile expenditure of energy, likely resulting only in a lackluster apology from the other party. You shrew, he could only exclaim in frustration. Sister 8, disinterested in squabbling with him, redirected her focus toward Chen An. After all, the goal was to obtain money. You officials should contemplate the future development of Xishan, rather than hindering our pursuit of accountability from Chen An. Indeed, we have been deceived by Chen An. You do not assist in our defense, yet you support this fraudster? Chen An, speak up. Will you return the money that rightfully belongs to us or not? Will you or will you not? The crowd vociferously demanded, striving to project their most fearsome demeanor. After all, this money was not easily obtained. Why should we not receive it? Chen Dakue could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to shield Chen An. Initially, he believed that the intervention of the seventh uncle and his companions would suffice to placate these individuals. However, he was taken aback by their utter shamelessness and their refusal to engage in rational discourse. Yet, all eyes were fixed on Chen An. He alone wielded the authority to speak. Chen An did not shy away, asserting, do you think that by raising your voices and escalating the situation, I will yield and hand over your money? If you possess the ability, earn it yourselves, not a single cent will be given. In that moment, the collective fury of the crowd was ignited. As long as someone dared to lead, an explosion of anger was inevitable. Wang Defa sensed the oppressive atmosphere behind him. Should even a minor crack appear, the pent-up rage would erupt uncontrollably. He declared, "Chen An, if you refuse to return the money, we shall reclaim the mushrooms at the original price. Is that not a matter of basic justice? What a fine notion of justice, when wielded thus." Even the logic of a thief appeared rational and reasonable. Regardless of how absurd it seemed to others, it mattered not. What was crucial was that the aggrieved parties perceived it as a just justification. "Yes, we shall reclaim them at the original price. No one shall prevent me from retrieving what belongs to me. I recall having sold a substantial quantity." Wang Defa's uncle, a formidable man by nature, was the first to approach the yard, eager to claim his share of the mushrooms stacked high. Those behind him feared falling behind and squeezed forward with fervor. In an instant, a tide surged toward Chen An's courtyard. They had already begun to snatch. No one anticipated that events would escalate to this degree. It was completely beyond control. Seventh uncle and Chen Xingchuan attempted to intervene, yet the fervent crowd overwhelmed them, pushing the officials aside. Chen An, Chen Dakue, Liang Xiufen, and Han Shuyá hastily rushed to intercept the oncoming wave of chaos. "Stand aside. I shall reclaim only my mushrooms. I will not sell them to you." A throng surged forward like a swarm of refugees, descending into utter disarray. At that moment, Dachuan, Wang Bing, and Chen Shaojiang also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Witnessing the frenzy, they dashed forward to shield their compatriots, temporarily halting the onslaught. Seventh uncle, Chen Xingchuan, and the others quickly grasped the situation and joined the ranks of those obstructing the advance. Wang Defa, seizing the opportunity, noticed Han Shuyá standing in the front line. His eyes gleamed with intent as he began to push toward her. Chen An had sensed Han Shuyá's peril from the very beginning. These individuals were aligned with Wang Defa, and they would not consider her well-being. Moreover, with so many people jostling together, physical contact was unavoidable. It was certain that some would take advantage of the chaos. And indeed, it was as expected. Chen An noticed that Wang Defa's eyes were glowing green as he desperately pushed towards Han Shuyá. Move aside, Chen An shouted, as he too was being blocked. However, the crowd was relentless, determined to seize a bag of mushrooms, and Chen An found it impossible to squeeze through. Weighing his options, he concluded that mushrooms were far less important than his wife. Thus, he swiftly maneuvered his way around to his wife's side from behind. By this time, it was somewhat too late, as Wang Defa had already reached Han Shuyá. Seeing Wang Defa approach, Han Shuyá wanted to evade him but found it futile, so she could only shout loudly, "Move aside." Her sharp cry resonated with everyone present, yet no one could intervene. Chen An could no longer afford to ponder. On the adjacent table, there was a kettle of hot water that had just been used to entertain Li Yuanliang. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the kettle and charged forward, climbing onto the backs of the crowd. He then unscrewed the lid and drenched Wang Defa with the entire contents. "How dare you!" Wang Defa shouted in agony as the hot water splashed over him. Those nearby were splattered as well, instinctively believing the water to be scalding, prompting them to scatter. This unexpected chaos exposed Wang Defa, and despite having doused him with hot water, Chen An felt no sense of satisfaction. He raised the aluminum kettle to strike Wang Defa's head. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 35. You want a reason? Come here. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone turned to Chen An, unable to fathom that he had truly resorted to violence. Realizing he had perhaps lost control, Chen An gradually halted, the aluminum kettle now severely deformed in his grip. This revelation startled him. Consumed by the desire to protect his wife, he had not considered the magnitude of his actions. Regaining his composure, he realized the gravity of his folly. Wang Defa deserved punishment, but certainly not at the expense of his own dignity in front of others. Looking at Wang Defa, Chen An sighed in relief. The latter clutched his head, glaring at Chen An with bloodshot eyes. He had not fallen nor bled, so perhaps all was well. From now on, he vowed never to act so impulsively again. You. Damn you. Wang Defa stammered, trembling as he pointed at Chen An. "My head. It hurts like hell." He glanced at his hand covering his head, noticing no blood, yet the throbbing pain persisted. The kettle of hot water had indeed jolted his spirit. Though it wasn't exceedingly hot, the sudden splash felt akin to a whip emerging from the underbrush, shocking him to his core. Now, his skin was flushed red from the not-so-scalding water. In this day and age, when one is assaulted, there is no notion of seeking medical assessment for compensation. The assaulted either retaliate fiercely or accept their fate in silence, acknowledging their own missteps. Given the throng of people, Wang Defa clearly could not admit to any nefarious intent. let alone the fact that he had inexplicably suffered this beating without even having touched Chen An. Who could endure such humiliation? Chen An, you are finished, utterly finished. Wang Defa rolled his eyes, yet his resilient spirit enabled him to recover. Little did he realize that the person he was pointing at was his own cousin. Uncle Tang swiftly stepped forward to support Wang Defa, directing his hand towards Chen An. You have truly gone too far, Uncle Tang exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he reproached Chen An on behalf of Wang Defa. Others chimed in, is it really necessary? Are you trying to scald Defa to the bone? If we don't detain you, it would be a grave injustice. These individuals, fearing the repercussions of Wang Defa's wrath, hesitated to continue their attempts at seizing the mushrooms. Who would have imagined that Chen An would actually resort to violence? However, this course of action would lead to his own downfall. Wang Defa had initiated the demand for a resolution, and now that he had been assaulted, Chen An would undoubtedly compel him to compensate everyone for the mushrooms. As long as the profits were not solely pocketed by Chen An, the others would find it acceptable. Moreover, this presented an opportunity, thus their uproar intensified. At this juncture, Uncle Chi stepped forward to defend Chen An. Enough. Silence, everyone. He struck the water jug that Chen An had discarded, capturing the crowd's attention. He then pointed at them and declared, what were you all doing just now? Do you realize you were engaging in robbery? How is this any different from banditry? I can see it clearly now, Uncle Chi, you are biased towards Chen An. Someone retorted. Indeed, being from the same Chen clan. You conspire to bully us Wang family members. They insisted, we were merely reclaiming what belongs to us, and yet you label us as robbers? How can this village head continue in his position? If things do not change, he should retire and let Defa take over. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, feeling justified in their actions. With Wang Defa having been assaulted, if Chen An failed to resolve this matter satisfactorily, he could expect no peace himself. You even doused us with water. Oh, how scalding that was. Listen, Chen An, just compensate us honestly, or the matter will not end here. Among the officials, there were also those with the surname Wang, wielding considerable influence. Yet, they at least adhered to reason. Observing their kin's uproar, they felt speechless and were disinclined to defend them. How could they justify invading Chen An's home to seize his belongings, expecting him to simply acquiesce? Such reasoning was absurd. Nonetheless, they understood the need for careful handling of the situation, for it could escalate further. Thus, they refrained from intervening, preferring to observe how events would unfold. Uncle Chi, incensed by their accusations, grappled with his allegiance to Chen An. Though he stood on the side of reason, he recognized that resolving the issue required consideration of the opposing party's feelings. As an official, he was not a bandit chief. Issues must be addressed according to established protocols. Thus, he hesitated to speak, waiting for the crowd's tempers to cool. Seeing the determination in this group to abscond with his mushrooms, regardless of their reasoning, was intolerable. Therefore, Chen An retrieved a chopping knife from the kitchen and positioned himself in front of the pile of mushrooms. Calmly, he proclaimed, if anyone believes they have a rightful claim to these mushrooms, step forward and take them. I am willing to reason with those who engage in rational discourse. But if you resort to bullying and deceit, I shall respond in kind. If reason fails and you insist on forcefully seizing them, then let us see how that unfolds. Chen An brandished a knife at Ba Jiao, stating, I recall you sold me 100 pounds of mushrooms. Now, Boss Li is purchasing them from me at 9 jiao and 3 fun, which means you could have earned 93 yuan. That is quite a sum. Do you not feel the weight of my loss? Why not retrieve your goods instead? At that moment, there seemed to be a fiery glint in Chen An's eyes, his demeanor and presence suggesting he was truly capable of violence. He merely wished to negotiate a fair share with Chen and to ease his own conscience. Yet, Chen An was resolute in protecting these mushrooms as if his life depended on it, while Ba Jiao had never contemplated risking his life in such a manner. Ba Jiao, frightened, recoiled from the crowd, fully aware that he was in the wrong. Had it not been for the throng, he would not have dared to follow. Now singled out by Chen An and being demanded to step forward? What a farce. Put down the knife. Let us speak civilly, Ba Jiao exclaimed. Peering out from the crowd, others instinctively began to retreat. Wang Defa's uncle, a formidable man, observed Chen An's audacity in threatening the assembly with a knife, and the fact that he had deceived everyone without offering an apology or compensation was unacceptable. Thus, he stepped forward, his expression steely. Chen An, do not think I fear you just because you wield a knife. Do you realize this is a crime? Even if you were to be severely injured, the blame would rest on you. Then come at me. Chen An replied coolly. The uncle had not anticipated such defiance from Chen An. He glanced at those nearby, hoping someone would lend support, but no one moved, leaving him hesitant to advance further. The crowd had expected Defa's uncle to be the savior of the day. Yet Chen An's words had quelled his courage. Chen An chuckled, recognizing the cowardice of those who prey on the weak. Ultimately, they too had their fears and understood their lack of moral high ground. To charge forward and risk being struck down was a gamble they were unwilling to take. This was no longer the old society. The law must be upheld. He then directed the knife towards Ba Jiao. You sought justification, did you not? Step forward, and I shall provide it. Ba Jiao glanced around, noting the absence of allies, and retreated a step. You need not intimidate us with a knife. Your deceit is your wrongdoing. Indeed, you should not have deceived us. Others chimed in, knowing full well the mushrooms could sell for such a high price. You only paid us 2 jiao per pound. Was that not a mockery of us? We merely sought for you to compensate the difference. Must you resort to threats? The crowd echoed this sentiment, though their voices lacked the earlier bravado. They had come to realize that Chen An was not so easily intimidated and that sheer numbers did not afford them the right to bully him. The current Chen An was no longer the pushover he once was. Purchasing mushrooms was based on market value. Others in the county were selling them for 5 or 6 jiao per pound, and Chen An had acquired them at that price. Believing he could profit by 30 fen per pound, he had not deceived anyone, nor was he aware of Li Yuanliang's exact purchasing price. However, this assembly was not interested in explanations. They were intent on seizing what they could. Chen An expressed, if you believe I have deceived you, feel free to report me. Do not presume that your numbers can threaten my family. I have taken note of everyone who has acted against me. This debt shall be reckoned in due time. During the earlier confrontation, Chen Dakuai and Liang Xiaofan had also endured a few blows. Fortunately, Liang Xiaofan managed to restrain Han Shuyá. Otherwise, the consequences could have been far more dire. It was not only Wang Defa who sought to harm Han Shuyá. Several others harbored similar intentions. Chen An was acutely aware of their identities and would eventually settle the score. Now that the situation had calmed, the bravado of the crowd significantly diminished, leaving them hesitant to speak, for Chen An was not one to be trifled with, and their attempts to take advantage of him would not come easily. At this moment, Wang Defa had regained a measure of composure and confronted Chen An. Regardless of the circumstances, you have not suffered any loss. How do you intend to address me being struck by you? As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Qi interrupted, Wang Defa, what more do you desire? If you had not attempted to rob him, would Chen An have struck you? Uncle Qi, this is a matter between Chen An and myself. It is not for you to interject. Wang Defa retorted angrily, addressing Uncle Qi by name, a blatant display of disrespect towards both him and the village leader. Wang Defa surely understood the implications of his words, yet he chose to voice them publicly, as if attempting to assert dominance over Uncle Qi. The bystanders were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Uncle Qi had praised this youth, even admonishing Chen An now. The audacity of Wang Defa's words was nothing short of outrageous. Chen Xingquan rebuked, Wang Defa, Uncle Qi holds the esteemed position of village leader and possesses authority. What authority does he possess? Wang Defa bellowed, where was your voice when he was striking me? Where were you to intervene? Your words now are utterly meaningless. Silence yourself. Chen Xingquan, along with others seeking to mediate, fell silent. Wang Defa was in a furious state, and it seemed he had garnered a following among the crowd. It was evident that their arrival was a calculated maneuver targeting Chen An, who had already laid hands on Wang Defa. What could have been a reconcilable dispute had been shattered by Chen An's actions. Wang Defa was determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion, ensuring that Chen An would pay a heavy price. While others remained reticent, Wang Bing dared to speak up. If you had not attempted to rob him, would he have struck you? Indeed, you attempted to take what was not yours. A voice chimed in quietly. What business is it of yours? Wang Defa glared at Wang Bing, who, taken aback by his ferocity, instinctively recoiled. Wang Defa continued, who claims I stole anything? I merely sought to reclaim what rightfully belongs to everyone. This fraud, Chen An, has deceived us all, and he dares to strike me? Is there no justice left? Silence enveloped the crowd. Words held little weight now. Wang Defa had led the charge against him, and the evidence lingered. Yet Wang Defa had also suffered a genuine beating, a fact that Chen An could not evade. Just then, the previously dispatched DeLong rushed back, exclaiming, Uncle Da, your cousin is here. At this revelation, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Chen Dakuai, Liang Xiaofan, and Han Shuyá's faces turned pale with fear, while Uncle Qi and Chen Xingquan exchanged glances of astonishment. The situation had escalated to the point of drawing Wang Defa's cousin to personally intervene. While others may be oblivious to this individual's identity, both Uncle Qi and Chen Xingchuan are well aware. Wang Defa's uncle, Su Zhengqing, holds a position as a minor leader in the county's industrial and commercial management office. Although termed a minor leader, he wields considerable authority. The reason Wang Yong is able to operate as a fertilizer distributor for several surrounding villages is primarily due to his connection with Su Zhengqing, his cousin. Now that Wang Defa has taken over, he has secured the operating permit for yet another village, not through any business acumen, but through threats, insisting that if the matter were not entrusted to him, he would report the others for engaging in speculative practices. Under the pressure exerted by Su Zhengqing, the villagers had no choice but to concede the operating rights to Wang Defa. As Chen An has collected mushrooms and sold them for over 10,000 yuan, Wang Defa, unable to obtain an explanation, resorted to violence against him. This situation has become dire. With Su Zhengqing's impending arrival, Chen An is surely doomed. A small Shuyá car approaches Chen An's residence. When Wang Yong and his associates were still alive, they had previously invited Su Zhengqing, making the vehicle familiar to everyone. Indeed, this car belongs to Su Zhengqing's organization. Thus, the fact that a leader is allocated a vehicle suggests significant power and status. Consequently, those in the county tend to avoid crossing paths with it. This is truly troubling for Chen An. The murmurs among the crowd indicate that Wang Defa has allies in the county, while Chen An possesses nothing. Having audaciously struck Wang Defa, he faces charges of speculation and intentional harm, both serious enough to imprison him for a long time. Moreover, the 10,000 yuan he earned, acquired through illicit means, is subject to confiscation. Alas, Uncle Qi shakes his head, sensing the situation has escalated. Han Shuyan rushes over to Chen An, urging him to flee. Wang Bing also advises. Indeed, sister-in-law is correct. You should take cover for a while. Why should I run? Chen An stands firm, declaring that he would not retreat even if the King of Heaven were to arrive. He is in the right. Chen Xingchuan cautions, Defa's uncle is unreasonable. You ought to leave for now. Other officials nod in agreement, signaling Chen An to make haste. Yet, he remains resolute, unwilling to abandon his family to face mistreatment alone. If he were to flee, he would merely be a fugitive, and his family would bear the disgrace. How could they endure the slander that would ensue? Since Wang Defa is resorting to underhanded tactics, Chen An resolves to deny any wrongdoing, especially since Wang Defa has not sustained any injuries. As Chen An stands his ground, Chen Xingchuan gives him a gentle push, but he merely returns to his position. Uncle Xingchuan, I am fully aware of my actions, so please rest assured. Chen An asserts. Foolishness. Chen Xingchuan can only respond with a sigh of resignation. The Shuyá car soon arrives at Chen An's doorstep, halting as Su Zhengqing steps out. DeLong, having heard Wang Defa's signal, hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he used a landline to get in touch with Su Zhengqing. Upon conveying the situation in detail to Su Zhengqing, the latter was astounded to learn that Chen An had managed to earn an astonishing sum of 10,000 yuan merely from selling mushrooms. How could this be? My relative, Wang Defa, who relies on my connections, has yet to achieve such success. And now you have surpassed him in an instant? This is unacceptable. If word gets out, others will accuse me of neglecting my own relatives. Moreover, Su Zhengqing contemplated approaching Chen An for a discussion. Should he exhibit a modicum of awareness and understanding, he would not be apprehended under the pretext of speculation and profiteering. Otherwise, capture him would be non-negotiable. Uncle, you have finally arrived. Wang Defa exclaimed, immediately rising from his chair, clutching his head, and scurrying over to grasp Su Zhengqing's feet. Lamenting, Chen An is breaking the law. Not only is he speculating and hoarding mushrooms, he's also engaging in price gouging. I came to educate him, and he scalded me with hot water and even assaulted me. Look, he still holds a knife. Quickly, have him arrested. Chapter 37, Price Gouging. A grave offense. Wang Defa's demeanor was infuriating to behold. Yet, he spoke the truth, leaving no room for rebuttal. Uncle Qi, being the village secretary, approached and stated, Mr. Su, it was Wang Defa who led this group here to seize his possessions. Please hold your tongue for a moment. Let me assess the situation. Su Zhengqing adjusted his belt and glanced toward Chen An. His purpose for coming was explicitly directed at Chen An, rendering any conciliatory words from others ineffective. He observed the swelling injury on Wang Defa's head and the reddened skin from the scald. While the injuries were not excessively severe, The act of violence was indeed unjustifiable. Su Zhengqing pointed at Chen An and declared, "First, put down the tools of your trade," not referring to the knife or any weapon, but rather the tools of his wrongdoing. This remark ensnared Chen An tightly. Had it not been for Chen An's extensive experience in business from a previous life, he might not have discerned the underlying implications of Su Zhengqing's words. This had effectively branded him as the perpetrator, and from this point forward, the narrative would revolve around that designation. "Who are you?" Chen An inquired. Wang Bing immediately interjected, "He is Su Zhengqing, the cousin of Wang Defa and a team leader in the county's administration for industry and commerce. Surely, you are already aware of this?" Others regarded Chen An as reckless, questioning why he would confront such a powerful figure at this critical juncture. "Chen An, do not be so defiant in his presence," Chen Xingquan whispered urgently. Given Su Zhengqing's position, it would be a simple matter for him to create trouble for Chen An, especially considering the latter's engagement in clandestine trading. Even the proprietors of grand establishments would treat Su Zhengqing with utmost respect. Why, then, did Chen An insist on opposing him at this moment? "Chen An, even if you do not recognize people, surely you must recognize vehicles?" Wang Defa reproached. "Do you see the official vehicle emblazoned with government use?" "Uncle, he is feigning ignorance, blatantly disregarding your authority." Wang Defa, adept at inciting conflict, was in his element. Su Zhengqing too perceived Chen An's arrogance. Did he truly believe that earning 10,000 yuan rendered him immune to my influence? "I am displeased. Do you think you can carry that money away unscathed? It matters not. You need not know who I am." Su Zhengqing spoke, then turned to the driver, instructing, "Go to the village supply and marketing cooperative and summon people. Inform them that Chen An from Longmen village is engaged in speculation and deceit, swindling farmers, and unlawfully profiting by 10,000 yuan. Have them come to apprehend him." "Understood," the driver replied, promptly taking his seat and driving off towards the cooperative. Seeing that he was calling for assistance, Uncle Chi approached once more and said, "Mr. Su, how can this be considered speculation? Chen An is conducting legitimate business. I assert that it is indeed so. Buying low and selling high, deceiving farmers, such transgressions are grave. Are you perhaps an accomplice?" Uncle Chi found himself momentarily speechless. In this hierarchy, with Su Zhengqing holding authority as the head of the county's industry and commerce administration, it was indeed within his jurisdiction to oversee Chen An's mushroom procurement. However, this was not the appropriate course of action. After so many years of reform and opening up, how could the term speculation still be applicable? Chen Xingquan and others understood that contesting this was futile. They merely felt that Chen An's handling of the situation was woefully inadequate. He should have fled at the first opportunity. Everyone felt a deep sense of pity for Chen and Han Shuyá. Unable to contain her indignation, stepped forward and declared, "On what grounds do you accuse him of speculation? This is a normal market economy. You are abusing your authority and are not serving the people at all." Su Zhengqing's brow furrowed, his gaze at Han Shuyá now tinged with anger. Never before had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. With my status and the official hat upon my head, Chen An's act of purchasing mushrooms at a low price from farmers and then selling them at a 300 profit constitutes the crime of speculation. A serious violation of normal market conduct. He is indeed a criminal, Su Zhengqing proclaimed with righteous fervor. Han Shuyá was taken aback. This man seemed to embody justice. Yet his words bore the weight of a demon. At that moment, Wang Defa gently interjected, "Shuyá, do not be afraid. With me here, you shall come to no harm." She chose not to respond, ignoring his words entirely. Chen Dakue and Liang Xiufan also wished to speak on Chen An's behalf, but were met with Su Zhengqing's rebuttal, branding them as accomplices. Furthermore, given that Chen An had assaulted Wang Defa, he was in no position to contest the matter. Thus, no one dared to speak up for Chen An any longer. Silently, Chen An observed Su Zhengqing's demeanor. It was clear that he intended to leverage his status to intimidate him. In this era, many farmers possessed a weak awareness of the law and, upon encountering an official of greater rank than the village head, typically acquiesced. It was this very dynamic that emboldened Su Zhengqing to act with such arrogance, believing that he could easily frighten Chen An with unfounded accusations. Yet, he did not speak definitively, intentionally leaving room for ambiguity. This was a prelude to forthcoming insinuations. Why else would he not simply call the police directly, but instead do so in Chen An's presence? Chen An discerned that Su Zhengqing sought to extract concessions from him to avoid potential incarceration. Of course, the prospect of becoming a 10,000 yuan household was now out of reach. and those mushrooms would be confiscated. Once that occurred, his status would inevitably change. During his detention, who could predict what heinous acts Wang Defa might perpetrate against Shuyá? Chen An swiftly calculated the implications in his mind. If this matter remained under Su Zhengqing's control, there would be no escaping the consequences. Therefore, this matter must be managed in such a way that Su Zhengqing cannot exert control. Uncle Xingqiuan, you must testify on my behalf, Chen An declared, urging everyone present to speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qi and the others were taken aback, wondering what scheme this young man was concocting. Su Zhengqing was not a fool. Wang Defa laughed, pointing at Chen An. What tricks are you trying to pull, Chen? Chen An did not even glance at Wang Defa. Instead, he pointed at Su Zhengqing and said, everyone just witnessed me requesting this individual's law enforcement credentials, which he was unable to produce, thereby failing to validate his identity. I suspect he has pilfered public property, masquerading as an official and falsely accusing me of wrongdoing. Uncle Qi, you surely understand the gravity of such an offense better than I do, right? No one anticipated Chen An would take such a bold stance. After all, everyone was familiar with Su Zhengqing, and in ancient times, such actions could lead to execution. However, they also recognized that we live in a new society governed by law. If Su Zhengqing wished to apprehend someone, he must reveal his identity, for mere recognition is insufficient. Who knows if he had faced demotion prior to this encounter? You claim to represent the county, yet I could just as easily assert that I hail from the capital. Uncle Qi began to grasp the implications of Chen An's words. Still, this was indeed a risky gamble, akin to provoking a tiger's ire. It could very well lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Su Zhengqing remained composed, stating, it matters not who I claim to be. When the police arrive, you may explain your position to them. I hope your tongue remains as resolute as it is now. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qi and the others felt a chill of apprehension. Chen An had previously had room to maneuver, but now his suspicions could very well seal his fate. This young man was shrewd in business, yet he had stumbled in handling this situation. Little did they know, Chen An was merely probing. There was no professional connection between him and the police, and if Su Zhengqing insisted on apprehending him under the pretext of speculation and profiteering, it only indicated an abuse of power and collusion. Father, if I am forcibly taken away, I will use the 10,000 yuan from Boss Li to lodge an appeal. Since Su Zhengqing is unafraid of escalating matters, I too am unafraid to spend that sum to fight for justice. Su Zhengqing was momentarily stunned. How could this young man possess such insight? In the past, a mere threat had sufficed to intimidate others into submission. Yet, this Chen An not only stood firm, but grew more resolute. Knowing the underlying logic, Su Zhengqing realized he could no longer deceive him. Fearing the situation might spiral out of control, he understood that only he was aware of Chen An's innocence. Of course, after taking him away, he could silence him during detention, thereby resolving the issue. However, he was apprehensive that Chen An's family might indeed escalate matters, especially with the entire village watching, which meant many held leverage. While Chen An might disregard his life, Su Zhengqing could not afford to lose his own skin. The gamble rested on the assumption that the other party remained oblivious to certain truths and logic. Now that the other side was aware, it was time to devise a new plan. Su Zhengqing remarked, you assaulted Wang Defa and scalded him with boiling water. This alone is sufficient to ensure you spend a considerable time behind bars. It now hinges on my willingness to continue to pursue this matter. Chen An chuckled. The duration of my incarceration is not for you to dictate. Having received compensation, I will still pursue legal action. Moreover, who claims I assaulted Wang Defa? Are you attempting to frame me? As a public servant, such transgressions carry grave consequences. Su Zhengqing was momentarily taken aback. Until now, the allegations of speculation, violence, and scalding were merely Wang Defa's one-sided account. He had approached with the expectation of leveraging his position to subdue these unruly individuals. But he had not anticipated Chen An's eloquence, which laid bare his abuse of power. This made the situation considerably more challenging to navigate. It was you who struck him. Wang Defa interjected promptly. Everyone witnessed it. Even Uncle Qi saw it. Yet, when he glanced at Uncle Qi, the latter averted his gaze. Testimony depended on the allegiance of the witness, and Wang Defa was hardly a credible claimant. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought, for Uncle Qi was, after all, the village secretary, and he needed to maintain some decorum. Chen Xingqiuan, Wang Bing, and Liang Bo fell silent, as did the others. Wang Defa, flustered, turned to his cousin. Uncle, you all saw it, didn't you? Yes, we did. It was Chen An who struck him. Just look at how ferocious he is. The Ba Jiao and Ba Sa began to lend their voices in support, but they were the only ones. Chen An smiled. You are all relatives of Wang Defa and his accomplices. Even if we were to stand trial, your testimonies would hold no weight. What are you clamoring about? You scoundrel. Chen An, are you playing the rogue? His cousin accused loudly. Am I being a rogue? Chen An replied. I could be even more unscrupulous. The situation was so chaotic moments ago. Who could ascertain who struck Wang Defa? I noticed you also threw a punch, as his cousin. You might have wished to eliminate him, thus facilitating your claim to his assets. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This had surpassed the bounds of their control. Initially, none had anticipated that Chen An possessed such verbal dexterity. He had rendered even Su Zhengqing speechless. While they could hurl insults during quarrels, when faced with the prospect of court testimony, articulating coherent arguments proved futile. Mere expletives would be of no avail. Were they truly at a loss against Chen An? His cousin pointed an accusatory finger at Uncle Qi and the others, chastising. You heartless lot. I see the truth now. You are in league with this murderer. Uncle Qi, we placed our trust in you, yet you now shield this criminal? Very well. I shall report you and ensure you are ousted from your position as village head. Unable to intimidate the perpetrator, he resorted to threatening the witnesses, unaware that they had already obliterated the trust Uncle Qi had previously extended to them. While Uncle Qi was indeed the village head, just and selfless, these principles held true only when mutual respect was established. Wang Defa had so brazenly trampled on his dignity that Uncle Qi found himself powerless to assist him further. As for Chen Xingxuan, he had initially approached the situation with a sense of fairness towards both parties. Throughout the ordeal, he witnessed Wang Defa and his group exhibiting an utter lack of principles, akin to bandits intent on seizing Chen An's possessions. They could not tolerate anyone thriving beyond their means, thus conspiring to divide the wealth belonging to Chen An. Each individual possessed an internal measure of justice. Chen Xingxuan understood precisely whom to support and whom to forsake. He assured Chen An, rest assured, I shall testify on your behalf. I will recount, in meticulous detail, how these individuals attempted to rob you. Liang Bo also stepped forward, declaring his support, followed by Wang Bing, De Chun, and several others, including De Chun's mother, Chen Shaojiang, and a dozen more who were incensed by Wang Defa's oppressive arrogance. Chen An conducted his business with integrity. The prices for mushrooms in the town and county were consistent, and he never coerced anyone to sell to him. How could this be construed as deceit? Wang Defa and his cohorts were simply envious, unable to bear the thought of others prospering. Consider, for a moment, if one were to suddenly acquire 10,000 yuan, would they, lacking Chen An's eloquence, not risk being ensnared by Wang Defa and his uncle? Though their experiences were limited, they could glean valuable lessons from history, recognizing that only Chen An could unify their collective strength. If they failed to support him in this moment, who would come to their aid in the future should they find themselves in similar predicaments? Even if assistance were available, would it be as articulate and persuasive as Chen An? Consequently, those who had merely gathered to observe began to gravitate towards Chen An's side. Naturally, some remained loyal to Wang Defa, enticed by the prospect of allying with the formidable Su Zhengqing. The reaction from the crowd surprised Su Zhengqing. He hadn't anticipated such solidarity among these unruly individuals. Did Chen An truly merit such protection? Even if he possessed insight, without evidence, his claims were mere fabrications. Would the authorities side with him or with Chen An? If pressed, he could leverage his connections to alter Chen An's status, rendering any future assistance to him as complicity in his downfall. Thus, Su Zhengqing was confident in his ability to ensure Chen An faced repercussions, compelling him to relinquish that 10,000 yuan, all while safeguarding his own interests. After all, it was a sum worth pursuing. The standoff persisted. Chen An instructed De Chun to fetch the food from the village committee's gathering area, and he set up a table amidst the pile of mushrooms, inviting those who had yet to dine to join him. Elder Uncle Qi, Uncle Xingxuan, Uncle Liang, esteemed group leaders, I appreciate your efforts today, and I will not forget your kindness. Allow me to toast you all with a drink in celebration of our village gathering. Chen An rose, raising his glass to the assembly, and downed the contents in one swift motion. Chapter 39, Shuyá, grant me a robust son. Through this incident, the community began to perceive a different facet of Chen An, fundamentally altering their previous opinions of him. Just over a month ago, he had been merely a petty thief in the village. Now, he had transformed into a respectable and even exemplary young man. Elder Uncle Chi sensed that Chen An's future achievements would undoubtedly extend far beyond the confines of this humble locale. Chen Xingquan and others cast their gaze upon Chen An, beginning to reassess him, perceiving that he did not seem to be a product of this impoverished and remote locale. Yet they were certain they had watched him grow up, which left them perplexed. As for Wang Defa and Su Jingqing, they were ignored. However, they gathered under the shade of a tree, cursing and awaiting the arrival of the police. "Su, will they truly take Chen An away?" Eight Sister inquired. "This is clearly speculation and profiteering. How can they not arrest him?" Someone remarked. "He even stole my laying hens. Can't that be a charge against him? If those hens were alive, I could have started a poultry farm by now." Another added, "He once spied on Pan bathing, and he can testify to that." The crowd began recounting Chen An's transgressions before Su Jingqing, hoping that when the police arrived, they would impose a heavier sentence upon him. Ideally, let him never rise again. Wang Defo asserted. "Rest assured, Chen An will surely receive a sentence of 10 to 8 years. Those inside are no saints. He won't last long. Someone will take care of him, and we will have our closure. When can I reclaim my mushrooms?" Eight Sister interjected, her mind solely on the mushrooms. Indifferent to everything else. "Chen An sells them for such a high price. If I take them back and sell them to Boss Li, wouldn't that be a fortune for me? I just calculated it." Ban Jiao chimed in. "I sold Chen An 150 jin, not 100. I sold him 200 jin, 300 jin, 500 jin." Upon hearing these exaggerated claims, Ban Jiao suddenly felt she had underreported her share. If they indeed divided according to their claims, she would suffer a great loss. Thus, she declared, "My wife brought 1,000 jin to sell to Chen An." Everyone began reporting their supposed quantities sold to Chen An, but it was evident that these numbers were inflated. They believed that once the police took Chen An away, they could reclaim the mushrooms based on their inflated reports. The remainder would go to Su Jingqing, who could deal with it as he wished, for he would receive the lion's share. Meanwhile, Su Jingqing pondered that the charge of speculation and profiteering could not hold water. It was akin to striking someone. A light tap might not provoke a response, but a forceful slap would surely ignite conflict, potentially leading to mutual destruction. This matter required a gradual approach, and thus, the mushrooms could not be addressed for the moment. However, the incident involving Wang Defa was not something that could be dismissed merely by denial. When the police took him away, in the confines of a small room, it would be Su's domain. At that point, Wang's defiance would wane, and before long, he would confess to his wrongdoing. Even speaking candidly about the matter of speculation and profiteering, Su Jingqing had encountered many obstinate individuals who only learned their lesson when faced with dire consequences. Hence he did not regard Chen An with any seriousness. Casting a glance at the incompetent companions of Wang Defa, he felt no desire to engage with them. As a result, Su Jingqing closed his eyes, seeking solace. Typically, this was a time for a midday rest, and weariness overcame him as he sat in his chair, drifting into slumber. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Ba Jiao and the others took leaves to fan Su Jingqing, providing him with a semblance of relief from the heat. Before long, a police car, a model from Xiangli, arrived from outside. The sight of this vehicle immediately ignited excitement among Wang Defa and his companions. "They have arrived. Chen An is finished. If he dares to resist again, they will shoot him." In light of this development, Wang Defa promptly stood up and strode into Chen An's courtyard. This time, his ire was directed not at Chen An, but at Han Shuyá. "Shuyá, did you see? The police are here to apprehend Chen An. This time, he is surely doomed." At this moment, Wang Defa was unconcerned about the consequences. After all, he had been struck on the head with a water bottle by Chen An. And now Chen An had the audacity to act unrepentant. Thus, Wang Defa's words grew increasingly reckless. "Shuyá, as long as you agree to my conditions, I assure you that nothing will happen to Chen An once he is taken in. Otherwise, be prepared to retrieve his corpse. The inmates are not benevolent souls. And you certainly wouldn't want your twin daughters to grow up without a father, would you?" Upon hearing this, Han Shuyá, along with Chun Dakuai and Liang Xiufen, became alarmed. Although information was scarce in their vicinity, they had heard whispers of the harsh realities within the prison walls. Not only the captured individuals were ruthless, but many had been beaten to death for refusing to admit their wrongs after their apprehension. Now that the police had truly come for Chen An, it seemed the end was nigh. "What should we do?" Liang Xiufen trembled with worry. Doan cannot endure the torment inside. Chen Dakuai, equally anxious. positioned himself in front of Chen An, declaring, "Anyone who dares to take him away must step over my corpse." Just 40 days prior, Chen Dakuai had believed it was prudent for Chen An to face some disciplinary action. Yet now, he stood resolutely before his son, willing to sacrifice his own life to protect him from arrest. He had witnessed the transformation in Chen An during this time. Han Shuyá, too, grew frantic, urging, "Chen An, run, don't worry about us." "Huh, can he escape?" Wang Defa retorted. "Shuyá, if you bear me a son, Chen An will undoubtedly be safe." He believed this would frighten Han Shuyá into submission. Ultimately, she would be compelled to seek refuge in his bed for Chen An's safety. "Shameless." Wang Bing, horrified, interjected, "Sister-in-law, do not heed his outrageous claims." Chen Xingquan could not contain his disapproval, exclaiming, "How can you utter such words? You are utterly shameless." Yet, what options did Chen An's wife have? Indeed, alas, as the group pondered the implications of Chen An's potential arrest, they recognized the gravity of the situation. The family dynamic would irrevocably shift, leaving the twin daughters, still so young, to navigate life without their father. Some even speculated that despite her outward refusal, Han Shuyá might sneak over to Wang Defa's home under the cover of night to ensure Chen An's safety. However, such matters were beyond their discussion. They could only lament Chen An's plight, both pitiable and foolish. If he had chosen to flee, he could have returned after the commotion subsided. Leave the Green Mountains, and there will be no fear of firewood running out. Yet, Chen An stubbornly clung to his pride, suffering needlessly. Should he truly lose his life over this? It would be an inconceivable tragedy. What use is 10,000 yuan? What purpose does pursuing a lawsuit serve? Once imprisoned, Chen An's fate would no longer be in his hands. If things were not thoroughly investigated, he could very well perish behind bars. This is precisely why Wang Defa exhibits such arrogance. Alas, the crowd could only let out a deep sigh. In Chapter 40, De Chun takes the blame. Chen An gazes meaningfully at the brash Wang Defa before rising to address Uncle Qi, Uncle Liang, Uncle Xingquan, and De Chun, saying, "During my absence, I kindly ask you all to take the blame for me." Before Chen An could finish his statement, someone suddenly stepped forward and exclaimed loudly. It was De Chun. De Chun approached the entrance and declared to the two policemen, "I was the one who struck Wang Defa, and I was also the one who poured the hot water." Everyone was taken aback. No one had anticipated De Chun would stand up at this moment. Chen An stared in disbelief at De Chun, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. "De Chun, what are you talking about?" Chen An rushed over, attempting to pull De Chun back. However, De Chun was resolute in taking the blame for Chen An and dashed towards the police car, diving right inside. Wang Defa was left dumbfounded. "De Chun, don't be foolish. Come out. I want Chen An, not you. What chaos are you causing?" From inside the police car, De Chun pointed at Wang Defa and shouted, "Defa, I curse your ancestors." Wang Defa felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and dismantle De Chun piece by piece. With De Chun's intervention, his plans were thwarted. Upon reflection, only someone as foolish as De Chun could act in such a manner. Wang Defa then turned to Chen An and berated, "Chen An, you cowardly bastard. You let De Chun take the blame for you? Do you even have any dignity left?" After his parents died from wasp stings, Wang Defa had pondered the lessons learned. He had personally handed the items to Chen An, yet his parents inexplicably brought that sack home. What a strange coincidence. And yet, such coincidences seemed to befall him alone. As he mulled over this, Wang Defa grew increasingly perplexed, convinced that Chen An must have given that sack to his mother. How did he know what was inside? Wang Defa racked his brain but could not decipher it. The more he thought, the more he felt that Chen An was far cleverer than himself. He could publicly deride Chen An, but deep down, he held a different opinion. Now, with De Chun taking the blame, it only reinforced this belief. If it were not Chen An being apprehended, Wang Defa feared that he might very well turn against him. This realization made Wang Defa anxious, his gaze towards Chen An transforming as if he were staring at the king of hell. Damn, this person is too terrifying. Chen An rushed towards the police car, determined to drag De Chun out. Yet, De Chun promptly shut the car door, desperately holding onto it to prevent Chen An from opening it. Chen An pounded on the door. "De Chun, come out. This has nothing to do with you." The two policemen quickly intervened, pulling Chen An away. They had come over upon hearing that someone had just been assaulted, but they were unclear about who the assailant was. At this moment, that individual took the initiative to step forward, and as a result, the situation became chaotic. First, they needed to restore order at the scene. "Step aside," Remain calm. Two police officers pulled Chen An away. Despite his desperate attempts to break free, he was no match for the two of them. Chen, from inside the vehicle, urged, "Look after my mother." Chen An wept, taken aback by Chen's willingness to take the blame for him. Although Chen was somewhat foolish, having such a brother in this lifetime made Chen An feel that his life was not in vain. "I won't say anything. You handle it, officer. This matter has nothing to do with Chen," he attempted to explain. At that moment, Liang Bo rushed in from behind and restrained Chen An, covering his mouth. Uncle Qi, Chen Xingquan, and several other officials, along with villagers, surrounded Chen An, preventing him from making a foolish move. Had Chen not acted earlier, no one would have entertained any extraneous thoughts. Being apprehended for assault was entirely justified. However, the situation had changed. Chen had voluntarily stepped forward to take the blame, which complicated matters in the minds of the onlookers. It was not that Chen deserved to take the fall for Chen An due to his foolishness. Rather, it was a matter of concern that if it were Chen An, Wang Defa would likely collude with his uncle to eliminate him. This was a very real possibility. But with Chen taking the blame, Wang Defa would have no reason to act in such a manner. At worst, Chen would be detained for a few days. Moreover, Chen An would not stand idly by. Given his character, he would surely post bail for Chen, ensuring that he would not suffer in custody, thus resolving the matter amicably. Consequently, everyone instinctively moved to separate Chen An. The scene regained its tranquility. However, Chen's decision to stand up was indeed surprising, and the way people looked at him had shifted. They no longer regarded him as a mere fool. Wang Defa then remarked, "Officer, it was Chen An who assaulted me, not Chen. You have apprehended the wrong person." "Indeed, it was Chen An who attacked him. We all witnessed it," exclaimed Basal. The others quickly echoed, "It was Chen An who struck. How dare he make Chen take the blame, which only adds to his guilt. Chen An is the real culprit." They condemned Chen An vehemently, questioning if Chen's mother was aware of her son being exploited by him. Some began to search for Chen's mother, who was indeed present, albeit from a distance. She was astonished when Chen stepped forward to take the blame for Chen An. No mother wishes to see her son suffer for another. She contemplated rushing over to dissuade him. However, upon observing Chen An's palpable anxiety, Chen's mother hesitated. Deep down, she did not want her son to bear the blame, yet she found herself conflicted. During these past days, Chen An had taught Chen many things and helped him secure a means of livelihood. The money Chen earned alongside Chen An was sufficient for him to marry and build a new home. Of course, this was not the source of her hesitation. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Chen An did not regard Chen as a fool, compensating him fairly and generously, ensuring he would not be taken advantage of. Observing others, their words and actions mockingly labeled Chen as a fool, even inciting children to call him a simpleton, while attempting to deceive him into purchasing rice and meat for them. Chen's mother, witnessing this, refrains from speaking out, determined to prevent Chen from being ostracized. In recent days, Chen has exhibited a notable uplift in spirit, a transformation evident only to a mother's discerning eye. During the mushroom gathering, Chen An invited Chen to assist, offering fair compensation rather than expecting him to work for free. In contrast, in other households, Chen would be coerced into performing the heaviest and dirtiest tasks, often without so much as a sip of water. Yet, with Chen An, Chen is treated with respect, enjoying fine food and drink, often returning home with either fresh crab porridge or a fragrant platter of pork, even a bowl of lard to share. It is Chen An who has bestowed upon Chen a sense of identity and dignity. As a result, the way others perceive Chen has shifted. He is no longer regarded as a fool. Thus, Chen's mother hesitated. At that moment, Wang Defa grew anxious. Chen's mother, "Look at your simpleton, let him out." This was typical of Wang Defa's character. In the past, while playing with Chen, he often urged him to engage in perilous activities, only to mock him afterward. Now, he derides Chen as foolish. But Chen's foolishness is not fodder for his scorn. Chen's mother abruptly halted and turned away, having realized that Wang Defa aimed to ensnare Chen An. With Chen's interference, Wang Defa's scheme would falter. She trusted that Chen An would ardently seek to secure Chen's release. Chapter 41. A report against Wang Defa. Wang Defa was seething at this turn of events. "Damn it, that old fool." Enraged, he turned to Su Jingqing, demanding, "Cousin, you need to say something." Overcome by his fury, he spoke with an authoritative tone, as if issuing commands. Su Jingqing shot Wang Defa a disapproving glare. prompting the latter to suddenly realize his standing and lower his head in shame. However, Su Zhengqing couldn't help but admire Chen An for his audacity to step forward and take the blame. Had the police arrived and apprehended Chen An immediately, the situation would have been far less complicated. But now, with that simpleton taking the fall, if Su Zhengqing were to approach the police claiming that Chen An was the assailant, or that Chen An had also struck, the risk of exposing Wang Defe's inept associates during inquiries loomed large. This could escalate into a far more precarious predicament, while a warning wouldn't be catastrophic. The fear that Chen An might escalate the situation into a full-blown ordeal was daunting. Yet, the prospect of a $10,000 crime weighed heavily on his mind. Resolutely, he approached the officers, introducing himself. "Greetings, comrades. I am Su Zhengqing from the Business Administration Society. It was my driver who called you earlier." He presented his identification with a flourish. Continuing, Su Zhengqing remarked, "The one who struck is that person. The one in the vehicle is innocent." One of the comrades returned the identification and turned to Uncle Chi and the others, stating, "Step aside. Both of them must be taken in." "On what grounds?" Chen Dakue protested. Having observed Su Zhengqing whispering with them, it was evident that this was a covert operation conducted in front of so many witnesses. Although Chen Dakue wished to avoid this predicament, De Chun had already accepted the blame, and now his mother had turned to leave. Chen Dakue was acutely aware of this debt of gratitude. He hoped that this would mean Chen An would be spared. Yet, would he still be taken away? This was unacceptable. Liang Xiaofan immediately stepped forward to shield Chen, and Su Zhengqing declared, "Obstructing official duties is also a crime. Step aside." Uncle Chi interjected, "Su, what official duties are you performing? You claim someone has been assaulted, yet De Chun has already confessed. If you still wish to apprehend someone, I must ask, what crime has Chen An committed?" Su Zhengqing's anger flared. How dare this group of obstinate villagers question him? He accused them of speculation and malicious competition, asserting it was a serious economic crime. He had initially refrained from using this angle, but these troublesome villagers were relentless. "Very well, if you demand justification, I shall provide it. Let's see if you can bear the weight of it." At that moment, a voice from the back of the crowd emerged, belonging to a newcomer. The crowd turned to see that it was Li Yuanliang. He had previously transported a load back to the county, swiftly drafted a contract, and collected the remaining cash. Fearing that Chen An might collaborate with other buyers, he had rushed over. Upon arriving, he observed a gathering outside Chen An's home and overheard several villagers discussing someone's envy over Chen An's wealth, claiming they would report him for speculation, and that the police were on their way to apprehend him. This matter was initially of no concern to Li Yuanliang. His connection with Chen An was merely incidental. If Chen An were to be arrested, it would not affect him at all. However, if Chen An were indeed charged with speculation, would he not be implicated as an accomplice? Li Yuanliang understood that such accusations were utterly unfounded, mere fabrications. Moreover, on his way back, he had calculated the potential benefits of collaborating with Chen An, akin to discovering a gold mine. Chen An possessed the knowledge to cultivate mushroom spores, enabling him to produce mushrooms in a greenhouse during winter, ensuring a steady supply of goods. This equated to an inexhaustible stream of wealth. Furthermore, during the construction of the third front, factories had been established in the area. Although they had since relocated, the original asphalt roads remained, facilitating easy access from the county to the village. If Chen An were genuinely at fault, Li Yuanliang would never intervene. Yet now, as Chen An was being wrongfully accused, it felt as though his own financial avenue was being abruptly severed. How could Li Yuanliang allow such an injustice to transpire under his nose? Su Zhengqing turned to glance at this familiar businessman, struggling to recall where he had seen him before. "Who are you?" Su Zhengqing inquired. Li Yuanliang presented his business card, stating, "I am Li Yuanliang from the Qining City Jinxiang Edible Mushroom Cooperative, currently responsible for procuring mushrooms from the countryside. I am here to acquire the mushrooms from Mr. Chen An. Is there any issue? Is it really you?" Su Zhengqing's expression darkened. He had heard of Li Yuanliang, as the Jinxiang Edible Mushroom Cooperative maintained a branch in Yeshan County, primarily focused on sourcing dried goods. Over the past 2 years, Li Yuanliang had been quite active in the area, frequently interacting with various small vendors. Their business dealings had been officially reported to the authorities, one of which Su Zhengqing had overseen. Such reporting was commonplace, so Su Zhengqing had not paid it much mind. No wonder he found Li Yuanliang familiar. Little did he know he was dealing with a significant player. Li Yuanliang continued, "Mr. Su, We are engaged in legitimate business, adhering to normal market transaction practices. How could this be deemed as speculation? Moreover, as long as the value is justified, what is wrong with buying low and selling high? I do not find the prices excessive. In fact, I believe they are worth every penny. Li Yuanliang maintained a level of courtesy, being aware of Su Jingqing's considerable position. However, he felt no fear. Integrity shields one from shadows of doubt, especially in this era when the state encourages the vigorous development of a market economy. Su Jingqing could not possibly be ignorant of the underlying connections. Should this escalate, the repercussions for him would be dire. As anticipated, Su Jingqing's expression twitched involuntarily. There are numerous types of mushroom vendors, including those from general stores and small markets. Su Jingqing was not intimidated by these smaller traders, as they were not foolish enough to oppose him. However, he was taken aback by the arrival of a heavyweight like Li Yuanliang, who was backed by a large corporation, entities that the authorities favored. Moreover, this businessman had taken the initiative to advocate for Chen An. If Su Jingqing persisted in labeling Chen An as a speculator, would he not also implicate Li Yuanliang? Such an action would be akin to poking a hornet's nest, with consequences too severe to bear. He realized that this matter could not proceed. Su Jingqing smiled. What I said earlier was in jest. Li Yuanliang reciprocated with a smile. Then my friend is in the clear, I presume? Su Jingqing waved his hand and proceeded towards his vehicle. Uncle? Wang Defa called out, yet received no response, indicating that he had lost his support today. Chen An immediately addressed the two officers, saying, Comrades, it is all a misunderstanding. We were merely joking with Wang Defa. He had a bit too much to drink earlier and spoke nonsense. How could Dachuan possibly have struck him? The officers were not naive. The one who had called the police was Su Jingqing's driver, assuming there was a serious matter at hand. To their dismay, it turned out to be a personal dispute involving Su Jingqing. Frustrated, they realized they had been manipulated. Subsequently, Chen An conspired with others to demand Wang Defa present evidence of his alleged assault, but the latter could produce nothing, relying solely on his family to testify. With his uncle gone, Wang Defa lost his motivation to continue the ruckus, recognizing it was all in vain. He decided to leave, but not before warning Chen An. Just you wait. And with that, he stormed off. However, Chen An called out to him, Wait a moment, comrades. I wish to report Wang Defa, Wang Abayo, and Wang Dalong for their heinous act against Aunt Pan from our village, resulting in her pregnancy. Chapter 42. Witness, Dachuan. Everyone believed this farce had reached its conclusion. To their astonishment, Chen An launched a counterattack, and an explosive one at that. Wang Defa stood there, dumbfounded, never anticipating that Chen An would retaliate in such a manner. He scanned the crowd and indeed spotted the widow Pan among them. Her abdomen had begun to exhibit a slight bulge, a matter that had long haunted him. He often dreamt of the widow Pan approaching him with a boisterous child, demanding money. He had initially planned to deal with Chen An and then eliminate the widow Pan to prevent the child from resembling him. Yet now, she had become a pawn in Chen An's strategy against him. Abayo and Dalong also turned pale, their hearts sinking. Without the support of Su Jingqing, they were uncertain how Chen An would approach them. The villagers had long been aware of the inappropriate relationship Wang Defa and his companions maintained with the widow Pan. Such a relationship was morally indefensible, leaving them unable to hold their heads high before outsiders. However, since the widow Pan had remained silent, any external interference would seem unwarranted. Little did they expect Chen An to employ this against Wang Defa. What if the widow Pan refused to cooperate? Yet, at that moment, the widow Pan stepped out from the crowd and addressed the two comrades, Wang Defa, Wang Abayo, and Wang Dalong caught me bathing 2 years ago and were apprehended by my husband, Wang Huqing. Enraged by their embarrassment, they conspired to murder my husband, drowning him under the pretext of an alcohol-related accident. Subsequently, they threatened to kill me as well. Out of fear, I remained silent. That very day, they forced themselves upon me, and from that moment until 10 days ago, they visited me almost daily. When I refused their advances, they assaulted me, leaving me in this condition. The widow Pan recounted in detail the events surrounding the murder of Wang Huqing. She then revealed the wounds on her back. 10 days had passed, yet the injuries remained strikingly visible, indicating the severity of their actions. Originally, these wounds had been intended to frame Chen An, but he had skillfully evaded their trap. Ultimately, Wang Defa and his cohorts reaped the consequences of their own malevolent deeds. The two comrades gasped in shock upon seeing the injuries on the widow's back. They varied in size, unmistakably inflicted with ropes, belts, and even cigarette butts. Though they had healed somewhat, the sight was still harrowing. Good heavens, how brutal can one be? The onlookers, initially curious to admire the widow Pan's delicate back, were instead confronted with unforgettable scars, leaving them in shock. The two comrades, witnessing the scene, also inhaled sharply in disbelief. Moreover, I just heard Widow Pan recount that these three individuals actually conspired to murder her husband. A life has been lost, and thus this matter has escalated into a grievous complexity. Others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Was Wang Huqing indeed killed by them? This question lingered in the minds of all, as Wang Huqing's demise had always been shrouded in mystery. How could a man, a vigorous swimmer no less, drown in a water vat within the courtyard? At that time, the police were summoned to investigate, but upon questioning Widow Pan, they found nothing amiss and departed, perhaps deeming further inquiries unnecessary. Yet now, Widow Pan has boldly unveiled the hidden truths of that fateful year. A case of rape has morphed into one of murder. Wang Defa pointed an accusatory finger at Widow Pan, stammering, "Aunt Pan, you are slandering us." Even he seemed to lack conviction in his own words, his tone noticeably diminished. However, this does not equate to the truth. The two officers possessed a certain instinct for criminal investigation, and when they observed the expressions of Wang Defa and his companions, they detected a fleeting hint of panic. If indeed they were innocent, their immediate reaction would have been shock, followed by anger. Yet, these three exhibited a desperate attempt to conceal their guilt. To an ordinary person, this would appear peculiar, let alone to two seasoned officers. They turned to face Wang Defa and his cohorts, prompting the latter to instinctively shrink away, further solidifying their suspicions. Such subtle psychological shifts unmistakably revealed their trepidation at having their secrets exposed. Consequently, one officer hastily approached and apprehended Wang Defa, for a life was at stake. If he were wronged, they could clarify the matter before releasing him. But for now, they could not let him go. Wang Defa attempted to struggle. Yet the police of this era, most of whom were former soldiers, possessed considerable physical prowess. Just as he began to resist, he was swiftly subdued by a firm hold. Another officer advanced to restrain a Piao, simultaneously commanding DeLong, "Do not move." DeLong, too, wished to flee. However, surrounded as he was, he turned only to collide with others, relatives of Wang Huqing's faction. The act of drowning her husband in the water vat to create the illusion of an accident, while simultaneously usurping his wife, had long rendered Wang Huqing's kin unable to hold their heads high in the village. Now, with Widow Pan courageously stepping forward to accuse Wang Defa and his accomplices, they must not be allowed to escape. Wang Defa and his companions were not foolish. They recognized that 2 years had elapsed. What could Widow Pan's accusations possibly prove? He laughed heartily. "It has been 2 years. What evidence do you have to claim we murdered Wang Huqing?" When the police arrived, they hastily concluded that Wang Huqing drowned in the vat after getting drunk, and the case was promptly closed. Now, to assert that we were the culprits, not only is there a lack of evidence, but Widow Pan could also face charges of defamation. Yet, at this moment, Widow Pan shed her previous demeanor of charm, instead radiating a fierce resolve. As she approached Wang Defa and declared, "You think the deeds you committed are known only to heaven and earth?" At that time, Chun witnessed everything. He can testify. I saw him peering over the wall, a first-hand witness to the brutal acts of these three beasts. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chun. At that moment, Wang Defa's expression grew increasingly frantic. He had never considered that Chun too had witnessed the events. Why had he not confided in him? And why was he still eager to play along? Upon hearing Aunt Pan's words, Chun recalled something, and his demeanor shifted to one of distress, as if those memories were too horrifying to bear. Although Chun was perceived by all as somewhat simple-minded, he was far from foolish. In fact, his reaction time was often superior to that of the average person. He merely appeared slow-witted, leading to his reputation as a fool over time. At that moment, Chun's mother approached and inquired, "Chun, did you see something?" If anyone else had asked, he would have surely remained silent. However, when his mother posed the question, Chun nodded and pointed at Wang Defa, stating, "He was the one who first pushed Brother Dahu into the water. The two of them were too afraid to act. So he boasted that my relatives are officials, threatening to say it was them who did it if they didn't join him. Then they both went together and forced Brother Dahu into the water tank." As the crowd absorbed Chun's account, Chen Xiaojian's father, Chen Guiyuan, stepped forward and declared, "I recall being with Wang Huqing that day. and I can assure you he had not been drinking. He continued. I found it peculiar that shortly after parting ways with him, I heard he had drowned in the water tank while intoxicated. Yet, Aunt Pan claimed she found him submerged in the tank upon waking. It was a hot day, so I didn't dwell on it too much. Chen An, who was not fond of alcohol, could easily discern when others had been drinking. The scent often lingered even from a distance. Furthermore, he had been with Wang Huqing the entire journey home from the supply and marketing cooperative, and neither had partaken in any alcohol. Could it be that Wang Huqing had later consumed some elsewhere? But surely it wouldn't have been enough to render him so inebriated that he drowned? Then another person spoke up. I remember running into Wang Huqing on my way home and greeting him. He showed no signs of having consumed alcohol. How could such a vibrant person possibly drown in a water tank? Indeed, while the tank was quite large, an adult would not drown even if they squatted inside with their head tilted back. Many found the circumstances surrounding his death suspicious. However, the police swiftly closed the case, and Widow Pan did not pursue any further inquiries. Thus, the matter was hastily resolved. Who would have thought that Wang Huqing had been murdered by those three scoundrels? Listening to these recollections, Wang Defa felt a mix of anger and amusement. What does it matter to me whether Wang Huqing had been drinking? He thought. Why should we care? It was clear that they were speaking nonsense. Biao and DeLong joined in the rebuttal, realizing that as long as they steadfastly denied involvement, there was little that could be done against them. It was unfortunate, however, that they would soon learn the consequences of their actions while sitting on the cold iron chairs inside. If they were innocent, why would others point fingers at them instead of someone else? The facts were undeniable. How would they explain the accusations of rape leading to pregnancy? The two comrades handcuffed the three men and ushered them into the vehicle, one charged with rape, the other with murder. There exists no evidence. Yet Wang Defa and his associates are consumed by trepidation. This very anxiety has provided a breakthrough in the case. Regardless of their attempts to obfuscate the truth or evade accountability, they shall inevitably be brought in for further inquiry. However, the transport back shall not occur just yet. A comrade inquired, "Who is the village chief?" Uncle Chi promptly stepped forward, declaring, "Here I am." The comrade instructed, "Gather the victim, the eyewitnesses, and those who claimed not to have seen the deceased drinking. I require their statements. Furthermore, you must compile a list of all villagers, noting who is absent and their whereabouts." Uncle Chi saluted respectfully, assuring, "I will accomplish this task. Where is the village telephone located?" "At the supply and marketing cooperative. Please have someone guide me there." Uncle Chi instructed Wang Bing to escort a comrade, while another remained to supervise Wang Defa and his two companions. Summoning De Chun to begin questioning, it became evident that although De Chun's mental acuity was somewhat dulled, he still possessed a measure of discernment. His testimony's validity would not be determined by him alone. It was prudent to document it first. At this moment, Biao and DeLong's parents rushed over, claiming their son was wrongfully accused, desperate to extricate them from the vehicle. Yet, with police present, their protests were futile. Meanwhile, the onlookers could only express their astonishment. It was unexpected that Wang Defa, intending to leverage his relation to frame Chen An, instead found himself apprehended by the very authorities he summoned. Yet, hadn't Widow Pan previously intended to accuse Chen An of rape? Why, then, had the narrative suddenly reversed, with Wang Defa and his cohort now facing allegations? Although the reasons remained unclear, it was impossible for the crowd not to regard Chen An with newfound respect. If he were truly inept, how could Widow Pan possibly align herself with him at this juncture? In truth, this predicament was of Wang Defa and his associates' own making. When their scheme to frame Chen An had failed previously, they had insulted Widow Pan, unwittingly sealing their own fate. They had even threatened to report her to the authorities. From that moment, Widow Pan realized she was regarded as nothing more than a dog in their eyes, devoid of humanity. The only reason she had allowed them into her home was due to the influence Wang Defa's family wielded within the village. Many feared his parents, particularly his mother, renowned for her notorious temperament. Alone and vulnerable, Widow Pan had sought refuge under the shelter of Wang Defa and his ilk. Yet, despite her sacrifices, at the slightest inconvenience, they threatened to have her arrested. Had her efforts not counted for anything? Being lashed daily by them, even a beast would feel pain. She had even assisted them in their attempts to frame Chen An, yet Wang Defa had never regarded her as a person. From that moment forth, Widow Pan's spirit of resistance ignited. In comparison, Chen An appeared far more honorable than Wang Defa and his companions. and she understood that her earlier attempts to frame him had left her vulnerable in his grasp. Thus, when Chen An discreetly sought her assistance, Widow Pan acquiesced to his plans. As for the future, Chen An ominously suggested that Wang Defa and his ilk might very well be the next victims of unforeseen misfortune, should they persist in their endeavors to prevent the birth of a child. Widow Pan recalled the circumstances surrounding her husband's demise, a grim reminder that such a fate could befall her as well, prompting her to report Wang Defa and his associates. In truth, Chen An had long desired for Widow Pan to take action, yet Su Zhengqing remained an enigma. His true intentions unclear, whether he acted out of concern for his relatives or for ulterior motives. It was evident that Su Zhengqing was no virtuous character. His support for Wang Defa was merely motivated by the promise of 1,000 yuan, showing little regard for family ties. Thus, once Su departed, Chen An swiftly filed a report against Wang Defa. As for evidence, if Widow Pan remained steadfast in her accusations, the entire village was well aware of the misconduct of the three men. The police would merely need to apprehend them for questioning and speak with the villagers. Their laziness and idleness rendered them incapable of enduring any hardship. Once inside, they would experience the harsh realities they had evaded. Within a day, all three would likely confess. This time, their release would be an impossibility. Ba Jiao and the others felt a deep sense of injustice. Despite their righteousness, they found themselves powerless against Chen An. However, with Su Zhengqing gone, any attempt to seize the mushrooms would result in their own detainment. With Wang Defa and his companions now captured, their morale had completely collapsed. They dared not protest further, resorting instead to whispered curses that held little weight. While the police took statements, Chen An's business continued unabated. Li Yuanliang arrived with contracts and a cash sum of 10,000 yuan. A swift partnership was established, with Li arranging for the mushrooms to be loaded for transportation, agreeing to return in a month for further supplies. From that moment, fresh mushrooms would sprout daily. As they prepared to leave, Chen An expressed his concerns to Li, saying, "Mr. Li, I truly appreciate your generous support. However, Su Zhengqing is not to be underestimated. I fear he may cause trouble for your company. Should he dare to do so, please inform me. We must escalate this matter, as there are undoubtedly issues with Wang Defa's fertilizer distribution likely tied to Su Zhengqing's influence." In response, Li chuckled, "There is no need for concern, Mr. Chen. Our company is a significant taxpayer in the county, and I happen to be acquainted with Su's superiors. I know precisely how to handle this situation. That is reassuring. After you transport the goods, let us enjoy a drink together," Chen An suggested. "Regretfully, I must decline. While I genuinely wish to share a drink with you and the villagers, I must deliver these goods to the city. If prices fluctuate tomorrow, I cannot afford to delay," Li explained. Indeed, with the rapid economic development of the nation, local specialties were increasingly being sold nationwide. Prices changed daily, making it difficult to predict. Therefore, Chen An did not insist further. In Chapter 44, it became clear that from a young age, many had recognized Chen An's remarkable nature. This time, Wang Defa had inadvertently harmed himself. Yet, everyone understood the significant role Chen An played in these events. From the outset, he had remained composed, as if everything lay within his grasp. The gazes of the others towards Chen An shifted to one of reverence. Even as the elders conversed nearby, they would occasionally turn to ask, "Dakue, what do you think?" I hope Chen Dakue can join their conversation. It is evident that Chen An's performance has garnered greater respect for his parents among the villagers. Several young women approached Han Shuyan, inquiring about the exquisite hair tie she wore. Not only did they commend her flawless complexion, but they also praised her discerning taste in marrying a capable man. After Widow Pan completed her statement, she returned home. Although she had urged Wang Defa and his companions to face justice, her reputation among the villagers had long been tarnished. Just moments ago, she insisted she had witnessed her husband being drowned by the trio, yet she did nothing to intervene, paralyzed by fear. In the aftermath, she remained silent and even sought to align herself with Wang Defa and his group. She understood that the villagers were merely polite to her face, while their true sentiments remained unspoken. Acknowledging her own culpability, she felt no desire to linger and thus departed. The statement was taken in the room where Chen An slept. Once Dachuan emerged, Chen An approached and patted Dachuan on the shoulder, affirming, "Dachuan, I will ensure that no one ever looks down upon you again." He had never contemplated making Dachuan take the blame, nor had he implied such a thing. Yet, Dachuan's unwavering decision to step forward demonstrated his intelligence an understanding of the gravity of the situation, leading him to take the fall. This alone was sufficient for Chen An to place his complete trust in him, regardless of what may come. Chen An vowed to guarantee that Dachuan would live a comfortable life, with extra money to spare, and even promised to find him a wife. Chen An continued, however, do not engage in such foolishness again. What would your mother do if things escalated? Dachuan replied, Don, you are the only one who truly cares for me. Defa urged me to stir up trouble, yet you guided me to earn money together, enabling me to support my parents. I only wish to repay your kindness. Dachuan's father had been bedridden for years due to health issues, leaving the family without a man to uphold their dignity. One can only imagine how Dachuan's mother must have felt in the presence of others. Now that Dachuan could earn a living, it brought his father a sense of pride, perhaps even leading to a future where he might rise from his bed and walk again. Although Dachuan may be simple-minded, he was pure of heart and recognized Chen An's contributions. Your goodwill brings me great joy. Chen An declared, from now on, you shall join me in mushroom cultivation. I assure you that soon, young women from neighboring villages will approach you, eager to marry you. You may choose as you wish. Dachuan nodded, indeed, I am easily content. I merely seek someone who can accompany me in foraging for bird nests. Chen An's remark drew laughter from those nearby, who seeks a bride to gather bird eggs. Observing the lively and joyous scene, Chen Dakue's face broke into a smile. He finally understood why Chen An had urged him to abandon farming in favor of mushroom cultivation. It had all been part of a well-laid plan, and this path was indeed viable. Chen An had truly transformed, and though the catalyst for this change remained a mystery, Chen Dakue felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He never imagined that his family would suddenly become affluent, finally bringing honor to their ancestors. Before long, a significant number of county police arrived, as it was a homicide case. After they requested Uncle Chishu to provide special protection for Widow Pan, Wang Defa and his associates were taken away. However, the villagers were reluctant to disperse and remained outside Chen An's home, continuing their conversations. They felt a sense of injustice for Wang Huqing, whose demise was perceived as both tragic and unfair. Some expressed delight at Wang Defa's arrest, pondering whether they would no longer be obligated to repay their debts to him. Others discussed Chen An's mushroom cultivation endeavors, contemplating their potential involvement. In summary, the elimination of 3 potential threats in the village brought a sense of relief and joy to the community. The least pleased were those who had accompanied Wang Defa, as they had failed to secure any gains and were left with a tarnished reputation in the village. It seemed unlikely that anyone would heed their words in the future. Nevertheless, the matter had been satisfactorily resolved. Chen An addressed the crowd, stating that although a grand feast was being held in the village that day, he found the midday meal rather meager. He proposed that he would cover the expenses for the evening meal, purchasing pigs, sheep, and chickens, and suggested that everyone should drink to their heart's content. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Big Kue, your Chen An is quite remarkable, began one elder, lauding him. Chen An glanced at the man, recalling how just days prior, he had mocked him in front of his father. Now, however, he was singing praises without a hint of shame. Others joined in the commendations, reminiscing about how from a young age, they had recognized Chen An's exceptional nature. I personally took the time to tutor him after school, one declared, claiming that the idea for the mushroom business had originated from their conversation about the profitability of mushrooms. Uncles, aunts, and neighbors began to attribute Chen An's success to their influence, as if without them, he would not have achieved his current standing. Yet, Chen An refrained from exposing their exaggerations, and his parents chuckled along. He then handed 200 yuan to Wang Bing, instructing her to arrange for the purchase of meat and wine in town, assuring her to return if more funds were needed, so that everyone could enjoy a hearty celebration that night. The crowd soon dispersed, leaving only Chen An and his family behind. Liang Xiaofan hurried inside to retrieve incense and candles, while also preparing a chicken for a vow to the land god at the foot of the mountain. Chen Dakuai, understanding the situation, offered to assist with plucking the chicken at the village committee's drying area. This left only Chen An and Han Shuyá together. Chen An fixed his gaze upon his wife, who felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, and turned her head away. What is it? Han Shuyá's cheeks flushed as she sensed his intense gaze. I apologize for startling you earlier. Chen An expressed remorse for inadvertently placing her in danger due to his oversight. No, I'm fine. Han Shuyá quickly reassured him. That's good to hear. Chen An replied, presenting her with the entire sum of money he had just received from Li Yuanliang. Here, take this. However, The moment the money touched Han Shuyua's hand, she recoiled as if shocked, exclaiming, "This is too much. I can't accept such a large sum." In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a substantial sum of money, so how could she dare to accept it? "Take it," he insisted. "In the past, I was truly inconsiderate, causing you immense distress. Now, my sole desire is for you and our child to live a prosperous life. Please, keep this money. When the time comes, I shall request it back." Feeling the man's sincerity, Han Shuyá was deeply moved. At the very least, he acknowledged her past grievances. Yet, this money was something Chen An had nearly sacrificed his life to obtain, and its amount was staggering. She simply could not bring herself to accept it. Tentatively, she extracted 2 bills, saying, "This amount is sufficient for me. The remainder should be reserved for your business needs. Surely, you cannot be expected to seek my approval every time you need funds." She hesitated to accept the funds, and Chen An, understanding her reluctance, ceased to press the matter. Choosing to keep the money for himself, he intended to allocate a portion of these funds to rent a space for constructing a greenhouse. As cultivating mushrooms required a stable temperature, thus, this investment was considerable, and he estimated that the 10,000 yuan would soon be depleted. Chapter 45. Renting a factory to grow mushrooms. At this moment, everyone was busy preparing for the evening meal. To expedite the process, all hands were on deck. Men, women, and even children as young as 5 joined in. By 5 o'clock, they had completed the dishes and began serving them at the table. Longmen Village was a large community, with a population exceeding 500. In the past few years, a significant number of villagers had migrated to the city for work. Consequently, the village was bustling with activity and festivity. Chen An sat once again with his great-uncle and the cadre at their table. While this may not have seemed significant to outsiders, those who observed noticed that the discussions at their table were markedly different from those at others. Envious glances were cast in their direction. This evening's feast was far more lavish than that of lunch, the air rich with the aroma of meat. Each table featured a poached chicken, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, and pig's trotters. In this era, such dishes were considered rare luxuries, and many present were experiencing them for the first time, having only heard tales of such meals being enjoyed in grand hotels. Moreover, the expenses for this banquet were covered by Chen An, and any leftovers could be taken home. During the meal, his great-uncle remarked, "Chen An, I never anticipated your acumen for making money. In the past, I failed to see your potential. I hope you can forgive me. I sincerely apologize." Chen An was taken aback and rose to protest. After all, he was of the younger generation and felt unworthy of such grand gestures. However, his great-uncle, in a rather generous spirit, downed a cup of liquor without a hint of hesitation. Chen Xingquan and the others couldn't help but cheer. "Your great-uncle is a man of great capacity," Chen An exclaimed, raising his own cup in a toast. He then filled his glass again and addressed the others. "Today, I owe my gratitude to all of you for your assistance. Otherwise, that batch of goods would have been seized by Wang Defa and his associates. I, Chen An, will remember this kindness and will repay you all soon." With that, he downed another cup of liquor. Just as he finished, Han Shuyá from the adjacent table immediately called out, "Drink less." Chen An, having swallowed the drink, nodded obediently and replied, "Understood." In the past, Han Shuyá had been too intimidated to speak in Chen An's presence, for any utterance might provoke his ire. The thought of reprimanding him in front of so many people was utterly daunting. However, now Han Shuyá not only dares to speak, but has also raised her tone considerably, embodying the essence of a true matriarch. The contrast between her previous demeanor and the current one illustrates the kindness Chen An has shown her. As she also worries about his health, the couple began to flirt openly before the entire village, eliciting hearty laughter from Chen Xingquan, Liang Bo, and others. Han Shuyá mistakenly believed everyone was mocking Chen An for lacking temper in front of his wife, thinking she was too fierce and could only blush and turn away. Dismissing him, let him drink himself to death. Chen An then resumed pouring drinks, this time opting for beer, prompting knowing smiles from Uncle Chi and Chen Xingquan. He continued, "This toast is to all of you who stood by me when Wang Defa and Su Zhengqing slandered me. Without your support, I might have been imprisoned. I remember this kindness, and I thank you all." With that, another cup was downed. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing that Chen An was not ungrateful by mentioning this. He indicated that he would indeed seek their help in the future, and his words would serve as a reminder. This young man is truly commendable. They couldn't help but compare him to their own sons in their teens and 20s, who seemed to achieve so little. If they could only be half as good as Chen An, they would feel they have honored their ancestors. Yet, they remained disappointing. Chen An then went around, offering toasts to Wang Bing, De Chun, Chen Shaojiang, Chen Guiyuan, and others, honoring everyone present before returning to Uncle Chi's table. As Uncle Chi and the others discussed future work arrangements in Xishan, Chen An interjected, "Uncle Chi, isn't that mine site outside the village under our management?" Uncle Chi replied, "Indeed, do you have any thoughts? There is a mine outside the village, a remnant from the construction of the third line. But it has ceased operations and the site has fallen into disrepair. It is said to be managed by the Longmen Village Committee, yet no funds are allocated for oversight or repairs, leaving it overgrown with weeds and broken glass. Hardly anyone visits anymore." And they were puzzled by Chen An's interest in the site. Everyone paused their meal to look at him. Chen An stated, "I wish to rent the factory buildings there to cultivate mushrooms. Since it lies idle, it would be better to rent it to me." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Autumn was approaching. How would he cultivate mushrooms? Chen Xingxuan inquired, a question echoed by others. The matter of cultivating mushroom strains was known only to his family and Li Yuanliang. The others were unaware. Though once the cultivation began, it would no longer be a secret. Chen An preferred to keep it under wraps for now, especially from the likes of Ban Jiao, Ba Sa, and Wang Defa's cousin, who posed potential threats. If they were to sabotage his efforts, it would create trouble. Chen An replied, "I have my methods. Once the technology is mature, I will naturally make it public. Trust me, I will announce it within 6 months, but for now, it cannot be done." He turned to glance at the table of Ban Jiao and Ba Sa. The officials understood Chen An's concerns and ceased their inquiries. This afternoon's events were quite dire. If they could partake in collective mushroom foraging, they might also engage in acts of sabotage later on. It is prudent to maintain a low profile. Uncle Chi remarked, "You are absolutely right. It is better to rent out the vacant factory. However, the rental fee is predetermined by the higher authorities, and I have no authority to intervene. I wonder if you can accept this? I am only interested in building a 3. What is the annual rent?" Chen An had previously visited when he sold mountain snails and crabs and noticed that one of the factories, though only 2 stories high, was as expansive as a football field, ample enough for initial cultivation. Every endeavor must be approached gradually. Thus Chen An opted to rent only 1 building for the time being, ensuring he could meet the supply needs promised to Li Yuanliang. Of course, in the future, he could not rely solely on Li Yuanliang. He intended to gradually expand the business and seek other mushroom vendors. He might even eliminate the middleman, directly contacting end vendors to sell to other provinces or even for export. By then, expanding the business would make renting additional factories a feasible prospect. Uncle Chi continued, "Renting just 1 building is quite affordable. The annual rent is 150. Can you accept this?" Chen An replied, "That is not expensive. I will rent it for 30 years. He recalled returning 30 years later in his past life and found that the mine factory still stood strong. After all, it was a product of the third front construction, built to withstand bombardment, and was significantly protected by the government. Additionally, there exists a regulation. If one rents for 30 consecutive years and pays in full at once, the rent is reduced to 110 annually. After 30 years, not only does one have the priority to continue renting, but the rental fee remains at 110, extendable for another 20 years. Chen An understood that Longmen Village was his foundation. That factory would be the starting point of his endeavors in the world and the stronghold of his family. Hence, he decided to rent it for 30 years in 1 payment. However, others perceived this as somewhat extravagant. It remained uncertain whether his mushroom business would thrive, and committing to such a long lease seemed reckless. 30 years. Perhaps you should reconsider? They questioned. Indeed, can your mushroom business sustain such a duration? Chapter 46. Pigs. Chen An merely smiled. They could not comprehend due to their lack of knowledge in this area, making it difficult to explain. Thus, he stated, "Even if I do not cultivate mushrooms in the future, I will still require this facility for other endeavors." Uncle Chi concurred, "Chen An is correct, and I trust his vision. If he has chosen to engage in the mushroom business, it surely has the potential for longevity. You all should refrain from speaking without understanding. Nevertheless, Chen An, do you truly wish to commit to such a lengthy lease? Indeed, we can sign the contract and make the payment now. Have you not considered this further? I began contemplating this a month ago. I simply lacked the funds. Now that I have them, what more is there to ponder? Very well, I acknowledge that you have your own plans. I shall not dissuade you any longer. However, let it be clear that once the contract is signed, There can be no turning back. The village committee already had a contract concerning the rental of the factory, prepared in advance by the town authorities, and it was stored at the Longmen Village Committee. Anyone wishing to rent could simply come here to negotiate. Thus, Uncle Chi and Chen An entered the office together. After a meticulous examination of the contract, Chen An boldly affixed his signature, simultaneously remitting the payment, thereby sealing the deal. It was not until the gathering concluded that Liang Xiaofan discovered Chen An had astonishingly spent 300 yuan in one fell swoop, hardly allowing the money to warm in his hands. While it is true that selling mushrooms can be lucrative, Chen An was venturing into mushroom cultivation, the viability of which remained uncertain, yet he had already squandered this considerable sum. Liang Xiaofan felt an acute pang of distress. This money ought to have been entrusted to Shuyá. What need did he have for it? She lamented. In her perspective, given the labor capabilities of the elderly couple, she believed it was improbable that they could ever earn such an amount in their lifetime. It was a significant sum indeed. Yet, Chen An spent money as if it were flowing water. Despite having a place to stay, why rent that dilapidated factory? You wastrel, Liang Xiaofan scolded. Chen An remained silent, absorbing the verbal barrage. Although the money was earned through his own efforts, spending over 3,000 yuan without consulting his parents was indeed deserving of reproach. However, Chen Dakue interjected. What do you know? Da An is making an investment. In the future, he will undoubtedly earn more than that initial 10,000. After witnessing Chen An's transformation over time, Chen Dakue had also altered his perception of him. The 10,000 yuan that Chen An claimed he could earn was asserted without hesitation. Chen Dakue had faith that Chen An possessed the capability to earn even more. You understand, if you have the ability, then go earn it, Liang Xiaofan retorted. This left Chen Dakue momentarily speechless. I won't argue with you. In the future, refrain from meddling in the children's affairs. If I don't oversee it, the money will vanish by tomorrow, Liang Xiaofan declared. Doan, you must immediately hand over the remaining funds to Shuyá. Do not squander it further. Khan Shuyá quickly interjected. Mother, Chen An knows precisely what he is doing. He is a businessman, and it is essential for him to have cash on hand. I have already taken 200 yuan, which is sufficient for our family's expenses for several years. In the countryside, there are few avenues for expenditure. Throughout the year, one is preoccupied with agricultural endeavors. Therefore, there are very few genuine expenses, and when ailments arise, they are often endured using rudimentary remedies. As for unforeseen circumstances in the future, they had managed without that 10,000 before, hadn't they? Thus, there was no need to dwell on it. In summary, the 200 yuan would sustain the family for quite some time. The substantial funds should remain with Chen An for business purposes, lest he find himself short-handed when opportunities arise. Liang Xiaofan remained troubled. You all just indulge him. Sooner or later, he will squander this family's fortune. The sweltering heat of late summer enveloped the village, which lacked any entertainment facilities. That evening, Chen An, bare-chested, tended to the cultivation of mushroom spores in the yard. Once the factory was adequately prepared in the coming days, he could transport these spores and arrange them properly, regulating the temperature and humidity, subsequently awaiting their growth. Khan Shuyá was initially assisting, but the two little ones frequently required diaper changes and feeding, compelling her to return to her room earlier. As midnight approached, after completing a phase of work, Chen An felt thoroughly exhausted. He poured himself a glass of water in the living room. The night breeze was cool, and he wished to sit a while and enjoy it. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps emanating from Shuyá's room. Chen An found it peculiar that Huan Huan and Chao Chao were not crying. They were evidently fast asleep. Why was she still wandering around the room? Was she not going to sleep? It was nighttime, and Chen An had only noticed the commotion, fearing it might merely be the sound of the wind. She chose to ignore it. At that moment, Han Shuyá emerged, clad in the thin nightgown Chen An had purchased for her, her postnatal figure slightly fuller, swaying noticeably. Upon seeing Chen An seated in the living room, she straightened herself before hastily making her way to the restroom. Before long, she returned. Yet she did not rush to enter the room. Instead, she walked past Chen An, the air filled with the enchanting scent of her body wash. After pouring herself a glass of water and sitting down for a brief moment, she stood up and walked past Chen An once more, finally heading towards the bedroom. Pausing at the door, she reminded, "You should head to bed early." Chen An, caught off guard, responded normally, "I'll be going to sleep soon." Yet, in Han Shuyá's eyes, there lingered a hint of reproach before she retreated into the room. A few minutes later, as if stirred by a mountain breeze. Shuyá's bedroom door swung open. Chen An pondered why the door was left unlocked at night. Although the weather was warm, the mountain winds could be quite fierce, and catching a cold would be undesirable. Thus, she rose to close the door, only to discover that the light inside was on. It was then that Chen An noticed two small figures sleeping snugly in the bed, seemingly arranged deliberately. Shuyá had also shifted inward, leaving a significant space outside, ample enough for another person to sleep. With this realization, Chen An's gaze instinctively drifted towards his wife. In his memory, he had not seen her body in 37 years. Since his rebirth, he had been too preoccupied with earning a living to truly appreciate her. It was indeed strange that she had chosen to wear this nightgown tonight. Chen An felt perplexed. He had purchased the nightgown some time ago, but had not seen her wear it despite working late every night. Today seemed like a remarkable exception. The dim glow from a 10-watt incandescent bulb illuminated Shuyá, her delicate lavender onesie clinging to her skin, accentuating her figure with an alluring radiance. During this period after his rebirth, Shuyá had been spared from labor, and the skin on her shoulders and neck had regained its smooth, fair quality. Her feet had also become soft and supple again. Shuyá lay sideways, leaning against the door, yet her breathing had grown rapid, her demeanor pretending to be asleep. Though her entire focus was directed toward her husband, the room's air seemed thick with an intoxicating aura. Noticing his prolonged absence from the room, Shuyá could no longer contain herself and feigned a turn, her eyes fluttering open to find Chen An standing at the doorway. Startled, he met her gaze, akin to a thief caught in the act. With a sudden thud, Chen An instinctively shut the door, anxious to avoid any misunderstanding, and quickly explained. The wind blew it open. I closed it. I'm going to sleep now. As the light outside dimmed, the sounds of a door opening and closing echoed from the neighboring room. Shuyá could not help but feel exasperated, muttering a silent curse under her breath. What a fool. After a brief wait, the pig truly returned to slumber. With no other choice, I extinguished the light and, in a fit of irritation, compelled myself to retire early. Chapter 47. The Shrew's tirade. The next day, Chen An rose at dawn. He took the time to prepare a pot of lean meat porridge for his family. As they gathered for breakfast, Chen An remarked, "Mother, could you please look after Huan and Xiao today?" Liang Xiaofan inquired, "What are you planning to do?" While clearing the dishes, Chen An replied, "I intend to accompany Shuyá to the county to purchase a few new garments, and I shall also get some sets for you and father." Understanding her son's thoughtfulness towards his wife, Liang Xiaofan beamed with delight, saying, "That sounds wonderful. Just buy for Shuyá. Your father and I toil in the fields daily, and we seldom have the opportunity to wear new clothes, so there's no need to buy for us." Chen Dakue nodded in agreement. "Take Shuyá out for a good time. We will look after the children." Shuyá was taken aback, yet pleasantly surprised. "Oh, I thought we were going to tidy up the factory today." "Not to worry. One day won't make a difference." Chen An reassured her. "I've wanted to buy you clothes for some time, but I hesitated, fearing you might not like them or that I might choose something unsuitable. Today, with no pressing tasks in the fields, let your parents watch the children while we explore." Shuyá's cheeks flushed slightly. Since their acquaintance, she had never had the chance to stroll through the streets with Chen An. Chen An took Shuyá by the hand and led her out of the village. Upon reaching Liangbo's restaurant, a hub for several villages connecting to the county and town's minibus stations, they found that there were 3 buses running throughout the day. Chen An had risen early to catch the morning bus. The minibus swayed as it traveled, although faster than walking. The frequent stops meant they arrived in the county by 10 o'clock. The journey felt like traversing a time tunnel, transitioning from a village of mud walls and thatched roofs to the bustling county town. A stark contrast, a different world altogether. "How lively it is," Shuyá exclaimed as they stepped off the bus. "Wait until the end of the year. I shall take you to the provincial capital, where it's even more vibrant." Chen An responded, guiding his wife towards the commercial street. The development of the third-tier city brought about amenities typically found only in larger cities, attracting many to seek their fortunes here, rendering it more prosperous than other counties. Coinciding with market day, the bustling atmosphere was filled with vendors and shoppers alike. Numerous intriguing new items adorned the market, leaving Shuyá dazzled as she eagerly explored every nook and cranny, captivated by the array of goods. However, accustomed to frugality, she resisted purchasing anything, regardless of Chen An's encouragement. "But you need clothes to wear," Chen An insisted. "Just a casual purchase will suffice. Work is bound to get messy." Shuyá replied, "I assure you, Even if you work, it will only be clerical tasks. The heavy labor does not fall upon you. Look at all those dresses and diverse styles. Let us see if anything catches your fancy. As they approached the entrance, they became aware of a commotion. A woman was vociferously berating a street vendor. "You old hag, why don't you set up your stall in the middle of the road? Who gave you permission to block this path and cause me to trip? I demand you move." As if that were not enough, she kicked 2 bags of rice with her foot, sending grains scattering everywhere. The street vendor was an elderly man, merely seeking to earn a few coins, unwilling to provoke trouble. Indeed, he had set up his stall too far out, obstructing the path, which inadvertently caused the lady to stumble. Aware of his own fault, he refrained from resisting and desperately shielded his rice from being kicked over. Other vendors nearby spoke in his defense. How can you blame others when you were not watching where you were going? This only fueled the woman's anger, as she pointed at them and shouted, "It's your chaotic setup that causes this. If a truck were to come barreling down the road, it would crush you all. Mind your own business." To everyone's surprise, the woman's fierce demeanor silenced any further objections. Shuyá glanced over and remarked, "Isn't that Chen Xiaojing's grandfather?" Chen An also noticed that the elderly man being bullied was indeed Chen Xiaojing's grandfather. Regardless of whose fault it was unjust for the woman to speak so harshly, especially since she had not been paying attention while walking and had fallen, only to blame others. Chen An immediately stepped forward, extending his leg to block the woman's foot from kicking the rice bag. "Madam, is it not excessive to bully others in such a manner?" he said. The woman, already agitated, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone dressed in tattered clothes, exuding an unpleasant odor. She recoiled, covering her nose, and snapped, "Who are you? What business is it of yours?" "He is my grandfather. What does that have to do with you?" she retorted defiantly. "And what of your grandfather? You're no saint either. Just because you fell does not absolve you of responsibility." The woman boldly claimed, "The foul stench of this town is entirely due to you dirty country folk setting up your stalls haphazardly. We city dwellers do not welcome your kind." Chen Xiaojing's grandfather, looking utterly aggrieved, said, "I have already apologized. What more do you want?" With hands on her hips, the woman replied, "I want you gone. My husband is in business management. Believe me, I can have him come and deal with you opportunists. I speak the truth." Hearing her tone, it was evident that in a few decades, she would become that sort of woman who exploits her husband. Yet, for now, she was indeed intimidating. The common folk dared not confront her, as she might follow through on her threats. Although feeling wronged, Chen Xiaojing's grandfather could tell that the woman had status and connections. Better to avoid trouble than to confront it. Thus, he began to pack up, saying, "Doan, I'm fine. I'll just move to another spot," and proceeded to carry away 2 bags of rice. Chapter 48. I will buy all of these. The woman, having successfully driven him away, displayed a triumphant expression. She shot a final glare at Chen An, snorted in disdain, rolled her eyes, and turned to leave. "How can there be such people?" Shuyá murmured. "Such individuals have always existed, born to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Just do not be intimidated by them," Chen An replied. Subsequently, Chen An helped Chen Xiaojing's grandfather find a more favorable location before returning to the bustling commercial street with Shuyá to shop for clothes. The clothing colors had begun to diversify, with avant-garde styles, some even featuring backless designs. Upon seeing these, Shuyá's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly glanced away. "It's all right. Take your time to select. Whatever you like, we shall purchase," Chen An encouraged. Shuyá continued her search. 2 women, seemingly in their 30s, entered the store arm in arm. One, with cascading waves of hair and adorned with a silver bracelet, sported attire that, while not particularly trendy, exuded a sense of quality, indicative of a middle-class homemaker. The other, her hair tied back in a ponytail, appeared more demure, possessing a quieter demeanor than her companion. Upon entering, they spotted Chen An and Shuyá, causing the wave-haired woman to halt abruptly. Are the staff really allowing beggars to wander in? Aren't they concerned about soiling the merchandise? The attendant, visibly uncomfortable, quietly explained, "Jingjia, we cannot simply eject customers." Cheng Jing's expression soured, yet she chose not to pursue the matter further, instead stating, "Very well. Summon your manager and inform them we have arrived." The attendant hurried off to fetch the manager. Cheng Jing cast a disapproving glance at Chen An, revealing herself to be the very woman who had just bullied Chen Xiaojing's grandfather. She deliberately circumvented Chen An and proceeded to examine the more expensive garments displayed within. Upon glancing at the prices, Cheng Jing's brow furrowed, and she muttered under her breath, "My goodness, Peilon, these garments are exorbitantly priced. A single outfit costs 20 yuan. Might as well rob a bank." Zhang Peilon, the woman beside her, widened her eyes in shock. Indeed, one outfit consumed half a month's wages. Cheng Jing, with a disdainful pout, tugged Zhang Peilon towards the relatively cheaper options up front. "It's not that we cannot afford it. It's just that I wear work attire daily. Why waste money on frivolities? Besides, the manager is a relative of mine. I can secure a discount. We won't be disappointed." As she spoke, Cheng Jing reached for a particular dress. However, the garment had already been selected by another customer, who happened to be Han Shuyá. Cheng Jing, initially intending to release her grip on the dress, found herself feeling an intensified contempt upon recognizing Han Shuyá as the lowly daughter-in-law from the countryside. She glared at Han Shuyá, attempting to seize the dress, but Chen An swiftly intervened, stating, "Sorry, we saw it first." This only elicited a chuckle from Cheng Jing. "Huh, a country bumpkin dares to shop here? Be careful not to soil the clothing." Han Shuyá had intended to select another dress, but Chen An handed her the one he had just reclaimed, saying, "Why don't you try this one on?" Han Shuyá, inherently kind-hearted, instinctively sought to avoid confrontation. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she accepted the dress and made her way to the fitting room. As Han Shuyá turned to enter, a staff member intercepted her, stating, "I'm sorry, but you cannot try this dress on." "What? It says right there that trying on is allowed." Han Shuyá pointed towards the sign indicating that fitting was permitted. "Others may, but you cannot," the attendant replied coldly, her tone dripping with disdain. "Why not?" "No reason. Will you buy it or not? If not, please leave." Han Shuyá stood there, momentarily stunned. She truly liked the dress and wished to see how it would fit. Cheng Jing, standing nearby, sneered, "Did you hear that? If you're not buying, scram. This store does not cater to the likes of you country folk." Upon hearing the woman's unpleasant remarks, Han Shuyá felt an overwhelming desire to avoid her presence. Thus, she turned to Chen An and suggested, "Shall we leave?" However, Chen An, resolute in his decision, expressed his intent to make a purchase today. "Feel free to choose without hesitation," he encouraged. Beside them, Cheng Jing chuckled with a mocking tone. "Purchase? You likely cannot even comprehend the prices displayed. Do you have any idea how much each item costs? Can you afford them?" She then addressed the attendant. "Make sure to sanitize the garments they touched. I fear they may carry germs from the mountains." The attendant nodded, remarking, "Do you know the price? 18 yuan. You might not earn enough in a year to afford this." She continued, "Perhaps if you turn left upon exiting, you might find something more suited to your budget at the street stalls." Han Shuyá tugged at Chen An's sleeve, unwilling to endure such humiliation. Yet, Chen An remained steadfast. He turned to the attendant and declared, "I want everything from this rack and that one, but please remove any items the raucous woman has touched. They repulse me." Cheng Jing erupted in laughter. "Oh my, what a peculiar sight. A filthy country bumpkin daring to act so grandly before me. Do you even know the cost of these garments? Are you aware of the total value of the items on this rack? Do you truly think so highly of yourself?" Ignoring her taunts, Chen An insisted, "Attendant, please wrap these up. I am purchasing everything I've mentioned." The attendant, disinterested in the ramblings of a rustic, contemplated dismissing him. However, Cheng Jing interjected, "Wait. I wish to see the source of your audacity in making such claims. You assert that you will purchase everything I haven't touched? If you can afford the items from both racks, I will buy out the entire store for you. But if you cannot pay, you both will crawl out of here on your knees through the entire shopping street. If you fail, I shall summon my husband to deal with you." Originally, Cheng Jing had no intention of troubling the two country folk if they had simply chosen to avoid confrontation. Yet, Chen An's disdain for the garments she had handled compelled her to teach them a lesson. She did not want anyone to perceive her as easy prey. Her voice rose, ensuring that other patrons in the store could hear. As curious onlookers gathered at the entrance, Cheng Jing's confidence swelled. Zhang Peilon, sensing the situation was escalating, tugged at her and whispered, "Perhaps it would be best to let this go?" "Absolutely not," Cheng Jing retorted loudly. "He insulted me by claiming the clothes I touched were disgusting. Is this not a deliberate affront? If I let this pass, it would be tantamount to inviting ridicule. I am a person of standing and shall not allow some uncouth ruffian from the mountains to bully me." Determined to retaliate, she aimed to humiliate them thoroughly, ensuring they would never dare to return, thus sparing herself future annoyance. How dare these ignorant peasants treat her as if she were invisible? With so many eyes upon me, I cannot afford to merely make a grand spectacle without substance. Among the onlookers are acquaintances who must not be allowed to underestimate me. The shop assistant, clearly siding with Chen Jing, cast a sidelong glance at Chen An and remarked, "Really, do you not comprehend who she is? You ought to understand your own standing. Those who can afford to shop here are individuals of stature. You two beggars may come to gawk, but do refrain from speaking ill. Apologize promptly." With that, she arrogantly crossed her arms and stepped aside. Shuyá, wishing to avoid conflict, perceived that this woman exuded formidable strength and deemed it prudent not to provoke her. Years of Chen An's bullying had conditioned her to instinctively endure adversity. "Let us depart," she declared, tugging Chen An towards the exit. However, Chen Jing was unyielding, her voice dripping with disdain, trying to slip away. "Are we? Should you choose to leave now, you must do so on your knees, as I previously suggested. Alternatively, you may purchase all these garments." With arms crossed, she added, "The store manager is my relative. Can I simply stand by while you dirty the clothes?" "Real men must stand by their words," she continued, noting Shuyá's trepidation and concluding that they lacked the funds. Moreover, she recognized some colleagues from her workplace among the crowd, and she felt compelled to assert her dominance lest they perceive her as weak. The atmosphere in the clothing store was suffused with her arrogance. Chen An, harboring a desire to teach her a lesson, devised a plan. "So, you assert that if I can afford these, you shall purchase all remaining items and gift them to me?" Chen Jing turned to Chen An, affirming, "Indeed. That is my claim. They can attest to it." She gestured towards the witnesses present. "What if you are unable to fulfill your promise?" Chen An questioned, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Perhaps you should first concern yourself with your own ability to deliver." Chen Jing retorted, "If I fail, I shall crawl out of here on my knees." "Very well. If you are so eager for this experience, I shall not impede you," Chen An replied. Then turned to the shop assistant. "Please wrap those garments I mentioned earlier and calculate the total." Shuyá gasped in astonishment. "Is it truly necessary to buy so many? I cannot wear them all. It would be excessive." Chen An reassured her, "No worries. If they do not fit, I shall exchange them." Did she not claim she would purchase the remaining items for me? Surely, there will be something suitable for you, and this transaction is worthwhile. The shop assistant chuckled. "Purchase? Do you possess the funds? If you cannot pay, I will have no choice but to report you for causing a disturbance." Chen Jing added, "Do not waste your breath on him. Individuals like this do not shed tears until faced with the grave." Among the onlookers, a few recognized Chen Jing, some even being her colleagues. Chen Jing was known for her unwillingness to suffer losses, and some found her behavior intolerable. A voice emerged from the crowd. "Chen Jing, do you truly believe we will respect you when you bully those from the countryside? Indeed, what merit is there in preying upon the weak?" Another added, "You two should leave at once. Her husband is Su Zhengqing from the business sector. You cannot afford to provoke him. Do not cling to this. You cannot muster such a sum. These garments are quite expensive. Do not suffer needlessly." Everyone began to advise Chen An and his companions to leave immediately. Otherwise, Chen Jing would have no way to handle them. If the police were truly called and they were arrested for creating disturbances, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Before Chen An could react, Chen Jing, hands on her hips, addressed someone in the crowd. "What business is it of yours? Shuyá, mind your own affairs instead of meddling." She then turned her ire toward the others present. "And you lot, what does this have to do with you? It's not like you were the ones disgusted a moment ago, so why act like the big shots here?" Chen Jing pointed at each one, deliberately pausing at the person named Shuyá. The two had always been at odds in the workplace, and now that Shuyá was meddling, Chen Jing felt compelled to retort. Shuyá coldly replied, "Humph, isn't it enough to cause a ruckus at work? Now you come out to the streets to bully the common folk? You really are something, making your man proud." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing immediately became agitated. "Who are you calling a troublemaker? Whether I make my man proud is none of your business, you vixen." Gasps arose from the crowd. There was indeed a deeper story here. Zhang Peilon tugged at Chen Jing, suggesting that such matters should not be aired in front of everyone. She also signaled to Shuyá to refrain from escalating the situation. Zhang Peilon had accompanied Chen Jing for a shopping trip not out of friendship, but to mediate a misunderstanding involving Shuyá. She had not anticipated encountering such a conflict. Shuyá was equally surprised that Chen Jing would air this dispute before so many people, fearing further unpleasant comments would soon follow. She quickly decided to remain silent. She had no intention of losing face. Chen Jing, assuming she had the upper hand, became even more boastful. "And you lot standing around, if you can't afford clothes. Don't loiter outside the store and disrupt others' business. All of you are nothing but societal pests, pretending to be saints. Chapter 50. Time to pay up. The crowd witnessed the formidable nature of this woman once more. Moreover, the young man inside had yet to utter a word. It was best he refrained from unnecessary involvement. Just then, a middle-aged man entered. He wore the same uniform as the shop staff, appeared to be around 35 years old, and had an unremarkable appearance. The female staff approached him and said, "Manager, these two are acting like big shots, demanding I pack up all the clothes from these racks. Yet look at their appearance. How could they possibly afford it? This is clearly creating a disturbance." Chen Jing added, "Chen Han, don't worry, just watch. I'll take care of them." The manager, Chen Han, understood the situation and frowned as he glanced at Chen An and his partner. It was evident that this couple had come from the countryside. Such individuals were common in his experience. They would come into the store merely to look around and touch things, purely out of curiosity, unable to afford anything, often leaving the clothes dirty. Contempt surged within him. However, as the manager, he could not openly order them to leave in front of so many people. Maintaining the store's image was paramount. He inquired, "Are you two here to buy clothes?" Chen An retorted, "Isn't it obvious? If your store doesn't sell clothes, what else do you offer?" Chen Han scoffed, "You've got quite the mouth. Let us see how defiant you remain shortly." The two racks held a total of 200 garments, each priced at 18, amounting to a grand total of 3,600 yuan. It seemed implausible that their family, having toiled in the fields all their lives, could ever amass such a sum. He confirmed, "Are you saying you would purchase them all?" Beside him, Chen Jing could barely contain herself, urging, "Chen Han, stop wasting time with him. Make him pay up, or let him crawl out of this street on his knees. If this resentment isn't vented, it could lead to a hormonal imbalance." Chen Han turned to Chen An, saying, "You said this, if you can't produce the money." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen An opened his severely faded military messenger bag and pulled out a stack of cash. In full view of everyone, he counted out 30 bills, declaring, "These garments are priced at 18 each. I estimated there are around 200 pieces, but after excluding those touched by this shrew, the total should be about 3,000 yuan. Let us wrap it up. We'll adjust accordingly." The 30 bills were neither excessive nor insufficient. Upon finishing the count, he handed them to Chen Han. At that moment, Chen Han was astounded by the cash in Chen An's hands. Is this really money? Not some paper for offerings? In addition to the neatly arranged 30 bills, he noticed a greater sum within the bag, his eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, who is this person? Is it madness to carry such cash on the street? Only the wealthiest in the county could afford such extravagance. Chen Han's mind raced. He instinctively calculated, realizing that with a monthly salary of 45 yuan, and including commissions, he would need to forego food and drink for 4 years to accumulate such wealth. Yet this man, whom he presumed could scarcely save 10 yuan in a year, had just produced so much, each bill 100 yuan. This was utterly illogical. Chen Han felt his face flush with heat, uncertain whether to take the money or not. Chen Jing had anticipated reveling in Chen Han's inability to produce the funds, wearing a smug expression. To her astonishment, he actually managed to reveal such a significant amount. A chill ran through her. Where could he have procured such riches? Was he deliberately deceiving her? Chen Jing's eyes widened as she stared at Chen and counting the cash. Muttering to herself, "Impossible, impossible. Where could a peasant possibly obtain such wealth? If he means what he says, am I then obliged to buy out the entire store for him?" Suddenly, she felt a pang of naivete for having tried to complicate matters for them. Why didn't he simply avoid her if he knew she was being unreasonable? Was he intentionally toying with her? Chen Jing concluded that all peasants were treacherous, always scheming to harm others. She longed to walk away but hesitated. With so many watching, including acquaintances, if she resorted to deceit, she would never regain her dignity before them. Yet, keeping her promise was beyond her means. The store's extensive inventory was both vast and expensive. Even after a lifetime of hard work, she and her husband might never afford it all. At that moment, Chen Jing's expression twisted into one of deep distress. As the surrounding crowd, who had been anxiously concerned that the young couple might be apprehended for creating a disturbance, witnessed Chen An nonchalantly extracting bundles of cash from his bag, a collective gasp echoed through the air. Could it truly be money? So much of it. My heavens. Am I seeing things? How could this be possible? He carries it so casually. If I had such a fortune, I would surely sew it all into my waistband. Is your waistband even that large? A few coins would suffice for that. At that moment, it felt as if everyone's breath had been suspended. A significant portion of the crowd consisted of high earners, yet it was rare for them to encounter even a single 100 yuan note. Now, faced with such an abundance, their imaginations were utterly surpassed. It was beyond belief that such a sum could be pulled from the pockets of two rural folk, who strolled about as if the money were of no consequence. Gazing at the crisp 100 yuan bills, they beheld what appeared to be the most exquisite artwork in existence. Their eyes wide with wonder, seemingly unable to take in enough. It was magnificent. It was overwhelming. How did he earn this? Just moments ago, I was worried he had no money. Someone, parched with disbelief, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Indeed, we were overly concerned." My curiosity now piqued. I wonder how that woman will respond. At this juncture, all eyes shifted to Chen An, who had earlier been the most vocal, even berating the onlookers. If she is so formidable, surely she must back her words with action. One Shuyá chuckled and proclaimed, "Didn't you promise to buy every piece of clothing in the store? Hurry and pull out your money. Yes, show us the money. Buy it all. Don't bring shame upon your husband." With such a loud outcry earlier, she must have the funds. Indeed, her husband is a high-ranking official. This sum should be nothing to them. As the chorus of demands for her to fulfill her promise grew louder, Chen An teetered on the brink of despair. "You have money. Your entire family is wealthy." She had mentally cursed Chen An and his ancestors countless times, questioning why someone with means would dress so modestly. This was clearly an act of deception. In contrast to the curiosity surrounding how Chen An acquired his wealth, the collective focus shifted towards how to penalize Chen An. Everyone was animated, reveling in the prospect of Chen An facing consequences for her earlier bravado. Yet, she simply could not muster such a sum. Had her earlier remarks been directed solely at this country bumpkin, it might have been inconsequential. No one would have been the wiser. The issue lay in her reckless comment, made before the entire assembly. Should she renege on her word, would she not be the subject of mockery from Wan Shuyá and the others? Thus, she found herself ensnared in a predicament. Whether to produce the cash or not was a dilemma. Chen An continued to pass money to Chen Han, stating, "What are you dawdling for? Wrap up every piece of clothing in the store." He then turned to Chen An, "Madam, I have contributed my share. The remaining amount is yours. Thank you for providing me with such a bounty of clothing." Chen An, of course, was unwilling to comply. Was it fair that the cunning and the rewards were all bestowed upon him while she was left to play the fool? Absolutely not. Beside them, Chen Han noticed the evident distress on his cousin's face and promptly returned the money handed to him by Chen An, advising, "Sir, purchasing so many garments is impractical. Why not allow your wife to select a few that truly fit? I can offer you a discount." Upon hearing this, Chen An felt this was indeed a plausible solution. At the very least, it spared her the embarrassment of publicly behaving ungraciously or purchasing the entire shop's inventory. She added softly, "Yes, that sounds reasonable. No need to be so brazen." In truth, Chen An had no desire to spend 3,000 yuan on these clothes. Even with wealth, such extravagance seemed unwarranted. His intention was merely to teach Chen An a lesson. Had she sincerely apologized at that moment, he would have relented, believing in the virtue of mercy. However, her demeanor suggested an undeserved sense of victimhood, provoking his assertiveness. He continued to insist, "You declared your intention to purchase the entire store, and everyone heard you. Moreover, isn't your husband a leader? He must be quite affluent, considering your previous condescension. So what is this? Are you now claiming to be financially strained? Who gave you the audacity to label others as societal parasites? Your husband, perhaps? You are the one with the narrow vision. And it seems your entire family shares that perspective." Chen An retorted sharply, her temper ignited by his remarks. Amidst the commotion, someone from outside interjected. "It seems someone is attempting to play the fool." This prompted Chen An to shout, "Be quiet. This doesn't concern you." Zhang Peilon, who had been hoping to temper Chen An's outburst, realized her friend's anger was beyond control, particularly in front of strangers. Unfortunately, Chen An was too riled to heed Zhang Peilon's warnings. The crowd, perceptive to the unfolding drama, observed that while it was acceptable for her to insult others, retaliation was met with disdain. They remarked, "So, she claims to be a leader's spouse. Turns out she's just a scoundrel. Which leader is she associated with? Let us hear it." "She is the wife of Su Zhangqing from the Business Administration Society," someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this name, many employees recalled who he was. "So it's him? No wonder she is so brash. Her husband holds a significant position. One remarked. I believe he was the one who stamped the documents for my grain and oil store. The implications of his stature did not justify her public disdain for common folk. The crowd pondered whether there were no laws left to uphold. As the discussion swirled around her, Chen Jing's face flushed with humiliation, realizing she had brought great shame upon her husband. Why must I encounter such a brazen individual who can produce such sums of money? Where did they acquire such funds? Wait, how did they come by this money? A sudden realization struck Chen Jing. They must have stolen it. With this thought, her tension morphed into indignation, invigorating her resolve. Now it makes sense. How else could they possibly conjure such an amount? This money is undoubtedly of dubious origin. She declared loudly, everyone, be silent. Her voice rose above the murmurs, rendering the crowd momentarily speechless. Turning to Chen Han, she demanded, Han, can you check if there has been any discrepancy in the store's finances? Just now, I observed these two individuals behaving suspiciously. How could those filthy peasants possibly amass such a fortune? This money must surely have been stolen. As she spoke, she planted her hands on her hips, exuding an air of righteous indignation, and pointed at the crowd of onlookers, declaring, you all, who just moments ago were speaking in their defense, shouldn't think of leaving. Perhaps one of you is an accomplice. The spectators, eager to witness Chen Jing's humiliation, were momentarily taken aback. Stolen? Accomplices? Yet, upon deeper reflection, there was a certain logic to the woman's words. After all, it was 3,000 yuan, not merely 30. What sort of family could earn such a sum through farming alone? The only plausible explanation was that the origins of this money were indeed dubious. The crowd, which had previously felt triumphant, now collectively gasped in unease. Could it be that the money was truly pilfered from the store? Such an offense would be grave. Chen Han, realizing the implications, rushed to inspect the safe behind the counter. Surprisingly, the money was intact. However, given their previous deceptive practices, selling subpar goods and colluding with staff to defraud customers, if they could firmly assert that the money had been stolen, they could not only recover their losses, but also reap substantial profits. Moreover, Chen Han suspected that the couple's funds were questionable, and they would likely hesitate to report the theft. His expression darkened, and he proclaimed, the money is indeed missing. Chapter 52. The truth revealed. Chen An was taken aback. He never anticipated that this woman would stoop so low as to falsely accuse him of theft to avoid her own losses. As if that weren't enough, the store manager was colluding with her in this deceit. Han Shuyá, desperate to clear their names, stepped forward and asserted, we did not steal. This money was earned through our own efforts. Chen Jing, however, was undeterred, adamantly insisting that the money was stolen. Once the police arrived, they would undoubtedly take the two of them away. This would spare her the expense of purchasing the entire inventory and absolve her of any claims of being a rogue, while simultaneously punishing these two peasants. Truly a win-win situation. Should it turn out that the money was indeed stolen, capturing these two thieves would elevate her status in the county. How could you possibly earn such a sum? Chen Jing coldly challenged. Just moments ago, I saw the money in your bag. Do enlighten me on what kind of crops could yield such wealth? We earned it from selling mushrooms. Han Shuyá replied. Huh, are you jesting? Even pigs wouldn't eat those. Chen Jing scoffed. Only a fool would consume those toxic things. Waitstaff, close the door and call the police. Do not let them escape. The staff, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to shut the glass door and contacted the authorities. Chen Han rushed over, seizing the money from Chen An, exclaiming, you dare to steal from our store? You are finished. We did not steal. Chen An, you must explain. Han Shuyá urged, panic rising in her voice. You can explain to the police later. Chen Jing reveled in her cunning. She felt a surge of pride for her quick thinking, transforming what seemed a deadlock into her advantage. How astute she believed herself to be. In the face of Chen Jing's brazen arrogance, Chen An remained composed, quietly observing the unfolding scene. He was not anxious, for many of the county's police were familiar with him and had previously taken his statement. They understood the origins of his money. He had not anticipated that this woman would push matters to such extremes. Softly, he reassured Han Shuyá, urging her not to worry. Chen Han approached, intent on seizing the bag. How much is in there? Take it all out. Just as his hand reached for it, Chen An executed a swift maneuver, rendering Chen Han's hands powerless, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Chen An retrieved the money that Chen Han had just taken. Witnessing this, Chen Jing could not restrain herself from shouting to the onlookers, did you see that? Did you see? He dares to snatch back the stolen money and even assault someone. You all witnessed it, right? Just moments ago, Chen An's skills had been impressive, far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary farmer. This only solidified the crowd's perception that he was indeed a thief. Zhang Peilan, who initially sided with Chen An, began to entertain the possibility of theft upon hearing Chen Jing's accusations. After all, how could one explain the sudden appearance of so much money in the hands of a farmer? Yet, clarity was necessary. Young man, you must provide an explanation. Did you steal it? Zhang Peilan inquired. Chen An, placing the recovered money back into the bag, retorted, why should I provide an explanation? Just because this woman accuses me of theft? Yet, it is indeed strange that you carry so much money. Should I then claim that the money on her is stolen? And she must explain herself too? Chen Jing, indignant at being pointed at, replied, steal? I am a quality inspector at the Yeshan knitting factory, earning $38 a month, more than you make in a year. Why would I need to steal? Chen An replied coolly, so, simply because I am a farmer, I must justify myself, while you, as an employee, do not? Farmers are not supposed to possess such wealth. A monthly salary of $38 does not preclude the possibility of theft. You are simply arguing for the sake of it. Humph. I won't engage in this banter with you. When the police arrive, you can debate with them. With that, Chen Jing retreated to the doorway, which was closed but not locked, ensuring they could not escape. At that moment, as she stood at the entrance, her view expanded, and she recognized a familiar face of considerable standing. Immediately, she called out, Peilan, your husband is here. Quickly, let him come over. Perhaps he can commend your man. With that, Chen Jing shouted towards the street, Ji Yongkong, over here, this way. Outside, Ji Yongkong and his friends were surveying the market when they heard of a leader's family member bullying someone. As a leader, he could not allow the common people to suffer under his nose. Thus, he approached to mediate, and upon nearing, he heard Chen Jing's voice calling out. Chen Jing opened the door and, with a flourish, extended her hand, declaring, Mr. Ji, today we caught 2 big fish, 2 notorious thieves, who have stolen at least 5,000. What? Ji Yongkong initially thought Chen Jing was the one bullying someone. He never imagined they had caught thieves. 5,000. My goodness. If that is the case, Chen Jing has accomplished something significant. He then turned to his wife, Zhang Peilan, who approached and said, don't listen to Chen Jing's wild claims. This is yet to be verified. Ji Yongkong entered the shop and asked, what exactly is going on? His friend followed him inside. As soon as they entered, upon seeing the people inside, the friend exclaimed, Brother Chen An? Upon hearing the voice and seeing Li Yuanliang, Shuyá immediately brightened and said, Boss Li, you must help us. She then turned to Chen Jing and explained, we sold our mushrooms to Boss Li. That's how we earned the money. If you don't believe me, ask him. They were taken aback to encounter Li Yuanliang here, finally able to clarify the situation. Chen Jing did not know Li Yuanliang, but she understood that anyone who stood alongside Ji Yongkong must possess a respectable status. However, she was puzzled as to why this boss was acquainted with the 2 alleged thieves. Mr. Ji, are your friends being deceived by them? Chen Jing inquired. Deceived? Li Yuanliang questioned, perplexed. What is happening? Why are they being labeled as thieves? Indeed, Chen Jing, you mentioned theft earlier. Please clarify. Ji Yongkong added. Shuyá interjected. She slandered us, claiming our money was stolen. Chen Jing retorted, isn't it? How could you earn so much money? At this point, Li Yuanliang began to grasp the situation and explained, it's a misunderstanding. He then addressed Ji Yongkong. Mr. Ji, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Chen An from Longmen Village, whom I just mentioned. The person beside him is his beloved wife, Ms. Shuyá. The batch of high-quality mushrooms I acquired was sourced from them, and as a result, Brother Chen has become the first 10,000 yuan household in the history of Longmen Village. A 10,000 yuan household? Ji Yongkong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The emergence of such wealth from the countryside was nothing short of explosive news. Li Yuanliang then turned to Chen Jing, saying, Madam, their money was not stolen. It was payment for the mushrooms I purchased from them. You have misunderstood. Chapter 53. Let the police handle it. Chen Jing stood frozen in shock. The money was not stolen? They are indeed 10,000 yuan households? How could this be? If they are innocent, what about me? Coming from the countryside, a bit of embarrassment might not matter much, but she worked and lived in the county, facing many people daily. Was she to endure humiliation before so many? Chen Jing's mind raced for excuses. Yet the store manager had claimed that money was missing from the cash register. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? Upon hearing this, Chen Han felt despair wash over him. My dear sister, when I said money was missing from the cash register, I was cooperating with you. But now that Ji Yongkong has arrived and the mushroom boss has been cleared of suspicion, do you still want to push me into the fire pit? Just as he feared, Ji Yongkong turned to Chen An and asked, Comrade store manager, is it true that money is missing from the store? One matter must be separated from another. Losing money is no trivial issue. Chen An had heard of Ji Yongkong's authority and the many matters he could oversee. If he were to investigate, wouldn't he expose everything? To avoid implicating himself, Chen An quickly said, Mr. Ji, I made a miscalculation. There is no loss, no loss. Chen Jing, overhearing this, was displeased. Didn't you just say there was a shortage? How can you now claim there isn't? Chen Han regretted having such a sister. Do you truly not understand, or do you wish for me to share the blame with you? You are foolish, I am not. Thus, Chen Han added, indeed, it was a miscalculation, young brother. My apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. Chen Jing was utterly taken aback. Just moments ago, her brother had collaborated seamlessly with her, and now he refused to acknowledge it? With a mere apology, he effortlessly deflected the blame. What about me? Chen Jing glanced at Zhang Peilon, hoping she could devise a compromise, yet the latter looked back at her with an expression of helplessness. A glance at Ji Yongkong revealed his stern demeanor. Outside, the crowd of onlookers glared at her with indignation, as if they were witnessing a truly heinous crime. The truth was painfully evident. You all are bullying me, Chen Jing exclaimed, slapping her thigh as she squatted down, embracing herself and weeping uncontrollably. Her sorrow and indignation were palpable, as if the entire world conspired against her. I can't go on living. Just kill me, she cried out, then sat on the ground, kicking her legs in frustration. At this point, her pride was inconsequential. She had no means to purchase those garments anyway. Moreover, she firmly believed that they had banded together to torment her, and it was not her who was being unreasonable. Ji Yongkong could no longer bear to watch. Chen Jing was truly bringing shame upon the family quarters. How had Su Zhongqing married such a shrew? With so many commoners watching from outside, she displayed no semblance of propriety. Enough of the charade. I understand the situation. Throughout this ordeal, it has been you who has been the bully. Did that young couple force you to do anything? Do you not feel embarrassed to cry? Ji Yongkong spoke, and indeed, Chen Jing's sobs quieted somewhat. She reasoned that with a leader present, Chen An would consider his superior's reputation and would not dare to make things difficult for her. Thus, she rose to her feet and pointed accusingly at Chen An, declaring, I am not pretending. He is forcing me to crawl out of here. Is that not bullying? Ji Yongkong was taken aback. Was there such a matter? Zhang Peilon approached to recount the earlier exchange between Chen An and Chen Jing. Upon grasping the situation, Ji Yongkong felt that, after all, she was a leader's family member, and it was inappropriate to make her crawl out. He approached Chen An and said, Young brother Chen An, I am Ji Yongkong from the county office. I have understood the situation clearly. Chen Jing may lack awareness, but she is still a leader's family member. It would be unseemly to escalate this. I ask that you accept her apology and spare her any further difficulty. Li Yuanliang hurriedly stepped forward, whispering in Chen An's ear, Mr. Ji holds a significant position, and Su Zhongqing is acquainted with him through me, which is why he did not pursue the matter further that day. Although this woman is Su Zhongqing's wife, in Mr. Ji's presence, I believe it is best to let this matter go. Chen An nodded, and everyone exhaled in relief. However, Chen An then added, this matter can indeed be set aside, but she must apologize to my wife in front of everyone and admit her wrongdoing, ensuring it will not happen again. This demand was entirely reasonable. Ji Yongkong turned to Chen Jing and said, Chen Jing, it's best to know when to yield. Offering an apology will not cause you further trouble. Yet, obstinate as ever. Chen Jing could not accept this. Why should she do so in front of so many people? Was she really giving in? She believed Chen An was yielding under Ji Yongkong's pressure, and that the latter was on her side. If that were the case, she could not appear too weak. Chen An was taken aback by her attitude and coldly remarked, You may refuse to accept this, but didn't the staff call the police? When they arrive, you and the manager will have to explain how you conspired to accuse me of theft. Everyone witnessed the manager publicly seize my money, which constitutes both slander and robbery. Not to mention the unlawful restriction of my and my wife's personal freedom. This is no trivial matter. Although Ji's status is considerable, Chen Jing has already committed a grave error. I never stated that I wouldn't forgive her. It is she who does not wish for it. Indeed, she ought to be taught a lesson. Her arrogance is intolerable. Another voice chimed in. Does she think she can oppress the common folk just because of her family connections? Does she believe the law belongs to her household? If the leader had not been present today, that couple would have been falsely accused and apprehended by her. The onlookers were incensed by Chen Jing's bullying behavior, as she brazenly declared someone a thief without evidence, colluding with the manager to lock the doors and deny the couple their freedom to speak. It was fortunate for the couple that they were not left solely to their fate. What if they were in her position? Would they have no choice but to submit to the false accusations? At that moment, Shuyá entered and stated, "Leader, these charges are serious. You cannot use your status to intimidate others. If you simply let them go, it will not only be difficult to gain public trust, but she will continue to bully the populace." Exactly. She must not be released. She should be apprehended. The crowd outside echoed vehemently. Ji Yongkong did not necessarily wish to support Chen Jing. He had merely hoped to mediate. It would be ideal if they could resolve this privately. However, Chen Jing stubbornly refused to apologize despite the other party's willingness to relent. How can anyone forgive you when you are so obstinate? Moreover, it seems Chen Jing is oblivious to her own mistakes. There was nothing more to be done. Ji Yongkong decided to withdraw from the situation, urging his wife not to get involved any further, and left with Li Yuanliang. Since the police had already been called, it was best to let them handle it. Chapter 54. Husband Chen Jing was anxious. She had not anticipated that this simpleton would possess such insight. If these accusations held any weight, not only would she bear the stigma, but her reputation would be tarnished, jeopardizing her job and potentially affecting her husband's position as well. Thus, she hurriedly followed after them. "Peilon, Ji, wait for me. I'll go with you." If Ji Yongkong left and the police arrived, she would be left without anyone to vouch for her. Right now, she was intent on taking advantage of the chaos. After all, that couple could not obstruct her, could they? Just as she was about to step through the doorway, Shuyá and several others who had previously suffered at Chen Jing's hands swiftly positioned themselves to block her exit. "You cannot leave. You think you can accuse someone of theft without offering an apology? It was you who ordered the door be closed, thereby restricting their freedom. You even conspired with the manager to claim that money was missing from the store. It won't be so easy for you to leave. I am curious to see whether your husband feels pride in you or shame," one of them declared, resolute in their stance at the entrance, refusing to let Chen Jing pass. "Step aside. Let me through. What does this have to do with you? You are unlawfully detaining me. You are breaking the law." Chen Jing was on the verge of losing her mind. At that moment, no one was left to support her. This also made Chen Jing acutely aware of the coldness of the world. These individuals were not only indifferent, but also malicious. Shuyá, however, stood at the doorway and said, "Stop slandering others. The door is wide open. You can leave whenever you wish." Chen Jing gazed at the ajar door. Yet she felt as if she were tightly bound by these few people, unable to escape even if she transformed into a mere needle. Moreover, the others outside had barricaded the entrance securely. Rascals! Rascals! It was at this moment that Chen Jing noticed two police officers approaching. Panic set in as she realized her precarious position, and she could no longer afford to act defiant. In her despair, she found herself willing to compromise her principles. Thus, she immediately turned to Chen An and said, "Young brother, I was in the wrong. I sincerely apologize to both of you for humiliating you intentionally. Please, just let me go." Her current demeanor was quite earnest. However, Chen An's patience had already worn thin. He had previously extended her an opportunity, which she had squandered. Consequently, he was disinclined to forgive her and coldly disregarded her apology. Nevertheless, Chen Jing was adept at reading people. She knew that Shuyá, being a woman, might be more sympathetic, and that Chen An would be willing to heed her. So, she grasped Shuyá's hand and implored, "Sister, it was my fault. I was a jerk earlier. I deserve this. I was wrong. Please forgive me." After all, she had already humiliated herself. Now, in order to avoid being taken away by the police, she was willing to apologize without reservation. Ultimately, she was willing to do anything to earn their forgiveness. Yet, her apology was not enough. She urged her cousin Chen Han, "Come over and apologize too." Chen Han approached and said, "It was our mistake. How about this? Choose a few pieces of clothing from the store as a gesture of apology, and let us go without involving the police." If they were to be taken away, he would no longer be able to run the store, and there could even be legal repercussions. Trading a few garments for their freedom was certainly worthwhile. Standing at the doorway, Shuyá and the others found immense satisfaction in this turn of events. "Oh, now you realize your mistakes? Weren't you quite stubborn just a moment ago? Yes, you even called us pests. I wonder what contributions you have made to society. Young brother, you mustn't let her off easily. What if she sends her husband to trouble you later? No one will be able to help you then. Indeed, there would be no mercy. Upon hearing this, Chen An hastily clarified, that won't happen. I swear to the heavens that I will never seek revenge if you let me go. Shuyá, I have been too harsh on you in the past. May I apologize? And to everyone else, I was like a rabid dog earlier, and I owe you all an apology. At this moment, where was the arrogance she had exhibited earlier? How unlike the composure expected of someone from a cadre family. Where was the pride befitting a high-income employee? The more domineering she had been before, the more humble she appeared now. Shuyá and her companions were not devoid of compassion. Their earlier obstruction was intended to help Chen An recognize her errors. Now that she was crying, apologizing, and pleading for mercy, to continue to hold a grudge would seem excessively callous. Thus, they dispersed, no longer occupying the doorway. Now it remains to be seen whether the young couple will hold any grudges. From the very beginning, Shuyá had no intention of escalating the situation. Observing Chen An's dramatic tears, her inherently kind heart could hardly bear it. She tugged at Chen An's sleeve and timidly said, husband, perhaps we should just let it go? They have already apologized. Chen An was taken aback. What did you call me? Shuyá's face flushed crimson. After all, in front of so many onlookers, it was inappropriate to address him by name. Hence she resorted to the term of endearment. It was needless to say she also hoped to calm his anger. Yet, upon hearing this address, Chen An felt an inexplicable stir within him. Say it again. What was a perfectly ordinary term of affection now resonated like a melodious symphony in Chen An's ears. Since their marriage, she had never referred to him this way. Previously, he had paid it no mind, but now, her utterance ignited a new sensation within him. Had they been at home, he would have certainly sent his parents away and taken Shuyá into their room for a private lesson. Call me. Husband, please let it go. Shuyá's voice was as soft as a whisper, audible only to Chen An. Yet, it was overwhelmingly delightful, as the day was meant to bring joy to his wife. He certainly could not allow a raucous woman to dampen their spirits. If he desired to teach her a lesson, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Then he addressed Chen An. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. Out of respect for my wife, I shall not pursue this matter. Thank you, thank you. Chen An and her brother hastily expressed their gratitude. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, and Chen An declared he would not press charges. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the officers conducted a brief inquiry and then departed. Chen An appeared considerably subdued, seeming as though she had aged a decade in that moment. Following this incident, she would likely refrain from displaying such arrogance in public again. As for the clothing, Chen An felt no need to take advantage of them, but he also did not wish to spend money at this establishment, considering there were many others to choose from. Chapter 55. Ji Yongkong had remained. As a wealthy individual, he was curious to discern whether Chen An relied on luck or intellect. Thus, he waited outside. Peering through the glass door, he was somewhat taken aback by the sight within. Chen An, in a state of disarray, desperately sought forgiveness. A scene that was rather gratifying even for Ji Yongkong. He turned to Zhang Peilon. You know, this young man has quite the skill. He has managed to subdue the domineering Chen An so swiftly, quite intriguing. Zhang Peilon was equally astonished. She had witnessed Chen An's formidable nature firsthand. There was an incident in the cafeteria when Chen An cut in line, leading to a heated argument with Shuyá and others. Chen An's tongue was like a machine gun, and her voice boomed loudly before a crowd, continuing her tirade until a leader intervened. Even then, she remained fiercely combative. Although Shuyá and her group were in the right, they could not overpower Chen An's singular ferocity, and soon they were defeated. It was remarkable that such a formidable figure as Chen An could be bested by a young man in his 20s from the countryside. From the moment he stepped through the door, Ji Yongkong had sensed something extraordinary about him. He did not appear to be an ordinary farmer. Zhang Peilon inquired, bossly, did you say he hails from Longmen Village? She had visited Longmen Village, where a factory was located. A few years ago, due to work obligations, she had ventured there. The place was quite remote and mountainous, and rather impoverished. It was truly unexpected to discover such talent emerging from there. Li Yuanliang's eyes reflected admiration as he remarked, indeed. When I first met him yesterday, his conversation, demeanor, and insights into the future of the market were entirely uncharacteristic of a 20-year-old, let alone a young man from a mountain village. He possessed a maturity and steadiness that one typically acquires after decades of navigating the business world. Both Zhang Peilan and Li Yuanliang expressed their high regard for the young man, which piqued Ji Yongkang's keen interest. Recently, there had been directives from above to initiate the development of rural economies, emphasizing agricultural diversification and varied income streams for farmers. If Chen An could indeed cultivate mushrooms and become a benchmark for growers, it would significantly enhance Ji Yongkang's own performance evaluations. However, whether Chen An was merely riding on a false reputation required a more in-depth conversation. As Chen An emerged, Ji Yongkang approached him. "Mr. Chen, please hold on. Might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you?" Having experienced the complexities of human relationships, Chen An understood the significance of networking. As he aimed to establish himself in Yeshan County before expanding further, a solid foundation was indispensable. It was also an opportunity to connect with a leader from the county office. "Mr. Ji, I apologize for not attending to your presence earlier," Chen An said sincerely. "Since you have graciously extended the invitation, I shall take the liberty of treating you all. I hope you will accept." Ji Yongkang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a considerate response. In interpersonal dynamics, such gestures were not exceptionally sophisticated, yet they were undeniably pleasant. Not to mention, this was uttered by a young man in his 20s. Had it been someone else, it might have lacked the same composure and grace, perhaps even sounding awkward. Li Yuanliang interjected, "Ah, Brother Chen An, that's where you're mistaken. Have you disregarded my presence? Regardless, this meal is not for you to pay. I had already made arrangements with Mr. Ji, and the dishes are all ordered. You're not stealing my thunder. You'll owe me 3 drinks later." This not only spared Chen An from embarrassment, but also clarified who was hosting the meal. Chen An laughed heartily. "I was indeed presumptuous. Today, I shall bask in the glory of Boss Li and, with all due respect, propose a toast to Mr. Ji and Boss Li. However, I shall still owe my 3 drinks. In smaller locales, the nuances of human interaction are even more pronounced. While others might overlook these subtleties, one must navigate them to thrive. Once familiar, one could afford to discard the more unscrupulous practices. Mr. Ji was a pragmatic leader who had little patience for flattery. His focus was solely on achieving tangible results. Yet, it was evident that Chen An was not the type to engage in superficiality. Had he been so inclined, he would have prioritized his own reputation instead of engaging in pleasantries. His words, albeit cautious due to their nascent acquaintance, were indeed refreshing. Laughter and conversation filled the air. While Cheng Jing passed by, her solitary figure seemingly at odds with the world around her. As she departed, she drew the attention of onlookers. Zhang Peilan approached to offer a few words of comfort, but Cheng Jing hurried away. Though the matter concerning Cheng Jing seemed to have been brushed aside, none were inclined to discuss it further. Li Yuanliang promptly beckoned everyone to a nearby tavern. From the very moment Zhang Peilan encountered Han Shuyá, she felt an affinity towards her. As the 3 men engaged in their discourse, she took the initiative to take Han Shuyá's arm and initiate a casual conversation. At the banquet, the dishes and drinks were swiftly presented. Ji Yongkang and Li Yuanliang exchanged insights from their recent investigations, while Chen An listened nearby, seemingly unable to interject. Their conversation traversed the journey from the advent of reform and opening up to the recent developments in coastal cities and the potential ramifications these changes might have on the grassroots counties. Suddenly, Ji Yongkang inquired, "Mr. Chen, I hear from Yuanliang that you are preparing for large-scale artificial mushroom cultivation? This indicates that you possess certain perspectives on how economic crops can align with the tide of reform in the future. Might you share your invaluable insights?" Chen An set down his chopsticks and replied, "Invaluable, I would not say. Allow me to share my personal views." Upon hearing their discourse about rural economies and the implementation in Yeshan County, he suggested that exploration should commence on a small scale by establishing experimental zones. By integrating the feedback collected by Boss Li from the market, they could deliberate on which specific crops should be cultivated in these experimental areas. In essence, the market should dictate the decisions rather than relying on subjective judgment. Chen An's remarks were delivered casually, yet they resonated profoundly with Ji Yongkang and Li Yuanliang, illuminating a path that had eluded Ji Yongkang for quite some time. His understanding had been confined by the prevailing mindset of planned economy, but now, with Chen An's insights, a window had been opened. Instantly, Ji Yongkang grasped the direction he ought to pursue. He excitedly pointed at Chen An, momentarily at a loss for words to express his admiration. From a singular point, the potential for expansive growth became evident. How could such a simple answer have escaped him? The look in Ji Yongkong's eyes reflected an undeniable respect for Chen An. After so long of grappling with ideas, he had never conceived that agricultural economics could be approached in such a manner. Employing small-scale experiments to gauge market reactions might very well uncover a pathway to prosperity for the farmers of Yeshan County within 3 years. Naturally, the specifics would still hinge on market responses, as everyone was currently impoverished and could not afford missteps. The principle of leveraging small efforts for significant gains proved practical in the development of rural economies. Li Yuanliang, listening intently, nodded in agreement. Chen An was not merely speaking theoretically. His own mushroom cultivation was, in essence, a small-scale experiment, and the market demand was substantial. Without delving too far into the future, it was clear that the next decade would offer lucrative opportunities. Once a venture gains traction, who would hesitate to follow suit? With intellect and the courage to act. Was this not the very essence of a modern exemplary youth? He sighed, Brother Chen An, with such insights. It seems a pity for you to remain in this small place, Longmen Village. Chen An responded with a smile. Bossly, you flatter me. I merely think a bit more than others. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. The models I mentioned are quite common in future times. I merely spoke off the cuff. Moreover, Chen An was aware that Yeshan County, after years of exploration, still could not identify its own direction, remaining in a state of indecision. Consequently, it began to languish. Chen An later reflected on the core issue. The decision-makers aspired to comprehensive development, attempting to cultivate various cash crops simultaneously through an elimination process. This approach resulted in wasted resources and disheartened the farmers, who ultimately lost faith in the authorities and opted to fend for themselves. Thus, Yeshan County developed into a fragmented entity by 2022, still mired in poverty. Of course, Chen An did not expect immediate enlightenment or for Ji Yongkong to adopt his insights without hesitation. Sometimes, imparting wisdom does not necessitate an elaborate display of jargon or lengthy dissertations. After all, he was a leader and could not afford to condescend to preach from a position of superiority. Consequently, his remarks were somewhat simplistic and general. Zhang Peilon had just been engaged in casual conversation with Han Shuyá when she overheard Chen An's words. She found them unremarkable, as anyone could conceive of solutions. The challenge lay in their implementation. We are no longer in an era of planned economy, and to realize Chen An's suggestions, it ultimately depended on the cooperation of the farmers. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Isn't the investment in establishing the experimental zone significant?" Chen An nodded, acknowledging the substantial and risky investment, given the current limitations of the farmers' productivity. Each year, after paying their taxes on grain, they were left with just enough for sustenance, with little remaining to convert into cash. Nonetheless, with the higher authorities providing a clear directive, he believed certain incentives should also be extended. However, he was uncertain about the specific incentives available, acknowledging that such details might need to remain confidential. Ji Yongkong and his wife exchanged astonished glances. How could he know about the incentives before they had even been communicated? If this was merely conjecture, he certainly possessed remarkable insight. Ji Yongkong quickly responded, "It's not a secret. The higher-ups have indeed granted me some authority. Once the direction is confirmed, allowing farmers to shift to cash crops could lead to appropriate reductions in grain taxes, thereby alleviating their burdens." Chen An shook his head, questioning whether such incentives would genuinely resonate with the farmers. Ji Yongkong did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Do you have any insights?" Taking a sip of his drink, Chen An proposed, the experimental zone could be tailored to a single brigade or even 2 or 3 households. Participating farmers could be exempted from grain taxes and provided with corresponding subsidies, such as for fertilizers, seeds, and seedlings. Additionally, discussions could be held with the county and banks to offer favorable loan policies to farmers, with low or even zero interest rates. While these incentive policies are commonplace in later times, they appear remarkably bold and ahead of their time now. Chen An continued, with such assurances, farmers' enthusiasm would be ignited, leading to an increasing number of participants. Those with capability and intellect would thrive, gradually filtering out the less competent. This would be beneficial, as the remaining individuals would be the elite, solidifying the industry's foundation. The sooner we act, the greater the rewards, allowing us to eventually cultivate a brand for Yeshan County, gradually establishing a distinctive identity among similar products, such as the Madong lychee or Tulu fan grapes. In the future, when people think of certain agricultural products, they will instinctively associate them with Yesan County. Upon hearing this, Ji Yongkong's eyes brightened once again. Creating a brand truly resonates deeply. Chapter 57. Cheng Jing's Revenge. The model mentioned by Chen An is remarkably innovative and ahead of its time. During my meeting, it was indeed brought up about establishing brands in rural towns, along with examples of several already established agricultural brands. Once a fixed impression is formed in the minds of the populace, the mere mention of a certain product will invariably evoke thoughts of Yishan County. This influence extends beyond a singular product, encompassing various aspects. Such an achievement will benefit generations to come. How could Ji Yongkong remain unmoved? He had a notebook for jotting down the menu, fearing he might forget after sobering up. Thus, he swiftly took out paper and pen, meticulously recording Chen An's invaluable insights, thoughts he had long contemplated, but that Chen An had expertly refined. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate for having waited a little longer. Otherwise, he might have missed these revelations, which could have taken him 2 or 3 years of practical exploration to realize. After noting everything down, Ji Yongkong felt it insufficient. He should seize the moment, so he hurriedly stood to take his leave, expressing his intent to return home and draft a proposal. Mr. Chen An, I have gained immensely today. Your assistance has been invaluable. I must find time in the coming days to express my gratitude in person. But now I must return promptly to write this proposal, lest I forget everything. Excuse my abrupt departure. With that, Ji Yongkong took his leave. Zhang Peilon followed suit. Inspired by Chen An's words, Ji Yongkong had conceived some promising methods. Whether they would prove effective was another matter, but at least he had ideas to jot down. He planned to reflect on how to implement these thoughts and consider potential challenges and solutions upon his return. After the couple departed, Chen An and the others discussed matters pertaining to the dry goods market before dispersing. Cheng Jing, feeling slighted, could not possibly accept the humiliation, given her temperament. Upon exiting the clothing store, her mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge. My husband is a leader in the Business Administration Society, wielding significant power. Do they truly believe I am an easy target? They dare not only disregard my husband's status, but also demand I kneel an apology? Are they not concerned about their own longevity? Even if I sought revenge, what could they possibly do to me? Nevertheless, Cheng Jing was not foolish enough to invoke her husband's influence for retribution, as it could easily entangle him and jeopardize his future. Lost in thought, she passed by a cinema. While termed a cinema, it was merely a building containing a few rooms, each furnished with a few chairs and a black and white television. This constituted the cinema. At that time, management was rather lax, making it a rather disordered place. As Cheng Jing walked by, 5 young ruffians emerged, likely in their early 20s, smoking cigarettes and dressed in the trendy bell-bottom pants and floral shirts popular in Hong Kong, complete with permed hair and sunglasses. Ordinary citizens would typically steer clear of such individuals. However, upon seeing them, an idea suddenly sparked in Cheng Jing's mind. Cheng Jing had encountered these individuals before during her outings with her husband, when they confronted a few vendors from the countryside demanding management fees. Su Jingqing, unable to tolerate such behavior, intervened and called the nearest police to apprehend them. However, she was perplexed as to why they were released so swiftly. As she hesitated, the group of ruffians stood at the cinema's entrance, one of them lighting a cigarette. One of the youths remarked, "Shall we go to school to chase after the girls? Or head to the roadside stalls? It's the weekend after all, time to enjoy ourselves." Yang Chun had just been released from jail after a brawl a fortnight ago and was evidently their leader, judging by the demeanor of the others. Such idle youths, upon acquiring any money, would squander it immediately, never saving a penny. It was already a stroke of luck that they could afford to watch a movie today and have cigarettes to share. Suddenly, one of the youths proposed, "Why not go and demand some management fees again? We'll be discreet, no one will notice." Another chimed in, "It's been ages since we indulged at the roadside stalls. My hands are itching for it." The rest eagerly rubbed their hands together, recalling their past escapades. Yang Chen hesitated, realizing that this was indeed a quick way to make money. Just as they were plotting their next venture, a 10-year-old boy dashed over, exclaiming, "We've struck gold. There's a guy over there with 5,000 or 6,000 cash buying clothes at the beautiful clothing store." Intrigued by the prospect of such a windfall, Yang Chun and his companions were immediately captivated, despite not knowing the boy. Yang Chen questioned, "Little brat, if you're lying, I'll make you regret it." The boy retorted, "Lying to you is like teasing a puppy. That guy went to the restaurant across the street afterward, and many people saw him. You can ask the vendors by the roadside." With that, the boy ran off, darting into an alleyway, where he approached Cheng Jing, extending his hand for a reward. She placed a dime into his palm, saying, "Well done." She glanced outward, noticing that Yang Chun and his crew had indeed taken the bait, all gazing towards the beautiful clothing store. Could it be true? Several thousand in cash? They could find out with a simple inquiry, and if it turned out to be a ruse, there would be no significant loss. With determination in his eyes, Yang Chun tossed aside his cigarette and strode in that direction. Although the commercial street boasted numerous shops on either side, many small vendors peddled their wares on the steps at the roadside, selling snacks or peculiar fruits and vegetables from the countryside. Previously, Yang Chun and his companions had relied on extorting management fees from these vendors for their livelihood. Recognizing them, some vendors hurriedly packed up their goods, eager to flee, while others, slower to react, found themselves cornered as Yang Chun and his group approached. "Big brother, we haven't even opened for a few days yet. Can you wait a bit longer? I only have a few coins." Several street vendors, realizing their fortunes had dwindled, resorted to lamenting their plight in hopes of being spared. However, Yang Chun was determined to execute a grand scheme today, one that promised a bounty of 5,000 yuan, a sum that would alleviate his worries for years to come. He crouched down and glanced back at the splendid clothing store across the street, noting that everything appeared normal. He then inquired of the elderly woman before him, "Did someone purchase clothes here earlier for several thousand yuan? Is that truly the case?" Eager to please the group, the old woman promptly nodded. Indeed, they witnessed it as well. The other vendors nearby quickly followed suit, affirming her statement. Yang Chun and his companions were exhilarated, astonished that they had indeed stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. "Where did they go?" "Over there." The woman pointed towards the restaurant. "Have they emerged yet?" Just then, Chen An and Li Yuanliang exited the establishment and waved their farewells. The old woman's eyes widened in recognition as she pointed at Chen An, exclaiming, "That's him. Look at the bulging bag he carries. It's filled with money. We all saw it." The nearby vendors nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiaojing, the grandfather, had been shifting his location to sell rice, finding fewer customers elsewhere, and thus settled here. He overheard the conversation between the vendors and the rascals. Initially, he paid little attention, but curiosity drew him to glance toward the restaurant, and he was taken aback. Just yesterday, Chen An had indeed earned 10,000 yuan. To his astonishment, he had brought all that money out for a leisurely stroll. Clearly, he was unaware of the dangers lurking in society. Maintaining his composure, he picked up the 2.5 bags of rice he had left and began walking towards Chen An. As Chen An prepared to depart, he noticed his grandfather approaching and paused to wait. Shortly, Chen Xiaojing hastened to him, urgently advising, "Hurry, someone intends to rob you." "What?" Shuyá gasped. "Don't look back, move quickly," Chen Xiaojing whispered insistently. Shuyá turned to Chen An, hoping he would leave without delay. In these turbulent times, the streets were hardly safe. Tales were often told of merchants returning home only to discover their money had been pilfered or outright stolen. Such incidents were commonplace. Yet, Shuyá never anticipated she would face such a scenario. Conversely, Chen An remained remarkably composed. Upon exiting the restaurant, he had instinctively noticed the group of rascals, distinctly different from ordinary folk. Chen Xiaojing urged him, Go, go, go? Uncle, are they truly the ones you mentioned?" Chen An inquired. "Hurry, don't linger." Chen Xiaojing, having encountered these individuals before, understood their ruthlessness. Chen An, with such a substantial sum in hand, seemed oblivious to the risks. However, it was clear he had drawn their attention, and it was prudent to leave swiftly. Initially, Chen An had intended to depart. Yet, he suddenly recalled that these individuals could be of use to him. Previously, when he and Wang Defa indulged in revelry in this area, they had encountered this group, and Wang Defa had even invited them to join in their merriment. Let Chen An understand the true nature of these individuals. He declared, "Wife, you and uncle should leave first. I shall handle these people." Shuyá was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Elder Chen chimed in, "Chen An, do you wish to perish?" Unfazed, Chen An replied, "Currently, they are the ones facing severe consequences. I shall remain unharmed. I can manage these few. You go ahead. I will divert their attention." With that, Chen An adjusted his bulging bag and ventured into a narrow alley. Meanwhile, Yang Chun and his companions, believing their numerical advantage would intimidate the opponent into paying for their safety, hastily followed, splitting into two groups in an attempt to corner Chen An in the alley. Shuyá, and Uncle were both frantic. Uncle urged, "Call the police." It dawned on Han Shuyá that she had no idea where to report a crime. Having never been to Yesan City before, panic surged within her. Suddenly, she recalled that the shop assistant had previously gone to fetch the police. Surely she would know. Without hesitation, Han Shuyá sprinted back to the beautiful clothing store. Upon reaching the entrance, she was surprised to see Chen An returning, accompanied by the store manager and several others, all peering outside. Stunned for a moment, Han Shuyá implored, "Please, where can I call the police?" The shop assistant was about to respond when Chen An interjected, "What are you calling the police for? Isn't that a waste of their resources?" Despite her earlier disarray, Chen An was still the wife of Su Zhangqing and the sister of Chen Han. Regardless of the contempt or mockery from the shop assistant, they would only dare do so behind her back. To openly ridicule her would jeopardize their employment. Therefore, Chen An's words carried weight. Han Shuyá pleaded, "Someone is attempting to rob us. Please tell me where I can report this. I'm begging you." Chen An crossed her arms, retorting, "Oh, don't make baseless accusations. I already apologized. Claiming I am robbing you could have legal repercussions. No, I'm referring to some ruffians wanting to rob us." Han Shuyá insisted, "Aren't you here? Who would dare rob you?" It dawned on Han Shuyá that they were utterly incapable of assisting her. But with Chen An being pursued into the alley, what would happen if something truly occurred? Tears streamed down her face in desperation. Chen An reveled in her triumph, smirking as she declared, "Kneel before me, and I shall assist you in calling the police. Otherwise, if you delay, your husband may very well be killed." Han Shuyá was on the brink of tears. The situation was dire. If she could not swiftly alert the authorities, Chen An might genuinely be harmed. The only way to obtain the information she needed to call for help was through Chen An, even though she knew it was a deliberate act of revenge. Just then, Elder Chen Shaojing appeared, standing before Han Shuyá and stating, "Aunt, do not heed her. I know where the police are. I shall take you there." He then pulled Han Shuyá aside. Chen An attempted to interject, "Hurry, hurry. If you delay, your husband will be stabbed. Kneel before me, and I will help you." "Do not listen to her nonsense," Elder Chen Shaojing retorted. As they walked briskly towards the street, Han Shuyá in tow, the narrow alleyway began to empty as dusk approached. Many who had ventured into the city were eager to return home, leading to a gradual desolation of the streets. The alley appeared even more forlorn. However, Chen An and Chen Han stealthily followed behind, lamenting the possibility of not witnessing Chen and being beaten and robbed. Upon seeing Chen and cornered by Yang Chen and his companions, Chen An could hardly contain her glee. "Let us see who can save you now," she exclaimed with a chuckle. "What a pity, thousands of dollars at stake." Chen Han lamented, "If only they were all mine. Do not dwell on such thoughts. The joy of witnessing vengeance shall suffice. I shall have your brother-in-law introduce you to lucrative opportunities in the future." Chen An recognized that the vast sum of money would likely not be hers to claim, but the prospect of witnessing Chen An's demise was truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Yang Chen brandished a knife playfully, while others picked up bricks and other makeshift weapons. The sheer number of people rendered mere fists sufficient for the task at hand. "Brother, lend me some money. I'll surely repay you once I hit it big," Yang Chen said. "How much do you want?" "All of it. I fear you cannot handle it." He laughed, urging Chen An to give it a try. Chen An, indeed, removed his bag from his shoulder and extended it forward. Yang Chen, emboldened by the presence of his companions, assumed that Chen An was merely attempting to lessen the impending pain and thus let down his guard, reaching out to take it. Unexpectedly, chaos ensued. Yang Chen was met with a powerful kick to his chest, leaving him momentarily stunned. The other men rushed forward, but when street brawlers encounter true skill, they can only expect to be on the receiving end of blows. In his past life, Chen An had diligently studied martial arts for 15 years, initially for self-defense. Now, reborn with the memories of his training, he had practiced some basic footwork that evening. Though it was not a fraction of his former prowess, it was sufficient for self-defense in this moment. Coupled with his robust physique from a life of petty theft and survival, he was a match for these ruffians. With agility and skill, Chen An incapacitated them within half a minute. "Oh no, that hurts," they cried, nursing their arms and thighs, which had borne the brunt of Chen An's strikes, an excruciatingly satisfying pain. Outside the alley, Chen An and her brother had anticipated witnessing Chen An begging for mercy, but instead, they were left speechless by the scene before them. What is this?" Chen An stammered, taken aback. Chen Han, though startled, recognized Chen An's techniques, and felt a twinge of pain in his own hands. How could one man withstand 5 opponents without a scratch? He is even more formidable than the police. Chen An recalled a previous brawl on this very street where a dozen individuals clashed, and even the police struggled to contain the chaos until 2 officers arrived and swiftly subdued the ruffians, scattering the rest in fear. Chen An, with his remarkable skills, was indeed an anomaly for a farmer. One might say he was straying from his proper vocation. Despite the jesting remarks, the notion of witnessing Chen and being robbed was utterly absurd. There he stood, before Yang Chen, squatting down and inquiring, "Yang Chen, do you not recognize me?" Yang Chen, having just endured a kick, felt as though he might lose his composure. His breath was momentarily halted, and he had yet to regain his bearings. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, likely a testament to the pain he was suppressing. As he gazed at Chen An, a flicker of familiarity crossed his mind, but his thoughts were consumed by the singular desire to seize the money. Identity was of no consequence. I am Chen An from Longmin Village, Wang Defa's acquaintance. Surely you remember our past revelries? Chen An prompted. This reminder sparked recognition in Yang Chen, who cursed under his breath for not having spoken sooner. Had he done so, he might have intoxicated Chen An and taken the money without hesitation. Now, at a loss for words, Yang Chen could only stare blankly at Chen An, struggling to comprehend his intentions. Chen An then opened his bag, revealing a substantial amount of crisp $100 bills, causing Yang Chen's eyes to widen in disbelief. He extracted a single bill, extending it towards Yang Chen, stating, "Take this and let us share our fortune after dividing it among us." The sheer absurdity of the situation left Yang Chen utterly confounded. Normally, one would anticipate the response to a robbery to involve law enforcement or a hasty retreat. Yet here was Chen An, offering money instead. "What did you say?" Yang Chen stammered. Although he contemplated the idea of robbing Chen An, he knew he stood no chance against him. Moreover, while he had been incarcerated, he had witnessed Wang Defa and 2 others being brought in as well. Eventually, Yang Chen came to realize that it was Chen An who had sent them there, charged with murder, a revelation that instilled a sense of caution within him towards Chen An. Nevertheless, the allure of the money in Chen An's bag was undeniable. Chen An helped him to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh, it's all a misunderstanding. We are brothers who have shared drinks before. If I had recognized you earlier, I would have approached you without hesitation." He then turned to the others, declaring, "We are all brothers here." Having previously interacted with this group, Chen An understood their bravery lacked strategic foresight. Rather than squandering their energy on petty thugs, it would be far more beneficial to leverage their potential. Of course, establishing trust would require more than a mere day or 2, yet Chen An was confident that he could soon earn their loyalty. He pressed the money into Yang Chen's hands, saying, "Hold on to this. Next time we meet in the streets, let us share a drink." After patting Yang Chen on the shoulder, Chen An departed, leaving a few bewildered individuals in his wake, utterly perplexed by the encounter. "Brother Chen, what just transpired? Who was that? Why did he give us money?" Yang Chen shook his head in disbelief, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream, utterly unaccustomed to such an encounter. "Do you remember Wang Defa?" he inquired. "The rich second generation who sold fertilizers? We've drunk together before. Was that really Wang Defa?" The others strained their memories. Truthfully, none could quite place the identity of the man they had just encountered. Wang Defa had a faint recollection, but he found himself questioning what relevance it held for him. Yang Chen remarked, "While I was inside, I saw Wang Defa and his 2 accomplices were also apprehended for murder. It was this brat who pointed them out." "What? Murder? Are we really going that far?" Several brothers were taken aback. Normally, when they solicited a management fee or borrowed money from elementary students, it was already considered excessive, and they dared not ask for more. The notion of murder was beyond their wildest thoughts. And Wang Defa, who appeared harmless, had actually committed such a heinous act? Yang Chen nodded. "Just yesterday, Wang and his gang were locked up right next to me. Last night, they cried like women, begging me to help them take revenge. They claimed to have earned 10,000 yesterday, and little did they know that was what they had just robbed. 10,000. Such a large sum. I can't believe it. We should pursue them." "Pursue? Nonsense." Yang Chen stopped them. "If I had reported them, you wouldn't even have had time to escape." The others pondered this and realized it was true. They couldn't overpower them, let alone rob them. What did he mean by that? I just heard him say he wanted us to prosper together. They began to contemplate the veracity of his words. Yang Chun recalled the substantial amount of money he had seen in the bag. It was indeed impressive. If he truly intended to share wealth, it was worth considering. Moreover, to be so generous with 100, he had never encountered such a person in his life. Yet, a man with whom he had only shared a drink twice was so lavish, prompting thoughts of sharing prosperity with him. After all, given his current situation, did it truly matter whether he made any money? Yang Chen said, I don't know. Let us go drink. Grandfather Chen Xiaojing and Han Shuyá wandered aimlessly, unable to locate the police. With no options left, Han Shuyá had to rush back to the commercial street. Then, she saw Chen An casually walking out of an alley. Upon seeing him, Han Shuyá dashed forward and threw herself into Chen An's embrace. You scared me to death. Don't do that again. Moments ago, she had worried about what she would tell her parents if something happened to Chen An. What would she do? What about the two daughters? It felt as though the weight of the world was pressing down on her. Now, seeing Chen An emerge safely, she breathed a sigh of relief. Grandfather Chen Xiaojing could hardly believe it. Chen An, did they rob you? Chen An, wishing to say no more, replied, No, it's fine now. Let us go home. Subsequently, Chen An sold the remaining rice from Grandfather Chen to a restaurant that previously purchased mountain snails and crabs. The three then headed to the bus station, stopping along the way to buy a few clothing items and some daily necessities before taking a taxi back to Longmen Village. Chapter 60. The guarantee letter. Upon returning to the village, Chen An began to initiate the mushroom cultivation project. He called upon Chen Xiaojing, and several friends to assist in clearing the path to the factory and removing the weeds. Simultaneously, they tidied up the A3 factory building, keeping items that could be refurbished and discarding those that could not, thus creating more space. In truth, when the mining factory relocated, they had left little behind for confidentiality, making the cleaning process rather straightforward for Chen An and his companions. As mushroom cultivation does not require much light, Chen An chose this particular building, which had few windows. It suffices to leave a few openings for ventilation. Even when fully opened, it will not hinder the growth of the mushrooms. With assistance, the cleanup progressed swiftly. Within 5 days, Chen An and his companions had tidied the entire building. After all, it was a relic from the construction of the third front. And the electrical wiring here is quite durable, with some lights still functional. The water supply is also from a tap, sourced from a reservoir constructed on the mountain to collect spring and rainwater, ensuring a year-round supply. Nevertheless, Chen An took the time to clean the reservoir, ensuring it would not become clogged or yield dirty water when needed in the future. Being the first household in the village's history, many villagers would finish their fieldwork and come over to observe Chen An and his team at work. Simultaneously, they engaged in casual conversation, hoping to glean some useful information from Chen An. However, he guarded his secrets closely, revealing nothing. Perhaps he feared competition for business. Whether this venture would succeed remains uncertain. Indeed, the initial earnings of 10,000 yuan came from mushrooms gathered in the mountains. Now, he aspires to cultivate them himself. But whether this endeavor will yield results is still in question. Regardless, he possesses ample financial resources to indulge in this pursuit. As they could not extract any information from Chen An, the return journey saw them resorting to sarcasm. Chen An, however, caught wind of their remarks. His father, Chen Dakuai, conveyed this to him. Yet, Chen An advised his parents to disregard such chatter and focus on their own endeavors. After clearing the factory space, Chen An began transporting the cultivated mushroom spores from home to the factory using a cart. He had previously discussed with Li Yuanliang that there is a significant market demand for dried mushrooms, particularly shiitake, flower mushrooms, and button mushrooms. As autumn approaches and the natural yield of mushrooms diminishes, the demand for fresh varieties has also begun to rise. Consequently, Chen An deliberately cultivated several types of mushrooms. The factory, with its multiple rooms, was ideal for categorizing and nurturing the mushrooms by type. As for temperature and humidity, and which varieties require ventilation or specific environments, Chen An was well informed and knew how to make the necessary arrangements. Technically, he faced no challenges. The villagers, observing Chen An transport cartload after cartload of mushroom spores to the factory, found the spectacle somewhat amusing. His daydreaming was quite audacious. One day, Uncle Chi summoned everyone to prepare for the commencement of development on the western mountain. Upon hearing this, Chen An chose not to attend, sending his father in his stead. By 8 o'clock in the evening, after everyone had dined, it was the perfect time for communal conversation. Thus, the entire village congregated at the village committee's drying ground. Almost every villager was present. At this moment, excitement filled the air, as the Sifong company had indeed kept its promise and sent a work crew to begin operations. Soon, Longmen village would also join in prosperity. Uncle Chi cleared his throat and stated, "I have gathered everyone today to convey a few important matters. Recently, it has come to everyone's attention that the construction team hired by Sifong company has arrived at Xishan. The influx of vehicles has increased, and as they pass through our village, it is imperative that we prioritize safety. In addition to being vigilant, let us not create disturbances for the construction crew. When driving ox carts and encountering large trucks, we must yield the right of way. Otherwise, it is rather inconsiderate to impede their progress while we leisurely meander along. Furthermore, children should refrain from running about on the roads to prevent accidents." Nods of agreement arose among the villagers, acknowledging the necessity of this advice. Uncle Chi continued, emphasizing that the construction team would be utilizing heavy machinery, which may occasionally produce considerable noise, and urged everyone to be understanding. It is also important to greet the workers warmly and avoid any conflicts with them. At this point, someone interjected, "Uncle Chi, what do you mean? They are here to bring prosperity to us. We should be more concerned about them leaving than any potential conflict." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, the real concern should be Chen An." This sentiment resonated with many, acknowledging that Chen An's actions warranted attention. The matters Uncle Chi raised were already on everyone's minds, requiring no reminder. His words felt somewhat superfluous, while it was the more troublesome individuals in the village who truly needed guidance. For instance, Chen An, who had fiercely opposed the development of Xishan since the contract signing, posed the greatest threat to the project's progress. His recent notoriety over that 10,000 yuan only intensified the jealousy of others. Recognizing this, Uncle Chi concurred that Chen An was the most likely candidate to disrupt the construction efforts. However, Chen Dakwai interjected, "You are all overthinking it. Chen An is solely focused on cultivating mushrooms. He has no interest in the developments at Xishan. He has expressed to me that if he intended to intervene, he would have attended today's meeting. You need not worry. He has no desire to meddle." Chen Dakwai continued, asserting that it was best for Chen An to remain at the mine and avoid returning to the village to prevent misunderstandings. While he had shared his thoughts with you, he had not communicated them to us. I believe it would be prudent to invite him to reassure everyone. Yes, we should have him come and provide assurances. Another agreed. It would be best if he wrote a guarantee to avoid any future subterfuge. The idea of a written guarantee was well received. If he dared to breach the agreement, then he should compensate us. I am in favor. Many raised their hands in agreement, eager to seize this opportunity to summon Chen An and have him sign a guarantee. He could continue his mushroom cultivation while we focus on the development of Xishan, ensuring our paths do not cross. Chen Dakwai, however, felt this approach was somewhat disrespectful. Why should only Chen An write a guarantee? If guarantees are to be written, they should be signed by everyone. It would be unjust otherwise. Dakwai, I find your words displeasing. To obstruct the development of Xishan is to forfeit one's chance at prosperity. How could we even consider such an action? Isn't this merely an obstruction to our own prosperity? That day, when Chen An organized the signing, you witnessed it. He merely desires to enrich himself, showing no intention of allowing others to thrive alongside him. Indeed, it is not within our capacity to create discord. The individual who ought to draft a guarantee letter is Chen An. The consensus among us is that Chen An should proactively provide assurance. It must be documented in writing. Otherwise, we shall remain apprehensive. Uncle Chi contemplated momentarily and remarked, I believe the guarantee letter should bear the signatures of each individual, including Chen An. No exceptions should be made. I shall compose a guarantee letter shortly, and everyone must affix their signatures and seals upon it. After which I will approach Chen An for his signature. Chapter 61. Blasting the mountain with Uncle Chi voicing such sentiments. In order to compel Chen An to sign, we must take the lead. I shall fetch Chen An, someone declared, then mounted their bicycle and pedaled towards the mine. Uncle Chi commenced drafting the guarantee letter. Being an experienced youth, he knew precisely how to compose it. In a matter of minutes, it was complete, and he presented it to the other officials for review to ascertain if anything was amiss. After their inspection, Uncle Chi displayed the guarantee letter publicly. Those literate read it aloud to those who could not, and soon everyone understood its contents. Subsequently, signatures were hastily inscribed, followed by handprints. Before long, Chen An was summoned. He remained unaware of the unfolding situation. Chen An has arrived. Quickly have him sign. Some of the more aggressive villagers whispered. Once Chen An dismounted, Uncle Chi addressed him. Chen An, regarding the development of Xishan, to prevent any disruptions, we convened a meeting earlier to draft a guarantee letter, and we called you here for your signature. Please review it. If all seems well, kindly sign it, as everyone else has. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Chen An approached to examine the document. On the surface, the terms appeared standard. However, there were numerous areas open to interpretation. Many disputes in the future arise from ambiguous language, concealing hidden implications. When signing, everyone is amiable. Once an issue arises, you become the scapegoat. Chen An interjected, Uncle Chi, this clause requires modification. Priorities must be distinguished. The villagers' production matters are of great significance. Why should we yield to the development of Xishan? If production is hindered due to the Xishan project, who will bear the responsibility? Who will shoulder the losses? Upon hearing Chen An's objections, the crowd simmered with irritation. They anticipated this behavior from him. You are so troublesome. Will you sign or not? We have all signed, and none have voiced objections. Let me remind you, this matter does not rest solely in your hands. This is a monumental opportunity for our Longmen village, and from the outset, you have shown no desire for our benefit. What is your true intention? Do not presume we are oblivious to your thoughts. You merely wish to prosper alone, denying us our share. Indeed, if everyone flourishes, to whom will you boast? As the discourse intensified, Wang Defa's uncle was on the verge of taking physical action. In their perception, it was not the terms of the guarantee letter that were flawed, but rather that Chen An had no intention of signing, deliberately seeking faults. He had encroached upon their boundaries. Chen An, your refusal to sign is truly exasperating. Everyone else has signed. Do you expect to be treated differently? Indeed. Only with your signature can we feel at ease. Some close associates have even tried to persuade you. Yet here you are, playing your little games, which only exacerbates the situation. The terms you have reviewed could easily be manipulated for your own benefit in the future. Your insistence on amendments is merely a preemptive measure against potential disputes. Engaging in such disputes is a colossal waste of time and energy, devoid of any value, and thus unnecessary. However, since they are so insistent on having you sign, it seems there is no point in resisting. He stated, Fine, I will sign. But do not come to me with problems in the future. What a farce. If you don't stir up trouble, who would seek you out? Once you sign, you can do as you please. After signing, you vanish, and no one will concern themselves with you. Chen An took the pen and inscribed his name with flourish. At that moment, everyone exhaled in relief. With this guarantee, should he dare to meddle in the development of Xishan in the future, he would be liable for damages. Even with $1 million, he wouldn't have enough to compensate. All right, I'm leaving. Chen An tossed aside the pen and addressed the individual who had brought him over. Take me back. Naturally, the person was more than willing. He retrieved the bicycle, and Chen An hopped onto the back seat. The onlookers watched as Chen An departed, as if bidding farewell to a plague god. Finally, he is gone. It is unlikely he will return to the village anytime soon. It would be best if he did not return. He can pursue his solitary path, while we tread our own. I hope never to see him again. In the eyes of the villagers, Chen An's wealth is his own affair. They possess enough dignity not to pander to him. They want to rejoice for him or consider his needs, as he would not share his wealth. Now that he has relocated to the external mine factory, everyone can coexist peacefully. At this moment, a collective joy spread among the villagers, celebrating the departure of the village's so-called for heavenly kings. The conditions at the mine factory are far superior to those in the village. The accommodations are spacious, tranquil, and surrounded by picturesque mountains and rivers. With the road much closer than in the village, it is merely 100 meters to Liang Bo's restaurant. The restaurant is conveniently located right by the road. Quite splendid. After this year's autumn harvest, Chen An plans to invite his parents to live here as well, to assist with the mushroom cultivation. As for rice and soybeans, those can be abandoned. Toiling year-round for such meager rations is futile. This predicament is shared by many farmers across the nation. Yet, Chen An has found a lucrative path amidst these challenges. He has now cultivated various mushroom species and only needs to tend to them diligently, awaiting harvest in a month. In fact, the varieties he cultivated earlier are already ready for picking. After harvesting, he will sun-dry them outside, waiting for Li Yuanliang to arrive for collection. By carefully controlling the temperature and humidity, he can ensure a continuous supply. Today's harvest here will yield tomorrow's bounty elsewhere, resulting in an endless supply of mushrooms. Simultaneously, Chen An has arranged for Chun Xiaojin and Dachuan to move to the factory area for ease of management. He has also imparted some basic cultivation techniques and management skills to them, empowering them to resolve issues independently when they arise. During his leisure time, Chen An and Han Shuyá ventured into the county town for shopping. Occasionally, he would go out to drink with Yang Chun and others, fostering camaraderie. He spent 200 yuan to purchase a sturdy bicycle, making travel more convenient. Thus, half a month passed. Chen An and his companions resumed their routine of foraging for ripe mushrooms, laying out the damp ones to dry. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the sky, accompanied by tremors that shook the ground, causing the windows to rattle violently. The commotion was overwhelming. The children, Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao, who were playing on the ground, burst into tears at the sound. Not only the children, but even Chen An and his friends were startled, having never encountered such a tremendous noise in their lives. Dazhong, frightened, dropped what he was holding and rushed over to grab Chen An, exclaiming, "It's an earthquake, run." Chen Xiaojiang's face turned pale with fear. "Chen An, what is happening?" He quivered, hiding behind Chen An. The noise was so immense that it felt as if the sky was collapsing. Just moments ago, it had been quite peaceful, but now the village dogs were barking incessantly, and the birds in the forest scattered in fright. Chen An gazed toward the direction of the western mountain and remarked, "It is the Sifong Company blasting the mountain." Chapter 62, The Noise in Longmen Village. As the villagers were about to head out to work in the fields, they were startled by the colossal sound. Upon realizing it was coming from the western mountain, they breathed a sigh of relief and their spirits lifted. As they emerged from their homes and encountered one another, someone reassured, "Don't worry. It's just the construction team working on the western mountain." "What a shock." Another replied, "Didn't T Uncle Chi say that the construction team would make quite a racket? The louder, the better. Hearing it gives me hope for the future." Though initially startled, the thought that it might be the sound of fortune descending upon them brought a sense of joy. At that moment, a continuous, thunderous rumble followed. Big trucks. Many big trucks. A small child spotted several large trucks approaching the village and, filled with curiosity and excitement, dashed off to inform everyone. The villagers, intrigued, gathered along the roadside to watch. Sure enough, a procession of trucks passed through the village, heading toward the western mountain. Some of the vehicles were transporting excavators, bulldozers, and other heavy machinery. These machines are enormous. "The bigger, the better, the faster we finish the work," someone shouted at the trucks, as if they could hear him. However, Wang Defa, a nearby relative, retorted, "Your plot is halfway up the mountain. Even a plane couldn't land there." He then called out to the trucks, "Mine is at the foot of the mountain. Dig mine first, it's easier." In their eyes, having their land developed first was a matter of pride, a topic that would allow them to speak more boldly in group settings in the future. "My land is also at the foot of the mountain, Wang Sheng. Why should yours be first?" "Yes, mine is at the foot as well. It must start with my land." "What? So you're saying our land on the mountain doesn't matter? Without the upper section, who would want your lower plots?" "Indeed, well said." Thus, a dispute erupted between the inhabitants of the mountain and those residing below, each believing fervently that their own land was of utmost importance, asserting that any excavation should commence from their territory. It resembled a stroke of fortune, as everyone yearned to stake their claim. "Seventh uncle, can you arbitrate? In the realm of tourism development, whose land holds precedence?" Someone shouted. Seventh uncle, standing nearby, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Such childish matters could incite quarrels. "What are you arguing about? Every piece of land is equally significant. Moreover, as for where to initiate the work, the Sifong Company operates with a plan. What is the point of your contention?" With that, the crowd fell silent, subsequently gesturing in welcome to the approaching convoy. As the procession passed, the entire road was enveloped in a thick cloud of dust, which settled and obscured the verdant foliage lining either side of the path. The once vibrant green was shrouded beneath a pall of lifelessness. Yet, the villagers paid little heed, shouldering their hoes and trudging towards their fields. However, Seventh Uncle observed this with concern, recalling words previously spoken by Chen An. At that moment, Wang Bing approached and remarked, "Seventh Uncle, look." Following Wang Bing's gaze, they noticed fresh cracks appearing in the ground where the heavy trucks had traversed. This stretch of road had originally been repaired with the assistance of the entire village, as Seventh Uncle had led them to aid in the mining operations at the nearby factory. Timber from the western mountains required felling, prompting a rudimentary hardening of the path. Under normal circumstances, the village could manage, but the arrival of such massive vehicles would undoubtedly lead to damage. Nevertheless, seventh uncle retained his faith in the Sifong company and, feigning nonchalance, declared, "This is merely a case of breaking to rebuild. Once the western mountains are developed, the Sifong company will undoubtedly restore the road to a beauty surpassing that of Chen An Street. But shouldn't wealth be pursued by first repairing the roads?" Wang Bing countered. "Do not overthink it. One cannot ensnare a wolf without first parting with its cubs," seventh uncle replied. As night descended, lights flickered across the western mountains, indicating that work was underway around the clock. Trucks began to haul stones away from the village, and initially, the residents on either side of the road tolerated the disruption. However, as evening fell, their homes were soon cloaked in the dust stirred up by the passing trucks. This was not the worst of it, for some elderly villagers sought respite during the day. Yet, the cacophony generated by the trucks rendered sleep impossible. They had hoped for tranquility at night, but to their dismay, the trucks continued to rumble ceaselessly, transporting stone after stone until the noise finally ceased around midnight. The following week unfolded in a similar fashion, with the trucks relentlessly hauling stones from the mountain, operating from 7 a.m. until midnight. One evening, the villagers gathered at the commune's drying yard. "The Sifong company must be eager to expedite the project to provide us with answers," Wang Sheng remarked. "Indeed, who wouldn't want to earn money sooner?" replied Basal. "Do not fret. You will soon grow accustomed to the sounds of the construction crew." Ba Jiao reassured the assembly. Yet, despite these words, the villagers still needed to attend to their own production, and most retired by 9 p.m. Now, with the trucks incessantly rumbling through the village, sleep eluded them. "Seventh uncle, perhaps you and the officials should raise this issue with the Sifong company?" "Indeed, we are not in haste. We merely desire a restful slumber at night." Uncle Chi is also deeply affected. For those unaccustomed to afternoon naps, losing a few hours of sleep at night feels akin to having half of one's life taken away. The subsequent day's labor becomes arduous, leaving one feeling utterly depleted. "I shall bring this up tomorrow." Uncle Chi nodded in agreement. The others exhaled with relief. However, Wang Sheng and his companions were displeased. "What do you propose? To halt operations at Sifong Company?" Wang Sheng retorted coldly. "Uncle Chi, do not forget that you have signed a guarantee. I did not suggest they cease work." Uncle Chi clarified. "I merely wish for them to conclude their activities earlier in the evening." "Isn't that also obstructing their work?" Sister 8 interjected. "Better to endure a short pain than a prolonged one. If the project is completed sooner, we will all have a place for leisure in a year." Banan remarked. "We will also receive our dividends sooner." Wang Sheng continued. "Currently, the development is on my family's land. I shall decide when to commence work. And should anyone dare to impede me, they shall face my wrath." With Wang Defa's arrest, Su Zhongqing's connection was severed. Wang Sheng and his faction, unwilling to be looked down upon, felt compelled to assert their strength in these matters, ensuring others knew they were not to be trifled with. Everyone was aware of Wang Sheng's fierce reputation, and with him leading, his faction, along with those previously allied, rallied in support. They believed that seizing the initiative now would mean greater dividends or more influence in the future. "The guarantee has been signed. Uncle Chi, you cannot lead a reversal." They insisted. "Indeed, we are content to stay up a little later. Rules are rules. Anyone who dares to violate them shall compensate for our losses." Ultimately, under the pressure of Wang Sheng's unwavering stance, Uncle Chi ceased to propose that the construction team reduce their hours. The other villagers felt a simmering anger. Yet with the guarantee being presented, the matter had to be temporarily shelved. It was at this moment that machinery roared to life from the direction of Shishan, and the village committee's lights flickered briefly. Then, the sound of heavy machinery crushing stone resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Chapter 63. 3 chickens. Upon hearing this jarring noise, everyone's emotions grew complex. "Damn it, who was it that suggested signing the guarantee?" Someone complained. The guarantee, initially intended to constrain Chen An, had morphed into a deadly talisman against themselves. "I proposed it." Uncle Chi volunteered. "If we wish to abolish it, let us discuss and have everyone sign." Those who were suffering greatly rejoiced at this prospect. However, Wang Sheng stood in opposition. "I do not agree." Sister 8 echoed. "Indeed. What if Chen An comes to stir trouble?" "Precisely. Abolishing the guarantee means we can no longer restrain Chen An." This matter was set aside for the time being. Yet, in the following fortnight, Cannon fire would echo through the skies every couple of days, and both day and night were plagued by an incessant cacophony. Especially at night, when the noise was even more excruciating. Many found it impossible to sleep, and even the livestock suffered as a result. Meanwhile, Chen An and his group, being farther away, experienced less noise pollution and were not significantly affected at night. Some individuals even took the trouble to visit the mining site, and indeed, the impact appeared to be minimal. Chen An and his companions must be sleeping soundly these days, right? Who can argue otherwise? Why is it that all the good fortune seems to fall into his lap? After their visit, Wang Sheng, Ba Sa, and Ba Jiao found themselves envious. Ba Sa suggested, "Why don't we agree to abolish the guarantee letter? It seems rather pointless after all." These past nights, she had been restless, lacking the inclination to engage with men. Her dark circles deepening with each passing day. Ba Jiao chimed in, "Indeed." Silence. However, Wang Sheng firmly opposed the idea, declaring, "Whoever brings this matter up again will face my wrath." He found a sense of significance in opposing the abolition of the guarantee letter, realizing that his voice held increasing weight. As long as he disagreed, the others became compliant. Thus, he was determined to uphold the guarantee letter. Moreover, Wang Sheng was a formidable character, and this group relied on him to shield them from mistreatment. Consequently, the others could only abandon the thought of revisiting the issue. At that moment, Basa's son rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, there's trouble. 3 of our chickens were crushed by a truck." "What? 3? Basa felt as if the world was spinning around her. 3 egg-laying hens held a value comparable to a pig. In times of financial struggle, their household relied on the eggs from those few chickens to savor some meat. Upon hearing the news, Basa dashed away faster than a dog. A crowd had already gathered at the scene. The 3 large, plump hens now lay in 3 heaps of mangled flesh. "Oh, my chickens!" Basa lamented, rushing over to recover them, only to find that only the heads remained intact. She wanted to seek redress, but as she looked up at the crowd, she was at a loss for whom to approach. This wouldn't he do. Just then, a large truck descended the hill, hauling stones, and Basa instinctively dashed into the road. The onlookers gasped, and her husband hurried over to pull her away. Uncle Chi scolded her. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? What if such a large truck can't stop in time?" Basa retorted, "I'm here to seek justice." Someone nearby remarked, "You can seek justice, but don't obstruct the construction vehicle. That could incur a penalty, and you've signed for it." Basa was bewildered. "Am I to accept that these 3 chickens have died in vain? No way. Uncle Chi, you must give me justice. I agree to abolish the guarantee letter, right now." Basa began to shout, "What construction progress matters more than my 3 chickens?" Uncle Chi replied, "Abolishing it is one thing, but you can't risk your life in the process." At that very moment, Wang Sheng's icy voice rang out. "Who dares to abolish the guarantee letter? I want to let it go." Basa lamented, "My chickens have been crushed. Can I not seek justice?" Wang Sheng retorted, "It's just 3 chickens. Your family isn't without them, so there's no need for production, right?" With that, he turned and walked towards the bamboo roots, harnessing the cart to the ox and slowly making his way towards the fields outside the village. Basa, feeling utterly wronged, squatted down and began to weep. Woe is me. Yet no one came to her aid. Her voice had been among the loudest in opposing the abolition of the guarantee letter. Just then, Chen An and Chun passed by with a cart. "What is happening?" Chen An inquired curiously. "Sister 8's 3 chickens have met a tragic fate." Uncle 7 inquired, "What brings you here?" The others instinctively regarded Chen An with suspicion, fearful that he might concoct some scheme to impede the progress of the project. Chen An replied, "I need to move some belongings from my home to the factory area. My parents are aging and have restless nights. It would also be convenient for them to help watch the children." With that, Chun departed. Casting a glance at Sister 8, who was crouched on the ground in tears, Chen An found little interest in lingering to witness the spectacle. Once they had distanced themselves, the crowd resumed their discussions. "Is it quiet over at the factory at night?" Someone queried. "It wasn't he during the day either. We just checked it out." "Damn it. How come Chen An hasn't he caused any mischief?" Ba Jiao couldn't he help but voice her thoughts aloud. The group felt a mix of emotions. Her statement, however, rang true. Uncle 7 advised, from now on, keep all the chickens, ducks, and geese indoors to prevent them from being crushed by the trucks. With Sister 8 as a cautionary tale, no one dared to be negligent, and they hurried home to secure their free-range poultry. Yet, they all understood this was not a sustainable solution. Aside from the incessant noise, the most troubling issue was the dust pollution. Even those living a considerable distance from the roadside found their laundry covered in dust within mere hours. While it was possible to sprinkle water on the road, it dried quickly, and the dust would return with a vengeance. As the crowd remained, someone spoke up, Uncle Seven. The side of my house facing the road has developed cracks due to the trucks passing over and damaging the pavement. Can you ask them to be more cautious next time? Uncle Seven responded, I'll mention it when they pass by. My roof tiles have been dislodged. My home is engulfed in dust. The crops in my field are coated in dust, severely impacting the harvest. My mother hasn't had a good night's sleep in ages. Please address this. Others chimed in with their grievances. The list of complaints grew, and it became abundantly clear that this situation could no longer be overlooked. Ba Jiao chuckled and remarked, So your house is cracking due to the trucks? I suspect it's more likely that you had a vigorous night with your wife, causing the walls to crack. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the others. Ba Jiao continued, Let us not forget that you all signed a guarantee. If it affects the project timeline, prepare to face financial repercussions. Some voiced their discontent. It's just a flimsy guarantee. Am I not entitled to seek redress? Indeed, the project must proceed, but not at our expense. I reckon this guarantee is vague. It shouldn't hold up. Let us draft a new one. Yes, a new one. Ba Jiao's expression hardened. I'd like to see who dares to challenge that. You can revoke it, but first, you'll need to compensate. Chapter 64. Wang Sheng suffered a broken leg. At this moment, Chen An passed by, hauling his belongings. He found it amusing to witness everyone squabbling over the very guarantee that had once constrained them. This was truly a case of self-entrapment. Uncle Seven felt utterly helpless. He was the one who had initially gathered their signatures, and now he found himself in a predicament. Contemplating that Chen An might possess a solution, he approached him and asked, Chen An, what are your thoughts on these issues? I'd like to hear your perspective. Others craned their necks to listen, inexplicably convinced that Chen An possessed the means to resolve their current predicament. Chen An declared, This is quite simple. We merely need to block the road into the village with stones. The Four Directions Company will approach you, and at that time, you can present your terms to them. They will acquiesce. However, to the assembled crowd, this seemed nothing short of a ludicrous suggestion. Nonsense. What ill intentions you have. You simply do not wish for us to prosper. They erupted in a chorus of indignation. Ba Jiao shouted, Chen An, this is none of your concern. Go away and tend to your poisonous mushrooms. Chen An set down his cart and approached, stating, Mind your tone, though you are my elder. I would not hesitate to strike you so hard that even your mother would not recognize you. Realizing he was outmatched, Ba Jiao recoiled, acknowledging that his previous remarks had indeed been excessive. Alarmed, he shrank back, fearing that Chen An might actually strike him. Chen An, do not act impulsively. Such disrespect is unacceptable. Violence is wrong. Just return home. The onlookers hurriedly interjected, convinced that Chen An's words were an affront to the entire village. Choosing silence, Chen An hoisted his cart and made his way toward the village exit. As he neared the outskirts, he encountered Wang Sheng, who was perched atop a cart laden with hay, pulled slowly by an old yellow ox making its way into the village. Upon spotting Chen An, Wang Sheng vigorously slapped the ox's rear, exclaiming, Damn it, hurry up, or I shall skin you for shoes. The old ox bellowed in pain and quickened its pace. Yet, Wang Sheng, still dissatisfied, lashed out a few more times, causing the ox to bellow and gallop forward. At that moment, a truck descended the mountain at a rapid pace. Spotting the ox-drawn cart ahead, the driver honked the horn. The sound reverberated like a dragon's roar, sending the village dogs scurrying in fear. The villagers were equally alarmed, and the ox was no exception. Wang Sheng's old ox, having received a few more lashes, became agitated. The sudden blast of the horn sent it into a state of panic. Moo! The old ox cried out, and upon seeing the large truck approaching, it attempted to evade. But the road was already pockmarked from the heavy vehicles, leaving the ox utterly flustered. Another horn blared. Wang Sheng, in a frenzy, relentlessly whipped the old ox, shouting, Get out of the way, move. The ox bellowed again, pulling the cart with newfound speed. At that instant, one of the cart's wheels hit a bump and launched into the air, veering toward the mountainside. Wang Sheng's face drained of color in sheer terror. Unfortunately, the old ox remained oblivious to the danger and continued forward. In that fleeting moment, Wang Sheng tumbled from the cart, rolling down into a nearby ravine. Meanwhile, the old ox, still attached to the cart, pressed onward, ultimately veering off the road to allow the truck to pass. The incident transpired abruptly, and the ravine was steep. Wang Sheng rolled down 5 or 6 meters before coming to a halt. His uncle and others witnessed the scene unfold. However, the truck showed no signs of slowing down, even accelerating as it sped away. Good heavens, there may be a casualty. Quick, someone go and rescue him. Under the leadership of Uncle Chi, everyone rushed to the roadside to gaze into the ravine below, where they could see Wang Sheng lying there, battered and bruised. Remarkably conscious, he still harbored the desire to rise, only to realize that his leg had been broken in the fall. It took the group over half an hour to rescue Wang Sheng, and they hastily called for someone to transport him to the hospital in town. Fortunately, it was merely a fractured leg. Reluctant to incur the expense of a hospital stay, he opted for a simple bandaging and returned home that very day. Deprived of mobility, Wang Sheng spent his days in a haze of sleep. Yet, whenever drowsiness crept in, he was disturbed by the sounds from the mountain, and the pain in his leg at night kept him restless. Just when he finally felt a semblance of sleepiness, the clamor of a rock crusher from the mountain would intrude. After 3 days, Wang Sheng appeared as nothing more than a gaunt skeleton. The labor in the fields fell solely to his wife, who also had to care for him, leaving her with sleepless nights and mounting resentment. The guarantee letter loomed over them like a specter. If he had perished, there would have been no one to advocate for him. Was this torment never-ending? Indeed, it seemed interminable, as the expenses for his leg treatment had drained their finances. With sleepless nights and unfinished chores, he pondered how he would manage the harvest and pay the taxes come autumn. He lamented what he would eat by year's end. Had it not been for that guarantee letter, they might have sought compensation, but his obstinacy to oppose the entire village had led to this predicament, an inevitable consequence. Wang Sheng, too, was plagued by sleeplessness and a growing temper, snapping at his wife to silence her complaints, threatening her with violence if only his leg were not injured. In the past, this had been his way of expressing anger, yet his wife dared not retort, aware of his propensity for violence. Now, with all misfortunes converging upon them, she was unwilling to endure any further humiliation. Without a word, she began to gather her belongings. Wang Sheng, alarmed, inquired, "What are you doing?" She remained silent. "What will I do if you leave? What about the 2 children?" Still, she said nothing. Once her belongings were packed, she took the children and returned to her maternal home. "You wretched woman, come back, come back," he shouted, but she did not look back. In that moment, Wang Sheng truly understood despair, mortified that his wife dared to return to her family. To him, it was an affront to his dignity. Yet, with his leg incapacitated, he could only watch helplessly as the 3 of them departed. In a fit of rage, he destroyed everything in the house. Now he was left alone, bearing the weight of all responsibilities. Apart from preparing a meager meal, he was rendered utterly helpless. Why must misfortune befall me? Why must this happen to me? That evening, in a moment of painful reflection, Wang Sheng, with a crutch in hand, made his way to the village committee. Many people were present. "Uncle Chi," Wang Sheng called out. Uncle Chi turned and asked, "What is it?" With difficulty swallowing, Wang Sheng mustered his courage and said, "While everyone is gathered, I wish to address the matter of the guarantee letter. I agree to its cancellation. Please bring it forth for me to sign." His reasoning was simple. If the guarantee were nullified, he could pursue compensation from the construction team, as his fall into the ravine had been precipitated by the loud horn of a truck scaring the cattle. "Have you thought this through?" Uncle Chi inquired. "I have," Wang Sheng replied. "I do not consent," came the voice of Aunt Ba. "On what grounds do you refuse?" Wang Sheng challenged. "I simply cannot agree. If you intend to abolish it, compensate me for my losses as per our agreement. At the very least, I demand 6 hens," Ba Sa declared resolutely. Chapter 65. This is not about developing scenic spots. Wang Sheng was taken aback when the first to oppose him was none other than Ba Sa, who had once stood by his side. "No compensation? Your dissent matters little. As long as they agree, it suffices." Wang Sheng believed he still wielded some authority. What was one Ba Sa worth? Without him, she would merely be a madwoman in the village. He glanced at the others, anticipating their support. Yet, all he received was a collective scoff. "Wang Sheng, whether you agree or not, it seems you are being rather overbearing. We have grown accustomed to the silence at night. We cannot sleep without it. It's not my wife who is running away. Why should I acquiesce?" The widow Pan and her kin had no intention of indulging Wang Sheng. In the past, when Wang Yong and Wang Defa were around, Wang Sheng could wield his power, bullying others at will. But now, with his leg broken and his wife gone, he lacked the ferocity to intimidate anyone, who would still heed his words. When others suffered, It was of no concern to him. Yet, now that he found himself at a disadvantage, he sought to abolish the guarantee. Apologies, but continue to endure your losses. Despite appearing destitute, Wang Sheng's spirit remained unbroken. He glared at the crowd, declaring, I will have my day of fortune. If you dare to refuse to sign, do not blame me for my lack of compassion when the time comes. This was indeed true. With his wife gone and no concerns to hold him back. Once he recovered, his actions would be even more ruthless. The villagers, with their wives and children to protect, could hardly withstand Wang Sheng's potential vengeance. The crowd fell silent. Yet, Basa was different. Huh, what a joke. Did you show any compassion when your leg was unbroken? Now you attempt to intimidate us. As if Wang Yong and the others were still here? You are nothing now. Only Basa understood the source of Wang Sheng's confidence. It lay in his connections with Wang Yong and Su Zhengqing. But now that those ties had been severed, what use was his cruelty? If someone dared to strike him, what could he do? Shut your mouth, you old hag. Wang Sheng dismissed her, then coldly addressed the crowd. I have made my position clear. Should anyone refuse to sign, do not seek my assistance in the future if trouble arises. The threat was palpable. What? Do you still intend to seek revenge? Is there no law left? We are no longer afraid of you. The crowd retorted, feeling emboldened. His words were excessively harsh, echoing the sentiments of a local tyrant. Uncle Chi stepped forward, saying, Wang Sheng, can you not adopt a better attitude? You are the one seeking help from everyone. We are not your servants. You cannot just swagger around and expect us to obey. Have you ever stood up to help us when we were in distress? Uncle Chi spoke candidly, reflecting the frustration of the villagers with Wang Sheng's past behavior. It was not that they were unwilling to abolish the agreement. They simply did not wish to be coerced by him. However, Wang Sheng believed that the more miserable he appeared, the more ruthless he must be. Otherwise, anyone could bully him. Uncle Chi, you are getting old. A trivial matter dragged out will not resolve itself. It is time for you to retire and let us younger folks take charge. Uncle Chi was momentarily taken aback, turning away to ignore him. Sister 8 remarked, all this talk is futile. After all, it is not I who has broken a leg. I shall not sign the waiver to abolish the agreement. At night, the sound of the stone crusher resonates in my ears like the chime of gold, and I dream sweetly. Wang Sheng's heart raced in agitation. He turned his gaze to Baijiao, realizing that only she would support him now. She had always heeded his words. He then implored, Baijiao, do persuade this stubborn woman. However, Baijiao merely cast a fleeting glance at Wang Sheng before stating, I do not agree to the repeal. They are currently excavating on my land. Should the agreement be nullified, Chen An could indeed obstruct the project by blocking the stones. Who would then take responsibility? Baijiao understood well that if trouble arose, Wang Sheng would not come to her aid. Sister 8 was a vivid example of this. Yet, Wang Sheng misinterpreted her concern as fear of Chen An, exclaiming, are you a fool? There is only one Chen An, while we are a large group. Besides, we have already paid the rent. Does it matter if they excavate on your land? Baijiao's wife could no longer contain herself, retorting, Wang Sheng, I find your words unpalatable. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I see it clearly. Your land has already been excavated, so whether or not others' land is disturbed is of no concern to you. In their mindset, as long as their own land had been developed, they were the pioneers. Future developments would only build upon their achievements, rendering them laggards. Although such hollow honors seemed insignificant, they held great weight in the rural context of the 1980s. In future collective matters, their words would carry some influence. Wang Sheng pointed at Sister 8, then at Baijiao, rendered speechless. He was burdened by injuries, sleep-deprived over the past few days, and with his wife returned to her family. He felt utterly exhausted. He had no energy left to argue with them, realizing that only by apologizing and yielding could he secure their agreement to sign. His life was paramount. Should he continue to suffer from lack of rest, even his very existence would be in jeopardy. Yet, he found himself unable to relent, as his internal struggle remained unresolved. At that moment, Chen Xingxuan and several officials descended from the mountain. Upon reaching the drying field, they addressed Uncle 7, saying, they have truly blown up that ancient temple. At this, Uncle 7's face twitched involuntarily. What? Wasn't that intended to be a future attraction? What else did you witness? In the past few days, Uncle 7 had engaged in conversations with members of the engineering team, discreetly inquiring about their purpose. The answer had been that they were indeed there to excavate stone. At the time, Uncle 7 had found it hard to believe. But upon witnessing the destruction of the mountainside, it was clear they were not constructing a scenic area. doubts began to form in his mind, prompting him to send Chen An and the others to inspect the remnants of the ancient site. To his astonishment, it had indeed been destroyed. If they were developing a scenic area, it would likely have been a selling point. Blowing up the selling point, was this truly tourism? Chen An inhaled deeply, his expression grave, and shared the findings of their recent covert investigations on the mountain with the group. He concluded, "I fear they are genuinely here to excavate stone." Liangbo added, "The Sifang company never intended to engage in development. They merely wished to sell stones. In recent days, trucks have been continuously hauling away stones, as everyone has witnessed. Yet, have you seen them undertaking any construction? With the abundance of stones in Xishan, selling them is far more lucrative than promoting tourism. We have been deceived by the Sifang company." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. How could a tourism development initiative morph into stone excavation? Is this true? Could there be a misunderstanding? Should we inquire with the Sifang company? No need to ask, Uncle Chi declared, his expression darkening. If they were genuinely developing a scenic area, preserving the most authentic ecological essence would be paramount. But look at the situation now. As he spoke, Uncle Chi wiped his hand against the wall, revealing a palm covered in white dust. Chapter 66. Chen An was right, everyone's faces turned pale. Uncle Chi continued, "If it weren't for the guarantee we all signed, we would have realized the truth much sooner." Alas, Uncle Chi sighed deeply, recalling how fervently they had signed at the time, believing they could restrain the troublesome Chen An from the village. Yet now, reflecting on it, Chen An lived freely while the rest were bound by that guarantee, too afraid to raise a fuss. Their houses had cracked, yet they dared not seek compensation. Dust had buried their crops, severely stunting their growth, and no one could resolve the issue. The incessant noise from the stone crushers had deprived the entire village of sleep, yet they felt powerless to intervene. After enduring over 20 days of torment, the shocking reality was that they had been deceived. "My goodness, Uncle Chi, if you knew all along, why didn't you tell us sooner?" Beijia's wife exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "They're digging up my land." Beijia quickly realized the urgency. "Stop the work immediately." Unfortunately, whenever he voiced opposition, others either feared him or supported him. Now, however, no one paid him any heed. Although Wang Huqing's relatives were also anxious, they reasoned that the excavation hadn't yet reached their land. One of them remarked, "Stop the work?" Was the guarantee merely a formality? Beijia was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. The mountains have been hollowed out. What good is that guarantee now? That is not my concern. They're not digging my land. Exactly. You signed the guarantee, so you must abide by it. Want to break the rules? You better be prepared to compensate. Beijia felt a wave of despair, his heart aching. If they could halt the work now, he might still save half of his mountain land. If it continued, within a day or two, his land might be completely excavated. Even if he were to reclaim it later, it would be nothing but a heap of rubble. Of what use would that be? At this moment, Wang Sheng grew agitated as well. "Uncle Chi, is this really the time to wield the guarantee as leverage? My land has been ravaged, and I've broken my leg. Sifang Company owes me an explanation." He was the most unfortunate of all. His land had been entirely stripped, and those stones, which rightfully belonged to him, had been carted away by Sifang Company for a handsome profit. He had foolishly urged the engineering team to start excavating from his property, only to realize now how naive he had been. Wang Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to give up on life itself. Indeed, Uncle Chi was aware that this guarantee letter had become ineffective. However, at this moment, it was merely speculation. "Tomorrow, I shall seek out the leaders of the town to inquire about the Sifang Company. But what should we do now? Should we allow them to continue their excavation?" Chen An suggested, "I believe we should follow Chen An's advice from that day. Let us use stones to block the road. Then everyone can accompany me up the mountain, and we will instruct the construction team to halt their operations. We shall wait until tomorrow when Uncle Chi has clarified the situation." At this juncture, everyone realized that Chen An had genuinely intended to act in their best interest. Ironically, they had misconstrued his goodwill, pressuring him to sign the guarantee letter. The thought was rather amusing. Ba Jiao immediately exclaimed, "I will go block the road. Who will join me?" "I will. Count me in." Finally, there were voices of support. The crowd began to rally, recognizing Chen An's cleverness in devising a strategy to compel them to cease work. This road was the essential passage to Xishan. Further ahead lay several villages, yet those paths led to dead ends, making them impassable. Thus, if they could obstruct this route, the trucks would be unable to enter or exit. Before long, The village roads were entirely blocked, leaving a few able-bodied men to keep watch while the rest returned home to fetch their tools and join Chen An on the mountain. Over 100 people marched resolutely toward Shishan, instilling fear in the hearts of the construction crew, who were, after all, guilty of their misdeeds. Consequently, the machinery that had been incessantly rumbling for over 20 days finally came to a halt. The mountains, shrouded in darkness, regained their former tranquility. That night, the mountain was exceptionally peaceful. The following morning, a village official rode his bicycle, carrying Uncle Chi toward the town. Upon arriving, they met with the relevant leaders, to whom Uncle Chi presented their findings and suspicions. Subsequently, the leaders escorted Uncle Chi and his companions to the Sifong Company's office in Yesan City. Upon encountering the office manager, Uncle Chi stated, "The excavated mountainside does not align with the engineering blueprint, and we strongly demand that Sifong Company cease all related work and compensate for the damages inflicted upon Longmen Village and its residents due to non-engineering activities." Upon hearing this, the manager of Sifong Company, Zhao Leshan, chuckled, "Cease work? You must be dreaming." Uncle Chi was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, his suspicions were validated by the other party's demeanor. Zhao Leshan produced the previously signed contract, thrusting it before Uncle Chi with an air of arrogance. The terms are explicitly stated in black and white. You dare to obstruct the progress of the project, which severely violates the contract. If we choose to sue, may I ask who in Longmen Village can bear the consequences? Uncle Chi was left speechless. Previously, they had operated in secrecy. Now, they brazenly brandished the contract as a means to seize what was rightfully theirs. This is contract fraud. I will take legal action against you, Uncle Chi declared. However, Zhao Leshan remained unfazed. Then by all means, proceed with your lawsuit. The litigation process is lengthy and arduous, designed from the outset to deter individuals from pursuing legal action, compelling them to suffer in silence and avoid causing trouble for higher authorities. Moreover, the contract has been signed, and winning is not guaranteed. Even if you were to win, Sifong Company would have already excavated Shishan entirely by then. They would subsequently file for bankruptcy and emerge under a new guise, while the original personnel remain, but the aggrieved creditors would no longer be the same. Uncle Chi, feeling as if a thorn were lodged in his throat, suddenly realized that he had not invited a fortune god, but rather a wolf in sheep's clothing. Robbers. You are nothing but robbers. Uncle Chi trembled with indignation. Yet, Zhao Leshan merely smiled. Indeed, the contract clearly stipulates that for the sake of rational development, our company is entitled to make certain destructive adjustments to the mountain. Last night, some villagers caused a disturbance and obstructed our operations, which is already against the law. Should there be another incident, you need not approach me. The police will handle it. You. Uncle Chi's pupils contracted, nearly gasping for breath. They were the real robbers, yet he was the one contemplating obstruction, which could lead to legal repercussions. All of this stemmed from that contract. Indeed, from the contract. It was evident that Chen An had not deceived him. This very statement had brought calamity upon Longmen Village. Even if they pursued legal action, victory was uncertain. He had brought ruin to Longmen Village, and thus became its eternal sinner. Uncle Chi nearly fainted, but fortunately, a cadre accompanying him reacted swiftly and supported him. Zhao Leshan continued, "Quickly return and instruct those troublesome villagers to disperse. Should they dare to impede the progress of the project again, I will ensure they serve their time in prison." Upon regaining his composure, Uncle Chi felt as if all vitality had been drained from him. Even upon returning to the village, he moved like a mere shell of his former self. The crowd waiting for good news, upon hearing the cadre relay Zhao Leshan's words, felt as if they had plunged into an abyss. Faces turned ashen. At this moment, Uncle Chi murmured, "Chen An, where is Chen An?" Hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the implication, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. Chapter 67. The weather is pleasant. Quickly, go find Chen An, someone shouted. They believed that if Chen An could discern the issues within the contract, he would surely know how to resolve the predicament. He must have a solution. For reasons unknown, the townsfolk had begun to regard Chen An as their savior. However, after enduring such grievances, would Chen An still be willing to assist? Everyone felt unworthy of seeking his help. Seeking anyone else would be futile. At that moment, the police, addressing the obstruction issue, stated, "Behave yourselves. Should this happen again, someone will certainly face consequences." With that, they departed. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted and a chill ran through the crowd. Then, the sounds of rock-crushing machines and various machinery echoed from the mountain once more. The nightmare had recommenced. Everyone understood that this issue had to be resolved. They had already attempted and failed. No one could conceive a better solution, nor could they devise a plan before the western mountain was entirely ravaged. Yet, they believed that Chen An had long since perceived the machinations of the Sifan company and must have already devised a means to thwart them. "Uncle Chi, are you considering seeking Chen An's assistance?" asked Ba Jiao's wife, hoping to urge him to take the initiative. With his land currently being excavated, she felt the urgency to mitigate losses. At this moment, Uncle Chi had also regained his composure. Indeed, he was contemplating just that. However, reflecting on how the community had previously treated Chen An, even discussing the possibility of driving him out of Longmen village, it is quite perplexing that now, in times of trouble, they have suddenly remembered him. What do they regard him as? Seeing that Uncle Chi hesitated, the others could no longer contain themselves. Thus, someone stepped forward and declared, "Uncle Chi, if you will not seek out Chen An, then we shall go ourselves." "Indeed, we shall go. I shall accompany you." With that, these individuals began their march toward the mine outside the village. Everyone was acutely aware of the shamelessness of their endeavor to seek Chen An's assistance without any justification. Yet, at this moment, pride held no significance. All that mattered was securing Chen An's aid against the Sifan company. And even the act of pleading with him was deemed worthwhile. Soon, over 100 people set forth in a grand procession toward the mine. At that moment, Chen An was diligently engaged in harvesting mushrooms. An increasing number of mushrooms had reached the point of harvestability, and Chen An and his companions were gathering them to dry, fulfilling the commitments made to other traders by Li Yuanliang. Simultaneously, Chen An was tirelessly cultivating more strains to ensure a daily yield of no less than 200 jin. He had also heard about the happenings in the village. However, Chen An had his own affairs to attend to and did not wish to intervene. Yet, as the trees desire tranquility, the winds continue to howl. Chen Xiaojing rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother Chen An, there are many people outside." Chen An glanced out the window and indeed saw a multitude, over 100 individuals. Observing this, his father, Chen Dakawei, retrieved an iron shovel from the wall and turned to say, "Daoan, do not go out. Follow Shuyá from the back." This group was unknown in their intentions, and given their overwhelming numbers, if they were indeed troublemakers, it would not be safe for Chen An, Han Shuyá, and the two children to remain here. "It's all right. They are here regarding the situation in Xishan," Chen An reassured. Nevertheless, his father, Chen Dakawei, was reluctant to lower the shovel and continued to position himself protectively in front of Chen An. Among the newcomers were the influential figures of the village, including Uncle Chi, who had been brought along, as well as several officials like Chen Xingquan. However, it was Wang Sheng and his faction who spoke first. "Chen An, you are aware of the village's predicament, are you not?" Bai Jiao's wife inquired. "Yes, but why have you come in such numbers?" Chen An responded. "Shouldn't you be confronting the Sifan company?" The crowd began to stir with excitement. "Chen An, you must get involved," they insisted. "After all, you are a part of Longmen village. You were aware of the issues long ago. You should have done everything in your power to prevent Uncle Chi and the others from signing." They argued. "You could have intervened, yet you chose to remain passive. Now that Xishan has been ravaged, you share in the responsibility." The voices of the crowd rose in unison, demanding Chen An's accountability. At this point, Chen Dakawei stepped forward, saying, "Now you consider him a member of Longmen village? When he sought to prevent the signing, how did you regard him then? Now that misfortune has befallen you, you lay the blame on Dun? You truly have no shame." Though Dakawei's words left them feeling humiliated, the ongoing excavation of Xishan by the Sifan company posed a loss far more significant than their pride. "Chen Dakawei, do you truly possess land on Xishan and simply watch it being excavated by others? Indeed, even if you disregard the community's well-being, surely you must care about your own interests? Furthermore, with Sifan company's actions, your own crops are sure to suffer as well." Upon hearing these words, Chen Dakawei chuckled. "As I do own land there, but I have already received the rent, and at this point, I am no longer concerned about that small plot of land or the money it brings." As he spoke, Chen An's figure behind him seemed to grow taller. Indeed, with a son like Chen An, why should he still be concerned about that little land on Xishan? As for the crops, Chen An had long declared that his father should cease farming altogether. Who would still care about such matters? Thus, Attempting to evoke empathy in Chen Dakwai with these arguments was utterly futile. Rent is merely the payment for leasing land, not the price of selling stones. These two valuations are fundamentally different. Indeed, Sifang Company is brazenly seizing our Shishan land, and we must demand an explanation. Chen An, you are the only one who has discerned the issues within the contract. Surely you possess a solution? Faced with the anxious crowd, however, Chen An shook his head. You hold me in too high regard. Sifang Company is a rogue entity. How could I possibly contend with them? If I had a way, why would I share it with you ungrateful lot? Leaning on his cane, Wang Sheng interjected. Chen An, will you truly stand by and do nothing? Upon seeing him, Chen An smiled. I have already aided you. I even went out of my way to prevent you from signing the contract, yet you insisted on your demise. What more could I do? The crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Chen An's grievances were entirely justified, but once he had vented his frustrations, it was time to lend assistance, was it not? Ultimately, Chen An replied, it seems I have forgotten who it was that said I wanted to manage this matter, yet you would not allow me to. I said it. Chen An, I was short-sighted. Do not hold that against me. One person stepped forward and declared, oh, so you insult me, humiliate me, and even coerce me into signing a guarantee, only to come back and tell me not to hold grudges? So this matter simply passes? In that case, I, Chen An, must indeed be a magnanimous person of great character. Today's weather is quite pleasant. Shuyá, let us take the children to the county for some fun. With that, Chen An turned to leave. Despair enveloped everyone. Wang Sheng's anger flared as he exclaimed, Chen An, if you refuse to lend a hand, we shall storm in and trample all your mushrooms to pieces. Chapter 68, Power Outage Action Immediately, Eighth Sister echoed, yes. If we cannot live well, you shall not enjoy peace either. Banana Leaf also stepped forward. Chen An, if you have a solution, please share it so we may avoid any unpleasantness. A threat? Chen An turned around, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized them. The door is open. There are many of you. Feel free to storm in and trample the mushrooms inside. I, Chen An, would not dare to hinder you. Do as you please. Consequently, Wang Sheng, who had been the most aggressive, now found himself paralyzed with fear. Eighth Sister and Banana Leaf were also left speechless, astonished that their threats had proven ineffective. Chen An was impervious to both coercion and persuasion. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted once more. Upon hearing the sound, every heart involuntarily jolted. That was their land. Chen An continued, with my skills, there is no place where I cannot cultivate mushrooms. Why must I remain here with you? Everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. It was not that Chen An had to be here to earn a living. Rather, it was your bravado that drove him away, leaving no one to lead the charge against the Sifang Company. That guarantee letter has been rendered void. Indeed, it was wrong of us to pressure you into signing it initially. We truly had no other recourse but to seek your assistance. Their attitude had noticeably improved. However, Chen An was not a saint. An apology did not guarantee forgiveness. Return now, and when I feel inclined, I shall consider your troubles then. The crowd was taken aback by Chen An's apparent pettiness. Could he truly hold a grudge for such a trivial matter for so long? At that moment, Uncle Chi spoke up. Is this how you approach Chen An when seeking his help? Chen An endured significant grievances at your hands, yet he never uttered a word of resentment. Now, when you approach him for assistance, you conveniently overlook his suffering. Who could bear such treatment? This revelation awakened everyone to the reality of the situation. They realized why Uncle Chi had refrained from leading the charge. They had long assumed that Chen An bore an obligation to assist them in thwarting the Sifang Company. They believed that by nullifying the guarantee letter and offering a conciliatory gesture, he would be eager to help. But had they considered how they would feel if the roles were reversed? Wang Sheng grew increasingly anxious, yet this time, he dared not resort to intimidation. He found himself in the direst of circumstances. The doctor had informed him that restoring his ability to walk would cost over 10,000 yuan. This was no trivial sum, and only the Sifang Company had the means to compensate such an amount. Thus, he understood that his true adversary was the Sifang Company, not Chen An. If he could not swiftly impede the Sifang Company and secure compensation, he would miss the optimal opportunity for treatment. The thought of returning home to find his wife faced with a crippled husband filled him with dread. She might never return. In light of his dismal situation, he resolved not to provoke Chen An further. Overwhelmed by his tragic plight, Wang Sheng could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, sorrow etched upon his face, and said, Chen An, I, Wang Sheng, kneel before you. I was in the wrong. I should never have treated you so poorly. I beseech you, please assist us. He had anticipated that his act of kneeling would compel Chen An to come to his aid, but Chen An remained unmoved, regarding him with cold indifference. Left with no choice, Wang Sheng forced himself to kneel, truly in need of Chen An's help. The sight left everyone astonished. No one had foreseen that Wang Sheng would kneel before Chen An. It was beyond their comprehension. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that had he not knelt, Chen An's fury would likely remain unquenched, and by the time he felt inclined to assist, it might be too late. Sister 8 understood that this was not the moment for mockery. If even the fierce Wang Sheng had knelt in submission, she could no longer maintain her facade. Having inflicted so much pain upon Chen An in the past, it was now time for her to atone. Chen An, I acknowledge my previous faults. It was unseemly of me to speak harshly upon our meetings. I assure you and everyone present that I shall never treat you in such a manner again. I realize that my request for your forgiveness may be unrealistic, yet I implore you, for the sake of our community, to lend us your assistance. Ba Jiao hesitated momentarily before stepping forward, admitting, I too have erred. My sharp tongue only knows how to insult, and I lack the words for an apology. Allow me to bow to you. The trio of Wang Sheng, who had emerged as the village's rebellious force following the disappearance of Wang Defa and his companions, now approached Chen An to offer their contrition as well. Naturally, these were the same individuals who had once ridiculed him openly. The couple, Chen Dakuai and his wife, also joined in their apologies. At that moment, Chen An had become the backbone of Longmen village. Should the Western Mountain continue to be developed, the villagers would truly find it unbearable, both physically and psychologically, feeling as though they had suffered grievously. The stone-selling enterprise had promised greater profits, yet they had been deceived by the Sifan company, which offered a paltry sum. Who could bear such a betrayal? Uncle Chi stepped forward and said, Chen An, I acknowledge my previous misdeeds and extend my sincerest apologies. I hope for your forgiveness, as we genuinely need your assistance. Otherwise, Longmen village is doomed. With so many individuals simultaneously offering their apologies, Chen An's anger began to dissipate. Nevertheless, he responded, Wang Sheng, Ba Sa, Ba Jiao, and you lot. I cannot accept your apologies. I shall never forget how you treated me in the past. Whether I choose to retaliate depends solely on my mood. Should you wish to continue opposing me, to undermine me in secret, or to hurl insults my way, feel free. I possess the means to counter you, though I am simply disinclined to act. No, Wang Sheng and the others hastily retorted. After enduring so much, they understood that Chen An's lack of retaliation was not due to weakness, but rather a strategic choice to focus on amassing wealth. Should he decide to take action against anyone, they would find themselves utterly defenseless. Wang Defa was a prime example of this. Chen An addressed Uncle Chi, stating, I shall confide this method solely to you. Should any trouble arise, it will be no concern of mine, and I shall bear no responsibility. Uncle Chi stepped out from the crowd and followed Chen An to a nearby location. Moments later, Uncle Chi returned, visibly rejuvenated. Clearly, he had received a reliable answer. What did Chen An say? Someone inquired. He said nothing, Uncle Chi replied, but I now know what must be done to prevent further development of the Western Mountain. Everyone must cooperate. Failure to do so will not only jeopardize our village, but Chen An will also not spare you. Do you understand? Understood. We shall not betray. The crowd nodded in agreement. Very well, let us reconvene at the village committee. Thus, the following morning, when the machinery that should have operated punctually failed to function due to a power outage, and the critical route for transporting stones experienced a severe landslide, rendering it impassable for heavy vehicles, it became evident that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 69. The efficacy of the method. The Sifan company swiftly responded. They promptly dispatched another engineering team to commence road construction. However, the villagers of Longmen were resolute in their opposition. Uncle Chi approached them and inquired, What is your purpose here? The team leader chuckled, Fellow villagers, we are here to repair your roads free of charge. Uncle Chi waved his hand dismissively. No repairs. No repairs. We do not require your assistance. This is a noble endeavor on your part, but once the road is fixed, it will only serve to complicate our travels. Please leave. As more villagers gathered, each brandishing a hoe or a shovel, it became evident that their presence was more than mere observation. One does not wield weapons merely to spectate. The engineering team, sensing the growing tension, hastily retreated to their vehicles. The leader returned to the mountain. intending to inform Manager Jiao at the office and dispatch capable personnel to handle the situation. However, after numerous attempts, he found himself unable to connect the call. A technician arrived to investigate and reported the telephone lines have been severed. The leader was taken aback. Such a series of unfortunate events was clearly orchestrated. At that moment, others rushed in, exclaiming, "The tap water is foul." The water tank had been contaminated with excrement, resembling a grotesque stew. Upon hearing this, the others recalled the rancid taste in their morning water and breakfast, which they had mistakenly attributed to the mountain's minerals, believing it to be a natural occurrence. They had inadvertently consumed sewage. The reaction was visceral. Many doubled over in retching, while those who could not vomit resorted to gagging themselves in a desperate attempt to expel the foulness. The blow was more devastating than food poisoning. After a moment, the leader, pale and shaken, remarked, "You truly have outdone yourselves. You've turned a cesspool into a culinary nightmare. We must inform the company. It is undoubtedly the work of these unruly villagers. They are mounting a counterattack. This tactic is utterly sinister. They must have received counsel from a cunning strategist." The engineering team was plunged into a state of panic, realizing that if fatalities were to occur here, they would be at a loss regarding how to resolve the matter. They had no desire to meet their demise in this place. Thus, taking advantage of the daylight, they hastily departed, and the villagers of Longmen did not impede their exit. By afternoon, upon receiving word, Jiao Leshan arrived with the police and the engineering team. Upon reaching the site, he began directing the team to resume road construction. As if it were his own home, the villagers had already stationed guards to monitor the area day and night. Uncle Chi soon appeared, asserting, "Manager Jiao, we do not wish to proceed with the repairs. You should return." Jiao Leshan, aware of their schemes, feigned ignorance, stating, "Whether or not you wish to continue is not for you to decide. I have brought the police. Anyone who dares to obstruct the progress of the project will be arrested." Ordinary villagers might have quailed at such a proclamation, feeling intimidated by the police presence. However, Uncle Chi and the other leaders had spoken with Chen An and understood that the road repairs had no connection to the development of Xishan, as this territory did not fall within its jurisdiction. The landslide area was part of Longmen Village's own roads, and the villagers rightfully held the authority to determine whether to repair it or not. Uncle Chi approached, his posture significantly straighter, as if he had regained a decade of youth. He raised his hand, signaling the villagers behind him, "Form up." Instantly, a dozen villagers surged forward, surrounding the engineering team, with more villagers armed with hoes and shovels rushing to the scene, seemingly prepared for a fierce confrontation. The police could not arbitrarily arrest individuals. Uncle Chi leisurely puffed on his pipe, declaring, "This road belongs to our village. If we wish to repair it, we shall. If we choose not to, no one shall lay a hand on it." His words resonated with an unyielding conviction. Jiao Leshan turned to the officer, saying, "Uncle Officer, did you see that? These unruly villagers ought to be arrested." One of the officers, presumably the captain, approached and stated, "Fellow villagers, this is a necessary route for the West Mountain development. Your obstruction of the engineering team is against the law. If you continue to hinder their work, we will have no choice but to arrest you." Uncle Chi waved dismissively. "That has nothing to do with us. This road is ours and lies outside the scope of the West Mountain development. No one but Longmen Village has the right to work here. The captain's duty was to ensure the project proceeded on schedule. Anyone who obstructed it would be apprehended." "The reasoning? We can discuss that later after taking you in." "Cuff them." A dozen officers rushed forward, aiming to arrest individuals, attempting to instill fear among the other villagers as a warning. However, under Uncle Chi's command, the villagers quickly surged forward, blocking the officers from making any arrests. Thus, the officers appeared increasingly outnumbered. Uncle Chi proclaimed, "We abide by the law. There must be just cause for an arrest. If you can articulate that, I shall willingly accompany you. Can you?" The captain was momentarily taken aback. In previous villages, regardless of right or wrong, the villagers had always cowered before him. Here, however, this group dared to invoke the law. Had they been fewer in number, he might not have felt compelled to explain, but with hundreds present, he could not act forcefully. You are simply unreasonable." The captain pointed at Uncle Chi, yet he dared not issue further arrest orders. Even the police were at a loss against them, leaving Jiao Leshan seething with anger. "You unruly villagers. Jiao, mind your language." Suddenly, someone struck Jiao Leshan from behind with a shovel handle, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Regaining his composure, he turned to find a dozen individuals wielding hoes and shovels. Terrified, he instinctively recoiled, realizing the blow had been in vain. Now was not the time for bravado. Those who read the situation wisely are true heroes. Fine. You think you're invincible just because you believe we are outnumbered? Just wait. With that, Jiao Leshan jumped into his vehicle, and soon the engineering team and police departed. As they watched the retreating figures, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They had boldly confronted the officers, relying on Uncle Chi's assertion that the law does not penalize the many. Yet, they were apprehensive. If they were taken away, it would spell disaster. To their astonishment, they had successfully detained them, and the police truly left. This strategy was indeed effective. It was Chen An's ingenuity that had inspired such a brilliant plan. Longmen Village was saved. The villagers grew increasingly exhilarated. On the surface, it appeared that Uncle Chi was leading the charge, and Chen An remained silent. Yet everyone understood that they were executing the tasks assigned by Chen An to counter the Sifan company. Remarkably, this approach was entirely legal, simple, and effective, although seemingly straightforward. It was evident to all that had it not been for Chen An's ingenious suggestion, none would have conceived the notion of transforming Shishan into a pit, effectively halting the construction team while eluding any legal repercussions. Furthermore, it allowed for continued negotiations with Sifan Company. This strategy was nothing short of brilliant. If they persevered a little longer, Sifan Company would be unable to maintain its position. They would either abandon the excavation of Shishan or come to the table to negotiate terms. Regardless, the initiative to secure their interests lay firmly in their hands. Chapter 70. Chun Shaojing. The agreed-upon month had elapsed. Li Yuanliang arrived at the mine site, driving a small truck. How much? He inquired. 270 pounds of fresh mushrooms and 200 pounds of dried ones, Chen An replied. Following this, Dachuan and Chun Dikue began weighing the mushrooms, and after peeling, the weight confirmed Chen An's claims. Upon seeing such an abundance of mushrooms, both fresh and dried, Li Yuanliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Will there be this much every day? He asked. What do you think? Chen An retorted, gesturing to the surroundings where numerous mushrooms were spread on bamboo mats drying. These are semi-dried. They need a few more days of sun. Some are already fully dried, which I have set aside to ensure we gather 200 pounds for you tomorrow or the day after. Promises must be kept, as this quantity was meant to gradually penetrate the market, necessitating a stable supply. Witnessing this bounty, Li Yuanliang felt exhilarated, realizing his gamble had paid off. Although Chen An was his supplier, the ability to navigate the market and master the technique of cultivating mushrooms would undoubtedly lead to greater achievements than his own. Yet, a concern crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, what about on cloudy days? Chen An smiled slightly, saying, allow me to show you my secret weapon. With that, he led Li Yuanliang to a separate small building adjacent to the A3 factory. This modest structure, approximately 50 square meters and 2 stories high, had been rented together with the A3 facility. Chen An had modified the space, transforming it into a drawer-style steamer with the bottom level designated for heating. However, it was not yet operational, as they needed to wait for the cement to dry. Regardless of whether it is cloudy or rainy, we can still dry our mushrooms. Thanks to this setup, Chen An explained. With a fire burning below, the heat ascends through these partitioned layers, allowing us to control the time and temperature to dry the mushrooms within 1 to 2 days. As for the methods of regulating temperature and humidity, that remained the crux of the technique. Chen An had his own ways, which he would not divulge to Li Yuanliang. Seeing this building and listening to Chen An's explanation, Li Yuanliang felt as though he had opened his eyes to a new world, exclaiming in awe, this is incredibly high-tech. How did you even think of such a method? Impressive. This is nothing, just some simple techniques, Chen An chuckled. The large-scale artificial cultivation of mushrooms remains in the research and development phase, and no one has yet contemplated methods for expediting the drying process. Hence, to Li Yuanliang, this seems both wondrous and novel. In truth, such techniques in the 21st century are quite rudimentary. Many processing plants utilize machines for drying, capable of extracting moisture from mushrooms within mere hours. However, the method of using fire appears remarkably advanced at this juncture. Relying on sunlight for drying would require at least 3 days to achieve the requisite dryness, and prolonged periods of insufficient sunlight could extend this duration even further. In the event of continuous rainy weather, not only would the mushrooms fail to dry, but even those that were previously dried could succumb to mold due to the humidity in the air. Yet, The steaming method employed in this facility alleviates any concerns regarding these issues. Li Yuanliang's admiration for Chen An deepened, despite his youth. Chen's ideas surpassed those of many seasoned professionals. He himself had never conceived of such a solution. Subsequently, Chen An guided Li Yuanliang through the factory, revealing rooms teeming with mushrooms, a testament to the immense scale achieved. This indicated that Chen An's self-taught methods of artificial mushroom cultivation were indeed viable. At this time of year, the growth of wild mushrooms in nature had begun to dwindle. In previous years, foraging for dried mushrooms in the countryside had become increasingly rare, leaving Li Yuanliang to gaze longingly at the soaring prices in the big cities, unable to procure sufficient stock and feeling quite anxious. However, with Chen An's innovations, the cultivation of mushrooms had transcended seasonal limitations. When demand surged externally, they could supply continuously, making it nearly impossible not to prosper. After finalizing the calculations, Li Yuanliang handed money to Chen An, saying, "Oh, by the way, it won't be me collecting the goods next time, but a driver. If there is anything urgent, you can relay the message through the driver or call me directly. Rest assured, payments will be settled daily without delay." Trust had been established, eliminating the need for Li Yuanliang to make daily visits. He had to focus on expanding the market to sell mushrooms to more places. After loading the mushrooms for transport, he returned home. After a month of diligent effort, a new income emerged, bringing joy to all. Chen An specifically summoned Chen and Chen Shaojiang to count the money. He knew Li Yuanliang would not shortchange him, but he wanted Chen and Chen Shaojiang to experience the thrill of handling money. Their most delightful task was counting the cash. After finishing, Chen An distributed 50 yuan to each, stating, "This is your share for the past month's efforts. I promise to help you earn big money, and I will never deceive you. Both of you have worked diligently and actively. You will each receive a monthly salary of 50 yuan, which is now higher than that of many workers." They each accepted a substantial handful of coins. Chen felt indifferent, as he had previously earned similar amounts, so the increase to 50 yuan did not particularly excite him. In contrast, Chen Shaojiang was overwhelmed. This was the first time in his life he had received such a sum, something he had never even dared to dream of before. His parents, after a year of hard work, would struggle to save this much money. Now, I have earned this amount in just a month. I can finally make substantial money, surpassing not only my parents, but also the other villagers. Of course, Chen An is even more remarkable. Without him, I would not be who I am today. Mother, looking at this money, Chen Shaojing was overwhelmed with emotion and began to weep. Why are you crying? Dun hasn't bullied you. Chen nudged him playfully. Wah. Chen Shaojing could only cry. Chen An chuckled, patting his head and saying, "In less than 6 months, you will have saved enough for your education. Perhaps even enough to complete your university studies. When spring arrives next year, you can return to school, and if the funds fall short, I will cover the difference." At that time, the tuition fees for middle and high school were merely 8 yuan per semester. Chen Shaojing was intelligent and had always excelled academically. But due to his family's circumstances, he had no choice but to drop out and stay at home. Now that he had money, earning 50 yuan a month, returning to school next spring was more than feasible. The decision to choose Chen Shaojing was one that Chen An had contemplated deeply. In a past life, Chen Shaojing had worked hard to become a police officer, known for his strong sense of justice. At the age of 30, Chen An had approached him to learn that he actually preferred to become a lawyer, but regrettably, that opportunity had slipped away. Now, his tears were also a reflection of the sorrow from having to abandon his studies due to financial constraints. Chen An felt that he could now help him fulfill this aspiration. Moreover, in the future, a formidable legal team would be essential for his business endeavors. Chen Shaojing lifted his head, his face streaked with tears, and asked, "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" Chen An replied, "Work hard, and next year, I will use my connections to help you return to school." Chen Shaojing clenched the money tightly and nodded vigorously. Chapter 71. Returning to the countryside after a month of development, the mushroom factory no longer required much maintenance. Therefore, Chen An granted Chen and Chen Shaojing the afternoon off, allowing them to take the money home to share the joy with their families. The two exited the mine and passed by a small restaurant at the Lianghua intersection, noticing a crowd gathered there. Besides Chen Guiyuan and a few others watching for potential attacks from the Sifan Company, there was another group present. This group was dressed in white shirts and gray or black trousers, with polished shoes adorning their feet. They exuded an air of confidence, comprising both men and women. Several cars were parked beside the restaurant, presumably belonging to them. Given the bustling business of the small eatery, it was not surprising to see so many patrons. Spotting his father, Chen Shaojing joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Dad, Dun has given us our wages. We have money now?" As he spoke, he brandished a handful of cash and ran toward him. His voice immediately attracted the attention of others. Chen Guiyuan was slightly taken aback. Judging by the amount in his son's hands, it was quite substantial. As expected, when his son approached and displayed the money before him, Chen Guiyuan was utterly astonished. "So much?" "Yes, 50 yuan. Count it." Chen Guiyuan could hardly believe his eyes. He had never seen such a sum at once. And though he felt a surge of excitement, he began to count, realizing this was money earned by his 14-year-old son. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers as they observed Chen Guiyuan meticulously arranging a stack of 50 yuan. "Good fellow, could this money possibly be stolen by your son?" inquired a man clad in a white shirt. "This child is far too young to have earned such an amount," another chimed in. "Indeed, young one, stealing is quite improper. You ought to return it at once, lest you find yourself in trouble," echoed several others in white shirts. This region, characterized by its harsh terrain and unrefined populace, was devoid of genuine opportunities for wealth, let alone for a 10-year-old child. "I did not steal it. I earned this money working for Brotherin," Chen Shaojiang declared with pride. It was at this moment that he recognized one among the crowd. Could it be Wang Defa's cousin? Pointing accusatorily, Chen Shaojiang exclaimed, "You are all in league with him. You are the villains here." The declaration momentarily stunned the crowd. Su Zhengqing, visibly irate, questioned the child's outlandish claims, prompting others to consider imparting some wisdom to the unruly boy. Yet, at that instant, Ji Yongkong interjected, "Child, we are not villains. What grade are you in?" A month prior, Ji Yongkong had been inspired by Chen An and had returned to meticulously devise a plan, leading to discussions on feasibility before embarking on a field study of various villages. Today, they fortuitously arrived at Longmen village. With Ji Yongkong's kind demeanor easing his apprehension, Chen Shaojiang replied, "I graduated from elementary school. I no longer attend." "Why is that?" Ji Yongkong probed. "Isn't it obvious? Education requires money, and I have none." "But how then did you acquire this money?" "I earned it working for Brother Chen," and Chen Shaojiang recalled the nefarious individual who had accused Brother Chen of unscrupulous dealings, promptly defending Brother Chen and conducts legitimate business. "Just moments ago, Boss Li came to collect mushrooms, and Brother Chen paid us. I earned 50 yuan for a month's work, and by next spring, I shall return to school." Did Chen earn some too? At this juncture, Chen approached. Ji Yongkong turned to him. "Fellow villager, do you also work for Chen? Who are you?" Chen inquired. "I am a county official, Ji Yongkong. Here to conduct an inspection," he introduced himself. Following this, Chen Guiyuan added, "Chen, just speak the truth." Chen nodded and continued, "I cultivate mushrooms for Chen. He also just paid me 50. If you are truly good leaders, you ought to dismiss this man." He pointed at Su Zhengqing. The latter, his expression tinged with anger, glared at Chen but refrained from retorting. Meanwhile, the other officials found the situation somewhat absurd. "What are you growing? Can mushrooms even be cultivated? Even if they can one truly earn such sums?" They mused. "Indeed, paying workers 50 yuan alone exceeds my monthly earnings. Surely," they concluded, this was a contrived performance, orchestrated in anticipation of their visit. In rural areas, if one could make 50 yuan in a month, I would gladly consume cow dung as bread. The officials babbled amongst themselves, clearly skeptical of the child's and the simpleton's assertions. Were they, as officials, unaware of rural realities? Earning 400 to 500 a year was already a considerable feat. The notion of receiving 50 yuan in a month was patently ludicrous. However, Su Zhengqing was suddenly taken aback. Others may be unaware of the situation, but he is acutely aware. Has Chen truly cultivated mushrooms himself? The process of nurturing fungal spores undoubtedly requires considerable expertise. How did he acquire such knowledge? Apart from Su Zhengqing, Ji Yongkong is also cognizant of the feasibility of this venture. Were it not for their previous drinking session, it would indeed be difficult to believe that Chen possesses such capability. What is even more astonishing is that even the workers he employs can earn a monthly wage of 50. How much must he be making each month? The scale of cultivation must be substantial, indeed. Ji Yongkong inquired, "Where is Chen in growing the mushrooms?" Chen Guiyuan gestured towards the factory. "Right here in this mine factory." "Thank you, fellow villager." Ji Yongkong stood and addressed his companions in white shirts. Let us go and take a look. The others rose to follow suit. However, Su Zhengqing remarked, this place is too remote. There is likely nothing of interest. Chen An tends to his own affairs, thriving in solitude. If these officials were to visit, the nature of the situation would undoubtedly change, potentially leading to increased support for him. During this countryside visit, Ji Yongkong had specifically requested representatives from multiple relevant departments. Su Zhengqing did not wish for them to witness Chen An's undertakings. Yet, when Ji Yongkong glanced back at him, Su Zhengqing felt a shiver run down his spine and refrained from further comment. They boarded the vehicle heading towards the mine factory, and upon entering through the main gate, they observed numerous mushrooms displayed on racks by the roadside. The workers inside, alerted by the sound of the approaching vehicle, rushed out to assess the situation. The car halted before Chen An and his team, and Ji Yongkong greeted him. Brother Chen, I hope you are well. Ah, it's Manager Ji. Welcome, welcome. Chen An was taken aback, not expecting Ji Yongkong to bring so many people along. Liang Guifan and Han Shuyá immediately recognized the group as officials from higher up and hastily prepared water for tea to offer them a warm reception. Ji Yongkong continued. Today we are conducting an inspection in the countryside and heard that you are engaged in artificial mushroom cultivation. Everyone is quite curious, so we came to see. May we have the honor of viewing your labor's fruits? Upon noticing Su Zhengqing among them, Chen An realized these individuals must belong to various departments. It seems Ji Yongkong intends to initiate procedures, gathering these many departments to familiarize them with the situation, facilitating a green channel for the farmers. Chapter 72. Abandoning tax exemptions. Only for Shishan Manager Ji, your words flatter me. It is indeed my honor that you are here. Please, feel free to look around. Chen An promptly led them into the factory. Upon entering, the officials were truly astonished. How is this possible? This mere mass can actually yield mushrooms? Surely, this cannot be a hoax. One of them reached out to pluck a mushroom, breaking it apart, and it was evidently genuine. The others gasped in disbelief. Su Zhengqing, witnessing the scene, was left speechless. While he had previously heard of Chen An's mushroom cultivation plans, he had doubted their success. Now, witnessing the reality before him, he could not deny the truth. Moreover, the mushrooms were plump and robust, even denser than those found in the mountains. With so many rooms in this workshop, all filled with mushrooms and harvested daily, one could only wonder how much Chen An must be earning. The other officials were rendered speechless. In their view, cultivating mushrooms artificially was an impossibility. Yet Chen An not only accomplished it, but also profited from it. If this technology could be disseminated, it would undoubtedly lead to the prosperity of farmers. After surveying the scene, the officials expressed their astonishment. At that moment, Uncle Qi, Chen Xingquan, and several other officials, along with some villagers, arrived upon hearing the news. After all, county officials visiting the countryside warranted the presence of village leaders. Chen An graciously offered them tea. And Ji Yongkong inquired, is it possible to harvest daily? 365 days a year without pause. Surely, that is implausible? Are we to believe we are back in the Great Leap Forward? Do you understand the consequences of deceiving us? Upon hearing this, the officials felt that Chen An had exaggerated. Even the hens in the production team could not guarantee daily egg laying. However, Chen An had no desire to clarify. They could think what they wished. After a while, another official asked, where did you learn this technique? Can it be promoted? What was the investment? They had already forgotten the ridicule they had shown earlier at the roadside restaurant. I developed it myself, Chen An replied with a smile, offering no further details. The technique was not particularly challenging, but for those unacquainted with it, it would be nearly impossible to conceive. At that moment, Chen An had no intention of sharing this technology, as he had not yet earned enough. Ji Yongkong seemed to sense Chen An's thoughts and halted further inquiries. After their last meeting, Ji Yongkong had contemplated Chen An's mushroom cultivation. Initially, he believed it might falter for various reasons, yet it appeared Chen An was doing remarkably well. Since this avenue proved viable, why expend effort running around? Thus, Ji Yongkong stated, Brother Chen An, I will speak plainly. We wish to support an economic crop and establish a brand for wild mountains. Among the options is mushrooms. Observing your success has truly opened our eyes, and since you possess the technology to produce daily, I propose a deal. I can exempt you from 70 of agricultural taxes, but you must disclose this technology within a specified time frame. What do you think? The other officials were astounded. A 70 tax exemption was a bold proposition. Ji Yongkong truly dared to make such a commitment, unafraid of the repercussions that might arise from above, risking not only his position but potentially imprisonment as well. In truth, the tax exemption was not of paramount importance to Chen An. Instead, a daring idea struck him. I do not require a tax exemption. In 6 months, I can share this technology, but I have a condition. Please proceed. The western mountain of Longmen Village was fraudulently taken by Sifong Company under contract. Yet they do not intend to develop a scenic area, but rather to excavate and sell the mountain stones. I simply wish for Sifong Company to terminate their contract with Longmen Village, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chi and the other villagers looked at Chen An in astonishment. They were taken aback that he would forego the tax exemption to advocate for the villagers' interests. Such selflessness was truly moving. Chen An's actions were fundamentally motivated by a desire to repay the favor from a month prior when they assisted in thwarting Wang Defa and his gang from stealing mushrooms. Had they not intervened, the mushrooms would have been taken, and he would not have achieved the current scale of success so swiftly. The roadblock and covert sabotage were merely delaying tactics. The contract remained intact, and Shuyá was still under the purview of the Sifong Company, leaving the villagers in a state of unrest. Ji Yongkong was taken aback by Chen An's request, displaying a look of consternation. It was not that he was unwilling to help. Rather, it was outside his jurisdiction. At most, he could mention it casually during a meeting, but the impact would be negligible. Chen An was aware that this matter did not fall under Ji Yongkong's responsibilities. It was merely a matter of Ji's inability to consolidate resources effectively. Thus, he remarked, I understand this is not within your domain, yet I am confident you possess the capability to address it. As you may have observed, the crops along both sides of the road are blanketed in a thick layer of white ash, a direct consequence of the Sifong Company's development in Shuyá. This has severely compromised our village's grain yield. Should they continue their operations during the rainy season, the rain will wash this ash into the fields, resulting not only in a diminished harvest for the current season, but also adversely affecting future yields due to the contamination of the soil with this stone dust, which could even lead to river pollution. This is not an exaggeration. The plight of Longmen Village from a previous life serves as a stark reminder. In these times, many are unable to afford fertilizers, and the seeds available are of poor quality, leading to already meager harvests. If the soil becomes tainted with stone dust, production could be halved. Furthermore, this constitutes contractual fraud. With Ji Yongkong standing, he could easily bring this to the attention of the higher-ups, advocating for the designation of Longmen Village as a protected area, thereby alleviating the village's crisis. Chen An merely highlighted the potential issues without being overly explicit, lest Ji Yongkong misinterpret it as an attempt to instruct him. I will take this back to consider, Ji Yongkong replied. With the inspection concluded, there was no need for further delays. The officials hastily boarded their vehicles and departed. Once outside, Ji Yongkong glanced back towards Shuyá, where amidst the lush greenery, the stark white of the damaged mountain appeared glaringly discordant. However, he preferred to distance himself from the matter, as it was too convoluted and could potentially jeopardize his own position. Contrarily, Su Zhengqing held a different perspective. Ji Yongkong held a significant position. If he classified Longmen Village as an agricultural demonstration base, it would subsequently be recognized as a protected area. Moreover, the Sifong Company was already embroiled in contractual deception. If the villagers raised a ruckus, the higher authorities might indeed acquiesce to their demands. Upon returning to the county, Su Zhengqing instructed the driver to head directly to the Sifong Company's office in Yesan. This office was registered under Su Zhengqing's name, so he was well aware of its location. Su Zhengqing believed this could serve as an effective strategy to counter Chen An. At Sifong Company, Zhao Leshan was in a foul mood, furious about the morning's setbacks, berating his subordinates as a bunch of incompetents. Su Zhengqing entered, and Zhao Leshan, seeing him, quickly donned a smile. Mr. Su, welcome, welcome. What brings you here? You could have just called. There was no need for your personal visit. Su Zhengqing stated, I have come to inform you that all the resistance you encountered in Longmen Village stems from a person named Chen An. Chapter 73, The King of Fruits and Vegetables. Zhao Xiangrui. Over the past few days, Su Zhengqing had heard numerous accounts regarding the happenings in Longmen Village. A month prior, his wife had suffered humiliation at a clothing store, where she was brought to her knees by Chen An, a tale that had spread throughout his workplace. This incident had brought great shame to Su Zhengqing, leading him to scold his wife for her lack of discernment, while simultaneously deepening his animosity towards Chen An. With my significant position, to be so publicly shamed by a petty rogue is intolerable. I have been harboring this resentment, and if I do not make him face consequences, I might as well abandon my career in the mountains. Today, accompanying Ji Yongkang to the countryside was a trip Su Jingqing had deliberately requested, seizing the opportunity to glean insights about Longmen village. Although Chen An's presence seemed absent, the air was thick with his foul scent. Even if he were not present, Su Jingqing could utilize the resources of Sifang Company to eliminate Chen An. Upon hearing this, Zhao Leshen's expression turned serious. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? He had heard of Su Jingqing's connections in Longmen village and found it puzzling that he would not side with them. Su Jingqing replied, You must have heard of my wife's suffering. At this, Zhao Leshan chuckled. The incident of Cheng Jing kneeling in the clothing store might be unknown to many. Yet within certain circles, it had long been the subject of gossip. Zhao Leshan, intent on building connections through a dinner invitation, had pieced together the story over time. Su Jingqing's eyes glinted with determination as he declared, The instigator is none other than Chen An. While some matters were too delicate to articulate plainly, Zhao Leshan understood that Su Jingqing desired to use him to rid himself of this nuisance. Given that Zhao Leshan's relationship with Longmen village had soured, he could seize this opportunity to return the favor, achieving dual objectives. Oh, I see. Zhao Leshan queried further, What is Chen An's background? He had always found the affairs in Longmen village suspicious. It seemed implausible that such underhanded tactics could arise from mere country folk. To his surprise, he learned that there indeed existed a mastermind behind it all. Su Jingqing explained, He is from Longmen village, and it seems he has been influenced by something. This fellow is quite cunning, so do exercise caution in dealing with him. Zhao Leshan scoffed, Is he not just a country bumpkin? Eliminating him will be easier than squashing a cockroach. Once we ascertain who is pulling the strings behind the scenes and remove them, Longmen village will be left leaderless. For a company engaged in significant projects, making one person disappear is hardly a challenge. Chen An may be capable, but he is not invincible. After elaborating on Chen An's situation, Su Jingqing took his leave. Zhao Leshan promptly dashed out, leaping into his vehicle and hastily making his way to Longmen village. By the time he arrived at the mining site, it was evening, and Chen An and his family were seated at dinner when they noticed the lights flickering outside. Chen An was taken aback by Zhao Leshan's swift arrival. It was clear someone had tipped him off. Hee, are you enjoying your meal, fellow villager? Zhao Leshan sauntered in as if entering his own home, boldly pulling out a chair and sitting with a flourish, revealing the gold chain around his neck and the lavish watch on his wrist, tilting his head to regard Chen An. His demeanor exuded a certain brotherly quality. He continued, Brother Chen An, there may be some misunderstandings between us. Do not be alarmed. I have come to resolve these misunderstandings. With that, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table in front of Chen An, declaring, Let us foster harmony and prosperity. Our waters shall not cross. Although the stack appeared substantial, it was merely comprised of 10 yuan notes, totaling a mere 500 yuan. However, Zhao Leshan believed that such an amount was excessive for buying off someone like Chen An. In his view, favors and connections typically cost only a couple of hundred. Individuals like Su Jingqing would gladly rush to assist for such sums. Hence, the arrogance in Zhao Leshan's gaze intensified as he looked at Chen An. Receiving the money meant becoming a mere dog at his feet. Henceforth, Chen An would be compelled to bite whoever Zhao commanded. Chen An pushed the money, still tainted by the remnants of chicken feet he had just consumed, back towards Zhao Leshan, asserting, The affairs of Xishan have no bearing on me. Zhao Leshan was taken aback, then coldly retorted, Do you find this amount insufficient? Do you have any idea how long your parents would toil to earn such a sum? 10 years, and how many tens of years do they have left? You have mistaken your man, Chen An replied resolutely. With a derisive laugh, Zhao Leshan's demeanor shifted to one of chilling menace. It seems you are determined to oppose me. His gaze then fell upon Han Shuyá, who was tending to their 2 children, as he stroked his chin with a dreamy look in his eyes. Your wife is truly beautiful. I wonder how many men like me are drawn to her. With that, he reclaimed his money and rose to leave. Chen An did not attempt to stop him. His expression remained remarkably placid. He understood Zhao Leshan's intentions and knew he would act on his threats. The conflict between the Sifang Company and Longmen village had now engulfed him. This was an inevitable development. If he were afraid, he would not have involved himself from the start. His previous life of immense wealth was not attained through mere luck, but forged through perilous struggles. He had encountered individuals far more ruthless than Zhao Leshan. Moreover, The constraints he faced now were far less than those he would encounter 30 years hence, allowing Chen An to act with greater freedom. The following afternoon, Ji Yongkang called Chen An to visit the supply and marketing cooperative in the county. Chen An anticipated a resolution regarding the Shishan matters, filled with hope as he arrived in the county town. However, Ji Yongkang merely intended to introduce him to a stranger. Entering the private room, after some pleasantries, Ji Yongkang said, "Allow me to introduce you to our local produce tycoon, Zhao Xiangrui. He owns the fresh produce wholesale market and possesses numerous resources. Let us dine and converse." As Chen An shook hands with Zhao, he began to grasp Ji Yongkang's intentions. Yet, as an office official, why was Ji acting as an intermediary? He evidently held Chen An in high regard. Ji Yongkang continued, "Boss Zhao specializes in wholesale seasonal vegetables and fruits in the Pearl River Delta, boasting a dedicated fleet and established connections in that market. Upon learning that you can cultivate mushrooms out of season, he sought me out to explore potential collaboration." Zhao Xiangrui chuckled, appearing somewhat rakish at over 40. Leaning back in his chair, he adopted the air of a gang leader, stating, "Brother Chen An, I require a larger quantity than Li Yuanliang. Can we negotiate the price for your goods? How much do you require?" Chen An harbored no fondness for Zhao Xiangrui, yet with business opportunities presenting themselves, he could hardly afford to decline. Moreover, if rapid returns and capital consolidation were achievable, Chen An was willing to slightly reduce his profit margins, embracing the philosophy of lower profits with higher sales. Now that the mushrooms had reached maturity, he had intended to explore other markets. Zhao Xiangrui raised a finger and declared with great enthusiasm, 1,000 jin of fresh produce and 1,000 jin of dried as well. Both items were currently in high demand, especially with the vigorous development in the Pearl River Delta, attracting migrant workers from all corners of the nation. A daily quota of 1,000 jin was a rather conservative estimate, yet Zhao Xiangrui was concerned that Chen An might not be able to meet the production needs. Thus, he continued, "What I am speaking of is the daily requirement. Chen An, given the scale of your modest workshop, you may struggle to fulfill my demands. How about this? I will pay you a wage, which you can determine, primarily to boost your production capacity and meet my supply needs." Chapter 74. Greed. Zhao Xiangrui's cunning was evident. Even if given another decade, he could not outwit Chen An, who had lived 2 lifetimes. Such a person was exceedingly treacherous, with insatiable appetites, seeking to consume him even before the collaboration commenced. Chen An replied, "I can provide the quantity you require, but it will take 2 weeks. And we must sign a contract now, no credit allowed." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Xiangrui laughed. "I fear you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me." "What do you mean?" Chen An furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Ji Yongkang interjected, "Chen An, I mentioned your situation in Longmen village to the leadership this morning, only to receive a scolding. They chastised me for not managing my own affairs properly and advised me to refrain from meddling in yours. Therefore, I fear I cannot assist you with what you discussed yesterday. Thus, introducing you to Zhao Xiangrui to explore new markets serves as compensation." Though unspoken, Chen An understood the implication. It was somewhat excessive to involve him in matters beyond his responsibilities, and Ji Yongkang could have simply chosen not to mention it to the higher-ups. Chen An did not dare to expect anything further. He wished to express his gratitude, but Ji Yongkang raised a hand to stop him, saying, "This matter is rather complex. Opposing Sifang Company would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. It would yield no favorable outcome. My advice is to abandon the endeavor." Before Chen An could respond, Zhao Xiangrui interjected, "To speak frankly, I wouldn't dare provoke Sifang Company either. You must understand your own weight in this matter. However, I believe that if you go at it alone, Sifang Company will not let you off lightly. Instead, consider joining me as a consultant. I do not dare to provoke Jiao Leshan, and he would not dare to come after me. You can continue cultivating mushrooms, and I will cover the premises and labor costs. Maintaining the same price, I shall not shortchange you." Yesterday, Chen An had broached this topic in front of several officials. Many were likely aware that the halt in operations at Sifang Company was due to his own machinations. Ji Yongkang continued, "Moreover, I will still honor the tax rate reduction I promised you." Thus, the ultimate aim was to ensure Chen An's association with Zhao Xiangrui. This arrangement would not only safeguard Chen An but also facilitate the rapid dissemination of his techniques. While Ji Yongkang may have had good intentions, he clearly underestimated Chen An. Turning to Zhao Xiangrui, Chen An remarked coolly, "If I align with you, does that mean Jiao Leshan will refrain from troubling me?" "Humph. As long as I protect you." Even if Jiao were granted tenfold audacity, he would not dare lay a finger on you. Zhao Xiangrui scoffed disdainfully. For his connections in the wild mountains were forged through wealth, while I possessed genuine familial ties in higher places. No one in their right mind would betray their own for the sake of outsiders. Suffice it to say, Zhao Leshan will undoubtedly honor my standing. In this day and age, those who thrive in business often have some affiliation or connection to the upper echelons. It is no wonder that someone of Ji Yongkang's stature would take the initiative to orchestrate this gathering. Zhao Xiangrui turned to Chen An and remarked, I understand your discontent. You may even believe yourself to be more formidable than Jiao. However, I must caution you against hubris. Just because you've earned a modest sum does not elevate your status. You are merely a common farmer from Longmen Village, possessing a slight edge in business acumen, nothing more, lacking connections and networks. You stand no chance against the intricate web of relationships that Zhao Leshan commands. Any move against you could spell your undoing. You seem quite knowledgeable. Chen An's expression darkened. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xiangrui chuckled triumphantly. Had it not been for Mr. Ji mentioning you, I would not have given you a second thought. However, after you delivered the goods to Li Yuanliang yesterday, my perception of you shifted. Even the inconspicuous mountain snails and crabs fetched good prices under your stewardship. And your ability to source dried mushrooms from surrounding villagers demonstrates considerable intellect. You not only grasp the mechanics of business, but also the nuances of trade. Yet, in the end, you remain merely an insignificant pawn. The final 4 words resonated with a force that seemed capable of shattering Chen An's confidence. Given this, why would your subordinates be concealing exceptional talents? What need have you of me? Chen An retorted dismissively. You are not entirely devoid of merit, at the very least. You possess the ability to market humble commodities effectively, Zhao Xiangrui replied nonchalantly. If properly nurtured, you could become a significant asset. I would be remiss to overlook such a promising prospect. Before this, countless individuals have vied for my recognition, but alas, they all fell short. As for you, I am willing to make an exception. Prepare to bring honor to your ancestors. With that, Zhao Xiangrui leaned back in his chair, as if implying Chen An had no other options. Chen An suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao, all of this is merely your conjecture. Furthermore, Zhao Leshan and the Sifang Company are not as unassailable as you claim. Oh, how do you intend to shake them? Zhao Xiangrui retorted coldly. Is it with your trifling lineage or your arrogant, self-proclaimed cleverness? He scoffed. Your petty tricks to disrupt their operations are laughably naive. If Zhao Leshan were to invest a little money to sow discord within your ranks, do you truly believe your tactics would be effective? In the face of the Sifang Company, all your proud defiance is utterly inconsequential. Despite his lengthy discourse, the young man remained obstinately unyielding. Zhao Xiangrui had initially considered that if Chen An were willing to align with him, he would not hesitate to approach Zhao Leshan for a favor, perhaps even securing additional compensation for Longmen Village. Yet, he was taken aback by Chen An's hubris, just because he had played a few clever tricks. He fancied himself a strategist of unparalleled brilliance. Ultimately, he was but a commoner. What tempest could he possibly stir? Zhao Xiangrui's ire flared as he coldly stated. With words reaching this extent, Chen An still refuses to yield, boldly claiming he can challenge the might of the Sifang Company? If you truly possessed such abilities, would the West Mountain be reduced to such a state? Chen An calmly remarked, Mr. Zhao, your assumptions about me are merely wishful thinking. You do not understand me, nor do you comprehend the depths of human depravity. I not only perceive more clearly than you do, but I also apply my insights more effectively. Bravado and cruelty are mere manifestations of human greed. Li Gui and Wang Yong met their demise at the hands of wasps due to their avarice. Chen An simply exploited this weakness to send them to their demise. If Widow Pan were not greedy, she would not have provided her enemies with leverage by reporting Wang Defa. Had Wang Defa not been lured by his own greed, he would not have suffered such a fate. If Cheng Jing were not enticed by the fear others had of her, she would not have publicly knelt in supplication. Beneath the calm surface lies a turbulent sea of human nature. Sometimes, even a fleeting thought can drive them to commit unspeakable acts. And Chen An knows precisely how to incite such nefarious thoughts. Suddenly, Zhao Xiangrui erupted into laughter, pointing at Chen An and exclaiming, What a fool you are. Do you really think you are someone of importance? Ha ha ha. He then waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. When you find yourself at the mercy of Zhao Leshan, you will know to seek my assistance. Mr. Ji, enjoy your conversation. He chuckled as he stood up and departed, leaving Ji Yongkong shaking his head in disappointment. Chapter 75. It is best not to have any conflicts with them. Do you have any idea how much easier it would be to navigate if you had Mr. Zhao's favor? Ji Yongkong lamented. It could have propelled you 20 years ahead in your career. If you followed him, by the end of the year, you would be among the top 5 wealthiest in Yeshan County. If I had had such an opportunity when I was your age, I would not still be struggling in a small county as I near 50. It was evident that Zhao Xiangrui held significant weight in Ji Yongkong's eyes, and he lamented Chen An's voluntary forfeiture of such a golden opportunity. However, Chen An remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he responded, "This is where our paths diverge. You believe that being the richest in the county is a monumental achievement for an ordinary person, with your sights fixed on a small locale. My vision, however, encompasses the entire world. From 1985 to 2022, countless opportunities have arisen across the nation and the globe. I merely need to be prepared in advance and await the arrival of these opportunities. While it may sound exaggerated, my aspirations certainly extend beyond a mere small county." Oh, youthful arrogance. Ji Yongkong shook his head, realizing that Chen An was still just a young man in his 20s, suddenly becoming a person of wealth. It was indeed hard for him not to be brash. Without experiencing the hardships of struggle, one cannot fathom the challenges of becoming the richest in a county. In his youth, Ji Yongkong had tread carefully, inching forward with trepidation, nearly faltering several times, and after enduring trials, he found himself stuck in mediocrity. The fervor of youth had long been doused by the harsh realities of life. Perhaps Chen An may achieve greatness in the future, yet he too cannot escape such outcomes. Ji Yongkong refrained from further persuasion and, after finishing his drink, rose to leave. At the entrance downstairs, Zhao Xiangrui had not gone far. Noticing Ji Yongkong's expression, he understood the outcome and remarked, "Mr. Ji, do not blame me for not giving him a chance. It is this lad who fails to recognize his own worth." Ji Yongkong sighed, his expression one of resignation, shaking his head as he remarked, "I never expected this young man to be so arrogant." Zhao Xiangrui's demeanor shifted to one of disdain as he retorted, "Humph, since he disregards my protection, should he fall victim to the Four Directions Company in the future, I shall not alter my course." Ji Yongkong replied, "Let it be. Do not concern yourself with him." Zhao Xiangrui, undeterred, then darkened his expression and said, "I have heard that the Four Directions Company intends not only to venture into building materials in Yeshan County, but also to interfere in my wholesale business?" Ji Yongkong affirmed, "Indeed, you will inevitably clash with them, which I would prefer to avoid." He expressed his concerns regarding the sudden intrusion of the Four Directions Company during his peak performance period, fearing the market would descend into chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain stability. However, the higher-ups forbade him from intervening, leaving him helplessly observing as his work became increasingly challenging. Zhao Xiangrui scoffed, declaring, "Humph, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful the Four Directions Company may be, they must adhere to our rules upon entering Yeshan County." He then turned to Ji Yongkong and continued, "Mr. Ji, though my relative shares a close tie with you, I still hope you can lend your assistance from behind the scenes. I shall not forget your kindness." Ji Yongkong nodded, stating, "Although my rank is low and I cannot offer much help, I can ensure that you and the Four Directions Company compete on equal footing." Zhao Xiangrui expressed his gratitude, saying, "Your assurance suffices." After leaving the tavern, Chen An did not return immediately, but instead made his way to Li Yuanliang's company. He only had a general understanding of Zhao Xiangrui and believed Li Yuanliang would possess more detailed information, as he aspired to expand his mushroom business beyond Yeshan County. Understanding Zhao Xiangrui was essential. Furthermore, their earlier conversation indicated that Zhao Xiangrui was evidently interested in the technology of artificially cultivated mushrooms, potentially positioning him as Chen An's most formidable competitor. Regardless, it was prudent to gain insight ahead of time. To his astonishment, Zhao Xiangrui had taken the initiative to discuss collaboration. Upon hearing Chen An's introduction, Li Yuanliang was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Chen An inquired, puzzled. "Oh, you may not be aware," Li Yuanliang replied with a knowing smile. "Zhao Xiangrui is a dominant figure in Yeshan County's business landscape. He may not control everything, but he certainly commands considerable influence." A hint of reverence flickered in Li Yuanliang's gaze as he elaborated. "As you know, there are few avenues for significant profit in these times, primarily in building materials, daily necessities, clothing, and fresh produce. The title of King of Fruit speaks volumes about Zhao Xiangrui's prowess, as he monopolizes a substantial share of the market. Li Yuanliang continued with a rueful chuckle. I only collect mushrooms, and even that has garnered me considerable profit. One can only imagine the extent of Zhao Xiangrui's earnings across all product categories. Chen An asked, does that mean you, from Jixiang, cannot compete with him? Li Yuanliang shook his head vigorously. That comparison is unfathomable. Our Jixiang only specializes in dried goods and has only recently begun to explore fresh produce. In contrast, Zhao Xiangrui operates across all categories, particularly in the rapidly consumed markets of the Pearl River Delta, delivering substantial quantities daily, with profits that far exceed ours by hundreds of times. To my knowledge, Zhao Xiangrui's net worth must be in the tens of millions, whereas our company pales significantly in comparison. A net worth of millions, even 3 decades hence, remains an impressive feat. Yet Zhao Xiangrui, merely engaged in the fruit and vegetable trade of a county, has managed to attain such stature, which is indeed remarkable. This revelation left Chen An astonished. It seems that Ji Yongkong holds me in high regard, introducing me to such an illustrious figure as Zhao Xiangrui. Moreover, Zhao Xiangrui welcomed me without hesitation, indicating his genuine appreciation for my potential. One cannot help but admire such discerning insight. Suddenly, Li Yuanliang recalled something and hastily remarked, since he approached you, you should accept his offer. The seasonal mushrooms are, after all, a novel product with vast market potential. Zhao Xiangrui's demand is even greater. Collaborating with him could very well elevate you to the status of the wealthiest individual in Yeshan County within a year. Ji Yongkong's words, echoed by Li Yuanliang, underscored Zhao Xiangrui's formidable presence in their eyes. Engaging in business with him, even tangentially, promises a lifetime of abundance. Given such market potential, why shouldn't I venture out on my own? Chen An mused. Therein lies your miscalculation. Li Yuanliang countered. While you possess intellect and skill, you lack a platform. Your operations are merely a small workshop. As you scale up, inevitable obstacles will arise, hindering your growth. In contrast, Zhao Xiangrui commands not only a platform, but also the ability to shape the rules. His uncle wields considerable influence in Yeshan County. Although Ji Yongkong stands on equal footing with him, his uncle holds even greater authority. If you were to provoke him, a mere sneeze could send you reeling. Understanding this, Chen An finally grasped Ji Yongkong's earlier courteous demeanor. By the way, I only learned yesterday that you've had a falling out with Sifang Company. Li Yuanliang interjected. Brother Chen An, I sincerely wish you well. If you wish to progress, it would be wise to avoid antagonizing them. Now is not the time for you to confront such a formidable adversary. Do you believe I'm merely striking at stone with an egg? Chen An frowned. Isn't that the case? Li Yuanliang replied. If there were no conflicts of interest, even Zhao Xiangrui would refrain from provoking them. Although Sifang Company is not local, it is a significant player in the provincial capital. If pressure is applied, a confrontation between Zhao and Sifang could lead to mutual destruction. Consider your current capabilities. What could you possibly leverage against Sifang Company? Indeed, Zhao Xiangrui and Sifang Company represent 2 colossal entities. What if I insist on battling Sifang Company? Chen An queried. Li Yuanliang shot him a look of disbelief but responded earnestly. Unless you join Zhao Xiangrui, you have no other recourse. Alternatively, you could seek a patron within the county office. However, aligning with Zhao Xiangrui is akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. You would emerge only as a mere skeleton. Ji Yongkong professed unwavering support for Chen An. Yet, should Zhao Xiangrui absorb him only to regurgitate him later, Ji Yongkong would likely be powerless to intervene. Within 6 months, mastering the artificial cultivation of mushrooms is paramount. Chen An is resolute in not relinquishing this knowledge too swiftly. As for seeking a patron, that notion is utterly implausible. Li Yuanliang was merely jesting. I shall contemplate it, Chen An replied, providing no further elaboration. Li Yuanliang seemed to recall something and remarked, "Oh right. I believe I heard that Sifang Company is also preparing to compete with Zhao Xiangrui and venture into the fruit and vegetable industry. I hope you make your plans early. Aren't they in the sand and building materials business?" Chen An was slightly taken aback. So what? They are a large corporation. They can pursue whatever they desire. Unlike us, who can only scrape by in this small patch of land. Li Yuanliang said with a bitter smile. Chen An nodded, realizing that Zhao Xiangrui's initiative to seek collaboration with him was not solely at the behest of Ji Yongkong. It was likely that he intended for Chen An to serve as cannon fodder, allowing him to gather strength for a counterattack. Without further discussion, Chen An inquired. In the coming days, the mushroom yield will increase significantly. Can you handle it? Li Yuanliang responded. What are you joking about? If you deliver 10 truckloads a day, I can consume them all. Although our market isn't as ravenous as the Pearl River Delta, we have multiple channels. As long as you have it, I can assure you that I will sell it. Chen An nodded. That's good. Without further ado, he departed. He acknowledged that he was currently too weak, but fortunately, he had made ample preparations over the past month. In addition to the existing strains of mushrooms, he had stored many more. The first floor room was already full, and he would soon need to utilize the second floor as well. If that proved insufficient, he would seek to rent additional factory space. Chen An planned to seal all the windows on the first and second floors, allowing the mushrooms to forget day and night and grow incessantly, thereby significantly reducing their growth cycle. For now, he aimed to stall Sifong Company while developing cautiously. To outsiders, it appeared that he was confronting Sifong Company. However, Chen An understood that as long as he kept a firm grip on Jiao Leshan, he would be fine. In his previous life, while reviewing the documents regarding Shishan in Longmen Village, he discovered that Jiao Leshan was the brother-in-law of Sifong Company's president. Were it not for this familial connection, Jiao Leshan would not have been assigned to Yeshan County. Thus, if Chen An could hold on to him, Sifong Company would inevitably weigh the option of abandoning either Shishan or their brother-in-law. Therefore, Chen An recognized that he did not need to be overwhelmingly powerful. It sufficed to deliver a decisive blow to the brother-in-law. Upon returning to Longmen Village, Chen An summoned his uncle and gathered everyone. In the next half-month, my yield will increase. It is still not harvest season, so I hope that anyone with free time can come to the mine to help. Chen An proclaimed loudly. Rest assured, for every person who comes, I will pay according to the amount of work done. More work means more pay, and settlements will be made on the same day. The villagers, having already missed some opportunities to earn small sums due to the situation at Shishan, were pleasantly surprised by Chen An's hiring announcement. Can anyone go? I know nothing. Can I still join? My goodness, Chen Shaojiang and Dachuan can each earn 50 a month. If we go, surely we can manage at least 20, right? Chen An, will you also be busy from dawn till dusk? Yes, if I'm busy all day, what will happen to the crops? While the villagers were delighted at the prospect of a new earning opportunity, they also worried about neglecting their fields. Chen An reassured everyone, saying, rest assured, I will settle payments based on the quantity of work you complete. You can come at any time, and I will calculate your wages according to the hours worked and the tasks performed. I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. Can we come at midnight? Someone queried. Absolutely. I shall head over shortly. Another chimed in. I'm going now. A third declared. Everyone, please remain calm. Chen An announced loudly. Anyone who wishes to come, regardless of the hour, please register with me first so that I can organize your schedules. Otherwise, if 100 people arrive at once, there may not be enough work for everyone, and I cannot pay for idleness. The crowd considered this. While the prospect of earning money excited them, they realized that the available tasks were limited and did not require excessive manpower. Very well, arrange it as you see fit. We're all free anyway. And we know Chen An is generous with payments. His word is final. Chen An declared, I need 30 people from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'll go? Me too. Count me in. The crowd eagerly signed up. Some had prior commitments, while others were available during that time frame, allowing for staggered scheduling that ensured everyone could earn money, while tasks were efficiently completed without idlers. Chen Shaojing, being quite astute, was tasked by Chen An to tally the number of workers and their schedules before distributing wages. Cultivating mushroom strains was the essence of their craft. As for other tasks, if others learned them, so be it. During the day, as the mushrooms had not yet dried, Chen An assigned people to the roasting house to tend to the fire while he himself monitored the drying time and temperature. He also involved his father in these activities, recognizing that such responsibilities would eventually need to be delegated. He could not oversee everything indefinitely. At this initial stage, only family members could manage operations. Once a certain scale was achieved and labor stabilized, he could then identify suitable candidates for management roles, allowing his parents and family to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Currently, Chen An was producing mushrooms around the clock, necessitating the sealing of windows on the first floor, leaving only a few for ventilation. With the assistance of these workers, when Li Yuanliang's team arrived to collect goods the following day, they found that fresh mushrooms had reached 500 pounds, and dried mushrooms totaled 200 pounds. Both the first and second floors were utilized, and daily production was set to increase. Chapter 77. Satisfaction at £1,000. The operations continued relentlessly, day and night, harvesting without pause. Initially, a single truck was insufficient to carry the load, but gradually, it became clear that one truck could not contain it all, requiring a second trip. The next collection saw an additional truck dispatched, and within 10 days, 5 small trucks were arriving simultaneously to gather mushrooms. However, due to the season, fresh mushrooms were scarce, and market demand was rising. Hearing rumors of mushroom sales in Longmen village, other small vendors arrived on tricycles seeking Chen An to procure supplies. Although their orders were modest, every little bit counts, and with the need to amass cash for the upcoming confrontation with Jiao Leshan, it was essential to act swiftly. The wholesaler Zhao Xiangrui could no longer remain idle. Currently, it is the off-season for mushrooms, and some of them are toxic, rendering wild varieties virtually non-existent. Recently, Zhao Xiangrui has gathered market feedback from the Pearl River Delta, indicating a burgeoning demand for fresh mushrooms. Villagers from certain remote areas have begun harvesting wild mushrooms to sell, fetching prices between 3 to 5 yuan per kilogram. This presents a significant market gap. Previously, when Zhao sought a meeting with Chen An through Ji Yongkong, despite their disagreement, his intention was to persuade Chen An to follow him. Chen An's refusal was inconsequential, as business is business. However, upon witnessing numerous small vendors approach Chen An for mushrooms, Zhao Xiangrui was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he personally visited Longmen village to negotiate a purchase. Brother Chen An, does your previous promise of 1,000 kilograms still stand? Zhao inquired. Of course, I can provide you with 1,000 kilograms daily, Chen An replied. However, the market price has risen. Fresh mushrooms are now priced at 6.77 yuan per kilogram. Given your large order, I can offer you a discount of 0.07 yuan. What do you think? Zhao's expression twitched at the thought of such a minor concession on a substantial order. I require this volume daily, and you only offer a 0.07 reduction? Chen An responded calmly. Boss Li is selling at the same rate, and he is fully capable of absorbing my production. Do you wish to proceed? The price of mushrooms continues to escalate daily. Zhao had anticipated that Chen An would soon reconsider and seek his support, hoping to acquire the necessary techniques to produce as much as he desired. However, he was taken aback by Chen An's apparent indecision, leading him to miss the most favorable pricing for mushrooms. The price had already surged by 0.15 yuan, and Zhao felt a profound sense of loss, realizing he could not afford further losses. All right, I need it now. Can you provide 1,000 kilograms? Zhao pressed. Absolutely, Chen An affirmed. He then called out to De Chun, instruct the workers to immediately harvest 1,000 kilograms for Boss Zhao. Understood. De Chun promptly directed the workers from the adjacent building back to A3 to increase production. Chen An had already secured a lease on the A4 factory building for expansion. Initially, Zhao had only observed a handful of Chen An's associates and questioned how such a small team could possibly harvest 1,000 kilograms of mushrooms. He contemplated further price negotiations. To his astonishment, Chen An had already established a vast operation and employed numerous workers. When over 20 villagers emerged from the building, Zhao was utterly astounded. His eyes widened as he watched them enter the factory. Before long, an enormous basket of freshly harvested mushrooms was brought forth for weighing. Zhao, please bring your truck over, Chen An instructed. At that moment, Zhao Xiangrui was still processing the rapid turn of events. Is it really this fast? This completely shattered his preconceived notions. In his understanding, the growth cycle for mushrooms spanned several months. Yet, such a lengthy cycle seemed non-existent in Chen An's operation. Not only can we meet Mr. Li's demands daily, but we can also enhance our output every single day. Chen An merely smiled, stating that he had long anticipated supplying the 1,000 pounds requested, and now, with Mr. Li's arrival, it was the perfect opportunity to load the truck. Zhao Xiangrui had already been captivated by Chen An's remarkable technique. Excellent, excellent. I'll have the driver bring the vehicle over. For the next hour, Zhao Xiangrui stood in awe as workers continuously transported baskets of mushrooms from the factory. May I enter and take a look? Zhao had previously heard from Ji Yongkong about the workings inside, but he remained skeptical. Surely, even with artificial cultivation, it was implausible to have production every day. Even the production team's donkeys wouldn't dare to claim such a feat. Of course, Chen An responded without hesitation. It's merely a glance. Surely you can't master the technique by just looking? Upon entering, Zhao Xiangrui was left agape. Incredible, he exclaimed, finally grasping why mushrooms could be harvested daily. They grew in batches. As one batch matured and was harvested, another would be ready the following day, and yet another the day after that. This cycle allowed for daily production. However, Zhao Xiangrui understood that achieving this required precise control over temperature, humidity, and ventilation within the facility, a profound expertise he sought from Chen An. Others might take a year or more to fully comprehend it. Meanwhile, Chen An was reaping substantial profits. Moreover, Chen An's factory was uniquely advantaged. The existing three-tier facility was equipped with a large exhaust fan, ensuring a continuous exchange of air without compromising light exposure. For others to replicate this elsewhere, they would need to invest heavily in additional equipment, an exorbitant cost. Zhao Xiangrui mused that Chen An was truly fortunate. Yet, he sensed that this fortune would soon come to an end. After touring the factory, Zhao Xiangrui felt an even greater sense of concern for Chen and Mr. Chen. There hasn't been any movement from Jiao Leshan in the past half-month, but I believe this is not due to any laxity on his part. You must remain vigilant. Zhao spoke earnestly. I will, Chen An replied calmly. Zhao Xiangrui was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Chen An had not heeded his warning. The arrogance he sensed during their initial meeting was now even more pronounced. Jiao Leshan is no benevolent figure. He either remains inactive or causes a great uproar, potentially leading to dire consequences. I only caution you because I see your potential to generate substantial profits with this scale of operation over the next decade. Noting Chen An's continued arrogance, Zhao Xiangrui bluntly added, if he truly causes you trouble, do not hesitate to inform me. I can assist you in dealing with him. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Chen An maintained his composure. Zhao Xiangrui understood that he would not act unless there was a clear benefit if trouble arose. Surely he would suggest that Chen An relinquish his technique. However, if it came to a point of desperation, Chen An would be prepared. Yet, he would remain cautious, ensuring that such a situation would never arise. Zhao Xiangrui let out a faint sigh, shook his head, and boarded the truck, departing with 1,000 pounds of mushrooms. Chapter 78. The accident now. Zhao Xiangrui had become involved, as Chen An handed over the 1,000 pounds that originally belonged to Li Yuanliang. Consequently, the cargo destined for Li Yuanliang would have to be reduced the following day. However, it was not feasible to continue this way indefinitely. The most pressing matter was to swiftly amass cash. With sufficient funds, Chen An could confidently confront Jiao Leshan's impending assault. Thus, Chen An began enlisting the villagers to assist in gathering corn husks, orange peels, cow dung, and other materials necessary for producing mushroom spawn. He then instructed the workers to blend these ingredients according to his method and transfer them to another factory building. This would significantly increase the quantity of spawn produced, leading to a greater yield of mushrooms in the future. On this particular day, Chen An cycled to Yesan County, intending to hitch a ride to the next city and explore the possibility of expanding his mushroom business. If successful, he planned to establish his own company and assume a role akin to that of Li Yuanliang and Zhao Xiangrui. After all, he possessed the technical expertise and knowledge required for the long-distance transport and preservation of mushrooms. By venturing into the market himself, he could secure greater profits. Nevertheless, this would require a gradual approach. Lost in thoughts of the future, Chen An let his guard down. During these times, the roads were relatively deserted, with the occasional pedestrian or fellow cyclist crossing his path. The stretch of road he traversed was quiet, allowing him to ride with abandon. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the tranquility. Chen An, be careful. Startled, Chen An felt a chill run down his spine. In a previous life, he had encountered fierce competition, including assassination attempts and kidnappings, which had honed his sensitivity to danger. The urgency in that shout immediately alerted him to the imminent threat. Sure enough, he heard the sound of a car accelerating aggressively behind him. Cursing his bad luck internally, Chen An turned to see an unlicensed Santana speeding toward him, mere meters away. On such a wide road, it was evidently targeting him. In a situation like this, many would be paralyzed by fear, waiting for death to claim them. However, Chen An had faced similar predicaments before. The road was sufficiently broad for him to evade the oncoming vehicle. Reacting swiftly, he leapt from his bicycle and rolled into the drainage ditch beside the road. Fortunately, the drainage system had been well planned during the construction of the Third Front project, allowing Chen An to narrowly escape disaster. The Santana, on the other hand, had aimed to strike him down with a single blow, leaving no room for evasion. As a result, after Chen An dodged, the car's right wheels plunged into the ditch, causing the chassis to scrape against the road, producing a cacophony of screeching sounds and sparks. Due to excessive speed, the car flipped over in a tremendous display of inertia, landing upside down. Numerous components scattered in all directions, and the right front wheel detached entirely. Soon, silence enveloped the scene. Chen An climbed out of the drainage ditch, having employed a technique he had practiced in his previous life. Thus, his fall caused only minor abrasions. Glancing at the mangled automobile, he wondered about the condition of the driver. Approaching for a closer inspection, he found that the driver, alone in the vehicle, was bleeding profusely and unconscious. A wave of relief washed over Chen, and turning his gaze, he noticed a woman standing nearby, frozen in shock by a tree. It was Widow Pan. The earlier scream had been hers. Had it not been for her, Chen An would not have reacted so swiftly. "Thank you, Aunt Pan," he said, shaking his hand lightly. Pan Rian finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming, You aren't scathed?" From her perspective, it appeared that Chen An had been struck down. Yet he seemed entirely unharmed despite the car's rapid approach. Meanwhile, his bicycle lay crushed beneath the vehicle. "Indeed, I am fine," Chen An replied. Feeling no inclination to elaborate, he returned to assess the driver's condition. At that moment, the driver stirred, and Chen An immediately crouched down, reaching for the wound on his head. "Ah!" The driver cried out in pain. "Who sent you?" Chen An inquired, though he already had a suspicion and merely sought confirmation. "Just kill me," the driver retorted defiantly, gritting his teeth through the agony Chen An inflicted upon him. It appeared the employer had invested considerable resources into this endeavor. "Was it Zhao Leshan who sent you?" Chen An pressed, this time unrelenting as he dug his nails into the man's wound. The driver, despite his tough demeanor, had never endured such torment and could no longer withstand the pain. "Yes, it was him," he gasped, weakened by the severity of his injuries and Chen An's relentless interrogation. Grasping the driver's already broken hand, Chen An declared, "Come, I shall save you." He then pressed the man's hand against his own nose while delivering a heavy blow to his chest. After a few moments of struggle, the driver's pupils dilated, and he rolled his eyes back in unconsciousness. Chen An released his grip and stood up, washing the blood from his hands in a nearby stream. Zhao Xiangrui had been correct. Zhao Leshan was a force to be reckoned with, motionless until provoked, at which point he aimed to take a life. During this period, Chen An had focused on increasing productivity and had seldom ventured outside, thus evading any attempts on his life. It seemed the driver had been watching him for quite some time, choosing the perfect moment to strike. Throughout the ordeal, Pan Rian observed Chen An's calm demeanor with growing admiration. In the face of such chaos, he exhibited no emotional turmoil. Too composed, too much of a man. Suddenly, a thought struck Pan Rian, and she lunged toward Chen An, exclaiming, "I am so scared. There has been a death." What a robust figure she was. Distinctly different from Wang Defa and his companions. Pan Rian could certainly perceive that. Chen An, once again, pushed her away, asking, "Were you also this fearful when your husband passed away?" Pan Rian continued to feign terror and weep, yet after a prolonged absence of Chen An's consolation, she ceased her act. Chen An refrained from further remarks and inquired, "Do you intend to go to the market? It would be fortuitous if you could give me a ride." Beside a tree stood Pan Rian's cart, with her small yellow cow grazing nearby. On the cart lay the mushrooms she had purchased from Chen An earlier that day, intended for sale in the county town. "And what about him?" Pan Rian questioned. "Let it be. In these times, there is no notion of fleeing the scene." Chen An had no desire to involve the authorities, as it would be futile. "Chen An, I recognize that your troubles stem from your dedication to Longmen Village, and I can assist you," Pan Rian asserted. She had taken the initiative to terminate her pregnancy at the county hospital a month prior, resolute in not bearing a child from such a scoundrel. During this period, she had also foraged for snails and crabs to prepare porridge, gradually restoring her health. Overall, she exuded an aura of allure. Chapter 79. You are not dead? You cannot help. Chen An stated bluntly. "Do you doubt me?" Pan Rian retorted defiantly. "I attended high school. Had it not been for my family's sudden misfortunes, how could I have fallen to a place like Longmen?" In this era, having completed high school indeed conferred significance. Chen An had learned she hailed from the neighboring county, but had fallen into hardship due to her family's circumstances. However, this was not a matter she could involve herself in. It could lead to perilous consequences. Chen An cast a glance back at the scene of the accident. Pan Rian too looked, her complexion turning pale. She had overheard the driver mention that Zhao Leshan sent him, clearly intent on taking Chen An's life. Had she not intervened earlier, it would have been Chen An lying dead now. Pan Ruyan remained silent. She valued her own life and was not willing to engage in such risky games. She then mounted her cart, patting the empty space beside her, signaling Chen An. Did you not say you were headed to the county? Sit here. The cart brimmed with mushrooms, and she had left a space for herself. Now, with Chen An joining, she could shift to the side, accommodating both of them. After all, a little squeeze would only be healthier. As they traversed the bumpy road, she was convinced he wouldn't deny her proximity. Pan Ruyan's thoughts were optimistic, yet Chen An merely placed the cart on the cow's neck and leapt onto its back. This is far more comfortable. Pan Ruyan glared at Chen An's retreating figure, her face twitching with irritation. Upon reaching the county, as a means of expressing gratitude for Pan Ruyan's earlier assistance, Chen An escorted her to Jun Haoyun restaurant to dispose of the cartload of mushrooms. Afterward, he ventured to the commercial street near the cinema to discuss a few matters with Yang Chun before heading to Sifong Company to seek out Zhao Leshan. Initially intending to hitch a ride to Gubai County, the recent accident made Chen An acutely aware that the fiercest confrontations were imminent. Expanding business endeavors would have to be postponed. With Zhao Xiangrui and Li Yuanliang as his contacts, he could produce 2,000 jin of goods daily. At the price of 0.67 yuan per jin, this would yield over 1,300 yuan in daily income. After deducting expenses such as labor, there remains a pure profit of $1,000. This sum is sufficient to deal with Zhao Leshan. There are no guards here, and Chen An can enter directly. At this moment, Zhao Leshan is in the lobby attending to two local bosses. Even big bosses like you are concerned about that kid, Chen An? Zhao Leshan remarked with a mix of confusion and disdain. I have never regarded him as a threat. However, since you are worried he might encroach upon your business, I don't mind informing you that Chen An has likely become a ghost by now. Zhao Leshan spoke with such ease, as if he were discussing a mere chicken in the market. Upon hearing this, the two bosses could not help but be taken aback. Zhao, such jokes are not to be taken lightly, they exclaimed. Indeed, we only wish for harmonious prosperity. These two bosses had come to express their loyalty to Zhao Leshan. Recently, he had indicated that their company, Sifong, would not only deal in building materials but also expand into the catering, fruit, vegetable, clothing, and daily necessities sectors in Yesan County, aiming to become the dominant commercial force in the area with great ambition. However, they had not anticipated Zhao Leshan's audacious approach, which might lead to loss of life. With a grandiose demeanor, Zhao Leshan declared, it's just a mere Chen An. His death is of no consequence. You need not fear. For now that you are with me, I will ensure your future is secure and your businesses will flourish. Eliminating Chen An was merely intended to instill fear in other bosses. Zhao Leshan had already disseminated the news, inviting local and external business owners to come and have tea if they wished to continue their enterprises in Yesan County. Yet, only a few had attended, completely disregarding his message, which left Zhao Leshan feeling insulted. Nonetheless, he believed that once the news of Chen An's fatal accident spread, more bosses would come to pay their respects. No business owner is unafraid of death. The two before him, having sensed this fear, had arrived early to pledge allegiance while subtly inquiring about seizing a portion of Chen An's business. After all, Sifong Company is a formidable force. Aligning with such power would ensure a prosperous future where no one would dare interfere. What did I say? As long as we follow Boss Zhao, we will undoubtedly prosper. Unfortunately, Old Zhang and the others did not heed the warnings, thinking Boss Zhao was merely jesting. The two bosses felt fortunate to have chosen the right path this time. Currently, most of the business in Yesan County has been monopolized by well-connected individuals, particularly Zhao Xiangrui, who, leveraging his relative's high-ranking position, has nearly cornered the market on fresh fruits and vegetables. They could only scavenge from the edges, feeling quite frustrated. They continued, Boss Zhao is indeed astute, utilizing an insignificant figure like Chen An to intimidate other bosses. Once this matter spreads, I can assure you that even Zhao Xiangrui will have to lower his stature to negotiate. The demise of one Chen An could render other bosses compliant and also resolve the issue in Xishan, achieving two objectives with one action. Ha! Zhao Leshan recognized the flattery in their words, yet it was pleasing to his ears. With the auspicious words from these two bosses, Sifong Company would undoubtedly thrive in Yesan County. At this moment, the secretary approached with a tray of hot water, her hips swaying enticingly as she poured the drink. Zhao Leshan, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, slapped his hand on the table. The secretary cast a flirtatious glance at him before returning to her tasks. The two bosses erupted into laughter, feeling that untold riches were within their reach. What brings such merriment? A booming voice resonated from the doorway. The trio turned to see the newcomer. The two bosses initially failed to recognize him, but Zhao Leshan's smile instantly faltered. "Who are you?" one of the bosses inquired. They had only heard of Chen An but had never encountered him. The young man had evidently come to pledge his loyalty to Zhao Leshan. And should their business reach a certain scale, and would certainly be recognized, yet he appeared unfamiliar, suggesting he was not a major player. Another boss interjected. "Small-time vendors should keep their distance. Do you really think you matter?" However, before their words could settle, Zhao Leshan was taken aback, springing to his feet. "You? How come?" Chen An gazed at Zhao Leshan, a calm smile gracing his lips. "You wonder how I'm still alive, don't you?" As he spoke, he stepped closer. Zhao Leshan instinctively recoiled. Chen An had seemingly emerged from a mere brush with danger, leaving Zhao Leshan bewildered. The individual he had dispatched, while not the most seasoned, had been expected to deliver a swift conclusion. There had never been a survivor before. Yet, here was Chen An, unscathed and standing before him. "What about the person I sent?" The two bosses, observing Zhao Leshan's reaction, began to piece together the identity of the visitor. You are Chen An?" they exclaimed in unison. Zhao Leshan held considerable sway. Prior to Chen An's arrival, he had orchestrated the demise of several rivals in the pursuit of expanding into the wilderness market. The fact that Chen An had evaded his assassination attempt spoke volumes about his capabilities. Their gazes shifted to Chen An, now tinged with respect. It was no wonder Zhao Leshan, a figure of such stature, remained fixated on him. If left unchecked, in less than 5 years, Chen An could rise to become a formidable force in Yeshan. Chapter 80. Afraid only then did Zhao Leshan realize he was in his own domain. Regaining his composure, he shouted, "Bring them in." In an instant, 5 burly men emerged from the back room where they had been smoking and playing cards, swiftly encircling Chen An. Zhao Leshan chuckled derisively. "Chen An, did you truly believe our Sifong company is a pushover? Since fate has spared you, you ought to slink away from Yeshan and never return. I can't believe you dared to show your face here again. Let us settle both old and new grievances." With that, he gestured, and the imposing men surged towards Chen An. Though these men were large, Chen An was no slouch either. Having honed his skills through work in recent times, he had rekindled the martial arts techniques of his past life. With youth on his side and a solid foundation, he was more than prepared. The brute force of Zhao Leshan's subordinates paled in comparison to true martial prowess. With a sweeping kick, one towering figure was sent crashing to the ground, his height reduced from 6 feet to a mere 16 inches. However, after all, they are thugs nurtured by a large corporation, possessing a certain fierceness. Even when they are brought down, that insatiable hunger for destruction remains unyielding. The individual felled by a sweeping kick immediately seized Chen An's foot. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Leshan shouted, "Hit him hard, strike him dead. Damn it, if he dies, I'll sleep with his wife tonight." The audacity of being attacked at their own base was a source of embarrassment. If this incident were to spread, how would the other bosses of Yeshan view me? Who would still respect me, even if Chen An were to be killed? A quick cleanup would erase any trace of his existence. Yet, as Chen An was held by the foot, he found it difficult to retaliate, and a heavy punch landed squarely on his chest. Chen An was no fool. This was not 30 years ago, when surveillance was scarce and laws were lax. This was a den of bandits, and the core thugs would undoubtedly remain. Even if he were to be killed, he would merely become another missing person. Thus, before arriving, Chen An had summoned Yang Chun and a few of his brothers from the cinema. During this period, he had not skimped on meals and drinks for them, and even offered financial assistance when their family members fell ill. He was well aware of the loyalty among Yang Chen's group, though they were brash and fierce. They were also deeply brotherly. Even if Yang Chun were to be captured, he would never betray his comrades. This was the very reason Chen An had chosen them. Now, beset from all sides, Chen An shouted outside, "Aren't you coming in?" Hearing this, Zhao Leshan raised an eyebrow. Could there be reinforcements? Turning to glance at the entrance, he saw 7 or 8 young men with their faces covered, rendering their identities unrecognizable, charging in with steel pipes in hand. Oh no! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Leshan immediately decided to flee. The company had indeed employed many thugs, but they had been dispatched to other locations for intimidation, leaving only 5 behind. Having witnessed Chen An's formidable skills, the addition of these 8 men would only bolster his position further, armed and ready, regardless of any potential retaliation later. It was wise for him to recognize the situation. The 2 bosses, upon witnessing this turn of events, shrank back in fear. Damn it, wasn't Chen An insignificant? How dare he bring people to stir trouble at the Sifang company? Such audacity was staggering. Seeing Jiao Leshan turn to flee, the 2 were instantly disheartened. Boss Jiao, save me. You 2 are on your own. Jiao Leshan retorted while running. But Chen An was no fool. He understood the importance of capturing the leader first. He called out to Yang Chen and the others, block his path. They swiftly altered their approach, encircling Jiao Leshan's escape route. Nevertheless, Jiao Leshan was no coward. He lifted his leg to kick, engaging in combat with Yang Chen and his group. Damn you! Clang! As he kicked, a steel pipe struck his calf, causing him excruciating pain that weakened his legs. Subsequently, he was bombarded by a flurry of blows, forcing Jiao Leshan to curl up like a target. It took only a few to handle Jiao Leshan. The remaining individuals quickly turned to assist Chen and armed with weapons. The 5 struggled to maintain their defense. Initially, the intention was to flee. However, with the boss remaining, escape was impossible. The scene quickly regained its tranquility, with only a few lamentations echoing in the air. Jiao Leshan displayed remarkable resolve, refusing to yield even when pinned against the wall by steel pipes. To the brothers, he posed a question. Have you considered the consequences of confronting us? I offer you a chance. Defect to my side while there is still time. Whatever Chen An offers you, I shall provide double, otherwise, smack. Before Jiao Leshan could finish his statement, Yang Chen, masked, delivered a sharp slap, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to Chen An. Had it not been for Chen An's instruction to remain silent, he would have relished the opportunity to berate Jiao Leshan. With a handprint stark against his face, Jiao Leshan glared at Yang Chen, cursing under his breath. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Do you have the courage? It is broad daylight. Who dares to take a life? Jiao Leshan clung to this notion, bolstering his audacity. Yet, Chen An possessed ample strategies to counter him. Turning to the 2 bosses, he instructed, you 2, go to the restroom and relieve yourselves. If there is nothing to expel, then do it yourselves. Boss Jiao's tongue is quite obstinate. He must enjoy a taste of something fresh. At this, Jiao Leshan turned pale. Chen An, there are rules on the streets. In his current position of power, should such actions transpire, he would be left with no face to show others. You seek my life, yet you speak of rules? Chen An retorted with a cold laugh. I am not part of your world. Your rules hold no weight with me. Now go. The 2 bosses were left bewildered, lamenting their ill fortune in encountering such a predicament. Moments ago, they had felt the buoyancy of their esteem, but now they sensed the noose tightening around them. Caught between 2 formidable forces, Chen An's lack of boundaries was striking. While he refrained from inflicting physical harm, he delivered a soul-crushing blow. Should they proceed as instructed? Would Jiao Leshan allow them a reprieve afterward? They found themselves in a dilemma. Mr. Chen, you once sold mountain snails and crabs at my restaurant. Perhaps you could extend me a favor? Jiao Leshan stammered. You are merely Jiao Leshan's dog. I owe him no favors. Do you dare to ask for mercy? Chen An replied coldly. The 2 bosses fell silent. Setting aside Chen An's power and the potential repercussions from Jiao Leshan, one thing was clear. Chen An was formidable. Jiao Leshan recognized that his earlier indiscretions, insulting Chen An's wife and attempting to have him killed, might lead to dire consequences. Brother Chen, I acknowledge my faults. It was a grave mistake to provoke you. Allow me to make amends. Let my brothers prepare a grand feast at the Wild Mountain Hotel in your honor. As an apology, from this moment forth, you shall be my elder brother, and we will prosper together. What do you think? Chapter 81. The enchanting nurse and apology arrived swiftly, indicating a lack of sincerity. Yet, Chen An found himself unable to retaliate. A mere beating would suffice. However, should a fatal incident arise, the multitude of witnesses would only exacerbate the situation. Acknowledging his error sufficed. In Yeshan County, I am the true leader. Chen An pointed a finger at Jiao Leshan's nose. Yes, you are my elder brother. Jiao Leshan capitulated immediately. With a gesture, Yang Chen signaled for them to leave. The group tucked the steel pipes into their trousers and departed in an orderly manner. Once outside, Yang Chen, perplexed, inquired, Brother, Why not strike while the iron is hot and show him your strength? We clearly had the upper hand just now. Couldn't we have made him do as we wished? Chen An shook his head, replying, one must leave a thread of mercy in life. Do you understand? You all performed admirably. It was sufficient to send him to the hospital for a while, allowing him to learn a lesson. Yang Chen and his companions were still too young and impulsive. Had they continued the altercation, who could predict which blow might prove fatal? Forcing Shuyá to submit was merely a means to frighten him. What Chen An desired was for him to relent and back down. While Zhao Leshan naively believed he could be easily manipulated, unaware that he had already fallen into Chen An's trap, Yang Chen did not grasp Chen An's intentions. Yet since there was a different plan in motion, he chose not to dwell on it further. The group quickly dispersed, each heading in a different direction. In this era, unlike in the future, trivial matters seldom warranted police involvement. Zhao Leshan, with his unscrupulous nature, would never report it to the authorities. Such matters were typically resolved privately. And currently, Zhao Leshan was far too occupied to devote time or energy to his own troubles. Chen An glanced back to ensure no one was following before confidently making his way outside. Inside the company, Zhao Leshan's expression shifted rapidly, becoming increasingly cold and grim. Yet, almost immediately, it twisted in anguish. The numerous steel pipes that had struck him with considerable force left him with a searing pain in his back, as if his skin had been flayed. Help! Take me to the hospital, quickly. Damn it, I'm in excruciating pain. The two bosses rushed over, each supporting Zhao Leshan on either side. You two, keep what happened earlier to yourselves. If this gets out, I will have you minced and fed to the dogs. Rest assured, Boss Zhao, I saw nothing. I heard nothing. Upon arriving at the hospital, they swiftly conducted various examinations. The doctor advised a hospital stay for observation, suspecting internal injuries. Do you know how busy I am? Hurry and treat me, so I can be discharged. If I'm not well before the business summit, I will have your hospital smashed to pieces. This was a critical time for the company's commercial expansion in Yashan County, and yet they expected him to remain hospitalized for observation? The doctor remarked, if you wish to recover quickly, you must cooperate with the treatment. If you're so formidable, how could you end up in this condition? Fuming, Zhao Leshan attempted to rise from the bed to confront the doctor. However, his body suddenly curled up, resembling a shrimp. The two bosses hurried to catch him. Boss Zhao, you should focus on recuperating. Indeed, your condition appears quite serious. Any matters can be addressed after you are discharged. Zhao Leshan realized that he had indeed sustained serious injuries and snapped at the doctor. Why aren't you rushing to give me painkillers? Do you wish for me to suffer? The doctor turned and left. Just then, a beautiful young woman entered the ward, dressed modestly, yet possessing a curvaceous figure indicative of bearing sons. Furthermore, her beauty radiated a certain enchanting allure that was hard to define. Upon entering, she first inquired of the patient in the first bed, excuse me, do you require a nurse? Just one. 5 yuan per day. The patient remained unresponsive, prompting the woman to approach the second bed, where the occupant waved her off, indicating no need. Glancing at the third bed, where Zhao Leshan lay, she appeared momentarily startled by his fierce demeanor. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately refrained from asking, turning to leave instead. Wait a moment. Zhao Leshan called out. The two men had been observing Zhao Leshan's intense gaze directed at the woman since her arrival, as if he were a predator eyeing his prey. Such behavior was typical for men, so they swiftly approached to intercept her. What do you intend to do? She asked, startled and fearful. Zhao Leshan narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on her curvaceous form, and remarked, why don't you ask me? After a moment of indecision, she inquired, what about you? To which Zhao Leshan responded with a lewd grin, my condition is rather demanding. I'll offer you 3 yuan per day. You may start taking care of me now. That much? She exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I possess certain bad habits. I fear you may find it burdensome, hence the generous offer. He feigned a noble demeanor. I can manage, she declared, eager not to miss the opportunity for a lucrative income. I can endure anything. Ha ha ha, it's no trouble at all. You may indulge as you please. Zhao Leshan replied with a knowing smile. At that moment, his 5 henchmen, having completed their bandaging, rushed over. Upon seeing such a captivating woman, one of them suggested, Boss, shall we bring you meals every day? Yes, and by the way, move the 2 patients in adjacent beds to the corridor. I prefer not to share a room with anyone else. Understood. The henchmen promptly forced the other 2 patients into the hallway, and when their families protested, they were met with a beating, which quelled their resistance. The doctor arrived but was intimidated into compliance, allowing Zhao Leshan to continue his brazen behavior. The two men, sensing the shift in power dynamics, retreated. The ward was left with only Zhao Leshan and the woman. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I am Jean Lian," she replied. "Jean Lian? What a lovely name. Do not be deceived by my fierce appearance. I am, in fact, a good person. From now on, you may call me a Jiao. Given your age, you must be married, correct?" Jean Lian nodded, but her expression fell sorrowful, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" Zhao Leshan asked, his concern evident. "I haven't mistreated you, have I?" "No," Jean Lian wept. "You inquired about my marriage, and it reminds me of my unfortunate husband, which brings me great sorrow. What has transpired? You must clarify, so I can feel at ease in trusting you as my caretaker." "It's nothing much. I was recently married. Yet my husband became paralyzed due to a fall on our wedding day after drinking excessively. I must care for him and also for my elderly in-laws. I am grateful to you, Boss Jiao, for this opportunity. I shall repay you in the future." Upon hearing her plight, Zhao Leshan's eyes sparkled with interest. He grasped Jean Lian's hand, his tone softening. "Didn't I say? Just call me a Jiao. Please, do not cry anymore. If you stay by my side, I assure you that you will earn money and care for your family well." Jean Lian, without resistance, hesitated for a moment as if making a momentous decision, then nodded and said, "Thank you, Jiao Ge. You truly are a magnificent person." Zhao Leshan smiled, his gaze towards Jean Lian becoming somewhat dreamy. Chapter 82. The Chamber of Commerce. After Chen An exited the Sifong company, he intended to purchase a bicycle. However, not far along his way, 3 girls and a boy hurriedly approached him. "Chen An," one of the girls called out. Chen An paused briefly, turning to see Liang Ku. Liang Ku, 2 years Chen An senior, hailed from the same village as his mother. Their relationship was neither too close nor too distant. In terms of kinship, he would refer to her as cousin. He had heard she worked as a clerk at the county's Chamber of Commerce. Yet he wondered why she was leisurely wandering the streets instead of at her job. "Did you go looking for trouble at Sifong Company?" Liang Ku confronted him directly. Chen An furrowed his brow. "Are you following me? I saw you over at the commercial street, sneaking around with some ruffians, and then you came here. Do you even realize what you're doing?" Liang Ku continued to address Chen An from a position of superiority. "What business is it of yours? You dare to meddle with Boss Jiao's troubles. Aren't you afraid of what might happen?" Liang Ku stated sternly. "Even our Yeshan Chamber of Commerce wants to avoid conflict with him. Do you still dare to stir trouble?" Recently, Yeshan had been particularly unsettled, especially for Liang Ku, who worked within the Chamber of Commerce. She heard daily rumors about Zhao Leshan, as several business owners had fled the area in fear of him. The chamber had been actively mediating, hoping for harmony and prosperity among the merchants. After much effort, Zhao Leshan had finally shown some restraint. Yet here was Chen An, inciting chaos at Sifong Company. Liang Ku was out with a few colleagues to convey the chamber's opinions to other business owners, urging them not to fear Zhao Leshan, as the chamber was there to support them. Spotting Chen An on the commercial street, she had followed him. "It's nothing. There are those who fear death more than I do," Chen An replied nonchalantly. "The county's business summit is approaching, and I do not wish for you to instigate trouble and exacerbate tensions. It would be best if you kept a low profile." Liang Ku said coldly. "You really are meddling too much." "Understood," Chen An replied absently, waving his hand as he walked away. Once he had distanced himself, a male colleague, Zhang Jingguo, asked, "Is this the Chen An who became a wealthy individual through speculation? Who else could it be?" Liang Ku retorted, annoyed. He never learned well, always engaging in petty theft. Later, he dabbled in buying and selling mushrooms, making 1,000 yuan, and now he thinks he can flaunt himself, forgetting his true self. "Oh, I also heard that he caused the stone quarry in Longmen village to cease operations," one girl inquired. "He's quite audacious. I heard that before Zhao Leshan arrived in Yeshan, he had already caused a death." Another girl chimed in. "Indeed, since he came to our county, it seems someone has also met a cruel fate." The other 2 girls added. As employees of the Yeshan Chamber of Commerce, they were primarily in contact with local business owners and thus were privy to various insider stories. Besides Zhao Leshan, the most legendary figure was undoubtedly Chen, and recently, his mushroom trade had been thriving remarkably. Moreover, he possesses the audacity to bring a colossal entity like Sifong Company to a standstill. Zhang Jingguo remarked, "A mere mushroom cultivator dares to challenge such a powerful force as Sifong Company. He will soon find himself in dire straits." Indeed, Boss Jiao couldn't be bothered with him. Otherwise, how could he have gained any traction? With just a single finger, he could be crushed. As they were conversing, they witnessed Boss Jiao being escorted out by two other businessmen from Sifan Company. Liang was taken aback. How could Boss Jiao be injured? Was it Chen An's doing? That seemed implausible. I heard Sifan Company employed numerous thugs. How could Chen An possibly defeat him? The girls did not believe Chen An possessed the capability to accomplish such a feat. Zhang Jingguo shared their skepticism, yet he suddenly felt that Chen An's previous arrogance, coupled with his non-affiliation with the business association, warranted a reminder of the consequences of his actions. He stated, regardless of the circumstances, Chen An has stirred up considerable trouble. We must promptly report this. Liang Ku, who was not particularly fond of Boss Jiao, recognized the potential ramifications of Chen An's actions. If Boss Jiao blamed the business association for failing to manage local vendors, future conflicts could become exceedingly difficult to resolve. Thus, Liang Ku asserted, this fellow is becoming increasingly outrageous. Let's first consult the president on how to address this matter. If necessary, I will personally visit him to compel an apology to Boss Jiao. President Chao Xiangdong, upon hearing Liang Ku and his companion's account, maintained a calm demeanor. He then stated, Liang Ku, since you share a familial connection with him, please take some time in the next few days to inform him about the upcoming business summit. Naturally, Liang Ku was unconditionally obedient to the president's directive and sensed that the president sought to use this opportunity to impart a lesson to Chen An, thereby instilling a sense of caution in him. Nodding in agreement, he departed. However, the other businessmen attending the meeting were perplexed. They were closely allied with Chao Xiangdong, considered his confidants. What was Chen An to warrant an invitation to such a business summit? Indeed, what right did he have to stand alongside us? The annual business summit served as a platform for discussing future developmental directions, prospective projects, and re-electing the leaders of the Yeshan enterprises. These discussions were confidential among the business owners. Allowing someone of Chen An's stature to attend seemed beneath us. Why should we expend our energy discussing such an inconsequential person? In the minds of these prominent businessmen, merely thinking of the name Chen An felt like a transgression. They would rather focus on more lucrative ventures. Yet, Chao Xiangdong interjected. Chen An has struck Boss Jiao, who will likely use this as leverage to position himself as the leader of Yeshan. My intention in inviting Chen An is to utilize him as a bargaining chip when negotiating with Boss Jiao, allowing us some respite. Chen An himself was insignificant, but he could serve as a useful pawn to hinder Boss Jiao. Upon hearing this, the businessmen suddenly comprehended the president's strategy. Indeed, the president was astute. His foresight was commendable. Chao Xiangdong, with his keen insight, foresaw that at this commercial summit, Jiao Leshan would undoubtedly display his extraordinary prowess, compelling all the entrepreneurs to submit to him. Initially, Zhao Xiangrui could have matched him in this endeavor. However, Chao Xiangdong believed that should this occur, Zhao Xiangrui's prestige would inevitably surpass his own, and he might then seize the opportunity to cast Chao aside, leaving him with no future prospects. Just as he was pondering his predicament, Chen An unexpectedly appeared, presenting a perfect opportunity for manipulation, enabling him to align himself with Jiao Leshan. Thus, a temporary equilibrium of power among the three major players in Yeshan would emerge, granting him ample time to maneuver strategically. Chapter 83 Liang Ku perceived that President Chao must have recognized Chen An's potential, which is why he had tasked her with informing him about attending the summit. Otherwise, given Chen An's qualifications, he would not have been deemed worthy of participation. Liang Ku advised Chen An to refrain from causing any disturbances for the time being, as President Chao had not contemplated promoting any new talent for quite some time. Upon arriving in Longmen Village and relaying the invitation to the meeting, Liang Ku remarked, "In our county, several individuals of higher status and greater income have sought membership, bringing substantial gifts to President Chao, yet he scarcely acknowledges them. You must consider it a stroke of fortune that he has called upon you." Zhang Jingguo added, "Do you understand the advantages of joining our business association? Whenever substantial business ventures or investments arise in the county, the first individuals to be notified will invariably be the members of our association, granting them access to invaluable information." "I comprehend," Chen An replied nonchalantly. Liang Ku and Zhang Jingguo exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with Chen An's reaction. "What do you mean by that?" Liang Ku inquired. "Is President Chao's decision to promote you misguided? Although he has not explicitly invited you to join, extending an invitation to this summit signifies his clear interest in you. As long as you perform well at the meeting, Your admission will be merely a matter of time. Zhang Jingguo remarked, you have struck down Jiao Leshan. Do you realize the burden President Chao bears in defending you? His position is far from enviable. Chen An, drawing from his past experiences, stated, to be honest, joining a business association offers little benefit. Not only is it of limited usefulness, but when conflicts arise, it is often the members of the same association who will be the first to betray you. Well, I am grateful to President Chao and his ancestors for this opportunity. Chen An replied, his tone dismissive. Zhang Jingguo expressed his satisfaction. Now that sounds more appropriate. If it weren't for your connection to Liangku, I wouldn't have bothered to come. Liangku added, make sure to arrive punctually on the day of the meeting. Do not disappoint President Chao. With that, she and Zhang Jingguo departed. Once outside, Zhang Jingguo commented, I see Chen An as an insatiable wolf. Allowing him into the association would be of no benefit. I truly fail to understand President Chao's intentions in summoning him to the meeting. Liangku, though uncertain of President Chao's motives, felt assured it must be for Chen An's benefit, as he was a local entrepreneur. Though young, he was undeniably a malleable talent. Thus, she remarked, it must be to strengthen the association, especially with Jiao Leshan's formidable approach. I genuinely cannot predict what schemes he may devise. Zhang Jingguo scoffed him. What could he possibly do to enhance the association? It is already a blessing that he does not disrupt our business in Yeshan. Besides, can Emir Chen An possibly contend with Jiao Leshan? That notion is utterly fanciful. Indeed, Chen An has recently amassed a considerable fortune, yet he remains a novice. His foundation precarious. Moreover, his impulsive nature may jeopardize Chairman Chao's endeavors rather than assist them. Liangku also contemplated this. Upon reaching Chairman Chao's level, one must engage in high-level machinations. Chen An, however, is merely adept at brute force, still operating under the naive belief that sheer strength equates to truth. His lack of enlightenment renders him unworthy of contributing to the fortification of the commercial association's power. Nonetheless, since Chairman Chao has made her decision, she, as a mere subordinate, could not voice any substantial objections. A month prior, Chen An had indeed heard whispers of this business summit. Essentially, it is a gathering of various entrepreneurs to discuss their respective strengths, with the aim of tempering the more audacious among them. It also serves as an opportunity to ascertain any emerging dark horses or newcomers from outside the region. On the surface, it appears as though everyone is engaged in business discussions to stimulate GDP, yet in reality, it is an exercise in consolidating their own power or perhaps courting some newcomers. True commercial competition cannot be resolved in a mere summit. However, since Chairman Chao has graciously invited him, Chen An is inclined to attend. Furthermore, Jiao Leshan will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to resolve all issues pertaining to the Sifang company in Yeshan in one fell swoop. At this moment, Chen Xiaojing rushed over. Brother Chen An, boss you from Jun Haoyun restaurant has arrived. Chen An was slightly taken aback. Quickly, please invite him in. Boss you, with his restaurant flourishing and several branches established in surrounding towns, currently faces no issues. Observing his thriving business, many entrepreneurs have flocked to invest. Over the past month, Yu Quan has been inundated with work, counting money to the point of cramping his fingers. Sometimes, business owners do not profit solely from customers, but also from investors. In any case, Yu Boss exuded confidence and success. Haha, Brother Chen An, it has been 2 months since we last met, and I am astonished by the scale you have achieved here. Yu Quan entered with a cheerful demeanor. Thanks to you. If not for the mountain snails and crabs you supplied, my small workshop would not have thrived. Chen An replied, you still possess that silver tongue. If you weren't so capable, no amount of fortune I distribute would bear fruit. Yu Boss laughed heartily. Such praise is unwarranted. Please let us enjoy some tea. After taking a sip, Yu Quan continued, we are old acquaintances, so let us dispense with pleasantries. The last shipment of mushrooms you sent was well received by my restaurant patrons, prompting me to request a larger supply this time. The previous batch came from Widow Pan's stock. Additionally, Chen An had taken the opportunity to instruct the chef at Jun Haoyun restaurant on how to sauté mushrooms. Recently, Yu Quan had even invited the chefs from the branches in neighboring towns to learn this dish, eager to promote it further. Today, he specifically came to procure more supplies from Chen An. During this period, Chen An was tirelessly engaged in production, while Zhao Xiangrui instructed his subordinates to procure an additional 100 pounds daily. As of now, he demands a staggering 2,000 pounds each day. Chen An understood that Zhao was hoarding goods, anticipating a price surge in the autumn and winter months before making a move. However, Chen An remained indifferent to Zhao's strategy. Since Zhao desired the goods, he would do his utmost to supply them. Consequently, Chen An produced an ample amount of mushroom strains and even rented an additional factory building. The villagers of Longmen, whenever they had the chance, would come to assist, significantly boosting the output. Thus, he stated, "Boss Yu, without further ado, I can certainly meet your request for up to 1,000 pounds. Yu Quan replied, "I initially intended to request 1,500 pounds. But I recognize that you are supplying both Boss Zhao and Boss Li, and as a newcomer, I will not ask for more. Let us stick to your proposed amount of 1,000 pounds. Chen An added, "However, let me make it clear, we will not sign a contract. It will be a cash-on-delivery arrangement, and the price will align with that of Boss Zhao and Boss Li." Yu Quan understood that Chen An was under scrutiny from Zhao Leshan and sought security in having cash on hand. He responded, "Understood, it's settled then. Oh, that Zhao Leshan. Since his arrival, he has thrown Yesan County into chaos. Damn it." After finalizing the transaction, Yu Quan let out a deep sigh, cursing under his breath. It was evident that he was being targeted by Zhao Leshan, and he was troubled about how to extricate himself from this predicament. Chapter 84. Unless higher UPS intervened, Chen An discerned his thoughts and cautioned, "Boss Yu, even if you hadn't come to me, I would have sought you out." "Oh, what is it?" "A few days ago, I led a group to storm into the Sifong company and confronted Zhao Leshan. You are aware of this, right?" "Indeed. That scoundrel was hospitalized for several days. Hearing that brought me more joy than earning money." Although Zhao Leshan had instructed against spreading the news, Chen An still had Yang Chun and others disseminate it widely. That day, my gains were not limited to merely confronting him. I also witnessed Boss Feng from the Yueshang restaurant present. He divulged some secrets concerning you, and Zhao Leshan intends to use this information to undermine you. Upon hearing this, Yu Quan's expression changed drastically. He recalled that Boss Feng Daibao had previously approached him, urging him to meet Zhao Leshan for tea. At the time, he had declined, only to realize that Feng Daibao had turned around and betrayed him to Zhao Leshan. In business, who is truly innocent? Tax evasion, falsifying accounts, exploiting legal loopholes. Who isn't he engaged in such practices? It merely varies in degree. However, if this information were to be leaked, the consequences would be dire. Particularly if it fell into the hands of an adversary, it would become a shackle that hinders his progress. Yu Quan clenched his fists, cursing Feng Daibao. What on earth did that bastard tell Zhao Leshan about me? Chen An remained silent, merely taking Yu Quan's hand and inscribing a name in his palm. Instantly, Yu Quan's eyes widened, his body trembling, uncertain whether from anger or fear. The name Chen An wrote belonged to someone from the Business Administration Society, to whom he regularly showed deference, which enabled his Jun Haoyun restaurant to maintain multiple branches. The realization that this matter had been leaked by Feng Daibao and reached Zhao Leshan was utterly shocking. Once this matter is exposed, Yu Quan instantly realizes he is in trouble, his face turning as pale as a ghost. Witnessing Yu Quan's reaction, Chen An confirms a crucial fact. This piece of information did not originate from Feng Daibao, but rather from a more clandestine source. The reason for sharing it with Yu Quan was merely to ascertain its reliability. Indeed, even if the informant were not Yu Quan, Zhao Xiangrui, or Li Yuanliang, Chen An could still divulge certain secrets. It appears that this reliable source is trustworthy, thus validating the authenticity of the other news. This strategic move has proven to be astute. Chen An continues, "It seems that Zhao Leshan is determined to succeed this time. It's no wonder he has been neglecting the issues in Longmen Village. He has been gathering secrets from the major players in Yesan County, likely intending to leverage them during the upcoming business summit to exert pressure on everyone." Yu Quan clenches his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it, that traitor. I've previously aided Feng Daibao, and he dares to betray me. Boss Yu, there's no point in lamenting now. Zhao Leshan already holds the leverage over you. It's imperative that you devise a solution swiftly." Chen An reminds him, acknowledging that this is someone else's affair, and he can only offer a word of caution. He cannot dictate others' actions. Yu Quan nods, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he turns to Chen An, saying, "Brother Chen, you have a plan to deal with Zhao Leshan, don't you? How could he possibly accept being challenged?" However, Chen An has yet to encounter any trouble, suggesting he possesses a method to confront Zhao Leshan. Moreover, he is the only one brave enough to confront Zhao Leshan at the Sifong company. The bosses are buzzing about the audacity of Chen An, praising him for his bravery. Now that Yuquan is aware of the leverage Zhao Leshan holds over him, he is uncertain of how long it will last, but it certainly provides Zhao Leshan with an advantage that is likely to be detrimental to him. Thus, forming an alliance with Chen An seems prudent. Although they may not be able to topple Zhao Leshan immediately, uniting could mitigate the damage they each face. Yet, Chen An shakes his head and states, "I now regret confronting Zhao Leshan. At the time, I was merely relying on my local status, believing I should not be bullied by an outsider. In hindsight, I have my reservations. There are countless ways to harm someone, and Zhao Leshan surely knows 100 techniques. Solutions certainly exist, but I prefer not to reveal anything. Human nature is inscrutable." Despite Yuquan's evident animosity towards Zhao Leshan, with the leverage now in the latter's hands, it is possible that after a night's rest, Yuquan might find himself currying favor with Zhao Leshan. Upon hearing this, Yuquan's complexion pales further. Indeed, Chen An is merely a young man in his 20s, lacking the experience of navigating the turbulent seas of commerce. How could he possibly understand the intricate deceptions of the business world? How foolish of me to place my hopes upon him. Just as Yuquan succumbs to despair, Chen An adds, "Isn't there a business association in Yeshan County? President Chao runs a pharmacy and is highly respected. Perhaps he could engage with Zhao Leshan?" The first thing Zhao Leshan intends to do is establish a chamber of commerce. Chao Xiangdong pales in comparison to Zhao Xiangrui. Yuquan remarked disdainfully, "Surely, Boss Zhao will seek a conversation with Zhao Leshan, considering he has influential connections. Yet, do not dwell on that. I suspect Zhao Xiangrui may find himself in dire straits this time." "Why is that?" Chen An inquired, momentarily taken aback. Who does not know of Zhao Xiangrui and his relative's issues? Furthermore, he has been selling inferior seeds to farmers, mixing sand into fertilizers, and failing to settle accounts with vegetable growers. These are matters known to all, merely suppressed by his relatives. Locally, as long as he does not encroach upon anyone's interests, no one speaks against him. However, with Zhao Leshan's arrival, it is likely that those he has wronged will unite against him. Ultimately, Zhao Xiangrui is merely an empty vessel. With so many bosses in Yeshan County, is there truly no one capable of dealing with Zhao Leshan? Unless someone from above intervenes. Yet those in higher positions tend to disregard the affairs of commerce. They would rather see external capital as a boon. Otherwise, it is merely a web of local connections, making it challenging for higher authorities to implement any measures, as doing so would inevitably harm the interests of their own. It is no wonder Zhao Leshan is so arrogant. It seems this upcoming business summit will indeed serve as a stage. Yuquan's expression darkened. He should have been elated with the recent opening of several branches. But now that he finds himself at Zhao Leshan's mercy, he is uncertain how Zhao Leshan will treat him in the future. After discussing a few more matters, Yuquan departed with the mushrooms. Unless someone from above intervenes. Chen An pondered Yuquan's earlier comments. Is Zhao Leshan's arrogance not due to the higher-ups' indifference? But what if someone from above truly intervenes? Chen An mused. Perhaps Ji Yongkang could become his ally. Certainly, Chen An has means to elicit Ji Yongkang's assistance. Chapter 85. The gamble outside the venue. The higher-ups currently maintain a stance of watchful waiting, disinclined to interfere. Zhao Leshan likely recognizes this, which explains his brazen demeanor. Moreover, based on the information I have gathered, Zhao Leshan has recently been preoccupied with contending against other prominent figures, leaving him little energy to manage affairs in Longmen Village's Xishan. As for myself, it appears that after orchestrating that car accident, Zhao Leshan has refrained from any further actions. It seems he considers me insignificant. Once he conquers the entirety of Yeshan County and emerges as the leader, he will come to settle accounts with me, using me as a warning to others, which indeed would serve as a deterrent. This may be for the best. With no one to disrupt, Chen An's mushroom sales have been thriving these days, yielding over 2,000 yuan daily. Of course, these earnings must be adjusted for workers' wages, daily tea expenses, cooling costs, as well as hush money for Yangchun and others, along with expenses for information gathering. Daily expenditures are not insignificant. Yet, the remaining profit still amounts to approximately 1,500 yuan. During this period, Chen An has accumulated earnings of 60 to 70,000 yuan. Before long, on that day, Liang Ku went to work and deliberately passed through Longmen Village to inform Chen An that the business summit had commenced. She urged him to tidy up and make his way over early to leave a good impression on Chairman Chao and the other business leaders. This meeting was not only anticipated by Jiao Leshan and Chao Xiangdong, but also by Chen An himself. Hurry up, don't be late. After saying this, Lianke rode off on her bicycle, as she needed to arrange the venue with her colleagues ahead of time. The meeting was held on the first floor of a hotel. It was a rare sight to see multiple luxury Mercedes-Benz cars, and today was no exception, with more than one in attendance. In fact, there were numerous other vehicles, perhaps over 10, and it was uncommon to witness such a gathering of cars in one location in this era. Many citizens and passers-by stopped to watch, especially since it was the weekend, drawing even more spectators. With so many cars, the identities of the arriving business leaders must be quite significant. This spectacle was unprecedented. Among the crowd were Cheng Jing, who had come out shopping during her holiday, along with Shuyá and several other colleagues. Upon hearing the inquiries about the event inside, Cheng Jing proudly remarked, "You don't know that the top business leaders from various industries in Yeshan County are holding a summit here? I truly wonder what you all do for a living." It had been 2 months since she had been humiliated by Chen An and had long since put that incident out of her mind. Her former arrogance re-emerged. Not far away, Shuyá could no longer bear it and retorted, "So what if you know? What does it have to do with you? Look at yourself." Other colleagues chimed in, "It's just a meeting. It's not like you'll get rich from it." However, Cheng Jing became even more smug, hands on her hips. "Oh, you don't say? It actually does concern me. This is a business summit related to commerce, and my husband works in the commercial sector. After this meeting, just wait and see. My husband will surely be promoted by 2 levels. As she spoke, she proudly held up 2 fingers. A promotion of 2 levels, regardless of the time, was certainly a matter worth celebrating and boasting about. No wonder Cheng Jing spoke so loudly. Shuyá questioned, "You make it sound as if you know the inside scoop." Cheng Jing crossed her arms, "Humph. I'm not afraid to tell you that my husband is instrumental in facilitating this business summit. After it concludes, the commercial landscape of Yeshan County will become increasingly internationalized, and within 5 years, the entire county will reach a moderately prosperous level. Such a grand achievement deserves more than just a 2-level promotion for my husband. I would consider it a loss." Some uninformed listeners, hearing Cheng Jing's boastful claims, couldn't help but feel envious. Shuyá thought it was unfair. If what Cheng Jing said was true, she couldn't imagine how high her tail would rise in the sky afterward. Cheng Jing looked at Shuyá, reveling in her triumph. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Why don't you find a husband like mine? Just fear you lack that fortune. You're all just worthless." She didn't stop at Shuyá but pointed at the other colleagues, her tone dripping with disdain. Upon hearing the exchange, the surrounding colleagues felt a surge of frustration. Yet they were at a loss for words, well aware of Cheng Jing's sharp tongue. In the presence of so many witnesses, a loud confrontation seemed unnecessary. At that moment, Zhang Peilon squeezed her way forward, having overheard Cheng Jing's brazen display, and kindly interjected, "Cheng Jing, as a cadre's spouse, why do you consistently bully others?" Cheng Jing, basking in her moment of triumph, immediately bristled at this remark, her expression toward Zhang Peilon tinged with displeasure. Cheng Jing had harbored resentment toward Zhang Peilon ever since their previous encounter in the clothing store, feeling deeply unsatisfied with her behavior. If it weren't for Zhang's husband holding a position in the county office, Cheng Jing would have likely unleashed a more scathing retort. With a disdainful glance at Zhang Peilon, she mockingly remarked, "Oh, I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's the self-proclaimed do-gooder, Mrs. G." Zhang Peilon shook her head in exasperation, perplexed by the existence of such individuals. "This meeting may not align with your understanding. Perhaps you should refrain from being so arrogant here." She gently cautioned once more. "Humph. There's no need for your concern. You ought to manage your own affairs. I heard 2 months ago that your husband was supposed to make significant moves. Yet after all this time, there has been not even a ripple. How dare you lecture others on their conduct?" Cheng Jing retorted, leaving Zhang Peilon momentarily speechless. Originally, everyone had gathered for leisure and relaxation, comfortably seated in the park adjacent to the hotel, awaiting the outcome of the meeting. As employees, and given the recent news of impending layoffs, there was a palpable concern among them about how the meeting might influence their jobs. It was common knowledge that those attending the meeting were prominent figures, always arriving in luxury vehicles. However, at that moment, a bicycle unexpectedly caught everyone's attention. The newcomer was Chen An. What could he possibly want? Shuyá pondered aloud. Although he was a man of considerable means, he paled in comparison to these business magnates. let alone being invited to a meeting. Chen Jing suddenly declared, I understand the situation. Since this is a business summit, it must revolve around everyone's interests. Chen An's mushroom cultivation significantly undermines the profits of the produce magnate, Zhao Xiangrui. They must have summoned him to the meeting to make an example of him. Zhang Peilon countered, your conclusion seems rather hasty. I've heard that Zhao Xiangrui himself is sourcing goods from Chen An, planning to stockpile them until prices rise before shipping them to the Pearl River Delta. Furthermore, Chen An supplies Zhao Xiangrui with a daily quantity of 1,000 pounds, indicating he has been quite profitable recently. His presence at the meeting is likely due to an invitation from the business association. Shall we place a wager? Chen Jing challenged. I guarantee that Chen An will soon find himself apprehended on charges of speculation. Recently, whenever her husband spoke of work, he was filled with uncontainable joy, even becoming more enthusiastic in their intimate moments. This had led Chen Jing to learn of certain undisclosed matters. At this meeting, Chen An was destined to be the sacrificial lamb. Thus, Chen Jing felt emboldened to make such a bold statement. However, Zhang Peilon had received quite a few whispers regarding the meeting. It was evident that the business landscape of Yeshan County would undergo a thorough reshuffling. Yet, it was apparent that Chairman Chao would not emerge as the leader, nor would Jiao Leshan take the helm. Reflecting on Chen Jing's character, Zhang Peilon doubted that even a victory over her would lead to the fulfillment of promises. She shook her head in disinterest. Chen Jing, however, was brimming with eagerness for a wager, remarking, Are you afraid of losing? No matter, the outcome remains uncertain. If I lose, I shall kneel and bow an apology before everyone. But if you lose, you need only acknowledge your wrongdoing the day you offended me at the clothing store. Her insistence on the bet stemmed from a desire to reclaim her dignity lost during the previous encounter at the boutique. Should she emerge victorious, with her husband as promotion, no one would dare mention that incident again. Zhang Peilon replied, All right, it is settled then. She had also gleaned some fragmented secrets from her husband, who had mentioned that after this summit, Chen An would rise to prominence in Yeshan County. Chapter 86. Chen An, be honest. Unbeknownst to Chen An, he had become a pawn on the gambling table outside. He parked his bicycle and strode directly into the hotel, where the receptionist guided him to the hall rented for the summit. Inside, numerous prominent figures had already gathered, some Chen An recognized, while others were strangers. However, it was clear from their demeanor that these individuals held significant status. Some were seated, while others stood in clusters engaged in conversation. Countless aspired to enter such an arena. Yet to Chen An, it appeared deceptively tranquil. Beneath the surface lay treachery and peril, with many unaware of how they had met their demise or been betrayed. As he sought a place to sit, he was interrupted by Zhao Xiangrui's voice from behind. Chen An, what brings you here? The surprise in his tone suggested that he was taken aback by Chen An's attendance at such a gathering. Though Chen An had recently earned a considerable sum, in the presence of these magnates, it amounted to mere trifles. Thus, Zhao Xiangrui found Chen An's appearance puzzling. I'm here for the meeting, Chen An replied nonchalantly. Just keep your head down and don't speak out of turn, Zhao Xiangrui advised, aware that with so many influential figures present, he could not afford to speak freely. As long as Chen An behaved, Zhao Xiangrui believed he could manage the meeting effectively. Having said that, he moved to a more prominent position. Chen An casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Guo, it wasn't long before Zhang Jingguo, who was maintaining order at the venue, approached with a furrowed brow. Chen An, is this a place for you to sit? Zhang Jingguo remarked, laden with sarcasm and reproach. If you can't read, can't you at least ask someone? Look, is this not your name? You have no sense of propriety. Despite Chairman Chao's regard for him, Zhang Jingguo still held biases against Chen An. The conflict among Jiao Leshan and the bigwigs of Yeshan County was akin to celestial beings clashing, and even the resulting tremors could threaten Chen An's life. Such trivial matters warranted no courtesy towards him. Faced with Zhang Jingguo's brashness, Chen An refused to yield. I will sit here. Go ahead and call someone to drag me away if you dare. Zhang Jingguo was left speechless. He had not anticipated that Chen An would resort to such unscrupulous behavior. In this particular setting, Zhang Jingguo was reluctant to create a commotion. Just sit there, he thought. Today marks your downfall. I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. As he pondered this, Liang Ku, observing the situation, recognized Chen An's obstinate nature and knew Zhang Jingguo would be unable to persuade him. Thus, he approached, his tone tinged with reproach. Chen An, we have already arranged the seating. You can occupy this spot for a while, but when the owner of this nameplate arrives, You must vacate. Do not monopolize the position. Chen An inquired. Then where is my designated seat? Zhang Jingguo promptly replied. Your place is at the very back. See that small stool? That is where you will sit. Following his gesture, Chen An noticed his name affixed to the small stool. It was indeed a rather secluded location. Liang Ku added, prime positions are reserved for the prominent business leaders. It is fortunate that you are even permitted to attend this meeting, so refrain from being overly particular. Just then, the rightful occupant of Chen An's seat approached. Zhang Jingguo, gritting his teeth, muttered under his breath, aren't you going to get up? The esteemed boss Guan has arrived. He is the owner of Jixingju, and even the recently successful Jun Haoyun pales in comparison to him. What are you? A mere vegetable grower, trying to assert? At that moment, Guan Zhuais, a middle-aged man over 50, bid farewell to several other business leaders and made his way over. Upon noticing his designated spot occupied by an impudent youth, his brow furrowed in displeasure. As he drew closer, Guan Zhuais coldly inquired, who are you? Can you not read? Liang Ku quickly interjected, I apologize, Boss Guan. I will have him leave immediately. Chen An, get up at once. As he spoke, Liang Ku reached out to pull Chen An away. However, upon hearing the name Chen An, Guan Zhuais paused momentarily. You are Chen An? By this time, Liang Ku had successfully pulled Chen An to his feet, who responded nonchalantly, indeed, do you know me? Chen An was somewhat taken aback. The proprietor of Jixingju was a formidable figure, one he had only heard about previously. To his surprise, Guan Zhuais recognized him. Oh, of course I know you. You are the one who assaulted Jiao Leshan. Guan Zhuais continued with a chilling tone. Your actions have forced us to scramble and clean up your mess. After this meeting concludes, you had best vacate Yeshan County swiftly. While I cannot speak for the other business leaders, I assure you I will be the first to hold you accountable. Guan Zhuais, who was currently devising strategies to counter Jiao Leshan, had intended to test the waters. However, Chen An had preemptively dispatched individuals to confront Jiao Leshan, completely derailing Guan Zhuais' plans. Jiao Leshan's visit aimed to subjugate Yeshan County, compelling all business leaders to submit to him rather than fostering cooperation for mutual benefit. Consequently, an unknown entity from Yeshan County had unexpectedly challenged him, provoking his wrath, which he would undoubtedly unleash upon the other business leaders. To navigate this power struggle and secure greater advantages, Guan Zhuais and his associates were compelled to extinguish the fury ignited by Jiao Leshan's defeat, a task that required substantial financial investment. Thus, Chen An would inevitably bear the consequences of this turmoil. Liang Ku immediately said, Chen An, why aren't you apologizing to Boss Guan? However, Guan Zhuais waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. You will have to fend for yourself later. With that, he settled back into his seat, ignoring them completely. Liang Ku shoved Chen An. What are you doing? You made a mistake. Just admit it. Boss Guan is the king of the catering industry in Yeshan County. Even you, Quan, the owner of Jun Haoyun, must show him some respect. If you offend him, how do you expect to thrive in Yeshan County in the future? Chen An, however, remained unconcerned, chuckling. The king of catering? How does he compare with Zhao Xiangrui? I never imagined that such a small place as Yeshan County could harbor so many kings. It seems I have been blind to the reality. Guan Zhuais, now seated, turned his head and shot a sidelong glance at Chen An. What is Zhao Xiangrui really? If it weren't for that relative of his, he would probably be begging somewhere. Indeed, Chen An nodded in agreement. There was truth in that statement. He had learned about Guan Zhuais recently, and his background was comparable to Zhao Xiangrui's. Yet, lacking such relatives, he had managed to expand Jixianju and even venture into other counties and towns, demonstrating considerable ambition and strength. Can you please refrain from speaking? Liang Ku, fearing Chen An might say something inappropriate, forcibly led him to the back row. Soon, Chao Xiangdong, Jiao Leshan, and others arrived in succession. Business magnates from the local area, as well as from outside the region, filled the room, including some county officials who merely observed without participating. As everyone settled into their seats, an uncanny atmosphere enveloped the gathering. The host took to the stage to deliver the opening remarks and formally announced the commencement of the business summit. Chapter 87. A gentle battle. Chen An noticed that Jiao Leshan entered with a beautiful woman by his side, displaying an ostentatious demeanor. Their closeness was evident. From entering to greeting other business owners, he held her hand tightly, as if fearing she might be snatched away. He even introduced her to neighboring bosses, showcasing her to the business world. He appeared to have aged considerably, a sign of indulgence, suggesting that this beautiful woman had a significant influence over him. Zhao Xiangrui cast a discreet glance at Jiao Leshan, prompting a nearby business owner to remark, I truly cannot fathom how someone so focused on seducing women could become such a prominent boss. Isn't he afraid of being labeled a rogue? How brazen to bring his mistress to such an event. The other business owners chimed in with their criticisms. Zhao Xiangrui scoffed, let him revel in his arrogance for now. Soon enough, I shall make him weep inconsolably. The other bosses at the table readily agreed. Exactly. After all, he is merely an outsider. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially since Mr. Zhao is the dragon of Yeshan County. If it weren't for Mr. Zhao currently biding his time, he would have already dealt with him. How could we allow him to remain so arrogant? Mr. Zhao's reputation as the largest fruit and vegetable king in the area is not without merit, and one wonders how capable Jiao Leshan truly is to contend with him. As a local heavyweight, he has unfettered access to regional resources, which, even if requiring some expenditure or personal favors, inherently grants him an advantage simply due to being a local. What is Jiao Leshan, after all? Were it not for the formidable company backing him, he would amount to nothing. At this moment, the leader, who had been invited to deliver the opening remarks for the meeting themed Spring Breeze Filling the Land, concluded his speech, and Xiao Xiangdong was called upon to summarize the economic development of Yeshan County over the past year, extolling the impressive progress made and the influx of foreign investment. He subsequently asserted that the primary objective of today's meeting was clear to all present before the conclusion. The business leaders would elect a figure capable of uniting everyone and guiding Yeshan County towards a more prosperous future. He urged all parties to refrain from resolving disputes privately and instead utilize the Chamber of Commerce to mediate, emphasizing that amicability fosters wealth in business. This leader would not serve without merit. All owners are acutely aware of the substantial benefits that accompany such a position. When all business owners look to him as their guide, how could success not follow? Xiao Xiangdong's words indeed carried weight, as some members of the chamber were well-connected and quite supportive of him. Anyone daring to disrupt the peace might find their initiatives thwarted by President Qiao. At this juncture, Guan Zhuai's, who had long since grown impatient, stood up and declared, allow me to speak first. Over the years, Jixianju has thrived thanks to your patronage, establishing itself as a leading enterprise in Yeshan County. Observing the landscape, I see no other company that can rival Jixianju. Hence, I, Guan, boldly stepped forward to assume the role of leader. This was a matter of personal and corporate future, and thus, it was imperative to take the initiative in the election. With that, Guan Zhuai's turned to the owner of Chen An, Yu Quan, at the adjacent table. You, as fellow restaurateurs, and considering my seniority, I trust you will support my candidacy for this position. Yu Quan, taken aback, recalled that Guan had previously approached him regarding this matter. However, Guan's tactics had often been excessive, inciting trouble at Chen An to secure business for himself, whether by claiming infestations in the kitchen or other such slanders, all orchestrated to undermine his rival. Such unscrupulous conduct left you with little respect for him. Now Guan sought his support? You retorted, why on earth should I support you? Do you think I am unaware of your actions against us at Chen An? My head chef was wrongfully implicated due to your schemes, and our supply chain was jeopardized by your interference. Had it not been for my good fortune, Chen An would have already crumbled under your sabotage. Now you expect me to support you? Dream on. Guan Zhuai's remained unperturbed, maintaining his smile. I am not entirely sure what you are alluding to, but I have a little book I would like you to see. With that, he retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, slightly smaller than a bank card. His assistant handed the notebook to Yu Quan, who opened it at the bookmark and was instantly taken aback, eyes widening in shock. He chuckled, saying, you, my friend, you have indeed married a virtuous partner. In a sudden burst of impulsiveness, Yu Quan tore the page from the document and consumed it, leaving Guan Zhuai's momentarily speechless. The other business owners were consumed by curiosity about the contents of that paper. Yet, only Yu Quan was privy to the truth. It detailed his wife's unauthorized diversion of funds from Jun Haoyun's account to her small workshop. This act of misappropriation could go unpunished if kept secret, but should it come to light, how would the taxes on those funds be calculated? Would Jun Haoyun's finances, along with his wife's workshop, face immediate freezing for investigation? A frozen account could sever the financial lifeline, leading to dire consequences. Yu Quan clenched his teeth in frustration, cursing the fact that Guan Zhuai's had uncovered this information. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront him violently, yet he understood that he was entirely in Guan Zhuai's grasp. The battlefield of commerce is seldom about overt confrontations. Rather, it is often a subtle dagger thrust in the shadows. Guan Zhuai's inquired, "So do you agree with my proposal?" In that moment, you felt as if his very essence had been drained, realizing that behind him loomed another adversary, Zhao Leshan. Yet he struggled to contend even with Guan Zhuai's. He slumped in his chair, staring vacantly, and weakly replied, "I agree." A collective gasp arose from the other business owners as Yuquan capitulated so swiftly. It was evident that Guan Zhuai's had seized upon Yu's critical misstep. No wonder he had the audacity to be the first to advocate for leadership. He was clearly prepared. Who would be next? "I support this." "I agree. Count me in." Several owners rose in support, some with prior amicable relations with Guan Zhuai's, while others, perhaps feeling guilty, feared retribution from him. Recognizing their lack of strength to lead, they chose to align themselves with a stronger ally. A chorus of 7 or 8 owners declared their support. Yet, dissent lingered among a few who questioned Guan Zhuai's qualifications. At that moment, a burly man stood, his voice gruff and commanding. "Guan, no matter how well Jixianju performs, it remains a light industry. Yesan is a pivotal county for substantial third-line construction, and we are heavy industry. If anyone should lead, it is I. All boat owners within the county have chosen me, as have the transport company owners. My votes surpass yours. Perhaps you should step aside." This man, Zheng Hanghai, owned a mid-sized shipping company. In this era, land transport was not as developed as in later times, with many passenger and freight services relying heavily on shipping. Moreover, he owned several shipyards, positioning him within the realm of heavy industry. His influence extended into government-related construction and military logistics, granting him significant authority. In terms of both votes and power, Guan Zhuai's found himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 88. Chen An must stay. Guan Zhuai's, bold enough to be the first to stand, was equally prepared to face the ensuing challenges. "Humph, you are no longer the Honyuan shipping of your." Guan Zhuai's retorted coldly. "I fail to understand why old Zheng would allow someone like you to take over this company. Do you think I am unaware of the fatal accidents that have occurred at your shipyard? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zheng Honghai's expression tightened, revealing a hint of terror. "Damn it, these industries of shipping and catering are completely unrelated. How did Guan Zhuai's manage to infiltrate my operations?" He realized he had underestimated the situation. Guan Zhuai's remained calm and composed. "Oh, am I speaking nonsense? Should I disclose to everyone what the ballast of the ship you constructed consists of?" In an instant, Zheng Honghai's face turned ashen. He stared at Guan Zhuai's with wide eyes, as if confronting a demon. "What ballast? I do not comprehend your words." Zheng Honghai's tone had lost its previous arrogance. Others might be oblivious, but Zheng Hanghai was acutely aware that every ship must have ballast. It was entirely normal. However, out of superstition, the materials he used for ballast were far from ordinary. Some were the remains of accident victims, while others were procured from funeral homes or excavated from the mountains. This was an internal secret. How could Guan Zhuai's possibly know? Guan Zhuai's chuckled. "It matters not if you do not understand. My knowledge suffices. I shall take a moment to converse with Uncle Police shortly." Zheng Hanghai was rendered speechless. Of course, Zheng Hanghai could stubbornly deny it, even signaling his subordinates to hastily dispose of the incriminating ballast. Yet, he knew that some of these were acts of deliberate murder disguised as accidents, a completely different nature. If the families were to discover the truth, could they simply overlook it? Did Zheng Hanghai dare to continue confronting Guan Zhuai's, risking escalation? He did not dare. He had already begun to tremble. This was far more serious than anything he had faced before. He needed to stall Guan Zhuai's and swiftly return to eliminate or placate any potential evidence and personnel. In short, this was bound to be a significant loss. Finally, after a brief pause, Zheng Hanghai, feeling as though he had aged a decade, weakly uttered, You are the boss." At this moment, despite their previous encounters, both Yuquan and Zheng Hanghai were among the elite in their respective industries. Yet they crumbled effortlessly before Guan Zhuai's. Aside from Zhao Xiangrui, Zhao Leshan, and Xiao Xiangdong, those distinguished figures who remained steadfast, other business owners cast uneasy glances at Guan Zhuai's. Their restlessness palpable. Guan Zhuai's was formidable. Xiao Xiangdong, narrowing his eyes, discreetly assessed Guan Zhuai's. This individual had undoubtedly invested immense effort to ascend as a leader, surpassing even Zhao Xiangrui, who had connections above. Fortunately, despite Guan Zhuai's prowess, the situation remained under their control, and intervention was unnecessary for the time being. Meanwhile, Zhao Leshan, resembling a carefree young master, was being fed grapes by a beautiful woman, clearly feeling secure in his position. Only through a direct confrontation would they truly gauge their strengths and weaknesses. Everyone was acutely aware that their hands were, to varying extents, stained. Those who were truly innocent had no right to occupy such seats. The matter at hand rests heavily on the gravity of the situation. While some actions may seem trivial, Guan Zhuai's fierce determination is palpable, and it would be prudent for others to refrain from provoking his ire. Those mentioned by Guan nodded in agreement, while those not called upon prepared themselves to align with stronger allies. Their gazes shifted towards Zhao Xiangrui, who, in contrast, was preferred by the majority to take the lead due to his advantageous connections and capabilities. Among the influential figures in Yeshan, only Zhao Xiangrui stood a chance of contending with Guan Zhuai's. With narrowed eyes, yet an unperturbed demeanor, Zhao understood that allowing Guan to continue unchecked was untenable. Just as he prepared to rally support for himself, a derisive voice rang out from a nearby table. "Ah, what a spectacle! I never imagined the bosses of Yeshan to be such inept individuals. It only took a few words from Guan to bring you all to heel. How embarrassing for your ancestors." Bah! Turning to the source of the mockery, they beheld Jiao Leshan, reclining comfortably in the embrace of a beautiful woman. Reminiscent of an official enjoying a performance at a theater, casually spitting out grape seeds after his remarks. The arrival of the Sifang company had already stirred discontent among the local bosses, and with Zhao's audacity to speak up, Guan Zhuai was not one to let the opportunity slip. Guan chuckled coldly, contemplating how he had initially intended to save Jiao for a grand finale, but now, it seemed fitting to present him with a special gift. Zhao Leshan quickly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious tone as he extricated himself from the woman's hold. Now, I'm but a visitor here. If there's a gift to be exchanged, it should rightfully be presented by me first. Why not evaluate my offering and then decide whether to reciprocate? Guan Zhuai mused that after years of effort, he had successfully transformed many dubious matters into innocuous ones. His connections above had been well established. Thus, any potential issues would likely be inconsequential. Jiao, having only been in Yeshan for a few years, could hardly pose a significant threat, even if he had unearthed some unsavory facts. Oh, splendid. I am indeed curious about the surprise you have in store for me. Zhao Leshan smiled. However, before we proceed, I believe it is prudent for those unrelated to this meeting to take their leave, to avoid unnecessary complications. His gaze fell upon the gathered officials, who, recognizing the gravity of the moment, promptly began to exit. The onlooking bosses were taken aback, witnessing this unusual obedience from the officials before them. Had Zhao truly infiltrated their ranks so deeply? Indeed, the prowess of a large corporation was evident. Wealth could indeed move mountains. As the scene unfolded, some bosses regarded Zhao with newfound respect, recalling the post-reform era's emphasis on civilian construction and recognizing the Sifang Company's origins in building materials, which showcased their formidable strength at this juncture. Subsequently, Chao Xiangdong gestured for other unrelated staff to depart, with Zhang Jingguo and Liang Ke following suit. Noticing Chen An still seated, Zhang Jingguo quietly remarked, "Chen An, do you truly believe that as a minor player, you will be able to comprehend what Boss Jiao is about to convey? Shouldn't you take your leave?" Liang Ke even approached to physically urge Chen An from his seat, pushing him toward the exit. "What are you doing?" A voice erupted in anger, startling Liang Ke. Turning around, she saw Zhao Leshan glaring at her, his eyes filled with a palpable intent to kill. Liang Ke's complexion instantly turned ashen. She could not comprehend what she had done wrong. Zhao Leshan declared, "That Chen An is to be kept." Liang Ke's hand, which had been resting on Chen An, recoiled as if electrified, and she numbly shuffled towards the exit, thoroughly terrified. Chapter 89. The dilemma of Guan Zhuai. The bosses regarded Chen An with the gaze one might reserve for the deceased. After all, who told him to provoke Zhao Leshan? Under normal circumstances, his status would never have warranted his presence here, and he would not be facing such hostility. Even in defeat against Guan Zhuai and Zhao Xiangrui, Zhao Leshan could still make Chen An pay dearly. It seems somewhat deserved. "Chen An, I can no longer save you. You must fend for yourself," Liang Ke murmured before departing with Zhang Jingguo. Conversely, Chen An had no intention of leaving. Since Zhao Leshan was determined to keep him, he resolutely returned to his seat, embodying a calm demeanor. However, to Zhao Leshan, it appeared as if Chen An had been thoroughly intimidated. "Soon enough. I shall use you as an example to frighten others," No boss will dare to defy me again. Zhao Xiangdong, with keen insight, promptly signaled the other two martial arts-trained bosses to approach Chen An. This action was not out of fear of Chen An escaping, but rather for show. To demonstrate loyalty to Jiao Leshan. Zhao Xiangrui shook his head in resignation, thinking of Chen An as foolish. Had he aligned himself with me from the outset, he wouldn't be facing such contempt now. Nevertheless, it might be fortuitous. When Chen An finds himself tormented by Jiao Leshan, I could extend a helping hand, effortlessly acquiring valuable skills in the process. The crowd's response regarding Chen An was predominantly one of schadenfreude. No matter how subpar their circumstances, they could at least take solace in not being the one to meet such a grim fate. Jiao Leshan then turned to Guan Zhuai's and proclaimed, "Boss Guan, I shall present your grand gift now." With that, he clapped his hands. At the entrance appeared an unremarkable middle-aged man. Yuquan immediately recognized him as Boss Hu from the grain and oil store. Although the others were oblivious, Yuquan seemed to piece together the situation. Recently, Boss Hu had begun supplying him with inferior oil and rice. While customers had not raised any complaints, the pricing was unjust. Moreover, when Yuquan confronted him, Boss Hu had displayed an arrogant, indifferent demeanor, as if to say, "What do you want? I'm not obliged to cater to you." Now, Jiao Leshan summoned Boss Hu to confront Guan Zhuai's, indicating that Guan was experiencing the same predicament as Yuquan. Boss Hu had been poached. Guan Zhuai's narrowed his eyes and asked, "Boss Hu, what brings you here? I was just about to seek you out after this meeting." "There's no need for that." Boss Hu retorted, "I will no longer supply you with oil, rice, and condiments. The repayment cycle is too lengthy. I, too, need money to live. Unlike you, Boss Jiao is pragmatic. He signed a 10-year contract with a bi-monthly settlement." At Boss Hu's words, all the bosses could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. In this era, individuals engaged in commerce are few, and the channels capable of supplying goods are limited to just a handful. To seek collaboration, one must select from these few. Guan Zhuai's, ever astute and calculating, feigned indifference and remarked, "Jiao, is this your grand gesture? Do you truly believe that I, Guan, am devoid of alternative channels?" "Humph." Jiao Leshan, unfazed, responded with a cheerful demeanor, "Ah, your predicament is not whether you have channels, but whether you possess the funds." The business owners were perplexed by Jiao Leshan's statement. How could one of Guan Zhuai's stature lack financial resources? It was absurd. However, a flicker of tension crossed Guan Zhuai's face, quickly masked by his composure. "You need not concern yourself with that. Whether I am wealthy or not is merely your conjecture. Attempting to intimidate me with such assumptions is hardly impressive, Jiao." Jiao Leshan's brow furrowed momentarily before he smiled. "Very well. I shall ensure your defeat is resounding. The Nani garment factory is yours, is it not? Recently, your order volume has dwindled, while raw material and shipping costs have surged. Have you not pondered the cause of these increases? The profits from Jixianju have surely been funneled into your garment factory, correct? The dual burdens of Jixianju and the factory are quite taxing, not to mention the venue fees, employee salaries, and your suppliers' payments, all of which you have continually deferred, now nearing their final deadlines. Hence, you seek to exploit the other business owners for funds to sustain these two ventures. Clever indeed. The evidence you possess could yield considerable sums. Alas, you have encountered me." Upon hearing Jiao Leshan's words, the previously composed Guan Zhuai's was rendered utterly speechless. The public exposure of his vulnerabilities was akin to offering his neck for the axe. This was a secret, known only to a select few close to him. How had Jiao Leshan discovered it? Jixianju, despite its success, failed to satiate Guan Zhuai's ambitions, particularly with the influx of novel clothing styles captivating the youth in recent years. Envious of others' profits and believing himself well capitalized, he ventured into the garment industry. However, due to poor management and his own lack of business acumen, losses began to mount. He remained obstinate, convinced of a swift recovery, only to find himself further ensnared. Now, he struggled to conjure funds to sustain both enterprises. This meeting, originally poised to be his stage for securing financial support from fellow owners, had instead led to his exposure by Jiao Leshan. "How did you come to know this?" Guan Zhuai's could no longer maintain his facade, forcing himself to inquire. Jiao Leshan replied with a smile, "The Sifang Company, daring to enter Yeshan County to become a leader, must have been well prepared long in advance. I too sought the support of everyone early on, hoping for your endorsement as the leader. Regrettably, your thoughts are overly conservative. What of the saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? Little do you know, there exists another adage. Money can make the devil push the mill. At this juncture, Zhao Leshan surveyed the audience and, with a tone of earnest gravity, addressed them. Comrades, the era of money has arrived. Awaken. Just then, an individual burst into the venue. Ignoring the presence of numerous affluent proprietors, he made a beeline for Guanzhuai's. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Leshan interjected with a chuckle. Allow me to elaborate, Mr. Guan. The employees of Jixianju, along with those from the garment factory, have received word of your inability to pay their wages, and they are currently in uproar. Guanzhuai's turned to the newcomer, who nodded and whispered in his ear. It is unclear who has spread this rumor, but the employees are no longer inclined to work. They are clamoring for their wages. Upon receiving this news, Guanzhuai's legs buckled, and he plummeted back into his chair. Last month, he had only disbursed half of the salaries. Now, with the previous month's wages delayed for an entire month, he had yet to provide the employees with an explanation. The dissemination of rumors was not mere fabrication. The truth was he genuinely lacked funds. How could the employees possibly find the motivation to continue working? With this turmoil, his once proud Jixianju and garment factory were truly doomed. All the proprietors sighed in dismay, witnessing the once flourishing Guanzhuai's being struck down from his heights by Zhao Leshan. This served as a poignant lesson for them all. Imagine, had Zhao Leshan not intervened, and no one had publicly disclosed the news of Guanzhuai's severed financial chain in front of such a multitude, would he not have truly ascended to the position of a leader today? Once the meeting concluded, Guanzhuai's would have immediately been inundated with a substantial influx of cash. Would Yu Quan, Zheng Hanghai, and the others he had just named dare withhold payment from him? It now appeared that Guanzhuai's was nothing more than a facade, long since devoid of substance. Upon further reflection, which business owner was not engaged in the practice of robbing Peter to pay Paul? Yu Quan and Zheng Hanghai found themselves vexed, having been ensnared by the seemingly insignificant Guanzhuai's. The indignation they felt was palpable. Guan Jian had just revealed his secret in front of so many other business owners, and at this moment, Zheng Hanghai felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle Guanzhuai's piece by piece. Zhao Leshan continued, Mr. Guan, you now face two choices. 1. Support me in becoming the leader. I will take the reins of Yeshan County and will immediately invest in your two enterprises, ensuring their continued operation. Or 2. Declare bankruptcy and return to being an ordinary citizen, burdened with insurmountable debt. As for me, whether or not I have your support, I will persist as the leader. This was precisely why Zhao Leshan had chosen Guanzhuai's as his primary target. His financial shortfall was immense, and the other proprietors dared not indiscriminately fill the void, thus preventing a united front. Yet, Zhao Leshan now held Guanzhuai's lifeline in his grasp. Even though the latter possessed incriminating evidence against many of the business owners, which he could leverage for funds, so what? Who could say for certain that Zhao Leshan had not already obtained even more damning evidence against them? At present, no one dares to gamble that Zhao Leshan is absent. Assisting anyone would merely lead to self-harm, so it is wiser to cling to a more formidable ally. Guanzhuai's turned his gaze towards the various bosses, casting a cold glance at Yu Quan before looking elsewhere. Zheng Hanghai fixated on himself with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour himself on the spot. As for the other bosses, although they had been called out earlier, they found themselves powerless to help. Their own issues could be easily absolved, yet Guanzhuai's had already been pushed to the brink of despair. Fortunately, Zhao Leshan still offered two choices. In comparison, choosing the first option would alleviate his burdens. After all the efforts he had invested, and the fact that Jixianju was the culmination of his lifelong dedication, now he was to have his son acknowledge a thief as his father. Guanzhuai's felt a deep sense of resentment. Ultimately, like Yu Quan and Zheng Hanghai, all his vigor seemed to be siphoned away in an instant. He muttered weakly, I choose one. Ha ha, Boss Guan is indeed wise. Have your subordinates inform the finance and legal departments. Our Sifong company will cover the employees' wages. Thank you, Boss Jiao. The surrounding bosses were left utterly astonished. While this was the best choice for Guanzhuai's, he was also a prominent figure in Yeshan County, having just displayed his prowess, only to now be rendered utterly powerless by Zhao Leshan. Guanzhuai's capitulation signified that both the culinary and shipping industries would follow suit in supporting Zhao Leshan. Suddenly, more than half had shifted their allegiance. Chairman Xiao, who had maintained an ambiguous stance, now seemed to have made his decision following Guanzhui's defeat. The suspense surrounding him had dissipated. Now only Zhao Xiangrui remained. Zhao believed that Jiao Leshan could manipulate anyone, but he was not one to be easily swayed. He boldly questioned those present. Who among you possesses relatives of higher status than mine? Even if Jiao Leshan presented evidence detrimental to him, Zhao Xiangrui felt no fear. Thus, when Jiao Leshan's gaze fell upon him, Zhao Xiangrui proactively inquired, I am quite curious. What sort of gift has Boss Jiao brought for me? A portion of the bosses still retained some spirit, even if they could not assume the role of the leader. They did not wish to see an outsider dictate their affairs. To wait like a pig for Jiao Leshan to hand out scraps would be akin to inviting slaughter. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiangrui had become their last glimmer of hope, and it was a considerable one. If he could vanquish Jiao Leshan this time, ensuring his position as the undisputed leader for 50 years, everyone would be convinced. Jiao Leshan remarked, the fresh produce sector has always been perceived as a modest enterprise. Yet those who truly engage in it discover the immense profits within. Since our Sifan company has come prepared, we have also arranged a grand gift for you. Quickly, let me see it. Zhao Xiangrui replied with keen interest. Jiao Leshan proclaimed with pride, your relatives may serve as your greatest support. Yet they are both a source of strength and a vulnerability. Without your relatives, you, Zhao Xiangrui, would amount to nothing. Over the years, with your relatives backing you, you have acted with impunity in the fresh produce sector, unaware that they too have flourished at your expense. All humans possess a nature, and within that nature lie inherent weaknesses. The greatest flaw of your relative lies in their inability to exercise restraint, a fault not entirely to be blamed on them. For the allure is undeniably overwhelming. I have a little notebook here that I wish to show you. With that, he instructed someone nearby to present the notebook to Zhao Xiangrui. In truth, Jiao Leshan's words had already begun to unravel the mental fortifications that Zhao Xiangrui had built. He was aware that Qin Shi had recently become increasingly enigmatic, and the watch adorning his wrist was becoming ever more ostentatious. Yet, his identity is peculiar. What purpose does such ostentation serve? With a meager monthly salary of only a few dozen yuan, how could he afford a timepiece worth tens of thousands? Of course, he could claim it to be counterfeit or a mere find. However, certain truths cannot be denied. Should an investigation occur, even if exoneration follows, the interim consequences could be enough to obliterate Jiao Leshan. Zhao Xiangrui's hand trembled slightly as he held the notebook, his mind racing to identify where he had faltered or how he might distance himself from the situation. At this juncture, self-preservation became paramount. The notebook was opened. In an instant, Zhao Xiangrui's pupils constricted. Before he could proceed further, Jiao Leshan interjected, I fear you may not comprehend. Allow me to elucidate. His voice was loud enough for all present to hear. Was this something for outsiders to overhear? Jiao Leshan was indifferent, proclaiming with boisterous enthusiasm, the development project at Xishan and Longmen village is, in fact, illegal, yet the permit was signed by your relative. Furthermore, the establishment of our hotel project also passed through his hands, granting me leverage against Boss Guan. Oh, and by the way, our subsidiary's project in Changzhou village is underway. A fellow villager was buried alive, and he aided in suppressing the incident, with the family still causing a ruckus. I have documented all of this. What? You claim I am inviting disaster upon myself? Jiao Leshan laughed arrogantly. Ha! Do you understand what it means to shed the golden silk cocoon? I invested so much into these projects with the intent of luring your relative into the fold. If successful, we all profit, and if it fails, it matters not. Your relative becomes a mere pawn in my game. Those who spoke earlier all have a share in this. Is this information not explosive? Why not jot it down in your little notebook? Ha ha. Chapter 91. Zhao Xiangrui's struggle. Jiao Leshan's boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the venue. All the business magnates gazed at him as if he were a demon. His demeanor was far more ruthless than that of Guanzhui's, who had been restrained in his remarks, while Jiao Leshan openly divulged everything, showing no concern for Zhao Xiangrui or the sentiments of his relatives. He exhibited a remarkable audacity, unafraid of the potential for mutual destruction, showcasing his formidable strength. In the corner, Chen An was taken aback. It was no wonder that after the West Mountain project was forced to halt, Jiao Leshan's operations had come to a standstill. It appeared that this was merely a trap project, primarily designed to ensnare Zhao Xiangrui's relative. From Jiao Leshan's perspective, once this meeting concluded, he would ascend to the throne of the Wild Mountain leader, with support from all directions, allowing him to excavate as he pleased. He would not hesitate, even to raze Longmin village to the ground. What truly astonished Chen An was the incident of a villager being buried alive in Changzhou village. Shouldn't such news be promptly suppressed to prevent any incriminating evidence from falling into the hands of others? Yet, Zhao Leshan boldly and unabashedly acknowledged his involvement, showing no fear of public knowledge. Upon analyzing the various factors, Chen An realized that the primary reason lay in the limited means of acquiring information. His supposed deep understanding was merely derived from hearsay, unverifiable and transformed into truth simply by sheer repetition. However, in criminal investigations, such oral transmissions serve only as references and cannot be considered substantial evidence. Moreover, Zhao Leshan employed a cunning strategy akin to shedding one's skin like a golden silkworm. With the current investigative methods, even the most diligent inquiries would unlikely implicate Zhao Leshan, as numerous scapegoats had already exhausted the available leads. To add to this, the formidable corporation behind Zhao Leshan would undoubtedly lend assistance in smoothing over the situation. Chen An could not help but sigh, recognizing Zhao Leshan's formidable prowess. At that moment, Zhao Xiangrui was drenched in cold sweat, nearly incapacitated. He was momentarily paralyzed, his gaze vacant, as if ensnared by an incantation. Zhao Xiangrui could hardly fathom that Zhao Leshan would target his own benefactor. All his arrogance and bravado had stemmed from his relatives. Yet, this very relative, unable to resist temptation, had aided Zhao Leshan in committing numerous heinous acts. You may proceed with your actions, but you've left behind incriminating evidence. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiangrui still possessed considerable influence, and it seemed Zhao Leshan had failed to discover his vulnerabilities. He could always seek retribution against Zhao Leshan in due time. However, at that very moment, another individual rushed in, instantly recognizable as Zhao Xiangrui's secretary, who quickly approached his side. Before the secretary could utter a word, Zhao Leshan chuckled. Mr. Zhao, has your shipment been intercepted? Would you like me to call someone to assist you? Zhao Xiangrui gritted his teeth in frustration, glancing at his secretary, who whispered urgently in his ear. The goods we were transporting to the Pearl River Delta have indeed been intercepted. They demanded no payment. Yet all the cargo was destroyed. Such incidents had occurred previously, where the opposing party usually sought financial gain, and a modest bribe would suffice for passage. Yet this time, they had outright demolished the goods. Damn that Zhao. Does he think I would yield to this? I will dispatch another shipment immediately. Let us see who is more ruthless. Having enjoyed years of dominance, Zhao Xiangrui would not concede defeat over a single incident. One can indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Who told you that I was responsible for the destruction of the goods? Zhao Leshan replied with a beaming smile. You can dispatch as many shipments as you wish. My goods will undoubtedly arrive first. Inhaling deeply, Zhao Xiangrui struggled to regain his composure. He understood that even if he sent out another batch, it was certain to encounter further obstacles along the way. Moreover, if today a shipment failed to arrive, Zhao Leshan's goods would undoubtedly capture the market, as clients would not wait solely for him. If the fundamental issues remain unresolved, no amount of goods dispatched will prove beneficial. He waved his hand, dismissing the secretary, and, leaning against the chair, forced himself to stand upright. He then remarked, "Do you truly believe you are the only one capable of scheming behind the scenes?" After his statement, the secretary who had just departed returned, escorting a woman into the room. This woman, in her early 20s, possessed striking features and a well-proportioned figure. Her innocence enough to eclipse the allure of all future internet celebrities. She cradled an infant in her arms, appearing somewhat uneasy. The gathered businessmen turned to gaze at the young mother, many of them momentarily stunned, captivated by her beauty. Her appearance instilled a profound sense of protectiveness, surpassing even that of the beauty beside Zhao Leshan. Yet, Zhao Leshan merely chuckled disdainfully, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Zhao Xiangrui spoke. You have taken a virtuous woman, resulting in her pregnancy and the crippling of her husband, and you think this matter is settled? During this time, Zhao Leshan had been gathering incriminating evidence against the other businessmen, while Zhao Xiangrui had not been idle. Naturally lecherous, Zhao Leshan sought to possess any beauty he encountered. His misdeeds had caused quite a stir locally. However, even with police involvement, the situation ultimately fizzled out without resolution. The others turned their gaze towards Zhao Leshan. Yet there was no sign of fear or panic on his face. He maintained his previous arrogance. Do you have evidence? he inquired. This is the evidence, Zhao Xiangrui asserted, pointing at the woman and child, seemingly emboldened. Huh, you simply brought in a distraught woman and claim I have wronged her. Why not fetch your mother? At that moment, there seemed to be no awareness of the need for verification. Moreover, over a year had passed since the incident, even if there were eyewitnesses. Proving Jiao Leshan had indeed assaulted her would be nearly impossible. In such a societal context, accusations could only target the average citizen. Jiao Leshan was anything but ordinary. Having encountered numerous situations, he had learned how to cleverly evade responsibility. However, Zhao Xiangrui was unwilling to let such a rare opportunity slip away. He turned to the young mother, asking, "Tell us, has he mistreated you? Is this child his?" Before the woman could respond, Jiao Leshan interjected, "My dear aunt, this child and I share a bond. I shall be his godfather. I will provide him with monthly support." He produced a wad of cash, the same money he had previously given to Chen An, and stuffed it into the child's arms. With a tender expression, he caressed the child's cheek, exclaiming, "What a lovely child. Did this esteemed businessman say your husband is incapacitated? Oh dear, what a predicament. Henceforth, I shall make it a point to visit your home monthly, bringing gifts and support. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the young mother, who had intended to publicly denounce Jiao Leshan's transgressions, immediately changed her tune, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, boss. But didn't you vow to ensure that those who harmed you would face execution?" Zhao Xiangrui challenged. "I never said that." The young mother quickly shook her head. Though she hailed from the countryside, she was not foolish. She had indeed made such a statement previously. However, now that Boss Jiao has provided financial assistance and will continue to offer support in the form of alimony, this is an immense relief for a family burdened with a disabled husband and dependents. Boss Jiao, remember the promises you have made. After the woman spoke, she turned and left with her child, denying Zhao Xiangrui even a moment's chance to plead for her to stay. Alas, Zhao Xiangrui was utterly stunned. The other business people were also aware that this was the doing of Jiao Leshan. Yet since the victim accepted the money, there was no recourse. One could do nothing against him. This experience further reinforced the notion articulated by Jiao Leshan that we have entered an era where monetary value reigns supreme.